On the day he passed away, he was doing his job as a porter at a cargo security agency. But all his life he dreamed of becoming a real warrior, and because of his lame leg, he never managed to do it. Nevertheless, he worked hard and tirelessly and was promoted to the position of chief carrier with the ability to manage the rest of the agency's carriers. That day, he had a gut feeling that something was about to go wrong. While he was thinking, he heard a command to stop immediately. Something was wrong, and he looked ahead and saw. The commander-in-chief's hand was raised to the mountain, and he stopped his column and looked cautiously ahead, trying to assess the seriousness of the situation. An unknown group of horsemen was moving toward the convoy of guards, and the chief-bearer realized that he had not been worried in vain. He realized that a conflict was brewing, so his colleague asked him not to worry, saying that they would manage on their own, emphasizing that he had a bad leg. Looking at the enemy group, they wondered who they were. Maybe they were civil servants, or maybe they were criminals. The commander-in-chief ordered his aide Jin Peng to take the wallet and follow him, and the rest of us to prepare our weapons for battle. If something went wrong, the group shouted, "Yes, sir," and obeyed the orders of the main carrier. Looking in the wake of the command, a colleague asked if everything would be all right, and the chief carrier assured him that no one had ever dared to attack the Heavenly Dragon Agency. In addition, the most experienced commander-in-chief, Habulem, was at the head of their column. Approaching the enemy group, he introduced himself as an escort agency, Heavenly Dragon, if they did not introduce themselves and did not listen to his words. The leader of the enemy group looked at Gabulem and Jin Peng with an evil smile and crazy eyes. In one swift movement, he drew his sword and beheaded them. Now the new commander-in-chief did not expect such meanness from the enemy. The commander of the enemy group ordered his soldiers to attack the convoy. Obeying the order, the enemy column charged headlong, drawing their swords. The enemy soldiers were strong, ruthless, and fast, with the advantage of horses that helped them move much faster. Their commander-in-chief became excited and gave his soldiers a new order not to leave any prisoners alive, and they were also forbidden to take any prisoners. The agency's commander-in-chief gathered all his will in his fist and gave his first order to the carriers to immediately take up arms and fight back the enemy. The enemy continued to inflict damage. Their movements were fast and confident, and the agency's column did not have time to repel the enemy's attacks. While repelling an enemy attack, the agency's commander-in-chief heard a cry for help. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that an enemy soldier was standing over the unarmed carrier. The agency's carrier was begging for mercy, and the enemy's sword was already hovering over him, preparing to attack right now. Luckily, the agency's commander-in-chief appeared before the enemy struck and eliminated him forever. The carrier could not cope with his emotions, and the commander-in-chief quickly brought him to his senses. Looking in the direction of the fight, the carrier asked what they should do if even their soldiers could not cope with the enemy. He added that he would not be able to get far with his lame leg and that he needed to get away from there immediately. Lowering his head, the commander-in-chief thought about his words and answered with a categorical no, adding that if they did not resist, they would be destroyed soon. Picking up his sword, he bravely rushed to save those who were still fighting on the battlefield. But in the end, because of his sore limp leg, he lost his balance and flew down to the ground. Cursing his leg and trying to get up, he heard someone shouting at him to continue on his way immediately, otherwise they would all be killed. Looking in front of him, the commander-in-chief saw the abandoned swords and the agency's brothers lost in battle, thinking that he was too late and it was over. Sad thoughts began to creep into his head, whether some cripple would be able to repel such a strong enemy attack. Almost desperate but strong in spirit, he managed to get to his feet and made a promise to himself that as long as he could move, he would do everything to save at least someone. Climbing onto his chariot and lighting a torch, he shouted at the enemy soldiers, calling them bastards. If they do not immediately retreat, he will set fire to the chariot he is standing on. Smiling and stepping on him, one of the enemies asked what kind of nonsense the agency's commander-in-chief was talking about. Standing his ground, he waved a torch right in front of the enemy's face, forcing him to step back, thus showing the seriousness of his words. The enemy commander, heading for the chariot, asked what his goal was and what he wanted them to do. Then he heard from the man in the chariot that his condition was to let the survivors go, and if not, he would burn the chariot. With a sly smile, he added that the other chariots were empty fakes, so they needed only this one. He took out dynamite and lit it to show the enemy the seriousness of his words and shouted that they only need the bamboo scroll of the Tao Te Ching, a book written by Lao Tzu thousands of years ago, is in this chariot. Tense at his words, the enemy furrowed his brow and began to think about what decision to make. When he saw the limp, he told him it was a pity that he was just a load carrier, because if not for his leg, he could have become a good warrior. Raising his hand in the air, he ordered his soldiers to immediately stop the attack and release the survivors. The agency commander shouted to his carriers to get off the battlefield as soon as possible, but not everyone managed to do so easily. The carrier he had rescued earlier did not want to leave him among the enemy and insisted that the commander flee with them. The commander told him to run away without him, because if he followed him, the enemies would rush after them before they could finish speaking. He felt that the hand with the dynamite in it had separated from his body because of the suddenness of it, and at first he didn't even feel pain. Because of his shock, he did not notice that the enemy had insidiously struck him in the back. Satisfied with the result of the damage done, the enemy looked on and smiled victoriously. Stepping on his back, he said that no matter how hard he tried, he was and would be a miserable carrier of the agency, turning him over on his back. He continued to say that he would not fall for his tricks, and unexpectedly saw him lying there smiling with the same lit dynamite in his hands. The enemy did not even realize that the dynamite had already exploded between the two of them, symbolically putting an end to this battle. The commander-in-chief lay in flames and thought that his life was ending here and now. But he never realized his main dream, which he had been working on all his life, to become a warrior, riding a steep horse to guard cargo. The poorer you are, the more diligently you have to study, but because of your limp. For 30 years, he had been subjected to ridicule from everyone, making him think that it was impossible for a disabled person to even become a regular carrier. He was forced to take part-time jobs where he also heard that a cripple who wants to become a warrior sounds absurd, and he begged for a chance every time. Suddenly, everything changed. He wondered why he was still alive, why he felt so cold, and fortunately for him, someone's hand rushed to his aid. Once on land, the worried voice of an unfamiliar rescuer begged the young master to come to his senses as soon as possible. When he woke up, he could not understand whether it was a dream or whether he had really moved from one place to another, alive and unharmed. The rescuer shook him by the shoulders and kept shouting to the owner, asking him if he was okay, begging him to wake up. Finally, the young man asked him to stop shaking him, thus making it clear that he was fine. Concerned, the rescuer asked the owner if he had regained consciousness and heard a sharp request to leave him alone immediately. Despite the young man's requests, the rescuer kept asking him if he remembered him, and before he could answer, he threw up. The owner could not understand why he was so sick because he had not had a drink in a long time. When he looked up, he saw his reflection in the water, and a completely different person was looking at him. Jumping off the water, he lost his balance and fell down. Stunned to see his new self, the rescuer asked him what was wrong with him and why he was silent. The owner asked what was wrong with his reflection, because it couldn't be him, and the rescuer asked if the young man couldn't recognize himself. Still not understanding, the owner asks who he is if he is not the savior, and he is told that he is the fourth master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, Li Chen Ren. Unable to believe that he was the same fourth master, he looked at the reflection again to make sure. He screamed out if he was the same vile weakling, and the voice of the savior asked him not to talk about himself in such a way. Li Chen Ren was the fourth master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency for whom he had worked. The youngest son of the king of the Li Agency, Zhongsan, and his maid, he was as handsome as his mother. But he grew up as a round dumbass, and he had no talent for martial arts, let alone science. Worst of all, his mother fell seriously ill and abandoned him. So unlike his brothers, Chen Ren had no relatives to confide in. He quickly dropped out of the struggle for his inheritance and wandered around in complete solitude. At home, no one reckoned with him, but in brothels and gambling houses, his presence was very welcome. But one day, he decided to throw himself to the bottom of the lake just because. His third brother proposed to a girl with whom Chen Ren was head over heels in love, all 30 years ago when he first joined the agency. But now he found himself in the body of Li Chen Ren, who almost died that day. He asked how old he was now. The rescuer did not know what was happening to the master. He asked why he was being so polite, and he felt uncomfortable with this, since it was his faithful servant, Chang Sam. The servant exhaled and said that he would be 22 this year, and added that it was too early for him to ruin himself for some girl. Now Lee Chung-ren was sure that he had returned 30 years ago to the very day he ended his life and was reborn. There was no time for fooling around. They had to rush to the residence of the king of the agency, as they had orders to bring the master to him as soon as he regained consciousness. Arriving at his father's residence, he knelt down as a sign of respect and looked at the king intently. A formidable aura worthy of someone who was nicknamed the king of the agency, but he was pulled out of his thoughts by a sudden question of how old he was about to turn. The latter, worried, told him that the king was 52. He asked what he meant, and Lee Chang-ren said 22. The king asked if the rumors that he wanted to kill himself because his brother wanted to marry that woman were true. He wondered what he should do, whether he should answer yes or no, and no matter what he chose, he would not escape the wrath. Having gathered his courage, Lee Chung-ren told the king that those rumors were a blatant lie. The king asked him if it was a lie, and he said it was true, that he was just very drunk and had lost his balance and fallen into the water. The king asked if he had no feelings for that girl at all. He thought about it and quickly realized that he shouldn't lie. After all, to deceive someone, you only need 90% truth and only 10% lies, so the answer was that he liked her that way. But that was in the past, and that at the moment he was not attracted to her at all. Stunned by this answer, the king of the agency asked if he was really okay with the wedding. Lee Chung-ren smiled and said that he did not mind their wedding at all and could even personally help with its organization. But the king was not amused, slamming his hand down on the table and calling his son a bastard, swinging a dagger at him. It flew with incredible speed, cutting through the air directly toward Lee Chung-ren. Would his new life end so quickly, he thought, as the dagger flew straight into his face. With the same speed, without reaching the target, it fell to the floor right in front of his feet, and he was seriously frightened, thinking that he had almost wet himself. My father shouted that even a weak tiger is still a tiger, and he was a tiger who avoided the battle and still tried to end his life. Even pigs and yard dogs taller than he was. Chen Ren listened dejectedly without raising his head. The father continued to shout that his son was only 22, but no one knew how much longer he had left, and that he threw himself into the water at the slightest problem. This shames him and the entire agency, so if he wants to end his life so badly, it's better to do it with a dagger. It was unpleasant to hear, but now that he was Lee Chen-ren, he could not avoid the king of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Without looking up at him, he replied that this was the first time in all these years that he had given him anything, and he gave him a dagger to end his life with. Not expecting such a response from his son, the king pondered his words for some time. Lee Chung-ren simply assumed this option, but given the relationship between them, he was right. Picking up the dagger from the floor and putting it in his hands, he thought that this opportunity could not be ignored. Chen Ren stood in front of him and said that he had decided to end his life with his dagger, and that he would make sure that his weapon was put to good use. The king did not expect such a manifestation of courage from his son, because he had always been a coward. Lee Chung-ren turned his back on him, holding his father's dagger in his hand, and walked away, finishing his rum. Lee Jong-sang asked his handyman if his son had just denied him, and the handyman said that it looked like it. Even a worm will escape if it is attacked, summarized the king of the agency. He only went up against him once. Nothing so flogged Chen Ren took his precious meteorite dagger, the minion would like it back. But the king forbade it, because if someone realized how much this dagger was worth and accepted it as a bet, he would be unrealistically lucky. But he wanted to teach Chen Ren a lesson by ordering his servant to leave his son without a penny for a whole year, so that he would understand to whom he owed his rich life. The servant remembered to this day that no matter what Chen Ren did, the king never left him without money. The fourth master left the residence and was still thinking about everything they had talked about. He didn't notice the servant waiting for him until Chiang Sam turned to him and asked if he had gotten a lot from his father. The young master's legs gave out and he fell right on his butt, frightening his already frightened servant. The fourth master was sitting there trembling and holding his heart, saying that since today he hadn't worried for a long time. The next day, while cleaning the yard, Chang Sam could not stop yawning because he must have been up all night. Soon he saw that his young master was walking back and forth, obviously thinking about something or even planning something. The servant could not stand it and asked why the master had been walking back and forth all morning, and in response he saw Chen Ren. He was examining his feet in detail and still thinking about something, while his servant was wondering if his master had stepped in shit. Standing up, he explained to the inquisitive servant that he was not looking at his shoes, but at his feet. Chang Sam still did not understand what was wrong with his young master's feet. Chen Ren found his servant's reaction very funny because he did not know the whole story of his history, that in his past life, his fourth master limped for 50 years, and he cannot understand how difficult it was. Having finished his thoughts, Chen Ren asked Chang Sam what day it was, and he replied that it was the 12th day of the 10th month. Together they looked up to the mountain, and the young master said that the autumn sky was so clear today, and the servant added that he loved this weather of all seasons. Li Chengren turned to his servant and suggested a walk. Chang asked if he was going to gamble again. He better watch his spending because he won't be seeing any money in the near future. The servant explained that they were ordered to feed him 3 times a day, but not to give him any money, adding that the order came from the king of the agency himself. A little upset, Chen Ren asked if his father had decided to punish him for his disobedience. Chang Sam asked what he planned to do next. Cheng Ren mockingly asked him if he really thought that such a young owner without money would starve to death. Chang said that he meant in the future. Perhaps he is meddling in his own business, but he won't be able to do so for long. Li Chengren told him that he would be starting work very soon. The stunned servant could not believe his ears and even asked if he was serious. The young master said that Chang Sam was right to live like this forever, and the servant even asked him what he was going to do. With full confidence, the fourth master replied that he was going to become an escort warrior. The shocked servant explained that in order to become an escort warrior in their agency, you need to be a martial arts master of at least the 2nd level. Leaning down to his ear, Chang Sam said that he did not have such skills, and in truth, under certain circumstances, a servant could overcome his young master. Chen Ren argued that the warriors in the Heavenly Dragon did not need to know martial arts, as if he had not heard of the Yurin warriors. Yurin is a rank assigned to people who have passed the provincial exam. For a very long time, the agency has been accepting Yurins into its ranks as if to help poor scholars. But since they could not fight, they were hardly ever used in convoys, but the Jurins kept books or taught illiterate porters. However, if they were lucky enough to pass the capital's exam and get appointed to the prefecture, they became a reliable support for the agency. Stunned, Chang Sam asked his young master if he was really going to take the exam. Li Chengren replied that he was as serious as ever in his words, and that he would take the exam today. Arriving at the Hangzhou government building, the young master and his servant were talking to each other about how many people had come to the exam today. Out of the corner of his ear, Li Chengren heard women's voices discussing someone with very pale skin as if it were white jade. The girls laughed amongst themselves and continued to discuss how the fourth master of the agency turned out to be. He turned to Chang Sam and asked why the girls were looking at him so strangely, and he replied that the owner always attracted the attention of different girls. While the fourth master was thinking about how great it would be to be attractive now, his servant asked him if he was really ready to take the exam. Without remorse or hesitation, the youngest master replies that of course he will take the exam, because he is going to take it. He was once hired as a porter with a limp leg because he could read and write, and was recommended by the accountant Limp's son, so he began copying books. And most of the things he copied were not even books or even posters, namely, the answers of those who have already passed the imperial exams with the best results. And of course, he still remembered every answer to every question while the master was thinking about the exam, and the servant was wondering why he was so confident. The doors of the board building opened, and a man came out and announced that all those who came to the exam could go through. Li Chengren took the tube from his servant and ordered him not to go anywhere because he would return to him very soon. The man who had invited everyone to the exam told the guards that it looked like everyone had already passed, so they could close the door. A man's voice was heard in the distance, begging them to stop and wait for him because he was also in a hurry to get to the exam. The exam began, and everyone was bent over their sheets and answering the questions diligently. Chen Ren didn't want to copy the best students word for word, since he already knew the topic of the exam in advance. It wouldn't be fair. He wanted his own thoughts to be evaluated. His attention was drawn to a guy who was visibly worried that he had brought an iron feather instead of a bone. The fourth master asked the boy if he had brought the same feather that soldiers use to stick into acupuncture points. Taking pity on the young man, Lee Chung-ren gave him his bone and thus helped him out of an unpleasant situation. He thanked him and promised to repay his kindness, to which Chen Ren laughed and said that he would treat him to noodles one day. But suddenly the young master's gaze became serious and concentrated, and he looked intently at the boy's face. He thought that if not for this wart on his nose, he would have been very handsome. Chang Sam was waiting for his young master, and finally saw that Chen Ren was finished and heading to him, so he asked if he had done it so quickly. The young master replied that if you sit longer, it will dawn on you, and you will be able to answer something you have never known before. After taking the tube from his master, Chan Sam offered to leave, but the young master stopped him. The exam was over and the gates opened. Everyone started to leave the building discussing the exam with each other, and only one guy left alone. He was pulled out of his thoughts by an unexpected question from the fourth master, who asked him if he had done well in the exam. The boy bowed and handed over the bone and thanked him for helping him out so much. Lee Chen Ren was amused and took it back. They continued to stand in silence, and the fourth master held his chin thoughtfully. The guy was about to leave when he heard in his direction that if he was not busy and fate brought them together, maybe they could go out for a bite to eat. The young man said he was sorry, but he had an appointment, so some other time. The boy left, leaving the fourth master and his servant with each other in a bit of confusion. Chen Ren was upset because he had expected to eat noodles at his expense. Chan Sam asked if they had met before and heard that they had met at an exam. He said that the guy brought an iron pen to the exam, and if he couldn't tell the difference between a pen and a bone, he probably doesn't use them often and is at least somewhat successful. Chan Sam decided to tease the owner, saying that not only did the boy look like such a loser, but the young owner also got a little spanking. The servant handed the coin to the fourth master, attracting his attention. He said that since his expenses were cut, he could share his salary with him. Chan Sam noticed that it was cool outside and invited his host to a bowl of hot and tasty noodles, a proposal that Chen Ren liked. Upon entering the restaurant, they discussed among themselves that the best noodles in Hangzhou are served here at a restaurant in Baekesen. The waiter greeted them and asked Lee Chen Ren if the ground floor was busy, and he said that it was because there were a lot of people here because of the exam. They were about to go upstairs when the waiter stopped them and warned them that the second floor was also occupied. The waiter leaned over his ear and told him that the owner, Li Ben Ren, and his friends had taken over the entire third floor of the restaurant, so ordinary customers were eating on the first floor. Zhang Riyong asked if Cho Yong was with them, and when he heard the answer, he turned around and called Jiang Sam with him, hurrying away. But on the way out of the restaurant, he was stopped by the commander of the Iron Tower escort soldiers, who said that the third master had ordered them to bring him to him. When they got to the third floor, they saw that the wine was flowing like a river, and there was no limit to their merriment, so they followed the commander right up to the table. Chen Ren froze in his tracks when he saw one of the girls sitting at the table. She was dressed quite richly and looked quite beautiful and gentle. Even without looking at all those present, he stood there and could not take his eyes off her. He thought that she was one of the most beautiful women in Hangzhou, because of whom Li Cheng Ren committed suicide. And it seems that she is the same Cho Yong. The third master, Li Cheng Ren's older brother, Li Ben Ren, asked if he would say hello to his older brother. The fourth master looked at everyone present, and they, in turn, looked at him in a mute pause. Li Cheng-ren greeted his brother and said that he had just been informed that he and his friends were vacationing here, and he had to go up to see them himself. Ben Ren didn't believe him and said that he thought it wasn't quite true that the Iron Tower had caught him and brought him in when he wanted to sneak out without saying hello. Li Cheng-ren denied his words and thought to himself that his brother was not such a fool, even if he was a rare bastard. A beautiful girl greeted him and said hello to him. "Long time no see, brother." But it sounded more like a mockery. The young master was taken aback and did not know what to say, but Li Ben-ren reminded him that in such cases it is customary to greet, not to remain silent. Li Zhong-ryong only now realized that Cho Yun-young was not the cute girl he had seen when he walked in. And this girl who was sitting on his brother's right hand and mocking him, he thought about what he had heard about her incredible beauty. But in his opinion, the title of Hangzhou's first beauty was more suitable for this girl. When he realized who was who, he cleared his throat and was about to say something. He was interrupted by his older brother, who slammed his fist on the table and called him a fool, thus attracting the attention of everyone at the table. Doesn't his brother remember that Yan Yan is going to be his wife, and that Chen Ren should treat her with respect as well? Chan Sam and Chen Ren stood there and did not understand why the third master began to shout and get angry out of the blue. My younger brother bowed to him so as not to anger him even more and apologized for my shameful behavior. But Ben-ren continued to humiliate him by saying that his brother was a failure who had left martial arts and training for gambling houses and bars. Chen Ren listened to him say that he would remain a failure, that he even regretted that they were related to each other. But suddenly he realized that his brother was showing off in front of his fiancée because he was not as handsome as his younger brother. That's why he humiliated him in front of Yan Yan to make himself look more respectable and better in her eyes. Are all the sons of the heavenly dragon as miserable as Ben-ren? In any case, it's time for him to say goodbye to them. But he was stopped by a beautiful girl who had previously been sitting with her back to him, who invited him to join them for a meal. It was Jim Gyeombong, whom he did not notice at all against the background of the other girls and his brother's humiliation. The girl's proposal was supported by Yan Yan, who said that her brother was probably hungry, so let him sit down and eat, thus surprising his fiancée. Jim Gyeombong asked if Ben-ren was okay with this, because most of the people at the table supported the girl and also invited him to eat, noticing that the young master kept his eyes on the food. The men asked Chen Ren where he had been when they were having lunch together, and someone laughed that he had obviously been in brothels. Ben-ren was only amused that his brother was being publicly ridiculed, and Yan Yan looked down in shame. His former reputation was constantly ridiculed, which greatly disturbed the new Li Jong-un. Everyone at the table was laughing, but not that beautiful girl, who was looking at him intently as if sympathizing with him. Ben-ren turned to his brother again, since everyone was asking him to the table and his younger brother was so hungry. His brother threw a plate in front of him and said that he could eat the leftovers, humiliating him even more. But Li Chung-ren was not an easy man, so he took the plate and said that he would gladly accept his offer. After ordering Chang Sam to find a seat and eat, he began to look around for a place to sit. I found a seat near Jim Gyeombong right in front of a girl who clearly did not expect the young master to show such courage. Li Chung-ren began to eat his food with a smile in the company of beautiful ladies. Now he was the center of attention, not only of women, but also of men. His brother watched him sitting at his desk with undisguised displeasure. The young master listened to various conversations about the agency's internal affairs and even heard Confucius being quoted. Ben-ren was asked how he would solve various problems, such as how to stop hunger caused by natural disasters. Chen-ren noticed that they were discussing the topic of today's exam, how to deal with the rise in crime caused by the famine in northern China. He looked at the two men who were actively participating in the discussion. Apparently, they were also taking today's exam. Jim Gyeombong leaned over him with interest and asked what he had to say about it. Li Chung-ren indifferently told her that he did not know anything about this, and she asked him not to be shy and share his thoughts with them. Ben-ren supported her because he also wanted to hear what he had to say, because as a child, Chen-ren had studied this at least a little. Well, if they decide to ridicule him again, it is the young master's own fault. He decided to speak his mind. The fact that they recently discussed Sun Tzu's quotes did not actually belong to him, but to Han Fei. No one expected the young master to know even who said these quotes, let alone their meaning. This amused and made Ben-ren laugh, and he called his words nonsense. Chen-ren told his brother that he had never been taught, and if he didn't believe it, he could ask those who had been studying it all their lives by pouring them a drink. By the way, the words about first getting rid of the source of chaos belonged to Mo Tzu, not Han Fei. And it was not Confucius himself who wrote about the laws. He merely quoted lines from Zuo Juan, whose reasoning shocked absolutely everyone present. Cho Yan-young was the most shocked because she knew him the closest, and she couldn't figure out if this was the Lee Jong-ryong she knew. He added that in addition to the 9 classics, there are other authors worthy of attention. Lee Chung-ren slammed his hand on the table and shouted that what they were quoting was not enough to pass the exam. The men who were taking today's exam clearly became nervous after the 4th master's words. Ben Ren couldn't believe that he was facing his demented brother, wondering how this fool could know everything. In the silence, I heard a small laugh that grew into a real laugh. The girl was clearly amused by this situation. Her laugh was as sweet as she was, and after laughing, she apologized and said she just couldn't help herself. Lee Chung-ren was surprised by her reaction and even more stunned by the fact that she is laughing at them, not at the young master, and that they all have their heads down and don't say a word to her. It is probably her that Lee Ben-ren and his cronies have been trying to impress all this time. Chen Ren had been captivated by her beauty from the very beginning, and now he was watching her laugh so sincerely and sweetly. But suddenly, looking at her face, he saw a wart mark on her nose. He thought that it was no accident that she seemed so familiar to him. That's who he saw that day at the exam, and the girl asked him if they had met before. She apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Her name is Namgun Soso, and she is the granddaughter of Namgun Yun Yen, the Lightning Sword, who is now the head of the Namgun clan. The Namgong is the largest military clan ruling all of northern Yangzhou. So that's the meeting she was talking about, and he thought that Soso was just a strange student, but she was from the Namgun clan, just disguised to pass the exam. The chance to befriend the granddaughter of the clan head is a great fortune in the clan. There are 2 heirs, Namgun Soso and her older brother known for his skillful swordplay. Therefore, this dinner is the only opportunity for Lee Ben-ren to enlist her support, as it will give him a great opportunity to defeat his brothers in the struggle for power. In other words, he bowed and introduced himself to the best ally he could find, to which Namgun Soso said that she knew him and that he was known in all the bars in Hangzhou. He told her that the gossip about him was very exaggerated, to which Soso replied that there is no smoke without fire. Lee Chung-ren replied that even a small fire can produce a large column of smoke, and Namgun Soso said that fire can consume a mountain but will eventually go out. After finishing his pleasantries, Soso reminded the young master that he had not said what he thought about the previous topic. She told him that it is always easier to criticize others than to open up your thoughts to everyone, especially when there is no right answer, and she insisted that he answer. Lee Chung-ren did not refuse and said that in such a situation he would not touch the criminals. He was asked about it, and he says so. Chen Ren explained that northern China specializes in selling cotton, so crime increases every winter. This means that if they are left untouched while conditions improve, bandits and former farmers will simply return home. Namgun Soso was clearly disappointed with such a short answer, and Chen Ren continued. He would have raised taxes on landowners, large traders, and statist agencies. She asked where he was going with this, as in her opinion, they are the ones who suffer the most from bandit raids. This is because, first of all, landowners pay peasants little, and in years of poor harvest, they starve and are forced to become bandits. Secondly, cotton, which farmers receive a pittance for, is bought by large traders and then sold at 3 times the price. And thirdly, the more bandits in the neighborhood, the more work for the agencies, so they earn and prosper, and if you equalize their salaries and the peasants, the choice is obvious. Now Namgun Soso sat there with her mouth wide open, not expecting that the 4th master, about whom there were various rumors, could think so broadly. She asked him what he would spend the money from the increased taxes on, and he said that he would fill the country's warehouses so that the real thugs in politics could enrich themselves. But what good is it to the peasants if it only helps politicians to fill their pockets? And the point is that then some honest officials will get the rest of the money. Soso told him that such irrational nonsense would never work in real life. Lee Chung-ren explained to her that this is the essence of the whole policy. Cho Yan-young also sat with her mouth open, wondering if he had always been so smart. Namgun Soso said that the examiners would definitely like his answer and bowed and thanked him for such an interesting conversation. And if the opportunity arises, she would like to talk to him again. The fourth master reciprocated. Jim Gyeongbong remarked that Chen Ren was simply stunning. Ben Ren is as shocked as the others, but the shock quickly turned to anger because he wanted to humiliate him in front of Yan Yan, and it turned out the other way around, and he will not tolerate this. He said it was too noisy and suggested we go for a drink at another place, and of course everyone supported this idea at his expense. He is incredibly dangerous, Chen Ren thought when his brother asked all his guests to wait downstairs. And he asked his younger brother to stay. He wanted to discuss something with him in private. Ben Ren sat him down across from him and started asking him various questions, one of which was whether his younger brother had eaten something wrong. Chen Ren shrugged his shoulders and said that he had eaten some scraps from the table, to which his brother called him an animal. His words made the third master angry, and he shouted, "Does he really think he's a fool?" His younger brother asked him to speak more politely, but his brother shut him up, because everyone in Hangzhou knows that the fourth master is a fool. The agency's heavenly dragon tried to drown himself in a lake after such a disgrace. He should stay home and keep his nose to the grindstone, and he goes around shaming their entire family, to which Chen Ren denied that his brother had actually invited him here. Ben Ren was furious at the word brother and said that his mother was a miserable maid. How dare he call him his brother? Chen Ren was not ready to tolerate such an accusation, but he would not allow his mother to be humiliated either. His brother stood up and began to roll up his sleeves, ready to take out his anger on his younger brother. Chen Ren asked if he was going to beat him, and Ben Ren asked if he was afraid of him. But Chen Ren decided to attack first, saying that everyone in Hangzhou knew except the third master, of course, that his brother Ben Ren is the son of an ordinary concubine. At these words, he became furiously angry, and he flew at his brother, preparing to strike. Chen Ren recognized the explosive fist technique, a secret technique of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, and if he gets hit, he will not live. He thought it was over, because he could not dodge the blow and Ben Ren's fist was almost in his face. But the young master noticed that his brother's fist began to move strangely and slowly toward him. He got to his feet and moved to the side, dodging his brother's blows. His brother was still moving too slowly and shouting at him for daring to dodge his blows, and the young master was able to avoid being hit. This went on for some time. Ben Ren tried to strike with requests, to strike at least once, and his younger brother mocked him for being slow. Li Chen Ren could not understand what was happening. He was not sure if his brother had slowed down or if he himself had sped up. If this continues, he will be able to strike back. And now Chen Ren's hand was already covering his brother's face with one powerful blow. As they moved away from each other, the young master held his hand and thought that he might have overreacted a bit. He apologized and asked how his brother was feeling, who was holding his badly broken nose and calling his brother an animal. With renewed vigor, Ben Ren launched another attack, this time with plans to end his younger brother's life. He was using a takedown technique and was still slow, but his punches were too much. So his younger brother decided to give in to him. It was better to do it now than when he finally became angry and lost his temper. Suddenly, Li Chengren saw a plate of fried beans on the table. With a sudden movement, he picked up a plate from the table and threw beans at his brother. The agency's third foreman lost his balance and slipped on them, falling with great force. Namgun Soso and Jim Gumbong, who were waiting for Ben Ren outside, heard someone screaming from the third floor of the restaurant. Chan Sam heard the men discussing that Ben Ren had once again fought someone and that the other man knew full well that he was fighting his master. Meanwhile, the young master was wondering how he had managed to defeat his brother in such a way, since everything had not gone as he had expected. When he stepped away from the fight, he looked at his hands and still could not understand what kind of superpower helped him overcome his brother. Ben Ren is practically a first-rate fighter, but he clearly saw every one of his blows as possible because Li Cheng Ren had never studied martial arts. But while he was thinking, his brother came to and was still as angry as ever, calling Chen Ren a brute again. Not noticing that his friends had returned to the restaurant, he continued to attack and threaten his younger brother. He climbed on top of him and shouted that how could he even dare to hit him? Does he think he is the smartest and can outsmart him so easily? He was shouting that he was not a resident, and sitting on top of him, he was hitting Chen Ren hard in the face. Unable to stand this action, Namgun Soso decided to intervene, asking Ben Ren what he was doing. After he stopped beating his brother, he turned to her and said that Lady Namgun had misunderstood everything. She said that she thought that decent people would gather here, so she came here, but to tell the truth, she is very disappointed. Because at first Ben Ren publicly humiliated his brother like a child, and now he is beating him as if he wants to keep him alive. She quoted the great sages of the past as saying that one should not take out one's anger even on a dog when having guests over. Looking at him seriously, she asked him directly if, under such circumstances, she was not considered a guest. In the end, she said that it doesn't matter if it's a family dispute between them or a girl, they should solve it alone, because then there's no need to take her away from her work. Returning to the entrance, she said that she was leaving, and Ben Ren tried to stop her, justifying her behavior, and the girl was already heading for the exit. Chen Ren was lying on the floor beaten and glad that this senseless fight was over. Finally, a worried Chan Sam ran up to him thinking that his master had already died. He felt sorry for his master, saying that he was sorry that the third master had beaten him so badly and that Chen Ren was not so easy to defeat. He quickly stood up and asked Chan Sam if he was sure he hadn't studied any martial arts, to which he said that he had studied but only a little and quickly dropped it. He was 12 years old at the time, and his teacher said that he was not capable of anything. It was already clear to him that he had no martial arts skills at all. Then where could he learn how to do that? Chen Ren caught the flies that were circling him with one quick movement. Opening his palm, he showed the flies to Chang Sam, who looked at them in surprise and could not understand where he had learned this and how it was possible. He jokingly asked his young master when he managed to learn the secret technique of fly catching. Chen Ren noticed that Chang Sam even spoke slowly, as if the flow of time itself had slowed down. Suddenly, something started to happen to him. He fell to his knees and held his stomach, and the embarrassed servant nervously asked if he was okay, not knowing how to help. His master held his chest as if it was about to explode. Chen Ren asked him to quickly bring him water. Chang Sam ran to the table and grabbed a pitcher of cold water and brought it to his young master. But when his master drained the mug of water in almost one gulp, the servant clearly did not expect it. Having finished the water, Chen Ren ordered him to bring more water immediately, and the servant said that he would go downstairs and fetch it. Chen Ren was still clutching his chest and couldn't understand why he felt as if a fire was burning inside him. Suddenly, everything he felt inside began to burst out of him. He really began to burn, and after getting rid of his burning clothes, he tried not to panic and to understand what was happening to him. When his chest stopped burning, he looked down at it and saw something unusual. Some letters right on the side of his heart. But as soon as he tried to look at it, it suddenly disappeared as if it had been absorbed into his body. Chen Ren began to realize that this was the same text, from a bamboo scroll that was with him on the very day he passed away. He was absolutely sure that the ancient talisman he had burned with his own hands was now imprinted on his body, and that it was the one that was slowing down time around him. Meanwhile, Chan Sam returned with fresh water and saw that something had obviously happened to his master. He picked up his clothes from the floor and asked how he could burn his clothes out of the blue. But Chen Ren smiled and said that he was lucky, as they say that good eyesight is half the battlefield success, and he now has perfect eyesight. Chang Sam reminded the young master that tomorrow was the 15th. The fourth master did not understand what he was getting at. So Chan Sam explained that on the 15th of each place, the king of the agency hosts a dinner for his sons. The first foreman just returned from an assignment yesterday, and it's been a long time since they've all been together at the same table. Li Chengren asked him if they really had dinner with his father every month, and the servant could not understand what had surprised him so much. The head of the Heavenly Dragon Agency started the evening with his sons. He was sitting at the head of the table with maids standing behind him, and his children, the respected masters of the agency, scattered in other places. The first eldest son and first master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, Li Gab Ren. The second son and master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, Li Yol Ren. The third son and master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, Li Ben Ren. Lai Cheng-ren was rather uncomfortable in such a family setting and hoped to at least enjoy a meal this evening. He felt like he was sitting among wolves with a tiger at his head, so he was nervous and could hardly eat properly. He looked at Li Ben Ren, who for some reason was completely out of sorts, and sighed as if he were very unwell. Zhang Ryong recalled Zhang Sam's words that his marriage to Cho Yon-young was postponed for a while, and it all became clear why he was so sad. Lee's eldest brother, Gab Ren, banged on the table and said he had thought long and hard and made a decision. It's time to bring Lee Zhang-ryong to work in their agency because this year he turns 22 and it's time for him to get down to business. Lee Cheng-ren became even more nervous at this statement, wondering why his brother had become so friendly to him. Lee Yol-ryong asked his older brother that he was talking as if he was the only one in the agencies who was busy with business, and that he was not ashamed of his father. Lee Yol-ren reminded him that he had never cared for Chen-ren before and why such a sudden change had come about. Lee Gab-ren explained that he had recently heard that something had happened to his youngest brother, so he, as the older brother, decided that he had to pay more attention to him. Yol-ren said that he also planned to take care of his studies, reminding his brother that his job came first, so let it stay that way. Lee Jong-sang, observing his son's argument, concluded that most people say that sudden changes are for evil, not good. He slammed his hand on the table and all conversation stopped at once, rising from the table. The head of the agency called the captain of the guards and asked why there was so much noise outside. The captain reported to the king that the magistrate from Hangzhou had arrived with the army and insisted on an audience with him. Lee Jong-sang was not expecting any visitors today, so he asked again if the magistrate had come to see him. For some reason, the news of the master's arrival intrigued and excited Lee Chen-ren. It seems that not only he, but also Li Bin-ren was concerned about this, because he became noticeably more animated after the news. Lee Gab-ren asked him if he was so worried because he had done something wrong again, and Ben-ren said that he had actually taken a state exam 3 days ago. Lists of those who passed the exam have already been posted in all districts, but the top 3 scorers are personally informed by board members. Ben-ren informed everyone that this year he also took the state exam. Lee Cheng-ren thought that while he was flaunting himself in front of him in the restaurant, he had really passed the exam. Officials personally hand over the results to the top 3. This is true, but usually the magistrate does not interfere in such cases. Lee Gab-ren asked why the magistrate would meet with his father in person, and Ben-ren said that he wanted to impress his father. After all, 7 out of 10 officials were there. They obey his father, to which the head of the agency said enough talk, and he got up from the table and decided to go to the master and find out everything in person. The head of the agency and his craftsmen went outside to meet with the magistrate. Lee Cheng-ren walked behind everyone, looking in front of him and visibly nervous. In front of them stood Magistrate Wang Ying-tak, who bowed and said that he had not seen Lee Jong-sang for a long time and asked how he was doing. The head of the agency greeted the magistrate, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But he would like to know the reason why he came here at such a late hour. The magistrate asked if he shouldn't have come. Lee Jong-sang objected, explaining that he was always welcome here, and they were surprised that despite his crazy schedule, he came to them without even warning them. The servants said that the honorable magistrate wanted to see the head of the agency in person. The magistrate said that it seems there was a small misunderstanding. Of course, he would have liked to greet him individually, but he came on another occasion. According to the laws of their country, he came to hand over the exam results. At one point, everyone looked at Ben-ren and could not believe that he was able to pass the exam and get into the top 3. He couldn't wait for the result to be announced, so that he could finally earn recognition from his father. Lee Jong-sang asked Magistrate Wang In-taik whom he had come to see, and he replied that of course he had come to see his son. As everyone could already understand, 3 days ago, a state exam was held in Hangzhou, and one of his sons showed the best result, so according to tradition. He came to inform him about it, which is usually done by his assistants. And since he knows the family, he decided to come personally to show respect. The magistrate turned his head over his shoulder and ordered his soldiers to get to work immediately. They quickly and organizedly laid out a sheet on which to set up a small table. The magistrate personally put a mug of wine on the table, which meant that the preparations for the ceremony were almost over. Without waiting for the invitation, Li Ben-ren went forward and sat down opposite the master in the scoring of the results. He was already mentally enjoying his victory, dreaming that his words would be taken into account more. In addition, in this scenario, wedding negotiations with Cho Yon-yon will finally resume, which made the third master very happy. The ceremony began with the best result at the last provincial exam by Lee Jong-sang's fourth son, Lee Jong-ryong. Everyone was shocked by this news, so everyone immediately began whispering and discussing, with all their attention focused on Chen Ren. He stood proudly despite the criticism and discussions. The fourth master was no longer afraid of anyone or anything. Just think, the best student from their agency has never been the case before. Usually the best students were always students of some famous academies. It was hard to believe that none other than the fourth master could have done it, given his reputation. Lee Ben-ren could not accept and come to terms with the fact that his younger brother had beaten him in the state exam. He shouted to the magistrate that it was clearly a mistake, that he had read his name wrong. I asked them to double-check it, and it should have said Lee Ben-ren, because Lee Chen-ren did not pass the exam, so how could he have shown the best result? It looks like there was another misunderstanding since he is still sitting in his place. The magistrate asked if he was the same Lee Cheng-ren, and he replied that he was. Then he was given a scroll confirming his results. Lee Cheng-ren said that he honorably accepts His Majesty's most majestic edict. Congratulations came from everywhere, and he thought that the former carrier had finally gotten a chance to become a soldier or work in management. People showed different reactions to this news, some joy, some anger, but only Chang Sam was so sincerely happy for his young master. Chen Ren was so happy that he was ready to run out into the field and just shout until he was hoarse. On the 20th of this month, Lee Cheng-ren is to report to the Hangzhou government building to receive a badge of 50 rolls of silk and a travel pass. Suddenly, a tall, dark figure loomed over Magistrate Wang Ying-tak. It was Li Zhongsang, and the atmosphere between them was very tense, so he called Wang Ying-tak to talk in private. After hospitably pouring him a drink, the head of the agency asked the master if it was a joke, and he did not understand what he was asking him about. He slammed on the table with all his might, so that the magistrate was speechless and seriously frightened. The head of the agency shouted that he didn't think he knew that through this scheme they were using the children of the rich as their pawns. He said that such tricks would not work on him, and the magistrate explained that there must have been some big misunderstanding. Does he really want to say that Lee Chen-ren got the best result on his own? It even sounds ridiculous. We should fire him so that he can finally get his head straight. The magistrate thought that it was necessary to choose the right words, otherwise he would not only lose his job but also his head. He hoped to console him with this news, so he came in person and swore that he had not rigged the results to get his money. It was the truth. And even if he wanted to do that, he would have chosen his third son, which would not have been so suspicious. Is it not obvious? Lee Jong-sang even thought about his words because they sounded sincere and true. In his turn to confirm his words, the magistrate took out an envelope and handed it to the head of the agency so that he could see everything with his own eyes. He brought this envelope just in case because he anticipated that he would not believe it so easily. He opened the envelope and saw that it was his fourth son's answers. This could not be so. There was a work with deep and rich content, as well as observations as if gained from deep experience, and it was all so well arranged. The head of the agency could not believe that his son could have written all this. He even asked if it was him who wrote it, and he felt that it was amazing. He had never seen such a perfect answer before. How could his son, a fool, write something like that? Since childhood, he had always been bad at school. He was bad in battle, no matter how much he was taught, but it was useless. He could not just take his child and leave him. He shouted Lee Cheng-ren had really met the Dragon King when he jumped into the Eastern Lake, probably meaning that he had gained strength and luck. Since his third son was among the top 200, they will both be able to take the exam in the capital in a month, and it is unlikely that they will have any problems with it. Ben-ren was able to become the best among those 200 only thanks to his mother, and Chen-ren is unlikely to repeat his success in the capital's exam. However, if he succeeds there, then it will be a good option for him to become a state official. This may be his only chance to succeed in life, as he has neither talent for martial arts nor support from his mother. The head of the agency apologized for disrespecting him, even though he had traveled a long way to tell them the good news. The magistrate understood why he reacted in such a way, and the head of the agency asked how widely the results would be announced. Usually about 100 posters are placed. But Lee Jong-sang was not satisfied with this, and it was evident in his face. But for the first time in 20 years, the best examiner was chosen unanimously. So it was decided to expand the number of posters to 1,000. Every 10th constable will be assigned to hang them in Hangzhou, as well as in Suzhou and Yangzhou and other neighboring cities. The head of the agency was now laughing and saying that 1,000 posters was too much to ask, and he was very grateful for his generosity. While the magistrate was thinking about how long it would take to write 1,000 posters and put them up, the head of the agency put a large box in front of him. The magistrate pulled it closer to him and asked what it was for, to which the head of the agency told him to just open it, and then he would understand. Upon opening the box, Wang Yingtak's face lengthened and shone. There were many large golden boats in the box, and the magistrate did not immediately understand why Li Zhongsong was giving them to him. But he explained that they would probably need a lot of money to prepare and deliver such a large volume of posters. All this trouble because of his younger son would be right if he took over the embezzlement. And there was even more to it so that there would be no problems with lack of funds. The magistrate will use these funds to good effect. Today's table was empty, said Li Zhongsang, and next time a fancy table will be prepared for him. The head of the agency was very generous today, and the magistrate did not regret coming to inform him and his sons in person. Having finished the conversation, they said goodbye on a good note, and the magistrate returned not empty-handed, thinking that today he had been lucky. The next day, Li Benren was visited by his cheerful friends, and it felt as if they had almost burst through the gate. But the third master was always happy to see them, waving to them and inviting them to come in as soon as possible. They came to congratulate him as soon as they learned that he had passed the state exam. They thought that Ben Ren was only good at martial arts, but it turned out that he was a genius in his studies as well. These words were incredibly flattering to Ben Ren's ego. His first group of friends was soon joined by another group of friends, all of whom were welcome to join the conversation. Chan Sam said that it was ridiculous because his younger brother took first place and did not hear a single congratulation, and he barely passed, and half the village came to congratulate him. Shouldn't he be ashamed of himself? If he were him, he would have hung a sign saying, "No visitors allowed" at the main gate, and Chen Ren didn't care much. He was thinking about how he had noticed several properties of his ability to slow down time under intense tension during a few days of practice. The first is that it activates itself, and the second property is that he cannot maintain it for longer than 10 breaths. And the third was that his own movements were also slowing down. So the only thing he can do now is to closely monitor his opponent's movements. But thinking 3 steps ahead on how to cope with him is all I've learned so far, even though he was reborn and passed the state exam with flying colors. But without combat skills, history can repeat itself again, and he needs to find a martial art that will help him accelerate his movements in his new body. Chang Sam said that there was nothing to envy. Li Chung Ren returned to him from his thoughts and could not understand what he was talking about. He said about Ben Ren that his popularity was fake because the third master's mother, Madame Chun Hua, donated bones and ink to the Yadan Academy. This whole company is here only because of this, and Li Chung Ren could not care less. Chan Sam said he could relax his supervision a little bit if he was upset. They could go to the red light district to lift his spirits. He guarantees that thousands of prostitutes and hired killers, even brothel guards, will welcome him, which makes the young master laugh. He told the servant to forget about it and to bring him some sandbags, which the soldiers use for training. The young master told him that he would hang them on himself and run, but Chan Sam still did not understand why he was doing this. Li Chen Ren turned to him and proudly said that he had told him that he was going to become a great warrior. Chan himself was running fast and shouting that it was all good that his young master wanted to become a warrior and why he should run with him. Chen Ren asked him if he did not know that the master and the servant were one in everything, and he stopped, unable to run any further, even though they had not yet run halfway. The servant cried that he didn't care that he couldn't continue running anymore, and the young master snapped and said that in that case he would run himself. Chan Sam only said that they would meet soon, and I thought that he had been acting strangely in recent days, like a completely different person. It was the 20th of this month, and they came to the government office in Hangzhou. Li Chung Ren was given a nameplate and a travel pass to prove that he had passed the state exam, and he thanked the magistrate for it. And 50 more rolls of the highest quality silk, which are given only to the best and brightest people in Hangzhou. Chen Ren punched his palm and said that he was very grateful for such a high award. Chang Sam was very proud of his master and even shed a few tears. After the ceremony, he took the rolls of silk to the market and put them up for sale. He was offered 15 silver coins for them, which sounded humiliating. They continued to bargain, and the young master was not mistaken and said that for 20 silver pieces he could take his goods. Having earned the money, the young master wondered where he could spend it, and Chang Sam was worried that he had exchanged a gift from the state for entertainment. But the young master assured him that he shouldn't worry about the money, they would spend it together. First, he wanted something to eat because he was hungry. The first thing they did was go to a restaurant and eat until they were full. Chen Ren leaned back to rest. Chan Sam said that if he was full, he would take the rest of his portion for himself. Then they went to walk around the market when a merchant called out to them, inviting them to look at his shop where he had clothes made of high-quality silk at a low price. Chen Ren was interested in one of the cloaks in his shop, so he looked at it carefully, and his servant did not understand why he wanted it at all. But as it turned out, he chose this cloak for Chang Sam, saying that the servant would look like a young master if he wore it, and he thought he did not deserve to wear it. But Chen Ren didn't even think about backing down despite the servant's refusal. He still bought him a new high-quality cloak in honor of the day he passed the exam. Chan Sam suddenly thought that his young master must have been upset that no one had come to congratulate him, so he was being so generous to him now. Walking along the waterfront, they came across a local old beggar sitting and asking for alms from passers-by. Suddenly, 2 silver coins fell into the old beggar's empty bowl. Chen Ren said that he had spent the last couple of coins on a good cause. Chan Sam yelled at him that they weren't even coppers. Why give so much to a beggar? But it was just a routine ritual that accompanying carriers perform before each mission. Symbolizing the dumping of one's own bad luck on a beggar in order to return unharmed, 2 silver pieces are incomparable to life. Chan Sam asked if he was really going to join the escort. But what about the capital exam? He could concentrate on his studies and not take assignments right away. But Li Chengren was fixated on participating in the sorting ceremony that would take place tonight, and he was thinking of a plan to get there. At the ceremony, people sort the goods that have arrived during the day by their type and purpose, and upon its completion they are distributed to the respective delivery managers. Chan Sam asked if the ceremony was not intended for bosses and higher officials, and the young master replied that this was why he was thinking about how to get there. The servant suggested that he simply ask the king of the agency to help with this, and if it were that easy, his father would grumble about preparing for the exam just like him. Isn't Chen Ren going to warn him that going on a mission is a deception? And he said he would think about it when the time comes. Chan Sam noticed that now it really seems that he is a different person, because before he used to tremble at the mere mention of the king of the agency. Chen Ren told him to try to burn alive or drown after that. He would not be afraid of anything, so he simply agreed, because it would be worse for him if he did not. The servant asked why he had to take part in the ceremony, since the task could be done without it, and the young master had his own motives. If he is right, all the goods will be stolen and all the support will be destroyed by martial arts masters almost at the very beginning. The Heavenly Dragon Agency will suffer heavy losses and its king and chief of escort will send a team to organize a cleanup. They will succeed in taking revenge, and those who are left lying on the battlefield will never return to their homes. Li Chengren recalled how in the past these people had gone through fire and water with them. Even if when they made fun of him because of his limp, they were his friends who could be relied on. He set himself the goal of saving them from such a fate, no matter what it took. His participation in the sorting ceremony is necessary to disrupt this delivery at all costs. As the young master and his servant approached the area where the sorting ceremony would take place, they saw something they had not expected. A boy hiding behind the wall of the building was looking at the open door with great interest. The boy turned out to be a very familiar-looking man, and Li Chengren immediately realized who it was that was peeping in. Inside the room, there were many people trying to rein in their horses, discussing among themselves that they had to move because the king of the agency would soon arrive. The boy muttered under his breath that Chen Ren had said he was the 4th master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. When he suddenly appeared in front of him, the boy did not expect to meet him in this position, so he was very frightened by the surprise. The young owner asked him what he was doing here, and the boy turned to them in shame and asked if they knew each other, as he did not remember them at all. He realized that it was the girl from the restaurant and thought that she had argued with him so much in the restaurant that he shouldn't pretend that they didn't know each other. He decided to play up her insult and said that he must have confused him with someone else, apologized, and moved on. He added that his memory of his face had completely deteriorated after falling into the lake, to which the girl said she remembered him because she had taken a bone from him during an exam. Chenren said that he also thought from the very beginning that this was the same guy from the exam, but that guy had a mole on the right side of his nose, not the left, so he could easily have been confused by another person. The girl quickly turned her back to them to check her mole to see if she had really glued it in the wrong place, still not revealing her own image. She kept making excuses to them that they simply did not remember her location correctly. Chenren asked her why she had come, and she said that she had heard about the fame of the fourth master and decided to see him when she passed by the place. In turn, she asked him why he had come here today. Chansam explained to the girl that he was facing the fourth master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency in person. She was so happy she couldn't believe her luck that she had met him. It was so incredible Chenren thought she would be a good actress. She said what a coincidence that he was the only person she met at the exam, and the master said they hadn't met yet. The girl punched his hand and introduced herself with her fictitious male name, Pun Jin Yang, and congratulated him wholeheartedly on his victory in the exam. He thought about the fact that she had really come to meet him in person and what all the disguise was for. No matter how much you disguise yourself as a man, you can't hide such a beautiful smile. And she doesn't seem to realize it, but one day he will tell her about it. He bowed to her and thanked her for traveling such a long way for him, saying that they would meet again. Having finished on that note, he turned around and was about to walk away when the girl stopped him. Chenren stopped and asked her what else she wanted, and she asked if he wanted to eat hot rice soup with her. Still, they agreed to eat it together when they met after the exam. A girl in a man's suit said they could do it today because she had no plans today. He thought that she had come specifically to see him, although he did not know the real reason for it yet. He did not have time for these amusements. Chenren said that they had actually agreed to eat noodles, not rice soup, to which the girl said she had gotten it wrong. The fourth master and the servant headed for the entrance, and the girl stood her ground, inviting them to eat together, but he said only that he was a little busy today. The girl was offended by this attitude and shouted that she had waited here for half a day to have lunch with him. Catching her in the act, Chenren asked her if she hadn't said that she was just passing by the building where he was supposed to be. She was honest with him and told him that she wanted to know the secret of how to become the best because she had heard that all the judges had unanimously chosen his answers as the best. Although he said a lot of different things in the restaurant, she was sure that there was something in the young master that no one else had. She punched him in the arm and said that she really wanted to learn his skills. In Morima, the words, "I want to learn from you," have quite a lot of meaning, especially when they are said by someone from the Namgun clan. Since she was the granddaughter of the lightning sword itself, she was humiliating herself to do so. Chenren simply asked her to give up because she didn't know him well. He was just a simple idiot from Hangzhou, and he was lucky in the exam. She was no ordinary girl with a sharp tongue, so she told him that it was more accurate to say that he was a half-wit and a blowhard loser. But he proved in the exam that those rumors were all lies, didn't he? Chenren asked why he was so fixated on that exam. He said that the girl's clothes looked bad, but her skin and face were well-groomed. She had obviously grown up in a rich family, and there are many ways to succeed in life. She explained that she is one of those people who bring things to the end on their own. She asked him if he had any idea where she came from, but the young master was not very interested in this. He sighed and explained to her that he recognized that her views and understanding were different from other people's, but he was not going to teach her for a plate of noodles. But their discussion was interrupted by the announcement that the king of the agency, the Heavenly Dragon, had arrived. Everyone was pushed out of the way so that they would not interfere with Li Zhongsong and his escorts moving to the room where the sorting ceremony was taking place. The king was approaching, and Li Chengren still hadn't figured out how to get to the sorting ceremony, so he told the girl that he agreed to eat noodles with her. But he agreed not just like that. but on one condition, and she asked him what that condition was. He didn't know if the girl knew that his father was going there. He will definitely ask about her, so she needs to remember 3 things. They only met after the exam, and she is here to return the book. He also rejected her offer to attend the sorting ceremony, but if she could manage it, he would help her with her request. She asked him why he needed all this, but he didn't have time to explain, and promised that if he got there thanks to her, he would definitely find time for lunch. He doesn't promise any outlandish secrets, but he will answer all her questions honestly and sincerely. She laughed and remarked that it looked like he needed her much more than she needed him. This changed the situation, and now she began to bargain, asking him how many plates of noodles he would buy her. He replied that he would buy 3. This did not satisfy the girl, and she shouted that he would buy her not 3 plates, but 10 plates of her choice, as the young owner had no time left. As the king of the agency approached the gate, he held his gaze on the 3 young men. He was looking at them, and the king saw him and asked who he was. They stood silently. Then the king asked them louder, asking them if they did not hear him. He asked who it was. The guy hit my hand, bowed, and introduced himself as a student from Yangzhou named Punjin Yang. He explained that he had taken the state exam with a young master, Li Zhongren, and that's where they met. In his bow, he told the king that he was honored to meet the king of the Heavenly Dragon Agency in person. The king said it was the first time his son's friend had visited them, and asked if they had really taken the exam together, and the boy confirmed that they had. Li Zhongsang wanted to know how his son's friend had done in the exam. Punjin Yak only answered modestly that he had barely managed to pass the state exam. The king praised the boy and said that this was a serious achievement for such a young man. In his opinion, he does not deserve such praise because he took only 10th place when Master Chen Ren became better, and the young master was speechless from what he heard. The king's attendant noticed that the student from Yangzhou mentioned on the posters was a friend of the young master. Punjin Yang did not look masculine enough, but he was elegant and intelligent. The king of the agency was happy that his son Li Chengren was able to make friends with the smart boy. The young master wondered when they might have seen his name on the poster and then remembered that they were hung all over Hangzhou. The king asked what they were doing here, and the boy replied that he had come to return a borrowed book from a young master. Li Chengren quickly took control of the situation, saying that Punjin Yang was a little interested in the sorting ceremony. But they heard loud and cheerful shouts of congratulations in honor of Li Ben Ren. A group of men were discussing how great they had had a good time today, celebrating the passing of the 3rd master's exam. Li Ben Ren was visibly cheerful and drunk when he suddenly saw his father and younger brother standing in front of him on the road. A group of young people bowed before the king of the agency, and he in turn asked where they were. The 3rd master explained to his father that he and his friends were just sitting and having dinner, and he wanted to go home alone, but Guteyo insisted on being escorted. Chen Ren looked at him with disgust and thought what kind of dinner was there as his brother was drunk out of his mind. The king of the agency wisely said that sharing joy with friends while young is great and invited his son and his friends to the sorting ceremony. Now it was the turn of the younger son and his new friend, and he asked what they were saying about the ceremony. Cheng Ren said that Punjin Yang had asked to attend the ceremony, but he refused him because outsiders were not allowed to enter, so he was going to send him away. The king was enraged by his words and called his son a shameless scoundrel because he not only did not fulfill the request of his friend who had come from far away, but also sent him away. He asked Punjin Yang if he really wanted to watch the ceremony. He replied that he would have loved to see it with his own eyes and bowed to the king of the agency for his understanding and kindness. Upon entering the room where the sorting ceremony was taking place, they saw many porters holding the goods in a perfectly straight line. After taking their seats, Chen Ren thanked his friend for this success, because without him, nothing would have happened, and she said that she had only heard about the ceremony through gossip. She did not know that they received so many different requests, and he explained that it is not clear at first glance that today they will only show generally available things. Goods in the chariot under the blue flag will be delivered secretly based on the order of the supply manager. Ben Ren was mentally angry with his brother because he had just returned from the bar, and because of Chen Ren, he was now obliged to take part in the ceremony. Often in those chariots, Silver coins to send to other cities' jewelry for noble ladies, bribes to people of high rank are definitely not for the bandits to know. The king and everyone else rose from their seats to prepare for the ceremony. After opening the scroll handed over by the king of the agency and reading the entire text, the chief accountant announced that the sorting had begun. The sorting ceremony began in the early evening and lasted until about 1 a.m. Lee Jong-sang announced the end of the sorting ceremony, but even then, Chen Ren knew that there would be another request from someone who was about to arrive. Someone's hand went up and rang the bell in alarm. The king of the agency, who was about to leave the ceremony, froze in his tracks, realizing what was about to happen. Poon Jinyang asked Chen Ren what was happening and what kind of bell was ringing, and he told her not to be too surprised because a strange sight was about to happen. The guards called for the chief accountant of the agency, and he heard everything himself. Only the fourth master had already arrived at the building. The world seems to slow down when the bell rings throughout the escort agency, a sound that even he, a native speaker with 30 years of experience, has not been able to get used to. But today, everything was different. He was waiting for this request like no other, and the chief accountant at the time ordered everyone to get ready. Opening the gates to those who arrived the latest, they stood tense and alert. Before them stood an old and wise-looking man wearing a headband with the sign of yin and yang on it. An old man was ringing a bell, and behind him stood the dead with their hands raised like puppets. Poon Jin-young immediately realized who had come to the ceremony and what their purpose was. Behind the old man stood the Zhongshi dead, revived by an otherworldly force. She noticed that these Zhongshi's pants were almost completely torn. She could not even imagine what they had to go through to get here. Clearing his throat, the old man introduced himself as a follower of the Maoshan sect, his name being Du Honggyong, who died 5 days ago in the Shanxia Mountains to the southwest. From Zhejiang province, more than 100 civilian soldiers are dead because of a demon who is now on the run and is now engaged in bringing them back. He came to the relevant sects at the request of their brethren for this reason to ask for help, accompanied by an accountant who introduced himself. Sun Ji-bak, the transportation manager of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, expressed his gratitude for the agency's assistance and said that he could discuss the matter with him. Du Hongkyung thanked him for such a warm welcome, and they began to discuss the details of the request. Chen Ren asked Poon Jinyang if she was surprised by what she saw, and she said that it was the first time she had seen the Zhongshi with her own eyes. They looked so much like people. He explained that living people are much scarier than those who are no longer with them. They will not do anything bad because they move only on the orders of their master. She asked if they were also considered cargo, and he explained that they were not, but that their owner was asking the agency to load them into a free chariot that was heading in their direction. Poon Jinyang was also wondering if such strange requests come often. They are received quite often during epidemics after major battles and major conflicts between sects, while in peacetime there are almost no such requests. She would never have thought that their agency would do this, and agencies don't like such requests because the smell of Zhongshi makes them crazy. Even experienced escorts try to avoid these requests, but agencies hardly charge for such escorts. The girl was surprised by this and wondered why they charged so little for it. It turned out that the agency allocates only one additional chariot for the request. There is a belief that 3 years of bad luck will haunt the one who gets rich on those who are no longer there. Poon Jinyang now understood why it was not like the usual procedure for applying for an escort. Lee Chung-ren realized that the agency would accept this request because he needed urgent help, and as a result, dozens of soldiers and carriers would be destroyed forever. The only way to stop this course of events was to force the Heavenly Dragon Agency to reject the request for an escort from the Maoshan sect. But it was probably too late, because after a long conversation, the chief accountant and the accompanying Zhongshi bowed to each other. The general manager announced that they had decided to accept this request for transportation to Jiangnan province to Mount Jianyue. Since the Taoist has already sent postal pigeons to 3 sects, people will come to meet the escorts on the mountain. The chief manager asked for the registration book, and his servant quickly found it and handed it to him. The manager looked at the book and said that there should be several caravans in their direction, namely 12 heading to Jiangnan province. He asked which of the 12 would like to accept the request, and the men held their noses, saying that if the Jiangshi went with them, they would slow down. They will have to constantly stop to open the coffins to pour herbal decoctions and check the talismans, and it is a lot of trouble on the road. The chief manager explained that only one additional chariot was needed for 10 coffins, and it was cold, so there was no need to worry about the smell. Is no one going to take on this task? Everyone was clearly indifferent to it. Chen Ren watched this and thought it was great that no one wanted to take on this task, and he would use it to make them refuse. Suddenly, Li Bin-ren slammed on the table and shouted that the agency was obliged to reject the request. He apologized to the Taoist for the inconvenience, but could he send the pigeons to the sects again and ask them to pick up the bodies from their agency? Everyone was shocked when the third master spoke. He was one of 7 masters responsible for dozens of escort soldiers. Chen Ren realized that this was his way of showing off for his friends and father. But it was a fool's act, because the Taoist asked him to explain why he was refusing his request. Ben Ren explained to him that those who died were martial arts masters and fell at the hands of other masters, and the agency did not want to be involved in the conflict. It seems that he was wrong about something. These warriors laid down their lives in an attempt to stop a monstrous demon and perish at the hands of other masters of fiction. Ben Ren was still proving that his statement was not false because they had died in the battle with the master, even if that person was a demon. The Taoist had nothing to say to this because it was impossible to prove his case without evidence. He is such a fool to suggest that we should not believe the words of this man, even though he is dressed in the garb of a special sect. Li Chengren noticed that his friend was sitting on Ben Ren's left hand and muttering to himself. The fact was that all this time his brother was simply repeating what his friend was telling him with the help of sound transmission techniques. Li Ben-ren finished expressing almost his opinion by hitting his fist on his palm, and his friend immediately fell silent as if nothing had happened. The general manager thought for a long time about what would be the right thing to do in this situation, and decided to ask what the escorts thought. Do the rest of the 7 masters share the same opinion? To which I received the answer that they do not think so. Chen Ren thought that it was normal to hesitate. They would look too heartless if they agreed with Ben Ren. But this is the only way to refuse this request. The girl asked the same thing. Isn't it easier to refuse a request if no one agreed? He explained that the agency has a tradition of not refusing requests without a good reason. Jiangshi magic was created to bring bodies back to their homeland to their families. If it were not for these soldiers, neither their country nor the agency would exist, so as a sign of honor, it became a tradition to accompany them for free, even if they were not soldiers who died on a real battlefield. These fighters ended their lives in a fight with a demon that has already killed many civilians, which means they should be respected as true warriors of their country. After finishing his speech, Chen Ren looked around and noticed that everyone was silently watching him. He asked her why she was looking at him so strangely if he had something on his face, and she laughed and said that she was not the only one looking at him. And everyone else at the ceremony was also looking at him with their heads turned. But his father and older brother watched him most closely and with serious faces. Li Chengren was almost panicking from being in the public eye, and he couldn't understand why everyone was staring at him. Pun Jin Yang explained that it seems that everyone present heard his speech about Jiangshi. They are all experienced masters and know how to amplify hearing well, so when he spoke so quietly, they could still hear him. After his speech, the manager said that he was on the side of the Taoist from the Maoshan sect, and there was no reason to doubt his words. His thoughts completely coincided with those of the 4th master, and Chen Ren blamed himself for this because he had ruined his plan on his own. The general manager wanted the Northern Dragon convoy to take over the transportation of the Jiangshi, and he reminded Zhang's chief escort that mistakes in this mission were unacceptable. He bowed to the manager, obeying him at this stage, and only the king of the agency could deny his words. All missions were scheduled, and the triage ceremony was nearing completion when it was suspended again. The 2 eldest sons of the king of the agency were sent to the manager, saying that problems could arise if everything was decided unilaterally. The chairman asked the leader of the Northern Dragon if he had any objections. He explained that Zhang's group's destination was Yangzhou, 5 days from where the Jiangshi needed to be escorted. The manager had to be aware that the Northern Dragon had to deliver 120 tons of rice to Fujian province in 15 days. For this mission, they need all the soldiers and carriers, so the group has no time to delay. The manager understood what he was saying, but now everyone has problems. Therefore, they would be assigned second carriers and soldiers, and there was no more discussion about the fact that the older brothers were furious with this decision. Chen Ren wondered what he could do. He couldn't let this happen. He had to stop them before it was too late. He could think of nothing better than to raise his hand and nominate himself for this mission. Everyone was again shocked by his courage or stupidity. Ben Ren reminded them that there was only 1 month left before the capital exam, and he decided to go on a mission. The manager explained that only escort soldiers and porters could join this mission, and he could not allow a potential tragedy to occur, so he insisted. He said that he wanted to go as an accompanying Jurin, and they needed to know that the young master was capable of it. But Jurins don't go on escort missions. It's a rare event, but he'll make an exception for him. He understood how he felt about the brave deeds of the fallen, and he would rather stop, let them take care of the Zhongshi themselves, and let him prepare for the exam. Chen Ren passed the provincial exam only for the sake of rank and the opportunity to go on escort missions. The capital exam loses all meaning for him if he is not even eligible for it. People started discussing his decisions, thinking that he had matured and was still making bad decisions. The manager said that if he passes the capital's exam, he will be able to become at least a regional magistrate. But would he really give it all up for the position of an escort soldier? And so it was that Li Chengren clearly knew his purpose in this life and how to achieve it. The manager could not understand why he wanted to become a warrior so desperately. In the past, he had already had such a dream of becoming an escort warrior, and his friend thought he was drunk to dream like that. How could an ordinary carrier become a warrior? Since he was lame, he was advised to go to school and become a government official after graduation. While they were having a drink, the head of the escort, Ga Bulam, came to the restaurant. Someone from the escort approached him with gratitude because his son survived thanks to the medicine he gave him, and the head of the escort was happy to hear it. The reason why he wants to become a warrior, he looked at his father. He asked the escort soldiers why they chose this path. Did they become escorts because they lacked the talent to hold public office? He did not understand why being a government official was better than being an escort soldier. Do they really regret the years they spent on this noble cause? The soldiers began to answer one by one that how could they be sorry? They were very proud of their work. If they ask why he wants to become an escort warrior, he wants to become not just a simple warrior, but a respectable one. To live his life with dignity like all other soldiers, regardless of what other people think or say about it. For him, this direction made more sense than a public office. His father did not even know how to react to his speech. An escort warrior is a martial artist who dedicates his life to working for the escort agency, the king of the agency, Li Zhongsang, the escort commander. Huang Sok Sang Li Gab, Ren Li, Yol Ren Li Ben Ren, group leaders, pavilion leaders, chief escorts all count as escort warriors. Just as swordsmen dream of becoming great masters and scholars dream of becoming masters of writing, so escort warriors dream of becoming respected escorts. Only 4 people have managed to become famous throughout the Central Valley, 4 great and respected escorts who are respected among agencies as heroes. One of them, Li Zhongsang, was promoted to the rank of honorable in the Heavenly Dragon Agency, and he took another step and became known as the King of Escorts. All the others are also experienced warriors, and his answer knows exactly the place in their hearts. And then Li Chengren, the 4th master and youngest son, would turn everything upside down. Poon Jinyang laughed and reminded him that he had only one question, and everyone laughed and shouted that his friend was right about that. Chen Ren asked a lot of questions, and it was impossible to argue with him. He was completely right. He was called an incredible master because he bravely defended himself and his personal position, receiving understanding from the soldiers of the escort. But it will be all for naught if the king of the agency opposes his speech. But his father just smiled, clearly appreciating his efforts. The manager stated that the Heavenly Dragon Agency officially states Li Chenren will be hired as an escort warrior. He will also join Zhang Riangi's convoy heading to the Jianyue Mountains. The 2 older brothers were talking to each other about how things had taken a very strange turn. Li Chengren could not believe his happiness. He had finally managed to become an escort warrior because he had dreamed of it for so long. The manager said that all the missions had been assigned and the ceremony was coming to an end. But before he could finish his last word, he was interrupted again, this time by Poon Jin Yang, who asked to hire her as well. Punching her fist in the palm of her hand, she said that she was Poon Jin Yang, who took 10th place in the exam. She will be immensely grateful if they hire her for a mission to the capital exam. Chen Ren was angry. Why did she suddenly decide to go out without him, and was she going to treat him to noodles right after the capital exam? He explained that the escort mission is harder than she thinks. There is no swimming, no sleeping in the mountains and fields if they don't make it to the city by nightfall. Her life could be in danger at any moment. She said that there are people who live in such a dangerous job to feed their children and support their parents. But everyone she saw here was living this dream, even though she didn't have her own sword and wasn't so fragile that she couldn't withstand a few days of mission. And it takes 5 days to walk to the mountain, but she knows a way that will take only 3 days. Her homeland of Yangzhou, after all. The manager stated that crossing the rivers and mountains of the Central Plains is their job, and how can she know routes they have never heard of? He asked if he was responsible for his words, and Poon Jin Yang replied that he was without a doubt, and that he was putting his hand on it. Lee Chungrin noticed that she behaved like a real man, and they would have become best friends if not for the masquerade between them. Lee Jongsang called Soksang over to talk to him and asked him what he thought about Zhong Ryong and whether he really wanted to become a warrior. Soksang told him that it was just bravado. He's very stubborn, just like his father. But what's the use of all this if he doesn't know anything about martial arts? But this is not a problem. The escort warrior must know martial arts to protect the cargo on the mission when it is necessary, and there are other ways to fulfill it. He feels sorry for him because his son has so many easy ways in life. If he really wants to become an escort warrior, he can go on missions, and then to become the head of the pavilion. Before, he looked like he was going to wander the world all his life, and now he has embarked on a rather difficult path for him. Song Chan agreed with the king's words, and also said that he knew a second warrior of the same escort. He followed this path for 40 years, and became the owner of the largest escort agency in Zhejiang province. Did he really mean to say that his son was following in the same footsteps, and that it was quite spontaneous, and that since he wanted to do so, he just had to trust fate? By the way, if he becomes a respectable warrior as he wishes, he will have to fight with his brothers, whether he likes it or not. Of course, if he doesn't lose his life even earlier, like all the other ordinary soldiers. Fate is something that can only be jinxed by the gods themselves, and people can only obey. Li Zhou's son has been watching him for 22 years, and his recent actions have struck him as an ordinary father who wants to know what his son is really like. No matter how many times a worm is spun, it remains a worm, and there are worms that eat snakes and throw wild boars off their feet. For example, the spirit of heaven and earth on Mount Wuji, which is talked about throughout Jiangsu. The king ended the conversation and asked about that girl, Poon Jin Yang, who wanted to join the mission. Does he have any idea who she is? And Sung Chang said she was too young to be famous. She has an unusual gait and was definitely trained in martial arts. But why did she disguise herself as a man, perhaps to get closer to Chen Ren? But he shouldn't have been so worried. The king himself had noticed that they always look at each other with warmth. She is a cheerful and clean girl with an elegance in her words and behavior, and she definitely came from a rich family. Still, we can't ignore it. The king ordered us to find out more about her. He also ordered a capable escort soldier to reinforce the convoy. Sun Chan had just such a man in reserve for anyone besides Gab Ren, Yol Ren, and Ben Ren. His name is Gabulam, one of their newcomers, and he defeated most of the main escorts using a long sword. And he is also very experienced in Jiangsu, and he is the right person for this mission. Meanwhile, Ben Ren and his older brothers were saying about Chen Ren that he didn't even understand martial arts. What kind of speech was that? He went on a mission at a time when he was supposed to be preparing for the exam. They couldn't believe it for the best in the provincial exam. It was real. He would have had a great chance if he hadn't underestimated the capital exam. Ben Ren said that his older brother thought too highly of him. Yol Ren asked Ben Ren if he was really going to take the capital exam. My brother did not understand what the question was about, and it was obvious because he had also passed the provincial exam. His mother could have bribed a judge to help him pass the provincial exam, and how are they going to pull it off in the capital? Are they going to go all the way to Beijing to bribe everyone involved? Gab Ren said that Chen Ren had changed a lot in such a short time, and that their father's attitude towards him had changed with him. He explained that their father had given their younger brother his meteorite dagger, which was a very valuable object. Gab Ren said that it was better for this seedling to never become a big tree. Soon after, the escort mission began, with a convoy led by Zhang Rian-gi, Li Cheng-ren, and Pun Jin-yang moving toward their destination. The commander-in-chief of the convoy asked the fourth foreman if he was okay, and he asked why he was asking, and he said that he was barely driving. "Is it strange?" Chen Ren asked, and was told that yes, it looked very strange. The fourth master turned to the head of the convoy with a question. Can they take a short break? Because if this continues, soon there will be nothing left of his offspring, and he was denied this. After all, there is a clear schedule of how far they have to go in a day, and they have to reach the Chansa Valley before sunset, so you can't change the schedule because of it. Chen Ren knew that last year a new trail had been laid along it to the valley, only 6 hours away. He was just mocking him. But there's no one to blame for that. He's a fool for not learning to ride a horse. Who would have thought that keeping balance would be so difficult? The head of the convoy asked the fourth master if he wanted to get down from his horse and walk if it was so difficult for him. Just leading a horse will not be as exhausting for him as being a carrier and pulling a load on his back. The convoy heard the fourth master being verbally mocked by their commander-in-chief and burst into laughter. Zhang Rian-gui, leaving the convoy behind, rushed forward, shouting that they would meet later. Pun Jin-yang said that with such a posture he would not get far. Chen Ren told her that he was fine for now, and that he was fine. She asked him to straighten his back and shift his center of gravity to his hips, gently squeezing his legs as if he were hugging a horse. Chen Ren did everything she said, asking if he was doing everything right. The horse beneath him was rearing up, and the young master was afraid that he would fall on it, but he felt that he had to keep his balance at all times. The precious daughter of the Namgun clan was so good in the saddle, he had no time for pride. He had to learn quickly until the person lost the desire to teach him. He tried his best to keep his balance, and he thought that he could save Pun Jin-yang at any moment. Jin-yang taught him and supported him verbally that he would make it. Each of the animal's 4 legs moves independently, so its body has to adapt to this, and it takes time, and he asked me to teach it something else. She smiled and said that we shouldn't expect him to learn everything so quickly. How can he tell all the secrets of passing the exam in just 1 plate of noodles? Chen Ren said that he was giving 7 cups of noodles and dumplings on top, to which she asked if there were not supposed to be dumplings. He said that this answer satisfied her, as it was still a green liquor made from green bamboo leaves. She taught him how to hold the reins and try to keep his movements in time with the horses swaying. Then slowly let go of the hands. If done correctly, the whole upper body synchronizes with the horse's movements as if it were one with the horse. At first, he loosened his arms and finally felt the horse's movements under him as he should. Who would have thought that you could learn this just by following the instructions? It was definitely worth the extra dumplings. Pun Jin-yang was happy to hear this and kicked the horse's ass with all her might and shouted that he would now work for bamboo liquor. The horse took off and galloped forward with all his might, and Chen Ren tried not to fall off his saddle. She shouted at him to do his best, since she had taken over his training, because in critical situations, such methods are always much more effective. Chen Ren flew forward on his horse directly at the convoy, shouting at them to get out of his way or they would lose their lives. He was begging the horse to stop here, and the humiliation alone would not be enough. Serious injuries could result. But suddenly he found himself thinking that he could feel his horse's movements again. But the movements were as if time had slowed down again, just like in the restaurant. Chen Ren remembered that he had superpowers with them. He can now feel completely different movements and changes in his horse's behavior. He rode for 6 days, testing himself and learning new things in this business, and eventually he succeeded. He was caught up by Pun Jin-yang, who knew he would learn quickly, but she did not expect him to learn so quickly, and he said that it was all thanks to his teacher. But without his abilities, he could not have done it so quickly, and the girl said that he could have just agreed. But it was hardly because of her. He thought that without Poon Jin Yang, that is, without Nam Gun Soso, he would not have been able to cope. He handed her a flower he had picked on the way and said that this was a gift for her. Poon Jin Yang was outraged at why he was giving the flower to the boy, and he asked why not, because not everyone likes willows. She asked him to throw away that flower, or, better yet, to blow it to the girl, and he thought that she was a girl. She blushed and said that, for example, she could give it to Lady Cho Yon. He asked where she could have heard this about him, and Yong said that only deaf people in Hangzhou do not know. He thought that it was his karma or something like that, because Poon Jin Yang wanted to ask him something. She gathered her courage and asked him what he liked about Lady Yon. Chen Ren asked if she had seen her before, and she replied that she had only met her a couple of times. Realizing that she had said too much, she corrected herself and said that they had never met before. Chen Ren laughed and said that they would introduce them one day. Although it was all a rumor, it is said that she is one of the 3 beauties of Hangzhou, and she is really very pretty. But it has always been the case that bees are attracted to the scent of a flower, not its appearance. Poon Jin Yang asked if Yeon smelled bad, and the 4th master laughed and explained that if you like a person, you like everything about them. Likes, habits, voice, eyes, pronunciation, and perspectives are only one factor among many, and even that is quite subjective. If the question was whether he liked her or not, he probably didn't like her, and her appearance was not really important to him. He sounds quite convincing for someone who jumped into the lake because of this girl, and he explains that he has rethought a lot of things when he was on the brink of death. She had heard more than she wanted to hear, and she didn't ask any more questions. Speaking of their agreement, would he tell her about the books he used to prepare for the exam? He said he didn't remember them all by heart, but he will definitely remember them a little later and asked for time to do so. She stopped the horse and looked at him angrily as if he was trying to turn away from her. If it is so important to her, he will be able to remember when and teach him acupuncture. Lee Chung-ren explained that during the exam he saw a pen with a steel tip. Such tips are used to hit acupuncture points, thus neutralizing the enemy, and she herself had studied this a little at the Martial Arts Academy. It will be difficult to teach someone this, and people don't teach martial arts to others that easily, or he doesn't know that, and he only asked for the location of these points. Critical points are also called mute points to leave the possibility of speaking and paralyzing points by striking, which can neutralize the enemy. Isn't this information a secret? She was surprised that he didn't even know this, because Chen Ren is the 4th master of the agency. But he said that if he didn't want to talk, he should forget, because he couldn't remember anything about the provincial exam anyway. She gave up and said that she would tell him about the dots, but for some reason, she felt that she was not getting any benefit from it all. Meanwhile, the convoy was passing through the mountains, and a small obstacle arose on their way. Zhang Rian raised his hand to the mountain, ordering the entire convoy to stop. This alarmed everyone. Most of them wondered what could have happened and decided to just watch what would happen next. The commander asked why the 2 of them stuck their noses out in front of Chen Ren, asked if all the escort soldiers shouldn't be gathered together in such a situation. The commander-in-chief said that he did not seem to know much about the world of escort soldiers. Lee Chung-ren asked him why he didn't teach him this if that was the case. The commander wanted to be honest with him. Even though his words sounded a bit harsh, he said that the Jurin were no match for them either there or in the agency, let alone in the mission. And the reason was very simple. They were not useful during tasks. For example, porters could carry additional cargo, push horse-drawn chariots, cook, and do laundry. Jurins do nothing at all except bear the name of warriors. Chenrin noticed that, judging by his words, the escort soldiers were also doing nothing. But why is he so sure that the young master does not know anything about escort missions? I wonder why he came to this conclusion. Then the commander-in-chief decided to do the following. He would ask him 2 questions. If he answers them correctly, he will fulfill one of his requests. But if he answers both questions incorrectly, then he's going to get it wrong. He and his friend are going to cook dinner together tonight, and they will have to feed all the soldiers, porters, and horses. He expected something like this from Zhang Riangui, since he was a subordinate of his brother Li Yeo-ren, and it seems to him that he would do anything to destroy Chen Ren. The 4th master said that if he won, the commander-in-chief would feed everyone, and he agreed to such conditions. Zhang Rangi asked if the master could see the branch lying in the middle of the road, which was a sign that people from Jianghu leave for those who are coming behind. This is called a hidden sign in the world. There are many types of them, but this one is used by escort people. Each of these warriors knows about it. The commander-in-chief asked what the name and meaning of this secret sign was. Pun Ji-yang intervened, saying that it was too much because it was their first mission. How could they know what only experienced escort soldiers know? The commander-in-chief said that it doesn't matter if it is their mission or not. If they call themselves escort soldiers, they should know this, and Chen Ren should know it even more so. The fourth master rudely interrupted him, reminding him that when a question is asked, one must listen to the answer. Perhaps the head of the escort disagrees with the words of the young fourth master. Chen Ren replied that the secret sign was called an evil tiger in ambush. After the answer, there was silence, and everyone in the escort stared at him with open mouths. Zhang Rianye was more stunned than anyone else, and even asked what he had just said. The young master repeated his answer again, emphasizing that the name of the secret sign is an evil tiger in ambush. But I had to tell you the meaning of this sign, which means that there may be an ambush in the forest ahead. Chen Ren reminded him that he would be looking forward to dinner and that he should not forget to feed all the horses. The convoy was approaching its first stop in the picturesque Chansa Valley. The commander saw that a gang of bandits who called themselves the Green Forest were resting ahead, so he ordered the soldiers to remain vigilant. Li Chengren asked Pun Jinyang if she knew how to fight with swords, and she replied that she had a little experience in it. He asked if he was a student or a martial arts master, and she said that you don't have to be a master to be called a warrior, and since he passed the provincial exam, he is now more of a scientist. Chen Ren thinks that she can handle both of these areas, and why she tries to learn to become a warrior just like the Shaolin Buddhists. But she had a dream of creating a Marima sect together with scientists, and in order to fulfill it, she needed to pass the capital's exam. Chen Ren laughed good-naturedly and asked if it sounded so unrealistic and he just didn't hear such a serious reason. But I definitely did not expect her to share this with him. She was preparing for the future. If she became a martial arts master, she would come up with her own technique. That's why she is taking the imperial exams now, while she still has time, and Chen Ren asked why she was telling him about such important things. Firstly, because she has already heard his dream, and thirdly, it will help to avoid his annoying questions about the combat techniques she will use. She may be saying it too late, but in the battle itself she is much more talented than he could have imagined. He thought that she was saying that she was going to fight, even though he didn't like bragging and felt that he sincerely wanted to support her. He just said that unfortunately they wouldn't fight, so she didn't have to worry about it. She didn't understand what he meant by that, but he explained that instead of shedding each other's blood, it would be more efficient to use money. A man named Yom Wang was on his way to the head of the Kushan camp, and he addressed Commander Zhang, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The commander asked him if everything was as usual, to which he laughed and replied that if something had happened, he would not be standing here now. Yom Wandu noticed that this time they had a lot of goods, and asked where they were going. Zhang Rianyi said that they would stop by Yangzhou and then head to Mount Jiangnu, to which he said that it was a long way. He mentioned that there was a heavy rain last night and the river level rose, so they will not be able to cross it now and will have to wait at least until tomorrow. With no other way out after the rain all over the valley, they had no other option but to wait it out. It was not good. They had to get out of the valley at any cost, and people could not oppose nature itself. Since it happened, Yom Wandu offered to eat with them all, as they were cooking the prey that was wandering around their camp. There would be enough meat for everyone, and Chen Ren was alerted by his friendliness. Zhang Riangui hesitated, but they had no choice at the moment. So he ordered the escort soldiers to dismount and the porters to lower the cargo because they would wait here for a while. Following the order, they tied up their horses and sat down on the ground to rest and eat. Zhang Riangi and Yom Wandu had a fun lunch together and had a lot to talk about, so they sat separately from the others. Chen Ren ate tough meat and thought that it would be impossible to tell whether he was eating meat or dry root. Pun Jinyang asked him if it was always like that, and he explained that the main attendants are always well-fed wherever they go. She didn't quite mean it, but she asked if it was really calm to sit and eat with such people, or if it was a common thing for them. She seems to not know much about what is happening in the agency and on missions. She thought that when she met a green forest, she would have to organize a massacre. If we had to do this every time, there would be no soldiers and carriers left alive, and the same goes for bandits. She still couldn't believe that it was that simple, and those who applied for the delivery might feel betrayed if they saw it. He explained that something could always go wrong, and then a fight would be hard to avoid. For example, when the leader of a stronghold changes when they demand an unprecedented amount of money for moving, or when groups of accompanying agencies do not consist of people they already know, there are various factors to consider. Chen Ren noticed that the atmosphere in the camp today was rather strange. Zhang Rianye continued to watch the two of them for a long time. Poon Jinyang looked at him and wondered why he was looking at them, and the young master said that sooner or later they would find out. Their commander-in-chief approached them and addressed Master Chen Ren. He said that they have a problem. It seems that there is a newcomer among them who joined the stronghold after the killing of an official and his family in Jinan. But had they heard of the induction ceremony, Chen Ren asked what kind of induction ceremony it was, and he explained that between the Green Forest Gang and the escort agencies allow newcomers to choose one person from the opponent's lineup for a duel when the atmosphere is tense. Green Forest calls it an induction ceremony, and their agency calls it a stupa ceremony. But the fact was that the newcomer on their side chose Chen Ren's friend for the fight. That was their proposal. But Poon Jinyang said that they really thought she was that weak, asking if there were any rules for the fight. But Zhang Rianye threw up his hands and said that in principle there are no rules at all. But the girl was not simple, and cunningly asked if she could let her opponent live in that case. But the commander-in-chief was quick to explain that this could cause great enmity between them, so it was better to end on a good note. She asked whether the fight ends when the enemy surrenders or when he cannot continue fighting, and what happens if she refuses to participate in the ceremony. Chen Ren explained that in this case they would not allow them to cross the river even tomorrow when the river level drops to normal, so she had no choice. Chen Ren had not participated in such a mission in his previous life, and heard what happened after they returned from the mission. The strangest thing is that there was not supposed to be any ceremony for Zhang Rianye. It was he who persuaded the leader to find a newcomer and arrange this absurdity to fight him. If he could, he would have sent him to the match, and he would have had problems if the fourth master had been injured in the match. So he forces his friend to take part in it, because that way he will have to take responsibility for it. But it is unlikely that he could have come up with this himself. His brother Yol Ren is behind him, and I wonder what orders Rianye might have received from him. Perhaps he was ordered to destroy him. In any case, this is a great opportunity to prove yourself as a warrior. Zhang Riang said that he would go to the fight, and people asked him why he would go if they chose Poon Jinyang. He explained that his friend joined them by accident and had nothing to do with the escort agency. It would be more correct if he took part in the fight. He thought that this was his chance to show his skills, and he should not have missed this opportunity. And Zhang Riangui will be happy about it. He said that if he insists on it, of course he can take part instead of his friend. Suddenly, someone called out to the fourth master, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. The young warrior wanted to settle everything in this. Chen Ren recognized Gabulam, who would have thought that they would meet here. Gabulam asked the young master for permission to participate in his place, and Chen Ren refused. He had already decided to participate on his own, and the young warrior insisted on reconsidering this decision. Suddenly, Poon Jinyak stood up from her seat and shouted at them to shut up, as if they hadn't heard what the gang wanted, and she would take part, and no one else. Chen Ren sternly replied that this would not be the case, reminding her that this was a personal matter of the escort agency to which she had absolutely nothing to do. Moreover, this was now a yogi's fight. Picking up his weapons and leaving them behind him, he confidently moved towards the gang of Green Forest. Chen Ren approached one of his agency's porters, who was peacefully eating his lunch, and noticed that a fourth master was standing in front of him. He quickly got up from his seat and bowed to him, and the master of the agency wanted to ask him something. The bearer was afraid to exchange swords with him, but did not realize what the master had asked him to do. But Li Chengren repeated that he was exchanging his sword for his palaver, and the bearer gladly agreed to hand him his weapon. The swords of the agency's warriors are of quite high quality, but the palaces of the carriers are rough and ungainly and heavy. But the fourth master remembered these feelings because it was his sword, which he had wielded in his previous life for 30 years. Chenren explained to the commander that this was his ceremony of entering not only the camp, but also the ceremony of entering the escort, so he would choose his own opponent. They are a convoy of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, and they must not forget that the bandits should not have any influence on them. But he must understand that this is not a child's game, but also not a fight for survival. They will still be using real weapons against each other, so they may not be seriously injured. Therefore, the fourth master must remember that it was his own decision. Chenren asked him why he addressed everyone as escort soldiers and called him the fourth master, and he said that he was the fourth master. He recommended that he keep it simple and call him Li's escort warrior. The commander-in-chief said that he was more comfortable calling him the fourth master, and he realized that he simply did not want to recognize him as an escort soldier. Chenren said that in that case they would make a bet, because there are rumors that he likes that kind of thing. If he loses in a battle, he will fulfill any request of the commander, who can even drive him out of the agency or make him a carrier. But if he wins this battle, he will become the commander-in-chief of this convoy. Zhang Riangye explained that it would be difficult to do just as it is impossible to change horses on a crossing, nor is it possible to change the head of the convoy in the middle of a mission. Then he proposed to make him acting for 3 days, as the rules definitely allow. He knew all the rules well, so the commander-in-chief agreed to his terms to see what his overconfidence would cost him. Chenren approached the bandits of the Green Forest and looked at each one in turn, choosing a worthy opponent. He chose the biggest bandit over there, and he called him the biggest-headed one of them all. Everyone began to ridicule Chenren, and the headed thug asked him if he even realized who he was and with whom he was messing. He was known as the Buffalo King of Demons and was also the deputy leader of the Kunshan camp. Chenren said that they have the head of the Blade of Hades and his deputy Buffalo King of Demons. It seems that only the greatest creatures of hell have gathered. He introduced himself as a new escort warrior of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Li Chenren Buffalo said that there was too much pathos why he chose him. Chenren replied that he chose it because there is no better offering than the head of a buffalo. He waved his weapon at him, called him an insolent scumbag, and said he would destroy him along with his excesses. He was not only strong in appearance, even a light hit could be fatal for him. But it was a good thing, because in this way he could test his skills in a real fight as soon as possible. The buffalo shouted at him not to be happy that he was able to block his blow, and Chenren noticed that his opponent was moving very nimbly and quickly. The buffalo told him that he knew he was too weak to fight him, and with one movement he knocked the sword out of the fourth master's hands. With incredible strength, Chenren flew away from the enemy and landed softly on the ground. The buffalo triumphantly walked toward him. He raised his weapon to deal the young master the last critical blow. But Chenren took off and counterattacked, because while he was dodging his blows, he was waiting for the moment when he would be fully exposed to him. After all, people lose their vigilance when victory seems so close, and then they start acting rashly. Chenren caught his head in his strong hands and delivered a quick and critical knee strike right to his face. The blow was so strong that the buffalo flew away from him and fell to the ground half alive, scaring people from his camp, while Chenren wiped the sweat from his face, calling him a jerk. Pan Jinyang had recently taught him that there are 12 important pressure points in humans. If he is not sure that he will be able to hit them, then just let him hit the enemy's face, because whatever part of him is hit will be fatal. This turned out to be a valuable and useful lesson for him, because if he hadn't known this, everything could have turned out the other way around. He turned to the buffalo, took its face in his hands, and struck it again. The buffalo begged him to stop, and he pressed on the point of its head, causing a slight concussion that would make even an elephant lose consciousness and fall. Chenren looked at him triumphantly and thought that he would never have thought it would actually work. The head of the convoy could not believe his eyes, wondering how he could do it. He had never even studied any martial arts, yet he dodged blows with such speed and was able to turn the tide of the battle almost at the very end. Chungren wondered why everyone thought he had never studied martial arts, and Poon Jin Yang explained that this insult was clear from his movements. Clumsy and without form, as if he was moving intuitively, he laughed and asked if it looked like he could move. She denied that she was trying to say that it looked like he was born for this. She couldn't believe that such a talented man hadn't studied martial arts before. Why he was wasting his life on all sorts of nonsense. Suddenly, the head of the escort appeared behind them and congratulated him on passing the ceremony of joining the escort. Chen Ren thanked him in return, saying that without him this would not have happened, and how much he had confirmed his skills. He becomes the acting chief escort for the next 3 days, handing him a wine bottle as a symbol of the chief escort. Soldiers and porters are forbidden to take their own glasses on escort missions so that they do not secretly drink wine. But the head of the escort is an exception to the rule, because they develop a little wine for everyone if they need to raise their morale. Since this rule has been in place for a long time, the most ordinary wine glass has become the object of the escort's head popping up. Chung Ren told him that he had been having problems with his business lately and hoped that he would have a good rest while everything was under his control. He called the escort warrior Gabulem to him and ordered him to gather all the porters and soldiers of the convoy. And he announced his first order as acting head of the escort. For the next 3 days, all the escort soldiers will walk the route on foot, and the carriers will learn to ride horses, and the soldiers will help them. Negotiations began among the soldiers and convoy bearers, none of whom expected such a decision and changes in the usual way. This is the order of the head of the escort. If someone disobeys, they will be severely punished according to the rules of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Li Chengren still remembered the last moments of his past life. 9 carriers were trying to escape while he was stalling for time, and he wondered if any of them had survived. Most of them were most likely caught and killed because they could not run away for long, and if they knew how to ride, at least half of them would have escaped. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a voice telling him that he was no ordinary newcomer and congratulating him on his victory. At the ceremony, he also said that he would let them pass tomorrow when the water level drops, and the tolls will be collected then, and they can also stay here overnight. But for some reason, Li Chengren was not quite sure about this, and Yom Wang-du did not understand why the young master had told him so. One of the bandits of the Green Forest gang ran toward them, warning them of the danger, and their leader asked what the sound of the drums was. People from the Chestnut Dragon camp were approaching them on the water with a red flag. Yom Wan-do ordered to quickly gather absolutely everyone who was now in this camp. Poon Jin-yang asked why they were so nervous. Chen Ren explained that those people from the Cheshwitago Dragon camp were pirates who control all the rivers in the area. He also said that if Imugi came out of the water, he would definitely not go back until he caught his prey. It seems like it will be a very rowdy time. The head of the Scaled Dragon Camp, Doc Hackman, said that he had not seen Chairman Zhang Rian-gi for a long time. The commander-in-chief also said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked what brought them here today. They found out that the Heavenly Dragon convoy had a problem crossing the river, so they came to help because the river is under their control. The Chansa River Valley becomes their territory from this day forward. If the agency has any problems with transportation, they can simply ask them for help instead of the bandits. Yom Wan-do was furious at his words and asked him what he was doing, and he said that he had heard of him and introduced himself as the head of the Cheshwitago Dragon Dok Gakman. But the gang leader became even more enraged because the valley had always been under the control of the Big Turtle camp. It was impossible to take over territories just because the river flooded them. What kind of nonsense is that? He knew that the valley sometimes floods, and that even in the dry season, one night of rain would be enough to make the river overflow its banks. Doc Hackman said that doesn't that mean the valley should belong to them, but the leader said that he didn't seem to understand it well. They were surrounded on all sides by the people of the Green Forest, ready to fight for their territories at any moment. The leader of the Green Forest asked if he knew why this mountain was called Kunshan, because the poisonous monster Kun lives here. Pun Jin-yang asked Chen Ren what kind of kung was this, and he said that it was the poisonous kung snake from Mount Kunshan. This is the name of a snake that lives here, also called the 7-step viper, and if it bites someone, they will be dead before they can walk 7 steps. It looks like they lubricated the arrowheads with its venom, which is usually yellow, but these are almost red, so even a scratch is enough to instantly kill it. And what did she expect from the bandits, who are all the same, taking each other's territories for nothing and greasing their arrows with poison, and this is probably just the beginning. In a previous life, there was a great battle between these two camps, and the Scaled Dragon camp emerged victorious. After capturing the valley, they lowered the gangway so that the Heavenly Dragon's escort could bring the chariots aboard. But the latter could not support the weight, and the cargo fell right into the river. The convoy still had to wait another day until the water level dropped to normal to cross to the other side. Chen thought that in this life he could now do without battle and sacrifice. This time everything will be different. No one will be wounded or killed. They need to get to the other side today and not give anything to the bandits, he ordered the soldiers to gather. They could not take sides. If they chose one, the other would become their enemy. Judging by the number of scaled dragon fighters empty-handed, they have no intention of returning. Zhang and Guyi asked what the young master thought about this, since he was temporarily acting as the head of the escort, and it was he who would make the decision. They asked whether Chairman Zhang was sure that the scaled dragon would appear here, and he replied that it was as much a surprise to him as it was to them. Pun Jinyang asked why he was not prepared, and that it was strange that the head of the convoy was so bad with information. He replied that the head is not omnipotent. There are a lot of gangs and hostile groups around the world, and how can you predict all their actions? But he could have prepared for such a development. He is no better than Chen Ren now, and he ended their dispute, saying that he had a couple of ideas about it. That year, 50 Green Forest bandits found a way for chariots through Mount Huanggan. Traders and agencies that used to have to cross the river to get out of the valley began to use this route. Not only did they no longer have to load chariots onto ships, but the journey was also one day faster. And if the scaled dragon captures the valley, he will leave the big turtle bandits without profit, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But these were just guesses, and even if they were true, what good would they do? Chen Ren smiled and said he had a plan in mind. These are bags with a round-trip fare of 50 yang in each. Did he really want to give both bandits a sack because he didn't think it would help their situation? If they can stop the conflict and get across the river today, is an extra sack too much to ask for? Zhang Rongyi didn't think it would help anyway, but since he was so confident. He had one condition. The second bag of money had to be carried by an escort soldier, because those were the rules. Gabulam put forward his candidacy, asking the young master to take him along, but Chen Ren already had someone in mind. He approached Pun Jinyang, which she did not expect at all. He took her hands and asked if she could help him with this. The escort soldiers and the leaders of the two camps gathered around the fire to discuss their next steps. Doc Hackman asked the young master who he was. Chen Ren told him to watch his language because he was not a simple warrior who came to say hello, but a representative of the Heavenly Dragon. Doc Hackman laughed and asked what the two of them wanted from them. Li Chengren turned to his friend Pun Jinyang and asked him to give him both bags of gold. She asked him for both bags at once, and he pointed with 2 fingers and clarified that 2 meant both bags. Each bag contains 50 yangs. A total of 100 is the maximum that the Heavenly Dragon can afford. Their offer was simple. First of all, they do not care who gets the valley, so they are not going to participate in their showdown, and let them decide who is right and who is wrong. Second, they are in a hurry, so they are willing to overpay to cross the river as quickly as possible. The head of the big turtle camp knows that this is a double fee from the usual one, so let them consider it a surcharge for urgency. But Yom Van Do had already explained to the head of the escort that it would be impossible to cross the river until tomorrow, so they would have to wait until the water level dropped. Doc Hackman heard the benefits and said that his camp could help them with this right now. Chen Ren asked him how he would do it, how he would get their convoy across the river. He explained that they had a number of wooden gangways just for loading chariots onto ships. His men will take the goods and lift them aboard the ship and pull the empty chariots up with ropes. And when they are submerged, they will quickly cross the river to the other side where they can continue their journey on dry land. Chen Ren agreed to his proposal by shaking his hand and said that the fare was left to the scaled dragon. Yom Wan-do became very angry and asked if this was the final decision of the Heavenly Dragon. He understood that he was upset and hoped that he realized that they had no other choice, and he did not want to ruin their relationship because of this situation. How could he say such a thing right after he betrayed what had been built for years, promising that no chariot of the agency would ever pass through their valley again? Chen Ren said that he would simply ask the scaly dragon to help them with this. The fare goes to the person who helps you to get there. He does not understand why he is accusing the agency. Maybe he is just taking out his anger. Since he could not do anything to the scaly dragon, these words made him very angry, and he even overturned the cauldron with food. Yomwon-do said that everyone began to underestimate them only because their camp became smaller than the others, and that they might be ready to challenge the Green Forest Alliance. Perhaps he wants to say that he is provoking them to a big battle on behalf of his alliance. Yomwon-do began to make excuses that he didn't mean it, but Chen-ren laughed and told him to relax. It was just a joke, because such decisions are not made on the spur of the moment. Although as the fourth master of the Heavenly Dragon, he could have done this because he had defeated his replacement. He even got the post of temporary head of the escort, or maybe they thought it was just a coincidence. He decided to ask again if this was an invitation to a big fight, and if so, his men would go to the agency to inform his father. After all, a young master loses almost nothing, but he can say goodbye to his life for such words. Yomwon-do admitted his defeat and turned his back on them and shouted to his men to get out of here. Doc Hackman told Chen-ren that he admired his determination, and Chen-ren explained that he had to understand that he would have to return to normal relations with the camp. The Great Tortoise will no longer be available, which means that the Green Forest Alliance will be at odds with the Scaly Dragon, and he should not forget this. Doc Hackman slammed his fist into the palm of his hand in agreement with his words, and the year-old alliance represented by his group would never forget his wise decision. Zhang Riengyi was shocked by this situation and said that this could not have been allowed to happen if it had not been a dispute between small camps. But with the River Alliance and the Green Forest Alliance involved, you can't take sides, especially when it comes to the Scaly Dragon who has upset the balance. Chen-ren laughed right in his face and said that he thought he was just waiting for him to embarrass himself in front of everyone. But he realized that the young master had guessed, so he told the truth that before the mission began, the second master had told him not to restrict him in any way. He thought that if he had little experience, he would embarrass himself, and then his father and the entire agency would be disappointed in him and why he was interfering with everything going according to their plan. He was first of all devoted to the Heavenly Dragon Agency and only then to the second master. He joined the agency when he was 12 and Chen-ren was only 6. He started from the very bottom and worked his way up to the level of the head of the escort. The Heavenly Dragon Agency is the place where he spent his entire youth. Chen-ren thought that this was some kind of deception on his part again, that he was trying to make him feel nostalgic. But the head continued that he did not care what he and his brother did not share. He was just an ordinary escort warrior who was like a blade of grass swaying in the wind. But even so, he cannot allow the agency to be harmed, which is his only wish as an escort warrior. If he was so worried, he could have behaved normally from the very beginning, but for some reason it looked like he was constantly laughing behind his back. But the chairman explained that he thought that this position would be too difficult for him, and he just gave up. He even conspired with the head of the big turtle. Chen-ren asked if this was because more money had been prepared than needed, and the commander-in-chief said that it was. It sounded like the truth. But who would have thought that he would meet a real escort warrior here? But Li Chengren only told him what his escort had heard, not expecting the master to react so calmly to his words. But the young master told him not to worry. If something went wrong, it would be his personal responsibility. Poon Jin-yak caught up with him and showed him the hidden bag of gold and whispered what they were going to do with it. The young master told her to keep it until he told her to, and she demanded to know why she was doing it at all. She wanted to help resolve the conflict, not to pocket the money. He reminded her that a man should always keep his word, and once he agreed to help, he had to see it through because no one should guess. But suddenly they heard a loud sound and turned around to see what had happened. They saw that one of the chariots that was being pulled onto the ship by ropes had broken loose and fell into the river, breaking the gangway. Chen-ren approached Doc Hackman and said that they seemed to have a problem. He asked if the chariots of their agency had always been so heavy on this ramp for 10 years. But this was the first time it had happened. It seems that the chariot was indeed heavier than it seemed at first glance. It was made of oak, which absorbs moisture well even when covered with oil. His group will have to return to the base for new ladders, and if you put them one on top of the other, they should hold, but at least until tomorrow. Tomorrow, the water level will drop, and they will be able to cross the river anyway, so what's the point of loading on the ships? Doc Hackman asked him to save his face. At least this time, he would not be in debt. Chen-ren asked if he was offering to lose his reputation himself. Very concerned about this situation, the head of the scaled dragon asked the fourth master what they should do. But he just smiled smugly and said that he thought he had an idea how they could both stay in the black and not lose their reputations. If you put all their boats on top of each other, you will get gaps of 3 meters. If you put a ladder on top of them, you will get a kind of pontoon. In this way, they would be able to cross to the other side of the river with their cargo by horse and chariot. It was a good idea, but they wouldn't have enough ladders even with the one they broke if they could find suitable wooden logs. To do this, you need to climb Mount Kunshan. Chenren said that they would do it in 30 minutes, and they would be able to do it in 2 hours. But the big turtle camp will not just stand by and watch. It's one thing on the water, but in the mountains they are no match for them. Even with a numerical advantage, the bogies will destroy his soldiers, and he can't let them because of some logs. Chenren said that he would simply talk to the camp leader, explaining the situation and asking for help, and that he was not ready to lower his head before the mountain monkey. The young master pointed at himself and said that he would make the arrangements himself. Is he going to do it personally and he simply has no other options? Yomwando looked very angry at their last meeting, unless the fourth master was sure he wanted to leave alone. But Chen Ren was not sure whether he knew that this was the first escort mission, and if he surrendered, he would forever be a laughingstock in the agency. They don't have time to look for other solutions. They have to do everything in their power, so he asked him to return the money. He asked why he should suddenly return the money, and the master said that he really thought he would go to the head of the great turtle empty-handed. After all, they had promised so much and failed to fulfill the task. The chairman handed him back the bag of gold. If both camps are going to work on transportation, wouldn't it be fair to give everyone a bag? Chen Ren put himself in his place, and he too had to save face. He might not agree even for 100 coins, and he might want him to apologize to him. Doc Hackman asked if he really wanted to work with them for free, and the fourth foreman explained that he became an enemy of the great turtle only so that they could get the valley for themselves, or maybe he doesn't remember that anymore. He stood in front of them as if he were dipped in water, wondering what decision he should make to avoid being in the red. He asked Chen Ren if it was possible that he wanted to make an alliance with him again behind his back. But he replied that if he kept nitpicking every little thing, he would simply have no choice. Doc Hackman realized that the fourth master was serious and laughed out loud. He was told that rumors should not be believed, and he was the same example. He took out a bag of money and threw it to Pun Jin Yang, wishing him success in the negotiations, and he, in turn, would begin preparations with the hope that everything would go well. Chen Ren hoped that this would be the end of them. The black streak ended, and he reminded the pirate that repairing the broken chariot would cost 50 coins. They went to the negotiations together with the warrior Gabulam, and Punjin Yang was very visibly nervous. Chung Ren told her to stop cowering, that the leader was a man of principle, and that if anyone realized what they were doing, they would have to negotiate. She asked what she had to do with it, and he said that she was now his accomplice. She hadn't done anything yet. But whoever was hiding the bag of money, she asked him to take it, and he said he would share it with her when he returned. Their argument about the money was interrupted by Gabulam, who addressed the head of Chen Ren's escort. He told him that there were people in the green forest ahead of them, but they had already seen them. One of their men approached them, saying that it was not enough for them to beat their deputy, so they also gave the valley to the scaled dragon. He could not believe that they had the nerve to climb the mountains and humiliated the master by asking if he had any manhood left between his legs. The fourth master could not allow some bandit to humiliate him in front of his escorts, so he slapped him. The gangster was holding his bruised cheek, and the other gangster was calling him a bastard for doing that. While Chen Ren was asking them where their leader was, his friends behind him took up a defensive position to protect the young master in case of an attack. But one of the bandits had already swung his weapon at him, saying that he would not leave the forest alive, and he was prevented from doing so by the command to stop. Yomwando had already warned them to keep their feet off the mountain because he had not forgotten their long alliance. Did they really want it to end badly? They were in a difficult situation because there were only 3 of them against a gang of bandits and their leader. Chenren said that he had gone through so much to save him, and he was turning his swords on him in gratitude. He knew that the bandits were cruel, but not to this extent. If he hadn't intervened and asked Doc Hackman for help, they would have fought in accordance with the laws of the gangster world. Did the fourth master think that the leader was afraid of him? But Lee Chung-rin had heard about their fight in his past life. They exchanged 100 blows, but as a result, the head of the big turtle lost an arm, and he was not particularly good at martial arts. But I should have intuitively understood the difference in skills between them, but it's better not to tell him that if you don't want to make him even angrier. Chen-ren told him that he had no doubt that he would be stronger in a one-on-one fight. But as soon as Doc Hackman is wounded, his subordinates will attack him, because if he wanted to resolve the conflict peacefully, he would not have brought the army with him. Everyone already knew that he was a ruthless thug who would not obey the rules of honor. But why did he come to him to collect the reward for preventing the battle? Chen-ren explained that he had 50 pirates, and he had only 60 men. He can be sure that he will not have even half of his men left if they clash in battle. But that doesn't mean that the agency betrayed him and sided with the Scaled Dragon, and they will regret it. Chen-ren explained that the Heavenly Dragon Agency did not even think of betraying them. Yong-wan-do did not understand what he was talking about, because the fact of betrayal was more than obvious to him. The river will be dry by tomorrow, and the Scaled Dragon will have no choice but to retreat when the ships leave, so he can take men and bring in herbs and stones. Then let them transplant trees and other plants, so the soil won't be washed away, and they will have a path that won't flood until the next rainstorm. If there is an obstacle here, the Scaled Dragon will not be able to move freely and control the valley, so it was a brilliant decision. They will have to get off the ships, but the land is already the territory of the Great Turtle, and they will not have a chance, and it was true. Yong-wan-do ordered his men to immediately lower and hide their weapons. He told the young master that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them, and apologized for making so much noise without understanding. Chen-ren said that it was too early to relax because the Scaled Dragon's gangway was broken, so they could not ferry the convoy to the other side. But the agency is in a big hurry, and for everything to go according to plan, they need them to leave without the leader suspecting anything, so he asked what he needed. They needed hundreds of logs no thicker than a human hand to make a pontoon, and he asked that they drop them at the foot of the mountain. Yong-wan-do asked if he really wanted him to lower his head in front of those bastards, even though they owed him a favor, but they couldn't do that. Chen-ren looked slyly at Poon Jin-yang, hinting that she would now have to get something hidden from everyone. He told him that only they would lower their heads. Doc Hackman asked him to give him 50 coins for his joint work. He was outraged because he hadn't even taken the valley for himself for an hour, and now he wanted him to work with him for 50 coins. He was completely crazy. Chen-ren asked him to agree because the valley would soon return to his hands anyway, and they had almost succeeded in deceiving them, so why make this noise again? Yong-wan-do heard that the fourth master had become the best in the exam, and now he realized that he was not among the fools. He agreed and said he should consider it gratitude for his help, and Chen-ren said he was just doing what he had to do. But the leader didn't want to be in debt, so he started looking for something behind his back. He took out a small tube and handed it to him, saying that it was a gift for him, and the young master was curious about what was inside. This was Kun's poison, which could only be found in his camp, and at the bottom of the cloth was a finger-sized cloth completely soaked in it, enough to defeat an elephant. He has heard that such a powerful poison is worth as much gold as what it can destroy, and he is sure that he wants to give him a thing of that value. This would be a sign of his goodwill in response to the loyalty he had shown them, and he asked to receive him and also to take the money. Holding Kun's poison in one hand and a bag of money in the other, he did not understand why he had returned the money to him. The reward they will receive is full control over the valley and its future security. Since they have failed to protect it themselves, they should at least repay those who helped them with this. They were completely shocked by the course of events, and Chen-ren said that this was not part of his plans at all. They returned in complete silence, and Chen-ren noticed that Poon Jin-yang was looking strange, so he asked her why she was pouting. She said she was a little shocked by the events of the river crossing, the pirates who almost started a fight, and the broken pontoon. All of these problems just happened to be solved at once. Gabulam said that this was a small part of what they had achieved. The valley had always been their main problem. If they could build a way without flooding, then they will have the most direct and shortest route. It is difficult to say how much benefit they received for almost nothing. Chen-ren even thought this through in advance. It's good that everything went almost completely according to plan. No matter how stupid the camp leaders were, he succeeded not because he was more cunning than them, but because he knew the future. You cannot relax because of a small success. You must constantly train to become stronger, Gabulem wanted to ask Chen Ren. He said that he gives the head half of all the coins, and he noticed that the agency gave him 3 bags of 50 coins each, so isn't half of 150 coins 75 coins. Then why did the head of the big turtle take 50 as if it was necessary? Pun Jin Yang began to panic that they would be discovered and put in jail. Gabulem had a request to the fourth master because he ordered the escort soldiers to go on foot. He asked to make an exception for him because if they want to complete the mission without any problems, they need at least one experienced scout on horseback. Chen Ren wanted to object to him, but he said that such a trifle was not a problem for him. Without listening to his decision, he walked away proudly and confidently because the master had no choice but to agree. Poon Jin Yang did not miss the opportunity to also beg for a request. She wanted to sleep under the roof at least tomorrow. Catching up with Gabulem, she said that she hadn't felt the softness of a bed in so long and that she needed a hot bath because she was so sweaty. Chen Ren felt outraged and said to himself that this was not part of his plans at all. The day after they left the Chansa Valley, the convoy arrived in Yangzhou for their first destination. The merchants were given all the silk with which all 5 horse-drawn chariots were filled. The only thing left to do was to transport 9 coffins from Jiangshi to Mount Jianyu. Zhang Rian Gai asked the fourth master if everything went well, but he did not understand what he was referring to. After all, the master even skipped breakfast to go with his friend and warrior Ga on some unclear business, but he assured him that he had already dealt with it. But the chairman hinted that his clothes smelled like fried chicken. He also asked suspiciously whether the agency had any problems with money. Of course, he says that he has figured out everything, or maybe he thinks that the bandits would join forces to help them cross for free. But Zhang Riangyi said that he was just drunk, he didn't have to make such an excuse, and Chen Ren, running away from the conversation, shouted that this was his main problem. He drove up to Pun Jin Yang and asked how much further they had to go, and she told him that it usually takes 5 days to get from Yangzhou to the mountain, but they could make it in 3. If they took a shortcut, he asked what kind of shortcut. She said that their short journey would be through a weeping forest. This place is filled with beautiful trees. In the summer, they are covered with flowers. Now it is autumn. They can taste chestnuts and hazelnuts. He asked why the road is short and has a beautiful view, so why is it not used? Agencies and merchants used to walk along it, but 20 years ago, followers of the Dragon's Glory cult settled there. The name is cool, but in fact it is an evil cult that worships some unknown god, and their classes are also very strange and they suffer from some mystical sores. Their basic idea is that if you have something wrong with a part of your body, you need to cut off the same part of a healthy person's body, and they hunt people. Many of their victims are already famous traders and warriors from large associations, and local agencies have tried to unite to deal with them once and for all. But this forest is too big. Cult leader is not without intelligence. They set many traps, and their scouts are scattered almost all over the forest. If they are going to win in time by going through a weeping forest, it is better not to do it. Pun Jin Yang said she understood his fears, but nothing bad would happen to them as long as she was with them. He asked how he was so sure about that, and she said it was a bit personal, but said that the occultists in that forest were very afraid of her grandfather. Everyone looked at each other, but only Chen Ren knew her secret and who her grandfather was. The Heavenly Dragon Agency's convoy arrived at the Weeping Forest late at night. Li Chen Ren thought that he did not feel any cult followers nearby. They have saved a day in the valley and will gain another if they go through the forest, a difference of 2 days, and they take the second route. If Chen Ren had not changed anything, the martial artist would have appeared at the foot of Mount Kigma and destroyed the entire convoy. Now they are in a different place and time. He will begin to think that he has no luck left if they cross paths in this life. The chance is small, so we must not let our guard down. Gabulem approached him and ordered him to report. They examined everything within a 30-meter radius and saw nothing suspicious. 2 soldiers and 3 porters were also posted to watch, and they will change every hour. Chen Ren ordered 2 more soldiers to be added, and that he asked everyone not to light fires, and that he would personally join the first guard. Poon Jin Yang said that she had said before that if they appeared, she would deal with them. She also said that it was too cold to spend the night without a fire. Chen Ren objected that there was no point in making too much noise if you could sneak out quietly. He asked Zhang Riangi how the native speakers were being trained to ride. He replied that they would soon learn. Chen Ren asked if 3 days would be enough time to learn, and the man replied that they had been training horses for half their lives. The fourth master thanked him for following his stupid orders without delay for the past 3 days and apologized for his unworthy behavior. Starting tomorrow, he will again be the head of the escort, as they had agreed, and he hopes that they will return safe and sound. Zhang Riangui did not expect such nobility from the fourth master and could only say that he would try to keep it that way. He was asked if he knew anything about the Jiangshi they were transporting and said that they had died in a martial arts battle in the Jiangxi Mountains. Perhaps he knows some details about the battle itself, and he has only heard that the chairman has access to information that ordinary soldiers do not know about. He asked why they were so interested, and Chen Ren had heard several masters talking in the morning about how it was not so easy to defeat a great demon. Zhang Riangye said tensely that there was no point in hiding it from them if they already knew. There has long been a legend about a mystical millennial earthworm, also called the Spirit of Heaven and Earth, who lives on Mount Wujishan on Hainan Island. It sleeps deep underground all day and bathes in the moonlight at night. On the surface, it is said that if you eat it, you will be energized by the energy it has accumulated. There is nothing strange about the existence of such a worm for hundreds of years. The problem was that it was caught. If a first-class master gets such a worm, it will change his life forever, and he will become one of the 10 strongest in the world. The first person to find it was an ordinary herbalist who had no idea what value it held. So he went around showing it to everyone until it was destroyed. As a martial arts master, he took the worm for himself, but almost immediately lost his life in the hands of a stronger master. This went on for a month until he ended up in the hands of a great demon from Jiangxi province, and it seems that he was the one who had the worm. Is it the same demon that the Taoists spoke of at the sorting ceremony? The chairman replied that it was most likely a great demon hiding in the Xianxia Mountains, between Jiangxi and Zhejiang provinces, where he lived as a hermit. He was catching people and feeding them a worm. Pun Jin Yang was already jumping out of her seat at what she had heard and asked if he had really done it. The worm is very poisonous, and there were rumors that this was done to neutralize the poison. 100 masters went hunting for him, and more than half of them were killed or wounded, and the demon was also seriously wounded, so he hid in the mountains. After that, craftsmen from orthodox and non-orthodox sects joined forces to surround the mountain and set up a net from which there was no escape. This is the last thing the commander-in-chief heard about the situation, Pun Jin Yang, saying that it was a horror and asking what kind of person this demon was. Gabulam began to tell us that the old man is known as an attractive flower. Living in the Sichuan Dashan Mountains in Guangdong Province, despite his nickname, everyone considered him a madman. During all these events, it became clear that he was strong enough to be called a great demon. He lost only one battle in his entire life. The head of the Namgong Lightning Sword clan, Namgong Yuyong, was wounded by an imperial sword technique and left with a scar in the form of lightning on his face. Chen Ren thanked him for telling him and hoped that he would be caught soon, but it was getting late, so he suggested that they take a couple of sips of wine and go to bed. He gave his last order and passed the throat to Zhang's chief escort. But suddenly there was a strong, unexplained explosion, and everyone was scared, and Gabulem asked if the fourth master was okay. Li Chengren said that he was fine, but he was thinking about what could have happened to the chariot. Suddenly, one of the 9 coffins magically rose to the top and froze in midair. First, the Jiangshi's hand broke out of the coffin, and then his hands tore open the wooden lid, showing everyone his face and asking where he was. Having completely left the Taruna, the Jashni was heading towards the escort convoy. He said that he didn't care who was here because he would kill them all. The head of the convoy gave the order to take out weapons in a 6-sword formation. They needed to suppress the Jiangshi. All the soldiers of the escort rushed in front of the Jiangshi to attack and neutralize it. But as it turned out, this Jiangshi had so much strength that he easily threw all the attackers away from him in different directions. Zhang Riangai swung his sword at his legs, and he jumped up at the same moment, as if he knew where he was going to strike. The Jiangshi, in turn, jumped up unsteadily and attacked the commander-in-chief from the air, stretching out his bony hand and grabbing him by the neck. Lee Chung-ren was about to rush to his aid, but someone's hand stopped him. It was Gabulam's hand, and he explained to the young master that it was a bad idea because the situation was very bad and that he should stay away from him. All the soldiers of the escort were very worried about their commander, who was frozen in mid-air in the outstretched hand of the Jiangshi. Forbidding the fourth master to come close to the battlefield, Gabulam, drawing his sword, rushed to rescue Zhang Riangi. He moved right at them using his 18th movement grab technique. Quick as lightning, he slipped behind his head and just touched his hat, thus giving him a warning, and turned around to see his face. Now the Jiangshi held in his hands not only the commander-in-chief, but also the escort soldier Gabulam. Everyone said that it was impossible, but the fourth master ordered them to move away from them 10 steps at once. Chen-ren approached him and apologized for not recognizing him immediately and thus showing him disrespect, saying that he had been expecting him. The attractive, respectable flower was not expecting this, wondering how he could recognize him while still holding the soldiers in his arms. He asked who he was, and the master ordered him to let his comrades go so he could introduce himself, and he promised that he would not regret it. Attractive Flower tightened his grip on the necks of the convoy soldiers, wondering if the bastard was going to bargain with him. If he wanted to destroy them, Chen-ren said, he would have done it a long time ago, and they would not have been able to hide from him anyway, so why complicate things? He handed him a bottle, saying that it was a trifle on his part, but asked him to take it and quench his thirst. He huffed and agreed, having first thrown away Commander-in-Chief Zhang by force. While the attractive Flower was greedily drinking wine, the escort soldiers rushed to save the Commander-in-Chief. After quenching his thirst, he asked if it was Shaoxing wine, since they were rich. Why did they carry such junk with them? He said that it was enough to waste his time, that he should tell him how he recognized him and that he was interested in him and had been waiting for him. It would be better to tell the young master everything as it is while he is finishing the wine if he tries to escape, or his answer is not satisfactory. At the same second, he kicked a stone from the ground, which hit a tree right behind the young master with incredible speed. The tree broke and fell from such a blow, and the attractive Flower said that this would happen to his head. Chen-ren had heard about the battle in the Xiangxia Mountains and tried to analyze everything from his point of view. If he had been seriously wounded, how would he have avoided the grid tactics? The best and only way to get the millennial worm out of there was to place it in the body of a dead soldier. Then he would erase all the remnants of his energy from his body, go far into the mountains to heal all his wounds, and after a while break through the encirclement too. He took the worm, but miscalculated in that he did not think that it would turn into a Jiangshi that they would transport. He noticed that this was not his real face, was it? He asked the master if he thought that there might be a worm in one of the Jiangshi, why he opened them to test his guess. He explained that to do such a thing for his own benefit would not only be disrespectful to the soldiers who laid down their lives for his well-being, but also an insult. The sect that asked them for help had a scar on Pretty Flower's face, and he said that he was an interesting guy who could deceive thousands of people. Who came after him into the mountains, and a soldier of the escort took him and bit him, but that's why he was waiting for him. Chen-ren saw that the attractive Flower had shown his true self, which meant that it was time to act immediately. He launched a large pillar of bright light, which then divided into many small ones that froze together in the air. As soon as Chen-ren did this, the hand of the attractive Flower was already approaching him to destroy him for such an act, and he asked what he had done. He was pinned to the ground by a strong arm and said that this was a net tactic from which he would not be able to get out. It was a signal that he had been spotted, and in half an hour there would be 30 sects gathering here and bringing thousands of soldiers to kill him. Attractive Flower was very angry about this, calling Chen-ren a bastard and shouting that he would destroy him. But the young master said he would help him break the chase and get out of here. Or maybe he wanted his remains to be fed to dogs. After he loses a battle with 1,000 soldiers just to try to break through with a worm, his words made him think about it. Attractive Kvitka said that at first he had led him into a trap and now he was offering to help. Li Shorin told him all this, but he had one condition. He asked to give him half the energy of the spirit of heaven and earth. He just laughed in his face and said that he remembered him. When the Taoist brought him to the Heavenly Dragon Agency, it was there that he made a speech about how, even if they had died in the war, it would have been the soldiers of that country who had died. There would be no agency, and since they made such a sacrifice, they should not be accompanied by it. And now it turns out that he not only used the fallen soldiers as bait, but also did it for his own benefit. Everybody called him the fourth master, but is he really the son of that old king of the agency? How could such a great warrior have such a crook? Although he likes it better, he agreed to give up half of it if he got him out of the trap. But he is not going to let the rest of the escort soldiers go. Chenren swore to him that if one of them did not survive, he could not expect help from him. He knows how to blackmail, but it won't work on him. First, he will kill everyone and then tear out his tongue and ears so that he knows that it is better not to say some words. Pun Jinyang shouted to him that the lightning sword was on its way to him. After all, he was involved in the establishment of a grid from which there is no escape and will most likely arrive here soon. The attractive flower turned in her direction and asked her who she was and why she was dressed as a boy. All the soldiers of the escort looked at each other in confusion, not understanding how a girl could be among them, and how they had not noticed it. Since its essence has already been revealed, she took off her hat and said that she thought that words alone would not be enough for him, and she raised her sword to the mountain. She used the same technique that her grandfather had once used on the attractive flower, thus showing her strength in front of him. Everyone had not yet recovered from the news of the girl in their convoy and was now marveling at the lightning sword technique she had performed. Attractive Flower asked who she was related to Lightning Sword, and she said that it was very good that he remembered this technique. Letting her hair down, she said that Namgun Yuan was her grandfather, and now he must understand that these were not empty threats. Zhang Riangi and Ga Bulem simultaneously thought that they were looking at a really young girl. She wailed that if he destroyed the young master, she and the rest of the warriors would lay down their lives and fight back. They have virtually no chance, but they will definitely hold him for 15 minutes. All the soldiers supported the young girl and stood behind her. Taking a defensive stance and putting her swords forward, she shouted at him to make a decision as soon as possible. He started counting to 10, and anyone who didn't get out of here in time would be left without a head. Zhang hurried to the master, but he just put his hand forward. Ordering to take people away immediately, as time was running out, the commander-in-chief had no choice but to obey his order. He ordered all the things to be left there. The porters who cannot run fast will ride the soldiers in the six-sword formation they leave the forest. Even without this freak, this forest has enough enemies, and the sect's followers specialize in oppressing martial artists. It was good that Chairman Zhang Riangi did not argue and carried out his order. After all, in a normal situation, an escort soldier would never drop a load, and his group's reputation would be forever tarnished. But this is much better than dying so senselessly at the hands of a great demon. This will be his burden for the rest of his life as a convoy officer. Namgun Soso ran up to the young master to help him get up, and said that she would explain to him later why she was dressed like that. He yelled at her that this was not the time for fooling around, that she had to get out of here immediately, and she said she had to stay, and he kept pushing her to leave. Soso said she appreciated his desire to protect her, but if she did not go with him, there could be many more victims, and he would need her knowledge of the area. He thought that she must have forgotten that there was a cult in the forest, and that it was dangerous for the convoy. Attractive Flower told them to be quiet and threw one of the Zhangshi on his shoulder, saying that she should also go with them. She would be useful. Having said that, he went forward and ordered them to follow him. They have been out of the forest for 4 days now, and the Attractive Flower still hasn't left them. We had to make our way through the mountains without the opportunity to eat or wash, as if we were destitute. He also told Soso to save her strength because she was needed for something. She told him that she could also help him, but he said that he would kill him if he found out. When Chenren was going to tear him into small pieces, and meanwhile he was pulling him and the demon was pushing him, they came to a cave in the mountains, and an attractive flower stood in the rain near it, looking for something. When he came back to the cave, he told them that they could make a fire because it was unbearably cold. They made a fire, and Chenren asked him if he could cook and eat the frog, and he asked what he was going to cook it in. He looked around and saw a long-forgotten cauldron in the corner. He said that someone seemed to have lived here, and that they might even need the dishes, but he just sighed and said that he could do what he wanted. Chenren started cooking and washed the frog, and under the waterfall he also collected enough water in the cauldron. When he needed the dough, they asked him what it would be and where he would get the flour, and he replied that he would make noodles and always carry some flour with him. And what he needed the frog for, he replied that he would make broth from it. Isn't it amazing? Water, a little meat, a little salt, and you get a good soup. He asked the demon to give him the knife he had taken from him, and the demon asked him what he needed it for. The young master explained that he had to cut the noodles or he wouldn't eat with them, and he said there was barely enough for one plate. The demon threw him his knife, and as soon as he took him prisoner, immediately took his dagger. But as soon as I asked him to come back, he immediately recognized him, albeit with some discontent, as he probably did not see him as a danger even with a weapon. But he still took it away from him when they met, as if he was afraid that he would kill him in his sleep. Namgun Soso said that the smell was just incredible, and he asked if she wanted to try it too. She said that of course she wanted to, because now was not the time to eat, and he told her to wait a little bit. The dish was almost ready. He handed her a bowl of soup first, and she said she didn't want to deceive him by dressing up as a man. But Chen Ren said that she had not deceived him at all, that he had not expected such an answer. He explained that he immediately realized that she was the student from the exam when they met in a restaurant. She asked him how he guessed and what could have given her away, and he said that a mole on her earlobe had torn it. She said that it couldn't be possible, that he was trying to tell her that he had been leading her by the nose all this time, that he was eating noodles and saying that it was so. He did not think that they would become such close friends, and in time it was not up to him and not for her to judge him. Soso apologized to him for this, and he in turn also apologized to her. She looked at him slyly, asking if they had really become friends. He responded with a sly smile and said that they had been through so much together, and that wasn't enough. She looked at the plate ashamedly and said that it was true. Chenren looked at the fire and thought that he couldn't just sit idly by. Attractive Flower took all the items that could be used as weapons, but not all of his weapons were stronger than any other sword. He started a light-hearted conversation, asking the girl how their noodles tasted, and she replied that she had heard that frog tasted like chicken, and it was true. Chenren handed the demon a bowl of soup and asked if he wanted to try it, because it tasted better than it looked at first glance. He sat over the Zhongshi and told them to eat it themselves, when suddenly something started happening to him. Namgun Soso closed her eyes at what she saw, and the fourth master looked on in disbelief, trying to understand what was going on here. The demon sat over the body and told them to shut up, because it would be very unpleasant if the spirit got scared and ran away. Suddenly, the demon tore the worm out of the Zhongshi with incredible speed. Namgun Soso and Li Chengren did not expect such a rapid and dynamic change in events. The demon was holding the spirit of heaven and earth in his hands, telling him that his time had come. He will feed it with human resources for the last time and wash away all the vile energy, leaving only pure gold. He explained that the internal organs of the dead quickly melt under its influence, so it is important to find living people to neutralize its venom. He turned to Soso because she said she was the granddaughter of the lightning sword. It will not be a threat to him after he absorbs the energy of the spirit. She was supposed to be the last victim to complete the ritual, and after that he would leave her dead. He plans to bring her body directly into the hands of her grandfather, the great Namgun Yuan, after the ritual. At the same second, the girl screamed with a voice that was not her own. From the pain, he had hit her key points to paralyze her body, so she would not be able to move. He needed a victim full of strength, so it would be better if she did not resist. And it's better not to bite him, because he doesn't want the spirit to die and so much work to go to waste. Li Chenren took up the sword to protect his friend. He was already preparing to strike him and thought that there was a big difference in strength between them, but he could use his skill. But the attractive flower repelled his attack as if it meant nothing to him. Chenren, even under the influence of his skills, could not predict his movements. It is difficult to imagine how strong he would have been in his normal state. The demon noticed that the young master had sped up and decided to ask him how he did it, and he replied that he wanted to, so he sped up. It was interesting that he did not see any deep knowledge of martial arts in him. Attractive Flower stopped and said that he had changed his mind. He would rather feed the worm to him. After all, it has retained so much energy after such a long journey, it will definitely be enough to remove the remaining poison from the worm. The demon was mocking him ominously, saying that he would first get into his stomach and then absorb all his energy. In one swift movement, he flew to him, knocking the dagger out of his hands, opening his mouth and bringing the worm closer to his face. Chen Ren, unable to even move, could only watch as the demon shoved the spirit into his mouth. Having done his job, the attractive flower mocked him for trying to bring the spirit back to freedom. The fourth master was shaking and thinking about the cold energy that was taking over his insides. After all, it has been absorbing moonlight every night for thousands of years. So is this the energy of Ina maximized? The demon said that he had asked for half of the worm, but he gave him the whole thing. So why is he writhing in pain? Perhaps he is no longer happy about it. How long has he been waiting for this? Let the lightning sword wait a little longer, even if he is not in that ambush. He will come to him personally. He took a mouthful and triumphantly drank it all down, apparently without leaving a drop. But all the wine he drank went to his head because he was very inattentive, turning his back on them. Chen Ren was a little upset when he wouldn't eat his noodles, but he left his throat unattended so he had time to add poison to it. He hoped that the demon would pay for his sins in the next world, so he swung a dagger at his back. But the still strong demon threw him into the wall with one hand as if he weighed nothing. He asked me not to overplay my role. Did he really believe that it would be so easy to leave his life? The attractive flower was sitting in a meditation pose, and the young master immediately realized that he was trying to redirect his energy to suppress the poison. We could not allow this to happen. We had to destroy it at all costs, not only with a knife that could be used as a weapon. He poured boiling soup on his face and asked him if he liked his noodles. Since he was not a resident anyway, he could at least talk to him. Chen Ren had heard that he had lost to the lightning sword in just 10 steps, and that the venom of the Kun snake from Mount Kunshan was to blame. They say that after being poisoned with it, a person will not walk 7 steps as he thinks it will destroy him, rather than 10 steps of his grandfather, or maybe he will not make it because of the poison. Namgun Soso asked Chen Ren what he was doing now. He said that he was destroying him with his words. But that wasn't what she was asking. She was wondering if he was okay because he had eaten the spirit of heaven and earth. He wondered what had happened to him, and the effect of the worm's venom quickly disappeared. He felt as if he had carelessly entered a deep cave in which he had stumbled upon a beast that was waiting for him. But suddenly he felt a fire in his chest again. Namgun Soso was quite afraid for him. It was the same energy he felt in the restaurant when he first learned about his skill. But no. Today it was much hotter than then, and he even thought that at this rate it would be fried to a crisp. It seems that the yang energy from the bamboo scroll and the yin energy accumulated in the spirit of heaven and earth were fighting inside him. The struggle of the two energies in my body was like a hurricane, and I felt as if I could not stand it. After the internal struggle, he sat and wondered what energy in him finally won the scroll, or maybe the worm, or maybe they rubbed each other a little. Chen Ren saw that Soso was lying there, not moving at all, and it scared him. He also noticed that the demon was still sitting in the same position, as if he hadn't stopped him from collecting energy. Strange things were happening to Soso. She was breathing heavily and her body was cold. She froze because she was paralyzed by the demon and could not move. And he asked her to be patient just a little longer. Chen Ren lit a new fire for her, closer to her, so that she could warm up. The girl felt much better from the heat, but her body was still paralyzed. The young master thought that he needed to heat water in the cauldron. Looking around for the cauldron, he noticed that the demon was still sitting in a meditation pose. Chen Ren was shocked that the old man was still alive. Picking up the cauldron from the ground, he swung to strike the demon's head. But the attractive flower stopped his swing with his hand and asked if he was still alive after eating the worm. The young master smiled and said that it was very tasty. These words and the fact that the energy did not destroy him enraged the demon, so he rushed to attack the young master. It looks like it somehow dissolved in his body, but it's even better than poison. There was only pure energy left. The demon was strangling the young master, threatening to drink his blood to the last drop. He asked me not to move because he would do it very quickly, and the young master restrained him as best he could. But something went wrong. The demon's eyes rounded, and he asked what the hell was going on. Chen Ren was no longer lying down, but slowly got up, pushing the demon away from him. He hit his head against his and told him to get away from him. The demon was defeated and only rubbed his broken nose, and Chen Ren wondered how he had done it. He looked at his hands and thought about what had happened, because he hadn't even really trained, so maybe it was the effect of the spirit of heaven and earth. The demon explained that the energy of the poison accumulated over 1,000 years. If you use the right techniques to circulate it, can make you one of the strongest. But he has only pure strength now, compared to a whole herd of wild bulls. Does he mean to say that he has become much stronger? Energy alone won't turn him from a sheep into a tiger. Chen Ren asked if he trained hard, he could become one of the strongest warriors in the world. The demon said that this would not be the case, because his dreams would not come true, because he would not come out of this cave alive. Chen Ren was not afraid of his threats, but only said that it was so strange that the demon doesn't look like a tiger anymore, more like a wild, aggressive cat. An equally attractive Chen Ren stood in front of the attractive flower, and now he looked much more powerful and stronger, and he told him to attack him. The angry demon attacked, but Chen Ren, realizing his power, was much more confident than before. He dodged the attacks, thus enraging the old demon even more. Pausing for a second, he realized that the effect was not only from the worm's energy, but the scroll's power had also increased. The only problem was that his body could not yet reveal all that inner potential. But even if he is a toothless tiger, he will still bite the old demon with his gums. Taking advantage of his speed, the young master quickly passed him and stood behind him. He made a backhanded grab, wrapped his arms around his neck, and began to choke him with all his strength. The demon asked him how he was able to take advantage of him and asked for mercy, and Chen Ren said that this was his end. Let him feel what the people he destroyed felt. After a while, Namgun Soso came to and could not believe her eyes. A destroyed demon was lying in front of her, and she asked what had happened. Chenren told her that he was already in that state when he woke up, and that he was probably in so much pain that he killed himself. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said how good it was that those bandits had given them poison. She was also interested in why he was still completely fine if he ate the worm. He said it was not that easy. She looked at him suspiciously and asked if it was really that hard. Chen Ren said that he put 2 fingers in his mouth and then threw up, and even saw the frog they were eating. He knew she would be surprised and asked him if he had to hide the fact that he had absorbed the spirit of heaven and earth. Judging by what the demon said, his blood is an elixir filled with energy until he learns to control it. He is literally a mystical creature. In the human body, if someone finds out about it, they will be hunted. Namgun Soso told him that if he was cold, he should put on the clothes made by the demon. He didn't want to do it, but he didn't need the clothes as much as Chen Ren did. As he was undressing the attractive flower, he came across a rather interesting thing on his body. Soso screamed that this could not be, asking her friend for the dagger, who anxiously and carefully handed it to her with yoga. She struck the meteorite dagger with all her might, but it left only a single scratch. A normal sword would have broken long ago. Chen Ren, not understanding where she was going with this, asked what it meant. It was a super strong armor made of sacred dragon scales, a wealth inherited by a demonic cult that lived in the Shiwan Dashan Mountains. It is said that to make them, artisans spent years processing snow iron that can only be found on a large snowy mountain. She couldn't understand how the old man had not only survived, but had killed more than half of the soldiers who had tried to catch him in the Xianxia Mountains. Namgun Soso congratulated him on his new clothes, and he asked why she congratulated him, and she said that the item went to the person who defeated the previous owner. She smiled and said that if he didn't want to keep the trophy, he could tell her that she didn't mind at all. Chen Ren ironically said, "God, it's getting cold, he needs to put on his new armor to keep him warm." Not only the worm's energy, but also such rare armor paid off for him in full. He was heading for the exit of the cave, and Soso asked him where he was going. Chen Ren explained that he was going to hunt something to eat. She reminded him that there were 5 days left before the capital's exam. Her paralysis points are still blocked, and the guy's disguise won't work anymore, but he'll make it to the exam if he hurries. He didn't want to leave her here alone. The girl explained that the cold still has a bad effect on the energy of the Namgun clan members, so even with strong concentration it will take 5 days to recover. He said he would just take her to the nearest doctor or to the village. They would find nothing in the depths of the ridge except the mountains around them, so the attractive flower brought them here. She said that there was enough food for 4 days, and if any animal wandered in, she could easily deal with it. Lee Chung-ren was definitely different from the rumors about him, but he is still very far from a good reputation, and a simple capital exam will help him with that. She looked up at him sweetly and wished him to turn him in with lightning speed. She truly believed in him. Even though she said she would be fine, he couldn't leave her empty-handed, so he left her all the food and his meteor dagger. If he passes the capital's exam, he will become one of the strongest warriors in the world. Will he be able to get a place as an elder in the external sect she is going to create for him? Sounds like a dream. Lee Jong-sang was rereading the scrolls, and one of them said that it had rained twice and washed away all traces of the fourth master and his friend who had left the forest. But it was not yet clear whether they were alive or not, and they continued to call out in the mountains. He read this report in front of the entire agency and the escort soldiers. Ga Bulam and Chairman Zhang Rian-gai also heard the report and were mentally worried about their comrades. The master of the Yellow Dragon House sent a letter to the searchers on the border and promised a lot of gold so that if the demon crosses the border, they will know about it. The master of the Red Dragon House has cooperated with the government and people of Shanxi province, and they won't catch him, but they will definitely pick up the trail. The master of the Blue Dragon House sent their portraits to the Hao Clan Beggar sect and to the 7 assassin sects of the Central Plain, and the army and government were involved in the search. After listening to their reports, the king of the agency reminded them that they had forgotten that they had to capture the beautiful flower alive. One of the soldiers came up to him and told him that the magistrate of Hangzhou was looking for him and asked him to tell him that he could only speak to him personally. His older sons were outraged and told him that it was not the time for guests, so he should send him back. Li Yol-ryong was angry that he had come again with soldiers like the previous time and insisted on meeting the damn old man. But he was brought in by his father's stern voice, who told him to show respect for the board representative. The magistrate was led in and escorted to the king, who, as always, greeted the king in good humor and asked how he was doing. The king said that it had happened before, and the magistrate said that he would help him forget about the anxieties that caused his headaches. He offered him the same drink as the previous time, but the king of the agency was in a bad mood and immediately asked him what business he had to see him. Just like the previous time, they laid out a carpet and set up a table with tea, and he began to read the text. Everyone listened carefully to what he had to say, and he said that on July 8th, Li Jian-san, the father of Li Chen-ren, born in Hangzhou, is to appear. But when they received the order of His Imperial Majesty, they stood with their mouths open, not believing their ears. The chief manager reminded the king that he should show respect since it was from the emperor himself. Li Jong-sang punched his fist and said that he was accepting His Majesty's order. Li Cheng-ren was born on July 8th in Hangzhou. He passed the capital's exam with the best score, which no one expected, which meant that the fourth master was alive and had passed the exam better than anyone else. Li Jo-sang's family, which had raised such a great talent for the benefit of the empire and the country, receives 100 gold yangs and 16 hectares of land. The magistrate handed him the land documents and congratulated the king of the agency on his son's success in the capital's exam. He warned him that the news was good, but he did not believe it. But the king still could not believe that his fourth son was alive. Suddenly, an unknown man on horseback burst into the agency, disrupting their ceremony. The escort commander ordered the horses to stop, but Li Gab-ren told him not to do so and to lower his weapon because they were not enemies. Namgun Yuyong's grandson, Namgun Seok, visited their agency. Li Gab-ren greeted him saying that he had arranged a surprise for them and asked him what brought him here, and he replied that he had come to meet the king of the agency. The first son asked if something serious had happened, and he said that he would like to tell him the news personally. Gab-ren introduced him as his friend Namgun Seok. He is the grandson of the head of the Lightning Sword family. Namgun Yuyong King also asked what brought him. Seok apologized for showing up unannounced, but he brought urgent news with him. He told the king that his youngest son, Li Cheng-ren, was alive. His sister was also fine and had already returned to her home, and the king asked what he meant by his sister. The attractive flower wanted to cross the Yellow River and head north, but his sister and Li Cheng-ren were able to escape while he was sleeping. After that, the fourth master rushed to the capital to take the exam, while his sister stayed behind and spent some time recovering from her injury. She also said that his son risked his life to protect her from the beautiful flower. So his grandfather told him to personally come to thank him and invite the agency king and Chen Ren to their clan's main estate. On behalf of his grandfather and sister, he expresses his sincere gratitude to the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Everyone present began to congratulate the king of the agency on this event. The chief manager laughed and said that the young master had done so many things, but he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the fourth master proudly rides into the agency on a horse in person. After a hard and long journey, I soaked in a hot bath and thought about how there is no place like home. It might sound strange, but the capital's exam was much easier for him than the provincial one. He knew all the answers of the best examinee from his previous life, and they had 2 identical answer sheets, but he was 2 hours faster. So this played a role. They definitely thought that he had cheated from him. He did not feel guilty about it, because if he had passed the exam, he would have become a magistrate of Hangzhou in 10 years and would have caused great problems for these lands. But this will not happen in this life, even though he did not know whether there would be changes for the better if someone else became the magistrate. Chan Sam asked if he could have some hot water, but the young master refused, telling him to rest. The servant exhaled and said that he had already rested while he was away, but he could have sent a carrier pigeon from the capital because he was very worried about him. Chen Ren explained that he ran for 5 days without sleep and rest and then took the exam. Does he really think he had any strength left in him to do so? The servant asked him how he was able to return to the agency so quickly. Usually it takes 20 days to get from the capital, but he got there in 5. Chen Ren received a golden badge with 3 horses on it. Chan himself looked at it and asked what it was, and the young master said that it was a badge he had been given. He moved along the big canal and showed it at every transshipment point, and they would give him a fresh horse at that time. The servant said that he was not a representative of the board, so why did they give him this badge in the first place? And the master said that it was a long story. This is the owner, Kim Bulwi, Deputy Minister of Personnel, who introduced himself as a student of Li Jong-un. The Deputy Minister of Personnel asked him if he was John San's son. Even the magistrate of Hangzhou behaves cautiously with the king of the agency to think that he is just in front of a person who can say his name so calmly. He told him to raise his head because he and his father hadn't seen each other for a long time, but they were on good terms, and that was the only reason he was allowed to meet him. He had heard that the young master had passed the exam with the best score all in his father's name. Who would have thought that John San would raise such a young dragon before they met? But the last thing he expected was that he would use his son to gain influence in the management. Chenren thought that many different meanings could be caught in his words. It was not a casually spoken phrase, but a dangerous remark with a life at its end. They stopped, and Kim Bulwi told him directly that he shouldn't even expect to get a place in the management in the near future. Even though he passed the exam on his own, it does not mean that he will get the position, because new people are recruited on a need basis. Over the past 10 years, there have been many worthy students from good families in Jiang'an province who have been given positions, so there have been too many scholars and officials. Therefore, they had to compromise and not give important positions even to those who showed the best results in the exam for all without exception. Chen Ren pondered the minister's words and realized that they were not meant to comfort him. He also noticed that he started talking about politics for a reason. He thought that he had already used the existing system enough for his own benefit, so there was no point in resisting and insisting on getting the position. He realized that he was already living proof that the Hangzhou-based Heavenly Dragon Agency had irreplaceable talent, and he would return home and build on his father's work. But the master asked if he had misunderstood him, and he almost directly said that his attempts to become a scientist would go to waste. Chen Ren told him that he understood and that he could plan anything, but he wanted to ask him for one small thing. Can the fastest riders notify all the transshipment points in the area that he has become the best in the exam? Chen Ren's family was at the origins of the Morim, and those who passed the imperial exam or were members of the government were always highly respected. That's why his father wanted him to pass it even if he didn't place well. He will almost certainly be upset when he finds out that he missed the opportunity to become an official, despite the fact that he passed the exam better than anyone else. But if my father realizes that the deputy minister helped protect their pride, he will definitely be very grateful. It could not have been that their relationship was at fault, but that he or his family had received a large bribe from the Heavenly Dragon Agency. After all, if you want to leave the best person out of the job, you have to compensate for it somehow. Kimball Lee laughed and then burst out laughing at his words. The young master did not know what exactly made him laugh so much, so he stood there in complete confusion. If he wanted to educate a person with such talent, the deputy minister would not be able to sleep if he sent such a young man away empty-handed. His opinion has changed, and if he insists, he can help him solve this problem. If a young master says that everything is the will of heaven, then he is the one who can make even heaven sleep. Chen Ren even got a shiver down his spine. Is this old man really that strong? He could not even see the limits of the power of the Deputy Minister of Personnel. So he said that everything was fine. He understood the important tasks performed by the department. He was still young and stupid, so he was not ready to take on such responsibility. He begged him to return to his father's shadow and deal with the internal affairs of the agency. He had heard that Chen Ren was no ordinary young man because he was the best in both exams, but he could not imagine that he was that good. He is probably disappointed, but let him not be too upset. He will remember this meeting, and in the future they will meet again, and for now let him be happy with a small position. The young master wondered what other small position he should be satisfied with. The capital exam was not a military exam, but since his family was at the origins of the Murim, it could give him a small position, though not a Jinwei. Chen Ren, as a secret guard, will receive 100 gold pieces and 16 hectares of land. But how could he hold such a position without being a member of the Jinwei? He begged to think again. The deputy minister did not ask him to actually do this work. He will only get a place, and in the future, this will help him get into the ministry. He is a man from the outskirts. Is such a high position so necessary? He said that he was doing it so that no one else would have time to take him to themselves. The deputy minister looked at him gloatingly and told him to remember this well. That when the time came, he would become his subordinate, and Chen Ren's veins even froze inside. After listening to him, Chiang asked if he really meant to say that the old man had made sure that no one else would recruit him. In order to appease the family of the best student, the young owner gave the badge, money, and land, saying that this was how it was. The servant laughed and said that if someone else had told him this, he would not have believed it. Until recently, all the carriers shunned him, and he did not have enough money even for food, and he wondered why they all changed their minds and behavior so quickly, and now everything was in place. The young master listened to him with great interest. But he only said that his father should call him soon. He needed to pick up the money and the documents for the land. Chan Sam said that wasn't this good given to his family, to which Chen Ren confidently said that his father would return it all to him anyway. But their conversation was interrupted by a guard who reported that the fourth master was being examined by his father. Quickly dressing, the young master hurried to meet with the king of the agency. Li Zhongsang was having tea with the general manager and Song Chan and asked if he had had enough rest, and he said that he had. He was told in detail about everything that had happened since then. He wanted to tell him a lot about the escort mission, but he would not since the soldiers and carriers asked him not to. Li Chengren bowed to his father and thanked him for this. But his father asked him if he had heard from Namgun Soso. He said that he hadn't heard from her yet, and he wondered why his father had suddenly started talking about her. Why did these old eccentrics ask for her at all? He now began to look at them all with suspicion. He only said that he thought she would visit them soon, if only to return his meteorite dagger. The old chief manager began to shake the young master's hands joyfully, saying that he had done a great job. The king of the agency said that on the day he returned, Chairman Namgun sent them an invitation from Murim to their home. Namgun Yuyong is more influential than him, except for their family's pasts, so they cannot refuse his invitation. He suddenly realized that it would not be Namgun Soso who would come to them, but rather they would go to her grandfather. Therefore, preparations are about to begin. Not only do we need to collect gifts, but also decide who will go with them. The chief administrator attacked the king, saying that he was the eldest and Chen Ren's uncle, and they would be well received if he went with them. If we are talking about dignity, they should bring their escort commander with them. Even Namgun Seok personally invited him when he came. They gave examples of their merits to the agency in front of each other, trying to win the king of the agency over to their side to go with him and his son. Chen Ren didn't understand why they were arguing and fighting so much, since they were high-ranking people in the agency and behaved like little children. The general manager said that he was still young and that he would have many more chances to meet him. Sung Chang shouted at him that he had no way of knowing whether they would be invited back at least once more. The manager shouted that he would see enough of him, and Sung Chan said that he would see him at Zhong Ryong and Soso's wedding. He wants to marry Soso, but they clearly misunderstood something. Chen Ren thinks that this can be discussed only after receiving an invitation, which is still just a rumor, and if they want strong and close relations between the heads of the next generation so much, it is better to marry his older brothers first. The father smiled kindly out of the corner of his mouth and looked approvingly at his younger son. Li Zhongsang told him that he had done a great job in the capital exam. Since ancient times, it has been accepted that there should be a carrot and a stick in life, and maybe he would like to ask for something from it. Chenren said he had already heard that the magistrate had paid him a personal visit. His father put a scroll in front of him and asked if he wanted to take it. It was a land deed. He can take them away, even though the emperor gave them to the family, but it was he who deserved them, and they belong only to him personally. Chen Ren thanked his father in a bow. The manager asked him if he would even refuse, to which the master said that he was of the opinion that one should take it while it is given. But that was not all. His father told him that he wanted to add something of his own. Since he already has money and land, he will give him a pavilion from himself. At this point, Chen Ren became the happy owner of the 17th pavilion, and he was speechless at the gift. But his father advised him not to relax too much. Even though he was giving him the title, he would gain his reputation and knowledge on his own, and he would recruit people himself. If he fails to fulfill his duties, he can take the key away at any time. He thought that a glass of wine gave him the right to be the head of the escort, and the key made him the master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency's pavilion. He could not accept this key, for everything in life has to be paid for, so he put the key on the table and said that he was very grateful for this gift, but had to refuse. The father didn't expect this from his son. He didn't say that you should take it while it's given. If he takes the key, he will be in charge of all the affairs of his pavilion and will be forced to follow his father's orders, so it will not fully belong to him. The brothers also already have their own pavilions. Li Gab Ren managed the Strong Dragon Hall. Li's second elder brother, Yol Ren, managed the Hidden Dragon Hall. Li's third older brother, Gab Ren, had just the 7th pavilion. They used their donated seats to consolidate their position in the agency, but it would be a mistake to think that the pavilions belonged solely to them. They have to report their affairs and get the king's permission to the agency, even to hire soldiers. Never will he own what is so easily lost. The father now realizes that it is not by chance that he became the best at the exam, and that his brothers seem so miserable to him. Chen Ren replied that he definitely didn't envy them. His father pondered his words while looking into his cup of tea. He said that he wasn't going to tell him how he was going to spend his money either. Chen Ren replied that if he was allowed to do so, he would. A master always speaks for his income, where it was spent, and where it will be spent in the future. You can learn everything about a person if you understand where their money comes from and where it goes. The king of the agency agreed with him and said he would not tell him how to manage the budget. But this is only possible on the terms of a dispute. He will ask Seok-san to find out where and how he is keeping the money. So if he wants to hide something, let him do it as he likes. For those who cannot hide, even 10 gold pieces as a pavilion master will not last long. He was quite serious if he found out about all his cash flows. In the future, he will report on all the activities of his pavilion like his brothers, and he will have the right to check its accounting at any time. He looked at him with a challenge and asked if he accepted his terms. Chen Ren smiled slyly, already thinking over the plan in his head, and said that he agreed to its terms. Tomorrow he will resume his martial arts training. Chen Ren asked if these were the lands given to him and was told that yes, from the foot of the mountain to the shore of the lake, everything belonged to him. Chan Sam said that only weeds can grow on slopes that are constantly hidden in the shade, and that the place would rather be a wasteland. Chen Ren had heard that a cargo manager can evaluate anything, so maybe he would share some of his wisdom. He thought about it and said that due to the sharp changes in elevation, water cannot accumulate in the soil after rain, so only mountainous crops are not suitable for rice. But there is a problem with the shade. The sun illuminates the area only 4 hours a day. There is also a strong mountain wind from all sides, so it will be very difficult and problematic to grow anything here. Chen Ren understood him, so he offered to find a buyer who would like to build a farm here. The cargo manager asked the young master if he knew anything about feng shui, but he just shrugged and said, how could he know about such things? He had heard about farms from some old man when he was walking near the western lake. But in fact, in his past life, a farm was built on this very spot, where many wonderful horses were raised. And in 6 months, a great and bloody battle will come from the north, and all the good horses of the Central Plain will be taken for military needs. It will affect the northern region of Sansing, so the price of horses will rise 3 times. The commander-in-chief of the cargo said that the old man was right. In such an area, it is better to raise animals that will have plenty of room to roam. He said that he would look for a suitable buyer, and Chen Ren asked him not to look for just anyone, but rather for someone with experience in farm management and horse breeding. He must be someone who can keep his mouth shut and who can be relied on because he plans to buy the land back together with the farm. The cargo commander asked if he really wanted to manage it through a trusted person, and he replied that this was how he wanted to start a business. He also had to buy 2 young mares, and he had a check for 100 gold pieces to dispose of at his discretion. When Li Zhongsong fought with his brother for the Heavenly Dragon Agency in the past, Zhong Lim Som was in charge of its secret finances. He would in turn try to bribe the most reliable enemy general to defeat the king himself. He asked why the master was asking him to do this. Isn't he and his mother from the same city? He knows that he looked after him as a child after she left this world, and he was even despised for it. He thought about what he said, and when he took the envelope, he said that if they managed to sell the land, they would have a lot of money. This will create a new cash flow in which this 100 gold pieces will be mixed and no one will be able to trace them anymore. Li Cheng-ren and Chang Sam were very happy that they had managed to secure such an important and reliable person. The commander asked Chen Ren if he hadn't said in front of everyone that he wanted to become just a respectable escort soldier. The 4th Heavenly Dragon Agency master wanted to become a respected and wealthy escort warrior. Song Chan looked at Chen Ren strangely, asking him why he needed the internal energy cultivation technique. He said that it was nonsense because he was asking me to teach him to run when he hadn't even learned to stand on his own 2 feet. The young master rubbed the back of his head and asked him if this was such an absurd request. His uncle put his hand to his forehead and exhaled, saying that obviously words were not enough for him. After a while, he brought a large and heavy cauldron and placed it in front of him. He explained that this cauldron had been thrown out of the main kitchen and asked to fill it with water. Chen Ren was thinking about the fact that his father had ordered him to resume martial arts training from today. He wanted to be taught real celestial techniques that echoed the name of the agency, and the man started yelling at him. He was an escort commander in the top 5 strongest soldiers in Hangzhou and one of the few who cared about him. He definitely told me to fill the cauldron with water for a reason, because he was already finishing his work. Suddenly, the cauldron burst from the amount of water, and the water he had so diligently brought flowed out. Chen Ren couldn't understand why this had happened. Was there a crack in the cauldron that he hadn't noticed? The upset young master asked why it had broken then. The cauldron was not just thin, it was poorly made and uneven, so they threw it away because it broke halfway through because it could not withstand the water pressure. Even though energy cultivation is a basic technique, if it is learned by a person without strength and endurance, it is a force comparable to a cauldron. Real celestial techniques are the seeds and roots that made the agency what it is today. But in terms of strength, they are on par with the techniques of the 9 great sects. They require a body of steel and great endurance. He understood the master, and he really wanted to start cultivating his own energy as soon as possible because he had resumed training so late and without a base. He could not become a martial arts master, but the young master was not wrong about everything. He is a decade behind in cultivating energy, so it is better to take the first steps today. They approached the foot of the mountain and asked the master what he saw in front of him, and he replied that he saw a large rock. Song Chan asked him how high the rock in front of them was, and he replied that it was about 90 meters. The teacher told him to climb it, and Chen Ren asked him what he meant. He wanted him to climb this mountain every day. Climbing develops not only the muscles of the limbs, but also flexibility and a sense of balance. The young master stood and studiously looked at the mountain in front of him, wondering how to conquer it. He understood the teacher's words and asked him how many times a day he should get up. Song-chan slapped him on the head and asked if he really thought it was like jumping on branches, even if he could climb 30 meters. The most important thing is not to skip training so that there is progress. When he can fly from the first time without a break, then you can learn celestial techniques. He ordered the young master to go to the training ground and bring a metal ball tied to a long rope. Chenren did as the teacher said, went and found the rope and was already carrying it to the foot of the mountain. Falling down without a pitchfork, he told him that he had almost gone to the next world while pulling this rope. Song-chan easily lifted and untwisted the rope with the metal ball and let go so that it flew up the mountain and circled the tree on the mountain on its way back. Chenren thought about the strength and precision required for this, which was clearly not human ability. The teacher tied a rope around his waist as a safety net and told him to get to work. The young master began to get nervous about what if his hand slipped or he stood up, to which the teacher said that he would simply pull the rope so that he would not fall down. And he had better go to the very top, or he won't go to sleep until he runs 50 times around the training ground. But when Chenren asked what would happen if he succeeded in rising to such self-confidence, the teacher did not expect it. He said that he definitely wouldn't be able to do it the first time, but the master wasn't going to give up and asked what you would do. In this case, the teacher promised to show him the technique of heavenly steps. Chenren said that it would happen naturally because he trains for them. The teacher will be forced to run 50 laps while he memorizes the technique of the heavenly steps. Song-chan laughed at his wager, but when he agreed to the terms, the master spat on his palms and told him that he had made a promise. Pretty Flower said that he had the strength of a herd of wild buffaloes, but it was useless if he could not control and use this power at his own discretion. But suddenly he wondered whether this force should be controlled at all. Just as a spider sticks to a web, so Chenren stuck to the rock with quick and confident movements, climbing to the top of the rock. Sun-chan, who was holding the rope for safety, could not believe his eyes as the young master was able to do this. Touching the tree at the top of the cliff, Chenren simply went into free fall to the bottom, and when he landed, he shook his hands and told the teacher that he had done it. But the teacher immediately knocked him to the ground, took him by the arm with one hand, and put the other on his chest and started checking something. He said that it was very strange because a second ago he didn't feel any energy. Song-chan helped Chenren to stand up and said that either he had gone crazy or the master would not believe him if he told them what had happened. The master said that he would go up there every day because, as he said, energy alone would not be enough. You need strength and endurance. The young master looked slyly at his teacher and asked if he remembered his promise. This is where he had to run 50 laps around the training ground. Chenren memorized the 72 celestial steps that the escort commander had shown him, and it took him 5 days to learn the circulation technique. With its help, it will be possible to accumulate energy in the lower core. And this is a battle with oneself. The attractive flower was going to absorb the worm's energy and rise to become one of the 10 strongest warriors in 20 years. But if he had started from scratch like he did, it would have taken 100 years, 20 years, which is still fast for growth to this level. The training continued. Sun Tzu said that an ordinary warrior with good eyes would need 5 steps to defeat him, 3 steps for someone who knows how. Working with your feet and martial masters can do it in 2 times better to accumulate energy and improve your eyesight than swinging a sword without understanding the situation. The eyes are directly related to energy. The more energy, the better his reaction and alertness. Chenren thought that his eyes were already at the level of the best masters. He already possessed the skill of slowing down time, allowing him to see the enemy's movements. But to surpass them, he needed combat skills that would allow him to move faster. Instead of complex sword techniques, he needed something practical that could be learned quickly. Chenren approached an old beggar who asked him to give him a coin. He stood and carefully examined the beggar, who asked the young master who he was. It's a shame because he used to give him alms every time he crossed the Volson Bridge, and he even gave 2 silver yangs when he went on an escort mission. Does he even remember that? The master tisked and said how could he forget his regular guest. He would rather give alms to another beggar, and the beggar stopped him saying that he remembered. Chenren said he was glad he didn't remember him and asked if the beggar wanted to have dinner. The old man did not understand what he meant by the word dinner, and the master opened a bundle in front of him that contained a lot of delicious food and even wine. He did not know what the beggar liked, so he took him pork with 5 peppers and a bottle of Jun Nan Chun wine. The beggar asked if the master would share his dinner with him, and he replied that he was going to do just that. The beggar could still understand why he was doing this for him. But Chenren said that if he asked too many questions about a regular dinner, he would find a beggar to eat with, and the beggar said he would not ask about it again. Having eaten enough meat, the old beggar rubbed his belly, saying that it was wonderful. He doesn't remember the last time he ate meat and drank good alcohol. Putting on his hat, he thanked Chenren for the wonderful dinner and said that he had to leave, but he stopped him and asked him to teach him fist techniques. He knelt down on one knee in front of the beggar and said that he would not remain in debt to him. The beggar looked at the master and said that he did not quite understand what he was talking about, and Chenren explained. The king of the North Sea, Hek Bangsi, is an unsurpassed master of hand-to-hand combat from northern Sanshin. After the destruction of the Kunlun sect's disciples and the persecution of many masters, he traveled the world and settled in Hangzhou. Before he could finish speaking, he felt an incredible jolt and pain in his chest. I thought about what could have happened, because he could not even move a finger. His body was paralyzed by a sudden attack, and he felt only dull pain. Hek Bangsi, sitting motionless in front of the master, asked who the hell he was. He introduced himself as Li Chenren, an escort warrior from the Heavenly Dragon Agency. He had heard that the king of the agency had a son by that name, a bar wrecker and a gambler. Chenren was upset because he was now to be known as the one who had passed the capital's exam, but it didn't matter, and he asked what he had done with it. Hek Bangsi asked how he figured it out, and the master thought it was not difficult at all. After all, 5 years later, he would attack an underground group that controlled all the entertainment houses in Hangzhou, and none of them survived. He will do so when they leave the life of the prostitute who has been flipping him coins every day for years. It would be a high-profile incident that would shake the whole neighborhood, and then everyone in Murim would recognize the true face of a simple beggar. And the fact that he was one of the strongest hand-to-hand fighters hiding in Hangzhou. Chenren asked him to look at what he was hiding in his pocket. Hek Bangsi took the scroll out from under his arm because he still could not move. Recently, he was in the capital, and a Taoist in strange clothes was looking for a person from this picture and immediately thought it looked like him. Chenren asked people from the beggar sect, and they told him all the information for 1 silver yang. Who would have thought that it was really him? It was a great honor for him, but only the young master knew that it was all a lie, because he simply persuaded the artist to draw a portrait similar to the one he had seen in the past. The young master asked him that if he was not going to take his life, he should let him go. Hek Bangsi explained that he used the technique of internal destruction against him. Chenren didn't understand, but he explained that in simple terms, an external blow destroys the opponent's internal organs. You can easily tear organs while the enemy looks absolutely normal from the outside. From a simple bruise, you may not wake up after a while in your own bed. Among the techniques of destruction, the most powerful is the technique of hidden power. Chenren was seriously frightened by his words, and he asked if he would now be able to tell God what had made the beggar laugh. He was holding back so the master would suffer for a couple of days and everything would go away on its own, and it was obvious that he did not want to destroy him. Chenren said that it was a great relief for him, so he asked to be taught fist techniques, and Hek Bangsi got angry with him again. The young master said that now he was convinced that he was not the one who killed people for no reason. He was a very respectable warrior until he killed the sect's disciples. He thought that he was hiding around the world only because he did not want to harm those who would come for him. The beggar said that his father, the king of the agency, was as strong as him in Thai, and his sword technique was known throughout Murim for what it was worth. Problems and learning from him if you can study at home, and heard that he definitely went through thousands of battles in his life, but they all ended in favor. 10 movements ago, people called the technique the 10-movement fist, and a beggar said that if it were so simple, he would have spent his whole life on it, because it was so simple. You can create an infinite number of variations. The master said that he would figure out the variations as he went along, but for now he wants to learn the movements and understand the form. Chenren begged him to teach him how to do it, because he didn't want his techniques to disappear with him. Hek Bangsi looked at him and analyzed that his tongue was suspended, but his reaction and body looked like he hadn't studied martial arts at all. His identity has already been revealed, so he simply has no other choice and no time to waste. Chenren saw that he was hesitating and offered him a test. But before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly jolted out of his seat and flew away. He stood up and said that it was very rude of him, and Hek Bangsi was shocked that he was still conscious after his attack. Chenren was yelling at him. "How could you beat a person like that without warning?" Hek Bangsi asked if he had to count to 3 to hit him. He thought he didn't feel any energy or advanced skills in it, so he decided to check it out. He immediately jumped back to soften the blow when he swung. A reaction speed like that is hard to find even among the best masters. If he develops his energy core and trains hard, it's hard to imagine what level of skill he can achieve. He smiled, for he had been looking for a worthy student for so long, who would have thought that he would find one here. He began to teach him that the first and most important thing in combat is to observe the enemy's shoulders, because any attacking movements start from them. Chenren looked up and asked him if he was teaching him that way. Hek Bangsi turned away from him and said he would just tell him a few tricks as a thank you for the dinner and alcohol. Fist 10 movements technique. Only People Jianggu was originally called 108 crushing lightning strikes. The Fist of 10 movements was created 270 years ago by an old blind man, and the technique passed through 9 generations of fighters until it was inherited by him. The founder was blind, so he could not allow the battle to drag on, so he tried to create something ultimatum to destroy the enemy, even if he had to take risks. This is how the 10 best movements were derived, and he pointed to the ground where he had drawn the sign. The Fist of 10 movements is divided into the first 8 and the second 2, the idea being that you have to end the fight with an 8 at any cost for the last 2 movements. If the opponent evaded the previous moves in the same way as the master had evaded recently, he first wanted to show him the movement of the retreat path. This is necessary for the fist technique. This kind of footwork is also called a ghost dance. Chenren thought that he would have been satisfied with even the fist technique, but he wanted to help with the legs. The reason why the 10-movement fist is considered one of the strongest Murim techniques is because it is a ghostly dance, mysterious and deep, with the foot movements being the beginning and the end. Any martial arts he will hone all his life, so he needs to take one end of the rope. Chenren asked what they needed it for, and he explained that he could move as he pleased as long as he held on to it, and he will follow him and need him. He smiled slyly at the young master, and he asked what he meant by needing him, and Hek Bangsi asked if he hadn't thought about a relaxing massage or something like that. The old beggar began to attack the young master, and he missed many blows. However, Hek Bangsi was too fast. Chenren could not believe it. He struck the master so fast that even with his skill, he could see only a small part of them. At one point, a martial arts master struck him on all parts of his body, and it was impossible to dodge them. Chenren was offended and said that he could not be beaten like that on the first try, and the beggar asked if he would say that to the enemy when he attacked. The training continued, and the young master again received many new blows to himself. He threw the rope away and said that he did not think he would learn anything from him in this way, and that even without the rope, it would be difficult to dodge his attacks. How can he simultaneously hold on to her and dodge all the blows from a martial arts master? Hek Bangsi heard him and let him attack, and now he will show him how to hold the rope and dodge. He will not hit him back, and he will not be limited in time. He can stab or cut with a dagger as he pleases. If the young craftsman could at least damage his clothes, he would be able to finish his sentence before he boiled over with anger. He asked him to teach him palm techniques. The beggar did not understand what else he wanted from him, and Chenren explained that he had heard that the fist technique and the palm technique are very similar. If he could hit him in a fight, he would teach him these two techniques, and the martial artist reminded him that it was not as easy as he thought. However, when he asked what would happen if he could not touch it, the young master promised that he would bring a bottle of Jian Nan Chun every day. Hek Bangsi liked the idea, so they agreed to do it. No matter how strong the dog is, he will not be able to run away from him on a meter-long leash all day long. he will not be able to use weapons. At least he will be able to hit clothes for sure. Chen Ren asked the master if he was ready for battle, and he said that it was time to act. He pulled the rope around himself and started attacking with a dagger. He finally managed to catch the tip of the master's hat with a dagger. It's very strange because in theory he should have wounded him long ago, but his opponent didn't even change his face. He asked if he could shout if it helped him concentrate, and the master replied that of course he could. Chen Ren lost to the martial arts master, and he asked him if he now realized how serious this technique was. Judging by the movements of his muscles, he did undergo some basic training. Chen Ren said that his uncle told him to climb the rock every day, and he asked who his uncle was, and he replied that Song Chan was the escort commander. Was the young master talking about the blade warrior Makunt Hen? The young master looked up at him and asked if he knew him. This name is on the lips of the whole Hangzhou. How can you not know him? He recommended not to miss the basic training he conducts for him. He also said that a young master is not so young to start learning martial arts. But Chen Ren said he was still worthy of learning it because he had a goal. For his past, it was nothing more than an illusion or a dream. But it was there. One day he woke up and realized that he could no longer live by dreams and had to act. But even now he was not sure that anything would come of it. The master said that his efforts would not be in vain, even if he did not achieve everything he had planned. One thing was enough to make sure that his life was not lived in vain. He said that they were done for the day and that next time he should remember to bring the alcohol he asked for. And he asked him to give him some money for the future if he was busy and couldn't bring it. Chen Ren agreed and reached into his pocket. Suddenly, Heck Banksy showed him his own bag of money. He had long ago taken the money because he could not lose. Chen Ren did not expect such meanness from his teacher. Winter came to Hangzhou and a meeting of the elders began, where the king of the agency met. 5 hall masters, escort commanders, and cargo managers discuss issues that are important to the entire Sky Dragon. This is a meeting where Li Zhongsang's sons can gain experience and immerse themselves in the agency's affairs from today, when Li Zhong-un will be in charge. He did not even think that his brothers would be so hostile to him when he took part on his father's orders. On behalf of the entire agency, Li Zhongsang gave the order to start the meeting. The chief manager read from the scroll that they had good and bad news, but decided to start with the bad news first. First on the agenda, Nokwan Pavilion announced that after their contract expires, they will sign a new one with the Golden Dragon Agency. The king asked why they decided to choose the second agency and the Golden Dragon out of all their competitors. It looks like their security fee is twice as much as the new offer, and they offer an equal number of soldiers of the same level and skills as their agency. All their income will go to pay the soldiers, so they will not make a profit. They do not understand why they would take such a risk. First of all, the Sukyan and Kunkyan pavilions. And now Nokwan. If this continues, all the taverns and brothels will go under the wing of the Golden Dragon. They will immediately destroy the market. They saw no point in interfering. He should understand that it only sounds like it, but other clients will definitely ask for a lower payment for them. All those present were asked who was responsible for protecting the Nokwan Pavilion. Li Yolren raised his hand and said that he was responsible for the Hidden Dragon Hall. The Hidden Dragon was also responsible for the Kungyang and Suyang pavilions, which they came up with a solution for. He said that lowering prices should solve the problem of a small problem happening as the reputation of the Golden Dragon collapses overnight. Li Zhongsang asked Yol Ryong if he really called it a plan. He was visibly nervous and asked to give them a little cup because in such situations it is better to take your time and take care of the agency's reputation. This could have been said by anybody from the Hidden Dragon Hall, and he, as the master of the hall, could not think of anything better than this. Li Yol Ryong was worried and depressed because he had disappointed his father to some extent, so he apologized to him and said that he would try harder. The king said that they would not change the prices and ordered them to do everything possible to convince the master of the Nokwan Pavilion in 5 days. Li Yolren asked why it took so few days, and his father explained that he had heard that the master of the Golden Dragon Pavilion, Huan, had been able to convince them in only 3 days. Second on the agenda, every winter, the Nanjing Trade Union contracted with the Golden Dragon to protect the residents for a large fee. But this time they expressed a desire to sign a contract with the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Chen Ren was excited to hear about the Nanjing Alliance. The Nanjing Union is a large family of successful merchants who own one of the most beautiful gardens in all of Hangzhou, known as the Pear Orchards. This is the famous winter residence of Prince Zheng, a close relative of the emperor, and for this purpose the Nanjing Union hires guards from the Golden Dragon. Li Chengren analyzed that this is the complete opposite of the previous situation. Li Yol-ren said that this is all a Golden Dragon Easter egg often abused by sharp price cuts. But they would definitely not own a pear orchard. On the contrary, they demand fabulous money for it, namely 300 gold yangs a month. It seems that these sales snakes put forward the proposal only to make the Golden Dragon scared and lower the price for the protection of the residents they cannot build. The plans are based on one assumption. The owner of the Golden Dragon is a relative of Prince Zheng's wife, and even if the price falls, their contract will not end because of this relationship. Chen Ren thought he was right, though he didn't know how he figured it out, but it sounded right. It really was like a trap. Did they dare to use the Heavenly Dragon to manipulate prices? The king asked what the master of the 7th Pavilion, Li Ben-ren, thought, and he became nervous. He said that if he were the leader of the trade union, he would start spreading rumors that the Sky Dragon would agree to the contract. So we should start denying it. Before they make the whole step, they have already encountered such methods of lowering prices if they play by their rules will only raise laughter. Ben-ren's mother is very well aware of the situation in the business world, and he learned from her about the tricks of the trade. The king asked what the master of the 17th Pavilion thought about it. Li Chengren said that he fully supports the opinion of Li Ben-ren. They had no clear plan against the bad news, and the good news was full of lies. If he had had the opportunity to decide, he would have arranged a meeting with the Nanjing Trade Union and offered them protection for the winter residents, for half the amount demanded by the Golden Dragon. Everyone was shocked by his decision to protect the pear orchard for half the amount. Li Zhongsang took a serious pose and asked why he had made such a decision. The initial price is very high, even if you divide 3 gold into 2, and they will be forced to react. The Golden Dragon will offer a price below 150 gold coins, and they will divide the ashes once again. Then they will fall below. 75 will pretend to go along with them, while they themselves will drastically reduce the profits of the Golden Dragon. Does he really mean that they do? Will be obedient dogs only to be harmed by the agency of the Heavenly Dragon is not created for this purpose. And sometimes it is possible to pretend to be one. It won't cost a penny for an agency, so you can try it. They can afford to lower prices because they make a lot of profit from protecting the garden. If they use the trade union and cut the prices for garden security at least in half, they will not be able to fulfill the contract to protect the Nokwan Pavilion and the rest. But the trade union will not be the only one who will benefit from one decreasing and the other increasing. You need to get at least 35 coins from this deal at any cost, and you better not make any mistakes so that they can't change their minds and break it off. Li Zhongsong asked the cargo manager what he thought about it, and he said it was a good plan. Commander Guang Suksang, manager Sun Chibek, and monetary consultant Tang Yun Chi Pyung, chief strategist of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. If they agree to the young master's plan, there will be nothing left to discuss. The general manager said that this guy learned a couple of tricks while he was hanging around the gambling houses. The king said that the streets are Murim or even the business world. People's conflicts are the same everywhere. He said it was a great idea and his opinion was very useful today. Chen Ren thanked him for his praise and asked if he could say a few words and was given permission to do so. This winter, we have already started talking about protecting the pear orchard. Why don't they steal the contract from under Golden Dragon's nose? All those present turned their heads in his direction, and Chen Ren thought he had said something wrong. Li Gab-ren said that he seems to have forgotten his position because he is just a pavilion master, so he cannot speak about such things so freely. Chen Ren apologized to the audience and explained that he was very excited to receive this contract. He seems to have overdone it. He is only 22 years old and has not yet earned any solid reputation. Curious as to what could have caused such impatience in the young master of the 17th Pavilion, he asked to know. This was due to the question of why Grushevy Sad needed protection at all. Does the young master mean and speak of Prince Zheng? That's how Golden Dragon would not have been able to afford a contract for half their price in Hangzhou if it hadn't been for the money they received for the prince's protection. He believes that business owners are much more likely to make arrangements with security agencies that provide protection for such an important person. They begin to think that he is also a high-status craftsman who may have wanted to use the prince's name to spread rumors. The agency was already a head above us, which may not work, but their advantage is in traditional support, but when it comes to facility security. The Flying Dragon, who is a head taller than Lee Jong-sang, instantly boiled with anger at this mention. If you make a list of the most luxurious residences in Hangzhou, the 4 most luxurious ones, with the exception of the Pear Orchard, are under the protection of the Flying Dragon. For their agency, which is famous for dominating the entire province of Pear Orchard, it is a real pain in the ass. He was asked whether he was proposing to expand the resident security business, and therefore needed a kind of advertisement from Prince Jing. He thought that the young master was only thinking about the contract with the Golden Dragon, but it turned out that this was only a small part of it. Lee Jong-sang said that mere words do not mean anything. Although the Golden Dragon has been guarding the Pear Orchard for many years, there must be a way to take it away, and they will find the answer in the leader of the Nanjing Trade Union. The key to the solution is Prince Zheng, who has been coming to Pear Garden for 10 years and is the leader of the trade union that owns it, so he can give them some advice. One of the elders said that he agreed with Chen Ren that they could turn everything upside down thanks to rumors from the leader of the trade union. Lee Jong-song said that a similar decision was made unanimously by all the elders who want to go to talks with the leader of the Nanjing Union. Everything may seem simple, but a lot depends on these negotiations. Now let the elders deal with it, and he will wait for the right moment to do so. But before he could finish his thought, he heard that these negotiations were to be entrusted to the young master of the 17th Pavilion. After all, it was he who proposed this idea, and there may be problems in the negotiations. But he doesn't think that anyone will understand these issues better than he does. This level of negotiation is a very difficult task, and they are seriously going to entrust it to a simple pavilion master. Lee Jong-sang asked Lee Jong-un if he wanted to try and test his strength. He decided not to think for a long time that he would be responsible in case of failure. But on the other hand, the potential success would also be his personal. Lee Chung-ren slammed his fist into his palm and said he agreed and would do his best. They arrived at the Pear Orchard and were met by the leader of the trade union and asked if he was the 4th son of the king of the agency. He bowed to the leader and introduced himself as Lee Cheng-ren and his escorts. The leader of the Nanjing Union, No Chi-yang, said he expected at least the escort commander and the cargo manager to come. Chen-ren explained that he had been given the authority so he could be calm, and the leader said that how could he not worry about which representatives were sent to him. The young master also explained that he came to him for a reason. The agency is already aware that they want to use them to reduce the price of Golden Dragon services, but it's too much to make a trap out of them. They came here even though they realize that he is not going to sign a contract with the Heavenly Dragon. Chen-ren explained that they concluded that both sides could benefit from this meeting. And now we had to act very, very carefully and deliberately. His opponent survived the trade battlefield and founded the Nanjing Trade Union himself, also known as the Old Poisonous Snake. He first smiled and then laughed. Chen-ren didn't know what to make of it. But he explained that he knew that there was someone smart in the Heavenly Dragon. But Chi-yan, forgetting all the rules of etiquette, invited the young master to sit down opposite him. I asked him if he would like a drink, and the young master said that he preferred to drink after the contract was signed. The leader said that an agreement is still far away, giving him only a chance to besiege the Golden Dragon and retain the security of the premises around the Wilson Bridge. Lee Chung-ren said that for this they allow the use of the name of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. All traders should be able to do 2 things. Count and weigh. They can kick the Golden Dragon in the ass and leave the business around the bridge to protect it if it thinks that the agency's name is equivalent to that. Chen-ren said that he heard and understood him, so he asked to get straight to the point and put his hand in his pocket. He took out a letter from it and put it in front of the head of the Nanjing Union. He asked what it was and was told that it was an official offer to his union from the Heavenly Dragon Agency. But Chi-yan did not understand what this offer was. Chen-ren explained that 200 yangs for 3 months was a whole 100 less than the Golden Dragon wanted. He himself said that traders should count and weigh. Chen-ren asked if he thought the benefits would be equivalent now. No Chi-yang crossed his arms over his chest and said that the young master knew how to complicate things. The fourth master poured himself a drink and said that in return, they would sort out all the problems because the agency knew about the relationship between the owner of the Golden Dragon and Prince Jung's wife. In other words, he was left with no choice but to sign a contract for 300 yangs is stupid. But Qi Yan said that it was not surprising that he had already taken a course on this, and he was curious about what the young master was leading to. If the Nanjing trade union is destroyed, even Prince Jung's wife will be worried. After all, he recently heard that Fujian province has become very rich on the sale of salt. But Qi Yan began to hesitate, so Chen Ren saw this and suggested that they talk in private. He asked if he could get permission so that his escorts could look around a bit to see where they needed to go and how many soldiers were needed to protect this residence. But Qi Yan called his servant to him, who came over and, ready to fulfill his every order, the leader asked him to show the attendants the neighborhood. When they were alone, the union leader asked Chen Rong how he knew this information, and he said that he had heard it by accident. But in fact, in his past life, the Nanjing Trade Union opened a shell company in Fujian province. But 5 years later, they faced big problems when they were caught smuggling by sea, which is prohibited by law. As a result of the investigation, it became clear that Prince Jung's wife was behind everything, and he did not know how his wife solves issues when they are spoken for. He immediately mentioned that the trade union would make an offer to their agency, and Chen Ren told him not to worry because only he knew about it. But he's not going to tell us about his plans, and sometimes it's useful to keep a sword in your belt. But Qi Yan asked what he wanted then. He said he was not going to force him into a contract, but rather wanted to help him. Chen Ren suggested that he postpone signing the contract with the Golden Dragon for 10 days. During this time, he will make Prince Zheng and his wife lose confidence in them. It's been 10 years since a large canal was covered with ice, and the weather was very changeable in winter. Huang asked if he really thought that Prince Zheng would land here. He usually used the port of Sun Valley a few kilometers down the river. From the name you can understand that the water there does not freeze even in winter, but here it froze overnight, and it will be difficult for ships to pass here. It was 4 kilometers to the pear orchard, and in that amount of time they had to convince the prince that they would succeed if there was an obstacle on their way, which they will win and get the contract. Chen Ren knows that someone will definitely get in their way. In his past life, Prince Zheng's guard dealt with them but lost half of his men. They will use this situation to negotiate the contract of the pear garden and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. Gabulem came to report that ships were approaching them. The prince's escorts looked around and realized that they would not be able to pass through the ice and would have to moor, and the escort noticed that there was a ship standing on the shore. A small group of people asked him who they were and why they were armed, and he was told that his name was Huang from the Heavenly Dragon Agency and that he wanted to be handed over to the prince. That an old friend was waiting for him and wanted to say hello. Chen Ren asked who the old friend was, and he said that he had accompanied the prince when he served in Jinwei. Prince Zheng came on board to get a better look and said that he hadn't seen Huang for a long time. His old friend knelt down and asked how His Imperial Highness was doing, and everyone did the same and knelt down to greet the prince. Prince Zheng ordered them to dock as soon as possible because he was eager to talk to his old friend. Prince Zheng, his wife and daughter, accompanied by an escort, descended the gangway from the ship. The soldiers of the escort, although lowering their heads and bowing, nevertheless spied on the imperial women because they were incredibly beautiful. Everyone greeted Prince Zheng and his family. The prince took Zheng's hand and asked him what he was doing here, and he replied that they had been waiting for his arrival. While the prince was asking how they knew about his arrival, Chen Ren looked up and saw the daughter of Prince Zheng. She stood proudly and looked somewhere far away. He was thinking about what? If he had gotten married in his past life, he would have had 3 children her age, and he might still have a chance to treat her to something. Huang said that there was an extreme cold that froze the canal, and they thought that the prince would not be able to get to the sunny village and would land somewhere here. The prince laughed and said that he was right. He wanted to get away from the frost, and they were following him. He asked why he didn't see the Golden Dragon people, or the people from the Nanjing Union. It looks like they are waiting for them in the port. The canal froze. Recently they could. The prince did not understand the situation and asked how Huang realized that the canal would freeze, and he explained that it was unusually cold last night. He pointed to the young master and said that he had walked and checked the canal upstream, so they were now, and here he introduced them and told them what. This is Li Chen-ren, the fourth son of the king of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, who took first place in the capital exam and is now waiting for a government position. Prince Zheng asked if he had gotten up early and personally checked the channel, and the master replied that it was nothing out of the ordinary and asked him not to pay attention. The prince praised that he has no actions that can be simply ignored. As there are no actions that do not pursue a goal, Chen-ren realized what was about to happen. Prince Zheng said that if he understood everything, they wanted to accompany them to the pear orchard, and the carriage was just for him and his wife and daughter. He asked directly if they were going to intercept the contract to protect the residents. Chen-ren did not understand how he had revealed his plan. It was impressive, and the smile of meeting an old friend hadn't even worn off when he said such things. What an extraordinary person. To be honest, the owner of the Golden Dragon Agency sent him a letter saying that there was a struggle between the agencies to protect the pear orchard. It is clear that he veiledly asked him to support his agency, but as they know, he is indebted to the Nanjing Union. Prince Zheng turned to his wife and asked her what she thought of the situation. She replied that she would accept any decision he made, and he told her that he seemed to have put her in an awkward position again. He apologized to his friend, but this time he was forced to refuse him by the owner of the Golden Dragon, his wife's cousin. How could she not support him even during his vacation in Hangzhou? Huang understood without the prince's explanations. They couldn't let it end this way because they didn't want to save the face of the Golden Dragon, but the prince wanted to show care for his wife. At first, it was her who had to be convinced. Chen-ren bowed and addressed His Highness and said that he had no idea what he would put him in. Prince Zheng appreciated this predicament and said that Heavenly Dragon would not fight for this contract, but they had already prepared a chariot for them, so I offered to accompany them to the pear orchard, which would be a great honor for them. Huang supported Chen-ren and said that there was no point in waiting outside if he could let his wife and daughter ride in the carriage, as it was very cold outside. The prince said that he thought they were close enough to accept such generosity from them. It was great that Huang understood everything and played along in time. Now he had to somehow persuade the prince's wife while they were on their way to the pear orchard. Chen-ren was riding on a horse near a carriage with the prince's wife and daughter. He couldn't even see the prince's wife, and he didn't understand why the princess was looking at him so intently. It was quite strange, and he decided to look at her back. She still stared at him and said that usually the best students are not beautiful. I asked if he was the son of the owner of the Heavenly Dragon, and he replied that he was the fourth son of the king of this agency, Her Highness. She asked me not to call her that, because she knew very well that the people of Murim did not pay much attention to the laws of the second world. I also heard about the Heavenly Dragon, and they say that its agency is the largest in Zhejiang province, and they are not lacking in wealth. She also heard that he won first place in the capital's exam. His father must be very proud of him, but he told her that he is not the kind of person who shows his feelings. She asked him what he wanted to do in the future. The best students usually go to Hanlin Academy, so he needed somewhere to stay in Beijing. She asked if he had found a place for himself yet and asked him how old he was, but he only said that he was 22 and thought that this trip was like an interrogation. The princess said that he was a little older than her because she was 17 years old, and that's probably why he was looking at her at the ships. How could she notice and ask such a question when the prince's wife was around? Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook, and a large pack of angry wild buffaloes rushed toward them. Huang quickly ordered the soldiers to stand in a large defensive formation, and they did as he commanded. He ordered that whether it was a man or a buffalo, they should kill anyone who came within 30 meters of His Majesty. Archers shot buffaloes and stabbed them with spears to protect the prince and his family. The prince's wife and daughter looked out the carriage window, asking what was happening there. Chen-ren assured them that it was dangerous and they should not go outside. It's strange that a whole flock of buffaloes out of the blue, or that events changed because of his intervention. The young master saw that one of the buffaloes was running in their direction, ordering the women to stay away. He prepared his sword for battle and was about to attack it. When Gabolem suddenly sang up and dealt with the buffalo before him, he asked if the young master was okay, and he thanked him and said he was fine. The prince's wife asked him if he was okay and why he was bleeding, and the master assured her that it was not his and asked her to stay in the carriage until the danger passed. While they were recovering from the buffalo attack, Chen Ren remained vigilant and was able to see an enemy arrow flying in the direction of the carriage. Reacting quickly, he approached them in one jerk and protected the princess by standing in front of the arrow. The arrow was fired by Assassin, and the escort soldiers noticed him and gave chase. The assassin was disappointed by the failure and tried to get away from the scene of the assassination attempt on the imperial family as quickly as possible. Gabulim approached Chen Ren and asked him if he was okay because the arrow had hit the oar, and the master said that he was fine and asked if he had a bag of gold. Prince Zheng came to them and said that he had been told that the master had shielded his daughter from an arrow. He said that an imperial doctor was coming with them and asked that the master show his wound to him and that he should not touch it himself in order not to make it worse. But Chen Ren just took the arrow and pulled it out, shocking everyone present. He explained that he would not have survived if the arrow had not gotten stuck in a bag of gold. His heart almost jumped out of his chest from fear, but he was wearing the armor of a scaly dragon. It will not be so cool if the prince finds out that he deflected the arrow with his armor, so let's keep it a secret for now. Cheng Ren asked if Her Majesty was all right and thanked him and asked if he was sure he was not injured because he was covered in blood, and he assured her that it was buffalo blood. There were no casualties, but Assassin was trained in escape techniques, so they missed him. It will be difficult to pick up the trail again, but it was expected. Chen Ren couldn't even imagine how grateful Prince Zheng was for his help, and who knows what would have happened to his family if he hadn't come. He said that he would never forget his heroic deed. Chen Ren was pleased with His Highness's laughter. A large column of people under flags was moving to meet their convoy. The Golden Dragon Agency, headed by the agency's owner, was sent to them. The Blade of the Golden Dragon. Nazan Yak greeted His Highness. No Chi Yang also greeted the Imperial Highness. The Emperor thanked them for coming all this way and asked them to leave the formalities behind and get off their knees. The Emperor said that they had a small incident here, but these two met him, so there were no casualties. The owner of the Golden Dragon Agency greeted the escorts from the Heavenly Dragon. If you asked the young master who he was, he would say that he was glad to meet him personally. He was Li Chen Ren. The owner of the agency realized that this was the fourth son of the king of the agency, about whom the whole province was talking. Nazan Yak would have asked the emperor why he landed here, because they were waiting for him in the port of the sunny village. The emperor's furious wife was on her way to them, asking her cousin how dare he to come here and not know why they were here. She asked him if he even realized that they had been attacked by Assassin. If those two hadn't come to the rescue, everyone would have been in very big trouble. She scared Chen Ren to some extent, but he realized that she could have lost more than just that. Her husband and daughter, and also to be condemned because her cousin was responsible for the escort, and if an arrow had hit the prince, the imperial family would have blamed her for it. It seems that she trusted him too much for 10 years. Even the stone by the road has changed. He fell to his knees in front of her, apologizing, and she only said that she knew they had changed the landing site themselves and that such situations were difficult to predict. But other people understood everything at once and were ready to defend them. It is better to entrust the safety of her family to reliable soldiers who can think ahead. She appealed to Prince Zheng and asked him to support her decision and asked the head of the Nanjing Union to transfer the protection of the residents to the Heavenly Dragon. Prince Zheng told his wife that since they had helped them so much, he would do everything possible for them. He asked No Chi Yang what he thought about it, and he replied that he saw no problem with it as long as it was His Majesty's will. No Chi Yang, leader of the Nanjing Union, makes an official request to the Heavenly Dragon to protect the pear orchard during the stay of His Majesty and his family. He also asks to look at it properly. Huang looked at the young master excitedly, and the young master looked back at him victoriously. They bowed together and said they would do everything possible for his safety and comfort. Meanwhile, in the water village, Assassin and his mentor were sitting in one of the houses. The mentor was very unhappy, but he said that the imperial family would be in the pear garden for some time and that they would have plenty of time to realize their plans. But first, let him tell him about the freak on their road. The Heavenly Dragon Agency had a meeting to discuss the agency's affairs, and the agenda included 2 pieces of good news. one good and one very good. Lee Jong-sung asked if the news was really good this time. The meeting had not yet begun, and everyone was already sitting with frowns on their faces, and the king thought he was joking. In a gathering of elders, things often change in the blink of an eye. Good news becomes bad, and bad news becomes terrible. The general manager decided to start with a good first topic of the meeting was, the topic concerned all the taverns and brothels around the Wilson Bridge. Golden Dragon canceled all the half-price contracts it had recently signed, as if the loss of the pear orchard was too much for them to bear. They used an aggressive method to capture a lot of territories and start making a profit later, but were cut off from their main source of income. Knock One Pavilion and other businesses changed their minds about extending the contract with them. The king asked whether the masters of the strong and hidden dragon halls had met with them, and they replied that they had dealt with this issue. He ordered us to remain vigilant. Even though the Golden Dragon has been eliminated, there are many agencies and sects that want to get these territories. They themselves must understand that the last time he noticed the problem too late, they will definitely remember his instructions. The second issue of the meeting was the protection of the pear orchard. Right now, 3 escort commanders and 20 soldiers from 5 halls are deployed. But as a temporary measure, they need to choose a hall that will be responsible for protecting the residents. As the master of the Blue Dragon said a week ago, the idea itself was proposed by the master of the 17th Pavilion, and he also received the contract. Obviously, he should be responsible for the protection of the garden. Lee Yol-ren noticed that the 17th Pavilion had no escort soldiers. It won't be a problem if he asks other halls for help, because they do it all the time with big contracts. Even Yol-ren helped with the soldiers. It's true that he didn't have enough people, but he received help from other halls, and this situation is different. He's right. The Heavenly Dragon's struggle is not only with other agencies, but also between the 5 halls and the 17 pavilions. The contract to protect Prince Jeng is a unique chance even for the best halls. That's why Lee Yol-ryong is protesting so much against the deal going to an empty pavilion. He was asked what the Master of the Hidden Dragon then offers. He said it was better to give the Yellow Dragon the protection of the residents. The Master of the Yellow Pavilion clearly did not expect such a turn of events in his favor, although the Master of the 17th Pavilion signed a contract with the herd of buffaloes, and the connections with Prince Jeng that made everything go well are the merit of the Golden Dragon Master. It's true that he made a great contribution, but the Master of the 17th Pavilion should be the face of the pavilion. The question was raised whether anyone present had read the terms of the contract carefully. The Master of the 17th Pavilion is clever enough to become the best at the capital's exam. Do they really think that such a person will allow his fame to be taken away, despite the fact that he personally drafted the contract with the head of the Nanjing Union? The head of the Nanjing Union added special conditions to protect the pear garden, otherwise he would pay only half of the chaff. It is better to ask the interested party about this, or whether it is too presumptuous to sign an exclusive contract when you have not even hired escort soldiers. Chen Ren explained that he thought the words of the Master of the Hidden Dragon Hall made sense. The 17th Pavilion cannot defend the pear orchard without escort soldiers. It is not only dangerous, they may simply be ridiculed. He decided to transfer the contract to the Yellow Dragon Master. Is he not asking for help, but passing on what he wrote about the 17th Pavilion for? As far as he knew, halls and pavilions that sign exclusive contracts are entitled to half of the contracted amount in any case. He is the master of the 17th Pavilion with an exclusive contract, so he will take half of the 200 sonnets for protecting the residents. After he said that, everyone at the table stared at him in silence. But the general manager laughed out loud, saying that the cunning fox had shown his true colors. But even with an exclusive contract, why would the Nanjing Union pay half the cost if the Yellow Dragon would do the work? But Chen Ren was not going to take the whole half for himself. He would give 50 coins to the Golden Dragon Hall on one condition. He wants to take part in the defense of the pear orchard, and he will pay like all the newcomers to the Yellow Dragon Hall. This was his primary goal. The Yellow Dragon would get fame and a substantial amount of money. For the Yellow Dragon, 50 yangs is a trifle, and since the money for protection will be divided up, there is no point in interfering with other halls and pavilions. And the Yellow Dragon will gain a reputation and fame for protecting the prince himself, which is a very lucrative offer. The meeting could have been considered over on such a wonderful note. Lee Jong-sung asked whether Yellow Dragon agreed to such terms. If no one was against it, he would accept it with joy and do his best. So everything passed into the hands of the Golden Dragon. On the way to the pear orchard, Huang asked Lee Jong-un if he was upset. The young master asked him why he should be upset, and he explained that he was talking about the situation at the meeting yesterday. He thought that after the recent events, they had become a little closer, and the master was keeping his distance again, and he was a little upset. Lee Chung-ren reassured him, saying that it was nothing of the sort. Huang secretly told him that Madame Cha-Hua had come to meet him the night before the meeting. Li Jo-sang, the king of the Heavenly Dragon Agency, had 3 wives. The first one loved pear flowers, so she planted so many trees in her house that she named the pavilion a blooming pear tree. And even Dijong-sang called her Madame Blooming Pear, which is how almost everyone started calling her. And the residence of his second and third wives were planted with purple flowers and evergreen trees. That is why they began to be called Madame Purple Flower and Madame Green Leaf at their own request. It was Han Cha-chun's mother, Li Yol-ren, who visited Huang that day. Her parents' family is known as the Purple River Trade Union, which is quite famous in Shaoxing. The Purple River Union is part of the Hangzhou Merchants, which is considered the best trading group on the continent. 20% of their total profit comes from Hangzhou traders, so it's hard for him to refuse Madame Purple Flower's requests. He himself told Chen Ren about the rapprochement and threatened that her influence on him would never change. Now it's clear why he was silent almost all the time at the meeting. Usually wives don't interfere, but that doesn't mean they can't. Huang told him to be careful. There hasn't been a case where they didn't get their way, and they are now watching the young master very closely. Chen Ren asked him why he was telling him all this now. He said that he would consider it a thank you for the pear orchard, even though he was smart enough to think of the orchard himself. If all the wives have taken notice of him, it's not good news, but it means that the Yellow Dragon Master is not yet fully on Li Yol-ren's side. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Nanjing Trade Union, Chairman No Ki-yan asked whether Assassin had still not been caught. Huang said that they are looking for someone who bought a herd of wild buffaloes, and they also went around to artisans with an arrow, but it doesn't look like it was made in Hangzhou. Prince Zheng recommended not to waste much time on this. If they really wanted to destroy it, they will come back. The chairman asked the prince if he was afraid, and he replied that everyone was afraid, but that members of the imperial family's senses dulled over time. Huang drew the emperor's attention to himself by saying, "His Highness." Starting today, veteran soldiers from the Yellow Dragon will be protecting him and his family so he can rest in peace. He hoped that there would be no reason to worry now and asked them to take care of him, and they bowed to him and said they would do everything for him. A small voice called my father and asked if it was okay to come in. He gave his permission, and a tray of dumplings came into the room first. His daughter made dumplings when she heard they were having guests. I also brought rice wine from Beijing and warmed it up a bit because it's cool today. She kindly poured wine for everyone, and her guests began to taste it. Chen Ren thought the wine looked like ordinary warm water, but his father praised it and said it was delicious. She was very happy that they liked it and asked them to try her dumplings. He thought that dumplings could not possibly be bad, but he was mistaken. Huang swallowed too much and praised the princess, saying that the dumplings had a very delicate flavor of meat. The princess asked what the young master thought of her dish. He lied that he had just missed breakfast, so it was wonderful, and the wine was also very tasty. The princess, hearing that they were hungry, enthusiastically ran to get more and asked them to wait for her a little longer, as she still had ingredients for the dish. The prince explained that she behaves this way because she was locked up all her childhood, so she chose cooking as a hobby. He tried to explain to her that such an occupation was not suitable for a woman in the imperial family, but she did not listen and had no talent at all. Recently, it has become dangerous, so he only allowed her to go outside during her vacation in Hangzhou, which she looked forward to every winter. She constantly wants to visit restaurants in Hangzhou to learn how to cook local dishes. Chen Ren thought about her and what it would be like to stay away from home for a whole year. The prince asked to organize a walk for the princess through the restaurants of Hangzhou. He understood that everyone was on guard after the recent attacks, but he asked very much. Huang told him that it would be difficult, but he could bring the cooks here directly to her. People go to restaurants not only for food, he wouldn't even ask if it were that simple. Huang apologized to His Highness. It would be very dangerous because assassin might be around. The prince decided to listen to him, and he and his wife would try to keep her busy with something else. If the credibility of Han Cha-chung and the agency falls, this old snake will be able to intervene, and we cannot let that happen. Chen Ren told His Majesty the prince that there was only one way. How to safely take a princess out to a restaurant. There is one very valuable item of the House sect that is sold on the black market called a silver scale armor that cannot be pierced by any arrow or sword. It's very light and elastic, so it should definitely fit the princess. And he talked about the armor he was wearing now, but changed the name so that no one would know. The princess also needs to find a disguise specialist to turn Her Highness into a scientist and to disguise several of the escort soldiers. We need those who specialize in swords, whips, and other concealed weapons to play the role of her friends. Prince Jung wondered whether all these precautions would be enough. First of all, you need to make sure that she is not recognized, and the rest will only matter if her identity is revealed. If they disguise themselves so that even he does not recognize them, they will get permission from him as the head of security. Chen Ren said that it might take some time, but he would find the best master. But there is one problem. If she and the pavilion master drank wine personally made by Her Highness, they will cover the cost of armor. But for a young master alone, this price will be unaffordable. But Qian smiled through his strength and said that he would pay for it, and asked how much it would cost. Chen Ren said that 1 gold piece a day. He jumped up and shouted, "Is this really 5 gold pieces in 5 days?" He threw up his hands and said that it was an object that could save lives, but if it helped save the princess, then even 100 coins would not be a pity. The prince said that he also drank her wine, so the fate of No Chi Yang, and shouted that all the embezzlement during his stay in the residence he takes on a couple of golden rolls will not play. Near the 17th pavilion, Chang Sam was cleaning up and heard some strange sounds. He saw that the young master was busy with some hard work. The servant decided to ask him what he was doing, and Chen Ren said that he was changing his scale armor. We couldn't let anyone know about it, or they would hunt him down. Chiang did not know that it was so valuable. He showed him the armor and asked him how it looked, and he said that it didn't look very attractive at all, which meant that he had done everything right. Chen Ren laughed at him and asked him to ignore him and bring him some green tea instead. The armor was ready, and Huang Yachun would prepare the escort soldiers. All that was left to do was find disguise masters. But where to get it was to offer to use a mask at the outset. It would have been much easier. Chang Sam brought him green tea and told him that the master had a guest who was not expected. The guest said that your friend was from Beijing, but they hadn't established his identity, so he brought him under the supervision of soldiers. Chen Ren wondered what kind of friend he could be since he hadn't made any friends from Beijing. He carefully looked at the guest from all sides, trying to remember his smooth skin and how he was more beautiful than many women. The only flaw he had was a mole on his ear, and he thought he had seen it somewhere before. The guest said that they hadn't seen Master Chen Ren. Had he already forgotten him? He asked who he was, and the guest said that his name was Yang Jin Pun. He turned the name over and over in his head and then wondered if Pun Jin Yang was standing in front of him. He turned to the soldiers and told them that he was a very close friend of his, so they could go free. Chung Ren ordered Chang Sam to bring them liquor and asked her why she had disguised herself again, and So-So said that they say a scientist must change completely. He hadn't seen her since that mission, and who would have thought that they would meet under such circumstances? So-So asked if this was the same pavilion, and why there were no escort soldiers. Chen Ren explained that he had only received a position and a room. She told him that he would have to recruit and train newcomers and congratulated him on this, albeit belatedly. He asked when she arrived in Hangzhou and whether she had already healed her internal injuries. She arrived 10 days ago and is now completely fine. Then why does she come to him in disguise, and she only wanted to return the meteorite dagger to him? Li Chengren asked if that was the only reason she came to see him, and So-So said that her grandfather, father, and brother were acting strangely. It seems that there was some misunderstanding because she went with him on a mission at the time, and he said that both of his uncles were waiting for an invitation from her clan. They even hoped that it would be brought to them by Namgun So-So. She held her head up and told him not to worry because she would not bring him. and he will prevent this at any cost, because he will not come anyway. Chen Ren stared at her and asked if he was not coming. Maybe he would not come, and So-So stood there looking very offended by him. She yelled at him how he could behave like that. Couldn't he at least be a little worried about the wounded woman he had left in the mountains? Did he really think that everything would be fine if he left her a mountain of nuts? She was not a squirrel. How could he not care whether she got home or not? She didn't expect him to come back for her, but he could have at least written a letter. Chen Ren asked me not to say so and suggested that we go to a tavern and get drunk, and he promised to pay for everything. So-So, still offended, said that she did not know because she had a second appointment, and he felt that she was lying to him. Chen Ren's uncles stood and watched them, and the manager asked him if he was thinking the same thing as him, and he replied that he was most likely. They unanimously told each other, looking at the young people, that love is so beautiful. Chen Ren said that a drink after a hard day only tastes better, and So-So said that was true, and that free drinks taste even better. She waved to the waiter and asked him to bring them a couple more bottles. He thought that he should order whatever he wanted and calm down. Let him do him such a favor. Chen Ren said that this time her disguise had deceived him again. This time the mole was in a more exquisite place. So-So said she didn't care and asked to continue from where they left off, wondering how much he would get for renting the scaly armor. He thought about it and said he would get 1 silver yang per day. But isn't that a high price? And he reminded me that the item was quite valuable. If she agrees to help him, he will make her a temporary escort soldier for his agency, but she will be treated as the head of the escort. He also paid her 1 silver yang every 3 days as a sign of gratitude. She refused him, and he offered her another drink, but she said she was not so easy to persuade. Wearing such a disguise for a long time causes the muscles to become very stiff, almost to the point of paralysis, so you need to check the person at least once an hour. But why she didn't want to help with the escort, and So-So said she didn't need the money. Chen Ren asked her if she had given up on the capital exam, and if there were still many things he could teach her. So-So asked why he thought she was going to retake it. When they were on a mission, she herself said that she wanted to create her own sect, and he believes that she is not the kind of person who gives up so easily. She asked him why he would pay her 1 silver yang per 3 days out of the money he received from renting the reservation, but he would like to earn some money himself. So-So said she would only accept his offer if he paid 1 silver yang a day. Chen Ren agreed to her terms, and they shook hands. The day came when the princess walked the streets of Hangzhou for the first time. She cheerfully asked the main attendant where they would go first. Su joked that Warrior Li used to spend a lot of time in local establishments, so it was better to ask him. The princess asked him if there were any restaurants nearby, and he said that the best food in the world would not satisfy her completely if she did not work up an appetite. They walked through the most famous and picturesque places in Hangzhou, and Warrior Li said that at the end of the walk they would go to a tavern for local dumplings and wine. The princess looked at him and asked if eating dumplings was too easy. This food of ordinary people and their taste will definitely surprise her, and she said that she still makes the most delicious dumplings. But they say that even water tastes different in different cities, and he thinks that it will be the same with dumplings. The princess agreed with his opinion, and since he recommended them so highly, they would start with the same dumplings. They walked to the tavern, and on the way saw the beauty of the Western Lake, the fire show of street actors, the great beauty of architectural buildings and premises. Finally, they came to the same tavern and were kindly greeted and asked to take any table they liked. The waiter asked what they would like. Chen Ren said he would order all kinds of their dumplings and Shaoxing wine for everyone. The princess looked around and noticed that the tavern was in a rather dilapidated state, and she said that it was worse than she had imagined. The Shaoxing wine and dumplings were already on the table, and the princess looked at them with curiosity and suspicion. Namgun So-So was the first to try it and unexpectedly fell in love with the taste. Chen Ren asked what the princess thought of the taste, and she said that as soon as she bit into the dough, the filling spilled out in her mouth like juicy pieces of meat. The owner of the tavern asked if they liked everything, and the princess said that it was so good that she would eat it every day. He apologized for the question, saying that they looked like merchants, and that they could tell him how much money he could make, how to become a carrier, and asked why he needed to do it. He explained that recently they have had no visitors at all, so he is considering closing the place, and he can't live without work. There was really no one else in the institution except them, and the man was probably in a difficult situation. Chen Ren thought that in his past life, the tavern never closed. The waiter at the tavern got angry and said it was all because of the 3 dogs of the Western Lake. Their wards constantly come and eat all their dumplings, but they never pay for them. 3 people walked into the tavern and asked the waiter why he had been crying since the morning, if they had offended him in some way. It was the Westlake trio of dogs, and Chen Ren had heard of them before. There are many taverns and brothels scattered around the Western Lake, all of which are divided into 4 zones that are controlled by large underworld organizations. The Western region is the responsibility of the Western organization of the 2-headed shark, and the trio of dogs are their warriors. Officially, they call themselves the Wonder Trio of Westlake, but ordinary people add the word dogs because no one likes them. The problem was that in their past lives, they had all been destroyed by the demon Attractive Flower. And since Chen Ren destroyed the Attractive Flower, some people are now alive. He hadn't thought about it before. The young master explained to them that it was the trio of Westlake dogs and that they should get out of here so as not to cause any problems. The bandits told the waiter to serve them the usual dumplings and Shaoxing wine, to put more of everything, and to fry them pork. The waiter said they didn't serve pork, and the bandit looked at him angrily and told him to go buy some and fry it up. The waiter asked the bandits for money, and the princess told him that he could take her money. She would pay because they were already leaving. They said that they had to go, that they had better hurry if they were to visit the other tea houses before lunch, and one of the bandits told the princess to wait. He said he hadn't seen her before. Maybe she came from the north. So-So said that they are traders who want to buy tea here, so they are in a hurry, and if they have nothing else to say, they leave. The bandits said they weren't going to detain them, but they could at least have a drink before they left. If the traders are so busy, they will be satisfied with that young lady. The head of the trio of dogs said that these people are not well-mannered and stupid, so they don't know manners. So no matter how much you teach them, they can go where they want to go, they don't stop them. He is unlikely to apologize, but he did not besiege his men, but it suited them to leave the tavern without conflict. Chen Ren turned to the princess and said that they still had a long way to go. But the princess screamed whether they were the Westlake dog trio. She wanted to just leave, but she couldn't let it go. So she asked him if he even realized that his wards were eating here and not paying a penny. For a small business, this is an irreparable blow because they won't be able to eat these beautiful dumplings if they go bankrupt. So let him explain to them that if they want to eat, they should bring money. He said he would, but did he hear her call them dogs? She insulted him and his brothers in front of the wards, and will have to pay for that as well. He didn't care who it was. They'd have to give them 3 hands. Chen Ren pushed the princess back behind him. He said to them that he had heard a lot about the Westlake trio, whose leader was not local, so he made a similar mistake, and he hoped they would forgive him this time. The head of the gang ordered his men not to stand still, but to cut off the guard's arm first. But suddenly, an unknown ninja appeared, and with one blow pushed away all those who rushed to fulfill the order, looked at them, and greeted Her Highness. The trio of dogs were stunned by what they heard, and Chen Ren wondered who the ninja was. Perhaps it was a guard they didn't know about, but decided to ask him anyway. Namgun So-So stopped him, saying that he had the dialect of a man from the source of the Huaye River and the technique of a sword. She asked him if he was the one who attacked the princess 5 days ago, the assassin sect of the Valley of the Spirits or the Valley of Destruction, where he was from. He told her that she was well aware of the Jangu So-So techniques and explained that these techniques are passed down in her family. The Namgong clan would understand better if she said she was the granddaughter of Lightning Sword. The trio of dogs were shocked to find themselves in the same tavern as Her Majesty and a member of the Namgun clan. Assassin said that they had been waiting for this day for 5 days without any rest. There is no point in retreating, even if the granddaughter of the Lightning Sword is here. If they don't give them the princess, they will take her themselves. Assassin addressed the trio of the Western Lake, saying that they were accidentally on their way, so they can get out of here. He was not going to introduce himself, and if they did not want to be destroyed in their sleep, they should not talk or meet with anyone for at least an hour. Namgun So-So leaned over Chen Ren and told him that their powers were no longer equal and that he had to wait for the moment and get the princess out of here. But he left her, telling her not to worry. that he would fix everything. He showed a badge and told everyone to stay in their seats. He was Ban Cha Wang, a soldier of the Emperor's own secret service. A trio of dogs. Do they think they can carry their heads on their shoulders after inflicting such humiliation on the princess herself? He said that he would give them a chance to redeem themselves if they protected the princess from these bastards, and if even one hair fell from her head, he would pursue them. Namgun Soso wanted to stop him. The trio of dogs had no choice but to fight to protect the princess. A crowd had gathered outside and heard the noise in the tavern, and some of them even wanted to intervene, but they were stopped from complaining about the problems. The assassins fought the Green West Lake Gang and a group of escort warriors. Namgun Soso and Ga Bulam repelled and restrained the attacks, while Chen Ren fought the main assassin. In the battle, Assassin told the young master that he did not expect a Secret Service guard to be on his way. He told him not to even think about getting out of this institution alive after threatening the princess. As soon as Chen Ren finds out what sect they are from, it will be destroyed immediately. The assassin looked at him and ironically said that they were from a group that could destroy even an emperor with only a question of price, not to mention a princess. Pausing for a moment, Chen Ren asked what he meant when he spoke of an hour of time. Assassin did not understand what he was saying. Chen Ren explained that when he entered the tavern, he told his men not to talk to anyone or meet with anyone for at least an hour, which is what it was for. The assassin told him that this was the time they would have to cover their tracks after the princess's elimination, asking if this answer satisfied him. Li Chengren was very angry at his words, thinking that it was all nonsense, because they were not going to eliminate her at all, but simply kidnap her. Namgun Soso, repelling the attack out of the corner of her ear, heard what they were talking about and shouted that Assassin was deceiving him. They were deliberately attacking him in the open. Chen Ren immediately realized that this was the plan. They were waiting for the news of the attack to come to the pear orchard, so the prince would think they were in danger. The princess stood by the side of the warrior Ga Bulem and was very afraid that something might happen to her father. The Yellow Dragon Master will immediately send the best warriors to the tavern and ask for additional ones from the Heavenly Dragon Agency, but the reinforcements need time to get to the residence. And this is what the assassins want. Namgun Soso repelled the attack and said that the envoy had not yet reached the residence if one of them went there and turned the aid back. The assassin said that the Western trio will die in battle here, so no one will know how they insulted the princess. So why would they risk their lives? The head of the Western trio thought and realized that Assassin was right to some extent, but if he had already taken out the sword, he would at least avenge his destroyed subordinates. The assassin quickly rose above him and said that if he was so impatient to go to hell, he would speed up the process. In the midst of the fight, a man came into the tavern and said that they would deal with his case first. At his words, the fight between them stopped and everyone in the tavern looked in his direction, and only Chen Ren and Namgun Soso realized who he was. It was Namgun Seok who said he came here to find his sister. Namgun Soso turned her back on him and was visibly nervous. Namgun Seok apologized and calmly said that no one would leave the tavern until he found his sister. One of the assassins asked who he was. The assassin continued to say that he did not know what kind of nonsense he was talking about, but if he saw them, he should be eliminated. Namgun Seok drew his sword without further explanation and eliminated the three assassins with one move. After that, he addressed the crowd and said that if anyone did not like his behavior, they could discuss it with him later. The chief assassin was confused and wondered if this man had destroyed his three subordinates with a single blow. Assassin decided to ask him who he was, but Seok told him to introduce himself first if he wanted to hear someone else's name. He had no manners. Assassin was visibly nervous in front of him and could not even really explain who they were, and Namgun Seoki had already guessed. The ghosts of the Spirit Valley, judging by the way they wear black bamboo hats and stinking bodies, he thinks he was a black-headed ghost. The people who wanted to attack him used the Spirit Blade technique and the Spirit Sword Trap, which were developed in the Spirit Valley. While Namgun Seok was talking to the black-headed ghost, he noticed that his sister was trying to escape unnoticed, so he asked where she was going. A frightened Namgun Soso returned and asked him what he was doing here as if nothing had happened. The black-headed ghost thought, if anything, if this is her brother, then he is the Azure Dragon Sword Namgun Seok. My brother opened his palm and showed me the ring, explaining that a servant had brought it to him and said that his sister had given it to him. So explained that she just guessed that they would have to face the assassins, and their tea house was not far away, so she knew it would be nearby. She looked at him nervously and with some fear. Her brother asked what problem she was getting into again. The Valley of Spirits would create many problems even for him. How could she create a new problem after the one in the mountains? While Namgun Soso was being spanked, she shouted to Lee Jong-ren that she and her brother would sort it out themselves, and he was in a hurry to go to the pear orchard. Gabulam shouted to him that he would protect the princess even at the cost of his life. The princess clung to the warrior Ga and tearfully asked the young master to save her father. Entrusting the princess Gabulama a Soso to her brother, he ran out of the tavern to get to the residence of the emperor as soon as possible. Chen Ren hurried to the residence, attracting the attention of the crowd, but he lacked strength and endurance. He noticed that the soldiers of the escort guarding the pear garden were moving towards him. Chen Ren tried to stop the convoy, but the soldiers were in such a hurry to protect the princess that they didn't even notice the young master on their way. Lee Chung-ren realized that he would have to continue on his own and that it would not be easy to run 4 kilometers quickly. Looking around, he saw horses and suddenly remembered that there was a post office near him. Saddling his horse, Chen Ren quickly made his way to the pear orchard, and there he was surprised to find all the soldiers near the orchard lying on the ground and not moving. The poisonous fog and the worm protect the young master from its effects, but even with them he will not be able to stand on his feet for long. He covered his face with his hand in the hope that it would help him and thought about finding Prince Zheng as soon as possible. Huang stood at the entrance to the residence and ordered his escort soldiers to keep their guard up so that no enemy could enter the residence. An old man and an archer stood against the army of soldiers, aiming her arrows at them. She eliminated one of the soldiers, which made Huang very angry, and he promised to destroy her with his own hands. Without paying any attention to his words, she shot the arrow again, but this time it hit Huang and he deflected it with his sword. Huang noticed that the arrows fired by the assassin were made of metal. A man approached him behind his back and said that Huang had broken the bar. Huang was the first to attack the old assassin, but he was not weak and fought back. The escort soldiers were worried about their master, and Huang ordered them not to leave their positions. Huang said that judging by the style of fighting, he was lucky to meet a Secret Service soldier who went crazy and became a thug. The old master said that Huang seems to be their leader, and he will destroy him painlessly if he passes through without obstacles. However, their argument was stopped by Prince Zheng, who came outside and asked them to stop immediately. Huang asked His Highness to return inside because it was extremely dangerous. Prince Zheng knew who sent them and why, but the object was very well hidden and only he knew its location. The assassins were running out of time, as reinforcements from the agency would arrive very soon. Prince Zheng asked them not to kill innocents. It would be better if they took him prisoner. Huang begged not to act so recklessly, and the prince said that they had done everything they could and asked if he could protect his wife. Huang fell to his knees and said that the prince's humble servant would protect his wife at any cost. The old master told the archer that they would go ahead, ordering her to follow them after she had dealt with the bodies. The old master kindly told the prince to make himself comfortable, as the journey would be long. The old master ordered the coachman to leave, and the cunning Chen Ren, disguised as one of them, said that he would get them there safely. The convoy was moving through the forest at an incredible speed, and the carriage bounced on every bump, so the prince was clearly uncomfortable. Chen Ren thought that they would go east toward Beijing, but they are moving east. This road leads to the mouth of the Fuchenjiang River, which flows into the sea, so it should not freeze like the Hangzhou canals. It looks like they intend to go out into open waters, so he needs to gain distance. Prince Zheng looked out the window of the carriage and called the coachman a fool who did not know how to drive. Chen Ren told him that his wife was safe and that she was fine. The prince did not understand what was happening. He added that the assassins should have been defeated by now, so his wife is safe and protected by the heavenly dragon. Still bewildered, Prince Zheng asked the coachman who he was that he knew this information. He took off his mask and introduced himself as Li Chen Ren from the Heavenly Dragon Agency. The prince asked how he should understand this, and Chen Ren explained that he needed to find the right moment to kidnap him from here. But as soon as he said this, he saw that an archer was catching up with them and attacking their carriage. The prince felt something hit the map, and Chen Ren explained that it was the archer they had seen in the pear orchard, and he sped up the horses to get away from her. The young master beat one of the attackers and covered him with hay in the stable, as if she had found him when she was going to get the horse. Chen Ren shouted that he would protect the prince in any case and asked him to press against the left side of the carriage and hold on tight. He directed the horses to the left and drove off the road at high speed to escape the pursuit. The carriage was traveling at an incredibly high speed, and the prince, who no longer thought about comfort, asked Chen Ren where they were going, and he replied that they were going to the western lake. The prince asked why they had to go there, and the young master said that they had to go there to cross the lake and find themselves at the other end. He laughed and told him to go ahead and drive at full speed, and he laughed because he imagined the old man's face. The prince saw the lake and asked if they were really going to drive a carriage across it. They noticed that the ghosts of the Valley of the Spirits were already near the lake and were also about to cross it. But they did not calculate the speed, so as soon as the horses stepped on the ice, they immediately fell along with their riders. While Prince Jung was laughing at the clumsiness of the assassins, Chen Ren noticed that an old master had appeared on their tail. He was not hindered by the slippery ice, so he quickly covered the distance between them on his feet. Chung Ren asked the prince to take the sack he had taken from the residents out of the carriage and hand it to him. Prince Jung fulfilled his request, and then the young master put special equipment on his shoes. He had very little time to do so, because the old master was catching up with them, and the archer was attacking. Prince Jung said that her archery skills were impressive and asked if the young master was okay, and he replied that he was fine. Chung Ren asked the prince to take over the ropes and steer the horses himself because the horses would stop. If they don't feel tension, they should be held as if he were riding and in a hurry. On the other side of the lake, the soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon's escort would be waiting for the prince, and Prince Jung was worried about what would happen to the young master. Chen Ren told him that he would try to buy him some time, but the prince warned him that the old martial artist might be left out of the map. But the young master said that it was his work, but he did not want to be rude and wanted to ask the prince for something. If he can protect his highness, let him grant him a small wish. But Prince Jeng told him that for some reason his request sounded worse than being in the hands of the assassin. The young master had already saved the prince and his daughter, and that was worthy of any request. Chen Ren picked up an axe and jumped off the carriage right in front of the old master, preparing to resist him. The old master had heard of him before and asked if Chen Ren was from the Heavenly Dragon Agency. In turn, the young master asked if he was the master of the Valley of Spirits. His men used the technique of the spirit blade and the spiritual sword trap, and before he could speak, the master interrupted him. He looked at him angrily and asked what they had done to his subordinates. Chen Ren told him directly that his people were most likely liquidated, and that in any case their lives no longer belonged to them. The young master did not know whether he had noticed, but the elite warriors, along with the master of the Namgun clan, would soon cross the lake and be here. On the other side, a reinforced support team of the Heavenly Dragon Agency is approaching. Chen Ren hinted to him that he and his assassins were completely surrounded, and his plan to kidnap the prince had failed. But these words made the old master angry, and he attacked the young master. But with the help of special equipment, Chen Ren had an advantage over him and was able to dodge his attack. He had tied nails to his boots so that he could not be caught easily on the frozen lake. The old master angrily gritted his teeth that he had clearly underestimated him. So he took out his hidden weapon and said that then he would do his best to deal with him. Chen Ren saw the meteorite's barbed hammers and wondered where such a large weapon could be hidden. At first glance, he seemed to be a master of hand-to-hand combat who does not use weapons, but he brought hammers with him, and he also brought thorns. Chen Ren said that it was obvious that he would let him attack him first. But the master attacked him first, saying that he attacked him so confidently and had nothing else to show except footwork. Chen Ren dodged the attacks and thought that it was too destructive a force that could break all his bones with just one hit. The old master asked the young master how long he planned to dodge his blows. He put his inner energy into the hammers, and the wounds caused by even one hit can become critical. He ordered Chen Ren to get to his feet because they were not done yet. But the young master swung his axe with all his might and said that in truth, everything was just beginning. When they hit the ice with an axe, it began to crack under their feet and collapse. The old master did not expect such a trick from him, and the ice under his feet was completely destroyed by the weight. Chen Ren remained standing on the ice and watched his nemesis go underwater. He learned the lesson that every master has his own weaknesses. Heck Bansi taught him that every master has some weaknesses that are common to almost everyone. Chen Ren was lying on the floor and asked what this common weakness was. He explained that if all of them were tied up, they would become incapacitated. The young master asked how he could do it, and Heck Bansi said that he would not teach him every detail, he had to figure it out for himself. He should use his feet to exploit the situation and terrain, and any tricks he can think of. Chen Ren was jolted out of his memories by a hoarse plea for mercy from the old master. He couldn't get out because of the hammers tied to his hands. Huang shouted to the young master to stay put because their accomplices had already been detained. Chen Ren approached Huang, and the latter asked him in confusion if he was really the fourth master. He explained that he did not recognize him because of his disguise and asked if the young master was injured, and he said he was fine. He pointed a finger and said that he was the head of the assassins group and it would be better to detain him. Huang was curious about how it happened and wanted to hear all the details. The detained assassins were waiting for them on the shore under the supervision of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Huang turned to the king and told him that they had caught him and that they had also found the fourth master. Li Zhongsang also asked what happened and how they ended up here. Chen Ren explained that he disguised himself as one of the attackers and stole the carriage with his highness to lure the enemy to the frozen lake. And then he broke the ice with an axe and caught the head of the attackers, and my father was surprised how he did it. Chen Ren showed him that he had a speed advantage thanks to the rope and nails. When he finished explaining, he turned to her highness and told her that her husband was safe on the other side of the lake, so she need not worry anymore. Li Zhongsang turned to his subordinate and asked if he had his spyglass, and he replied that he always took it with him. Li Chongren noticed it and thought that he would like to have one in the future. The spyglass was handed over to the prince's wife so that she could see everything with her own eyes. Namgun Seok and his sister guarded the prince and his daughter and kept an eye on the opposite bank. Seok noticed that they were being watched, so he told the prince that it looks like his wife is grateful, so she is looking at them from the other side through a spyglass right now. Happy and protected, they stood and waved their hands joyfully to show her highness that they were also perfectly fine. The prince's wife was touched by what she saw because it was so important to her that her family members were alive and well. The fact that a group of assassins tried to kidnap the princess and attacked Prince Zheng's residence quickly became the most talked about news. The magic branch of Old Hangzhou immediately sent 100 soldiers and took control of the pear orchard, but Qing Yang, the leader of the Nanjing Union, asked them to send more soldiers and was even willing to pay a large sum of money. But very soon this precaution became unnecessary, because Prince Zheng and his family decided to move back to Beijing. Li Yolryong told his brother that the prince had an accounting book that could do great harm to the second prince if it were made public. He had also heard that the prince had secretly aligned himself with Japan, so Prince Zheng sent spies to him and followed him for a long time. Chen Ren thought that it sounded as if a great battle might take place between members of the imperial family. Li Gabriong changed the subject by saying that the girl next to Namgun Seok, if he's not mistaken, is Namgun Soso. He asked in front of everyone if she had always been so beautiful. He was told that she had charm, but today her skin looks like the first snow, and she looks like a flower. Li Yolren asked if he knew her brother, if he hadn't seen her before, and he replied that she was always a bully and walked around with scars and bruises. Li Benren said that he is quite close to Namgun Soso, but today she is really much more beautiful than usual. If he has any shame, he would not talk about his intimacy when he is standing next to Chen Ren. However, the young master did not pay any attention to his words. He looked straight ahead and saw that Soso looked and looked away, apparently angry again. After a long wait, Prince Zheng and his family came out of the residence. The prince said goodbye to the king and the leader, and now it was the young master's turn. He asked how old Chen Ren is this year, and he replied that he was 22. The prince also asked if his brothers had married yet, and the young master replied that none of his brothers had married yet. His Highness thanked him for his help and promised that he would return to Hangzhou next year and hoped to protect it. adding that they hire a smart coachman because he never wants to ride in a carriage driven by Chen Ren again in his life. It became their own personal funny situation. Her Highness said that they were indebted to him and asked if he would visit them at their residence when he was in Beijing. The princess also wanted to thank him for his help. She heard from her father that the armor he gave her was from the Hao sect. He also said that it was not a pity to rent such a treasure for 1 gold piece a day, and the princess was happy that she did not leave a scratch on it. Chen Ren saw that Namgong Soso had heard everything and had already realized that Chen Ren had deceived her, so he hurried to change the conversation. The princess gave him a gift and asked him to open it later, and the young master thanked her for such generosity. After seeing off the carriage of the imperial family, Li Jongsam asked Namgun Seok if it was true that he had helped the young people a lot at the restaurant. Seok said that he was just lucky to be there while he was looking for his sister. The king said that his son had already twice endangered the precious daughter of the Namgong clan and that he was ashamed to face him and his grandfather. Seok said that to tell the truth. He thinks she created more problems, even though she is 2 years older, and often doesn't even think about the consequences. Chen Ren was only interested in the fact that she was 2 years older than him. Li Gab Ren says, "Is it really possible to say such a thing about such a beautiful and wise girl? Even for his younger brother, it would be rude." Namgun Seok introduced him as his friend Gab Ren and asked his sister if she remembered him. She bowed to him and replied that she had not seen Sir Gabriel for a long time. He hastened to correct her that we could do without the formalities of Sir and Master. Soso replied that Sir Gab Ren was her brother's friend, so she should show respect, and that he was much older, and that such words wounded him to the core. For Gab Ren, 30 years ago, 6 years apart, it was cruel. Namgun Seok asked his sister if she had anything to say to the head of the agency. Namgun Soso bowed before the king of the agency and apologized for the previous time, because she had not only deceived the elders, but also secretly gone on a mission. She realized her mistakes after her grandfather's lectures, and Soso asked Li Jongsang to forgive her for it. The king kindly lifted her up and told her that he knew who had made her deceive him, and that he knew about the reward she had been promised for her help. The Heavenly Dragon Agency has already thanked her twice, and he will never forget it, and she can come to visit them any time. Li Chengren thought that if you looked at them from the outside, you would think they were his daughter. Namgun Seok reached into his pocket and said that he had forgotten to give them something. He took out a beautifully decorated envelope and handed it to Li Jongsang, saying that his grandfather had given it to him and that he would be glad to see them. The king of the agency looked at the invitation and said that he respected and looked up to him even in his youth. Therefore, they would definitely find time for such a meeting and worship each other. After saddling their horses, the members of the Namgun clan were about to leave for their residence. Namgun Seok approached Zhong Ryong, saying that they had already met twice and whether he would mind dropping the formalities, and he replied without any problems. Seok said that he trusted Namgun Soso, and Zhong Ryong stared at him in complete disbelief. He said this because his sister and he had become good friends. Seok didn't know if he had noticed that Soso likes to cause trouble and is very good at doing things first and thinking later, so he is constantly worried about what kind of trouble she will get into again. Li Tengren said that he did not think she needed to be taken care of. After all, he had never seen a girl more wise and determined, and he had already learned a lot from her. My brother liked it and was happy to hear Chen Ren talk about his sister. Namgun Sok said that he would look forward to the next meeting with Jong-un, and he reciprocated. The general manager and Huang looked at each other again and thought the same thing. Chang Sam was putting things in order near the 17th pavilion when he saw his young master walking toward him. Chen Ren asked him why he had been grumbling to himself since the morning. Chan Sam complained to him that he had been cleaning the pavilion alone for the past 6 days and wondered where to get more staff. The young master asked if he was ashamed that only the 2 of them were here. Chan Sam said sadly that such a good pavilion was being ridiculed, and he felt sorry for it. He shrugged and said, "The famous 17th pavilion with no one but them in it." Chen Ren told him not to worry because there would soon be more people. Chiang looked at him with distrust and asked if it was true. Now all that remains is to find the commander of the soldiers. Chang Sam asked how he would find them. and the young master said that there were many ways. There are plenty of people around who want to work for their agency, but it will be difficult to find worthy ones. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Ga Bulem, who asked if there was a room available for him. Chenren was frightened and asked why warrior Ga had come so suddenly. Ha Bulem sat down on the stairs and said that last night the chairman demoted him and sent him here. At night, he wanted to explore the area a little bit, but he passed out because there were a lot of empty rooms. The warrior Ga Bulem becomes a part of the 17th Pavilion and asks to be taken care of and slams his fist on his palm. Chenren was happy with his good fortune, and he was thinking about how to take him to his place and worried that he was tortured by the demotion. The young master also asked why he was demoted, and the warrior Ga explained that he was a direct subordinate of Chairman Zhang who had disobeyed an order. Another guest came and said that a person cannot be in despair if he or she has made such a decision. It was the accountant Zhong Lim Som who took them by surprise, and they asked what he was doing here and what he meant. Zhong Lim Som explained that 3 days ago, the gay warrior visited Zhang's head and argued with him for a long time. He said that he wanted to go to the 17th Pavilion and asked to be transferred there. When Chairman Zhang did not agree, he began to threaten to leave the country. Ga Bulem said that in general he was demoted because of threats, but he is grateful that he was sent here. Chenren was not expecting this from him and asked why he had to go so far. Ga Bulem was upset by his words and asked if he was not satisfied with him as an escort warrior. Chenren smiled and told him that this was out of the question. The next in line was the accountant, Chen Ren, who asked if he had any business in the morning and was told that he had also been demoted. The chief accountant has been transferred and will work as an accountant in the 17th Pavilion and asks to take care of him. Chen Ren began to suspect something, even if the accountant Chong was demoted. Zhong Lim Som immediately explained that he did not have the same sense of duty as the Ga soldier. He personally only obeyed orders, but a demotion is a demotion. Chen Ren was uncomfortable now, but he was still happy that there were people in the pavilion besides him and Chang Sam, and he could not even dream of a bookkeeper. Chen Ren kindly suggested that they not stand outside but go inside. They sat down at the table and Chen Ren said that he felt more at ease with such workers. Zhong Lim Som said that they still need to recruit people to fill this table completely. They also need a lot of money to hire new workers for each position they need, so they need to pay salaries. Chen Ren said that he was not going to pocket the money. The team's soldiers would receive only the best. It's admirable, but there will still be problems with money, and any difficulties start with money and are solved with money. Therefore, they urgently need to find funds for priority embezzlement. Chen Ren threw a bag of gold on the table in front of them and said that there were 50 yangs in gold. Zhong Lim Som did not expect the 17th Pavilion to have any money at all, and here they were presented with a whole bag of gold. Chen Ren said that he had no people and was not poor, and ordered them to use them to put the pavilion in full order. He also said that their salaries have now been doubled as a manifestation of his respect for his employees. They were very pleasantly shocked by this news, so they sat and looked at each other for a while. Chen Ren noticed that, judging by their reaction, money really does affect many things, and now he asked them to listen to what he was thinking. In order for the pavilion to function, each of them must take on some of the responsibilities, and if they succeed, they will be recognized as an independent pavilion. Zhong Lim Sun said that now it was clear what he had planned. The young master's words were extremely accurate. He was ready to report on yesterday's ceremony as the accountant of the 17th Pavilion. Chen Ren noticed his accountant move a bag of ash closer to him. Everyone at the table was happy with everything, so they decided to end the discussion and get down to business. Zhong Lim Som reported that 55 orders were handed out at yesterday's ceremony. This was due to the fact that not so long ago, the protection of Prince Zheng and the pear orchard became widely known. After that, they began to receive requests to guard palaces and escort clients. Chen Ren was happy, because it was all thanks to him. Ga Bulem said that this is why they have a lot of work, although it is very rare in winter. Chen Ren asked if there was any work for the 17th Pavilion as well. He thought that he already had a commander and an accountant, and if the agency had food, he deserved to be the first to eat it. Zhong Lim Som said that there were no orders for the pavilion. Chen Ren was flying in his thoughts and didn't even realize that there was no work for them at all. The accountant sipped his tea and replied that they had not received any orders. Ga Bulem thought that the demotion was called that for a reason. Chen Ren was depressed and angry at the same time at this news. But there are 22 assignments that have been offered to the 17th Pavilion. Zhang Ryong said that he was making fun of him, but Zhang Limsam said that he was not. He just didn't say anything right away. Since they lack warriors, it makes sense to start guarding clients and protecting estates. 9 proposals are for the protection of young girls from the families of large traders, and 3 are for the protection of prostitutes. Ga Bulem asked why only girls were given these very strange assignments. Zhang Limsam suspects that these are attempts to start a relationship with the 4th Heavenly Dragon Master, who has recently become quite famous. Li Chengrin shrieked at this unexpected statement from his accountant. The young owner did not like such tasks, so he irritatedly asked which of all those errands was suitable for him. The accountant said that they could use the protection of buildings, but all 4 of the requests were for brothels. They are practically in the same place, so 3 or 4 warriors will be enough. Chen Ren thought that if only 3 or 4 warriors were needed, it was time to start looking. Chang Sam came in and said that a scholar was looking for Chen Ren. The young master told his colleagues that they would continue the conversation later. Namgun Soso came to see Chen Ren and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that the pavilion was more spacious than she had thought. It must be very expensive to manage such a large pavilion. Chen Ren said that it is not, but the capital is only 50 win, so the development will be step by step. She looked at him seriously and asked him if it would be just conscientious work. He's not going to stab his friends in the back and deceive them again. She sat down at the table and said that a simple apology would be enough for her. And then, the amount she was cheated out of by the young owner would become an investment in the 17th Pavilion. Chen Ren shouted at her, "Isn't this even more fraud on her part?" Soso said that if the hired warrior had counted the request for 100 win as 10 win, she would have reported the stolen difference, because the same thing happened to her. Soso also said that he will return several times more when he becomes the head of the agency and expands his pavilion. Chen Ren crossed his arms and asked if she really believed that he would become the head of the agency. Soso said that she had definitely told him about it when they were in the cave, when his name will definitely become the name of the chairman as he dreams of. Namgun Soso took out the scroll and asked him to write a receipt so that he could not deceive her again. She pulled out a stack of papers and asked him to write down what she would ask him to do. Chen Ren was amused by this situation, so he asked whether it had to come to this. But Namgun Soso looked at him angrily, so Chen Ren had no choice but to say that they would do everything by the book. Li Chengrin, chairman of the 17th Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, received an investment of half a golden yang from Namgun Soso. This amount is equivalent to 1% of the total capital of the 17th Pavilion, and after providing this receipt, the company undertakes to share the savings. Chen Ren was upset by the profit and said that it would not work. After all, if she is still angry and wants to take revenge on him in this way, he will simply apologize. She tried to hide her inner anger and said that she was not angry with him at all, but that she could not live peacefully when she lost in something. Soso kindly asked Chen Ren if he remembered what he had to write or if he could be reminded. Chen Ren thought that he would give in to her today, so he asked her how to spell her name. Soso said that it was too simple a character to not know. He handed her a bone and told her that the documents would be invalid if she made even one wrong bend. Chen Ren gave Soso a new leaf and asked her to write on it, and he noticed that her name means clear and sharp mind, which is a good name for someone like her. She explained that she got it from her grandfather, who wanted her to always look straight ahead and not fall victim to fraud. Namgun Soso finished writing her name on the sheet and admired her handwriting, saying that it was just perfect. Soso also asked whether the 17th Pavilion had already received its first task. Chen Ren said that he had received a lot of proposals, but he would have to fulfill them personally and was considering which ones to accept. Chan Sam came in again and told the young master that he had a guest, so he had to go to the main building of the agency. Chen Ren asked who the guest and servant were and did not know any details himself. The young master told Namgun Soso that he had to go, but that they would meet again, and she said they had a good conversation. But almost on the way out, Li Zhongryong forgot to tell Namgun Soso something. He told her that he was hiring her as a freelance warrior for the 17th Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. She clearly did not expect this from today's meeting. Chen Ren told her not to worry. He wouldn't get her into dangerous trouble like the last time because he didn't like that kind of thing. Namgun Soso yelled at him that he had lost his mind and offered to work as his warrior. Chenren showed a sheet on which she had signed herself, and now she would come to him once a month as an investor, and he would make a warrior out of her. Soso said that there was nothing there but a signature, but he assured her that it was not a problem because he already knew what to write. Chenren waved at her and said he had to run, and Soso was left angry with herself for falling for this fraud so easily. When Chenren arrived at the agency's main building, he saw that it was quite crowded, and that the guests were saying that the king was there and that they hoped for his support. Chenren apologized for being late, and the guests said that the very person everyone was gossiping about had arrived. The students from Jongso-bu introduced themselves to him and said that this was the first time they had met the young master Jong-ren. The first person to officially greet me was a man named Yang Cho from Chomchang. He was followed by a nice girl named Tan Gun-bek from Tanmun. Chenren realized that the guests were from the famous Depa school. The entire command of the Heavenly Dragon Agency and its masters were sitting at the table. On that table was a bronze medal with a dragon by Murim's leader, which meant that the Alliance had a request for the agency. Tuso-bu said that the agency had heard their conditions, so they had to leave, and he had already inconvenienced the head of the agency and the elders. Tuso-bu hit his palm with his fist and said that was why he was asking him to do this. Before the meeting, the general manager briefly described the circumstances. The members of the Dragon and Phoenix group were on a mission to hunt down the dubiously famous Madu to bring him to the Muramu Alliance. But during the battle with Madu, 2 were wounded, and it was difficult to continue the mission. On behalf of the Murim head, a request was made to provide chariots and soldiers. If the Heavenly Dragon Agency acts as a support group, it will be forced to follow the orders of Tuso-bu. The general manager finished the story and said that he understood that it was very difficult to accept this. The older sons of the king said that when the commander represents an agency, they cannot follow orders from representatives of other schools. This was true even if they successfully completed the task. They would get all the credit and would not be paid properly, but it was hard for them to ask for it. They want to make sure that the Heavenly Dragon doesn't take Madu away from them and sell it to the Alliance. Besides, you can't send just anyone as an escort. They brought the Murim medal, so you can't take this lightly. Chenren recalled that in his past life, the same thing happened when he escorted Madu and the mission failed. As a result, they were disgraced, and the reputation of the Heavenly Dragon Agency was tarnished. Lee Jongsong asked what the chief accountant thought about this, and he said that there was no point in thinking about it for a long time. They have the opportunity to obey their orders, but there is a person who will not disgrace the reputation of the Marima Alliance. Sun Chi-beok proposed to form an escort group led by the 17th Pavilion. Song Chan said that the 4th young master would be a sufficient manifestation of sincerity on their part. Ming is younger than them, so he won't disgrace their reputation by following Tuso-bu's orders. Chenren looked at the brothers who had just been against him and now sat with their heads down, deciding to dump all their problems on him. Lee Jong-sang said that the Marima Alliance's work is their duty, so no big profits can be expected from the mission. He asked if he would take it on, and Chenren wondered if he had any choice in the situation, so he agreed. In the middle of the night, Chenren gathered all his aides and told them that the 17th Pavilion had received an order and they would be leaving in a few hours. Sleepy's helpers could not understand what kind of assignment they had been given and why they had to leave that night. Chenren ordered 2 chariots to be prepared, one of which would contain horse feed and necessary supplies, and the second chariot with the cage will be prepared for Madu. The wards heard his order and started to fulfill it. Chenren told Chang Sam that he had a special request for him. The young master whispered his request in his ear, but he could not understand why he needed it. Chenren asked him to fulfill the request before they left for the mission. Chenren ran away, and Chang Sam asked where he was going, to which he replied that he wanted to catch the freelance soldiers. It was already dawn, and the students of the Depa school said that only the young master Chenren was going with them. Chenren told them that he had received an order from the head of the agency to escort Madu and asked them to take care of him. Tuso-bu did not expect that they would be accompanied by the 4th master in person. Chenren said that he wanted to leave at dawn so as not to attract too much attention. Tusubu said that he understood his desire to do his job well, but that further decisions would be made only by him personally. Chen-ren knew this would happen, so he agreed with his words. Therefore, he ordered his soldiers to bring prepared items for the mission. Chen-ren looked at the caged Madhu and thought that he had committed a crime, such as the destruction of a master who had mastered a forbidden technique with which he had crippled members of the Muramu alliance. In the common people, he is also called a gray-haired old man. Chang Sam hurried to the young master, bringing a large sack and asking where to put it. Lee Chung-ren slowly approached the cage with Madhu's prisoner. He took the key out of his pocket and turned it to open the cage. The students of Deppa's school shouted at him that he was doing this and why he was doing it, because it was dangerous. Chen-ren calmly asked Chang Sam to give him what he had asked for earlier. The bag contained chickens, which the young master threw into Madhu's cage. The prisoner did not like his actions and his new neighbors at all, and asked what kind of outrage this was. Chen-ren smiled at him and told him that it was a long trip, so he had to do everything spectacularly, and he filled in the empty seats so he would go with the chickens. The journey will take half a month, and his nutrition and sleep will be personally monitored by Chen-ren. He also hopes that there will be no problems along the way. Madhu looked the young master straight in the eye and asked him if he really wanted to make such a deal with him. Chen-ren assured the prisoner that he had nothing to worry about, and if he could get along with the chickens, he would be able to see chickens sometimes. Madhu asked the name of the young master who accompanied them. He introduced himself as the chairman of the 17th Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, Lee Chen-ren. Madhu seems to have come to terms with his new cage mates and told Chen-ren that he would decide which day to kill the chicken. Chen-ren said that the warrior Ga would remain in charge of the pavilion and asked him to find good warriors and supervise them until he was gone. Accountant Zhang has to deal with a list of errands from brothels, and he has to deal with each one while he is away. After completing his errands, Chen-ren told Tu So-bu that they could go, and he asked if that was all and where the rest of the soldiers were to accompany them. Chen-ren assured him that the others were waiting for them outside the pavilion. After all, these were freelance soldiers who were not part of the agency. The convoy hit the road with one of the Westlake trio saying, "Yom Ben Hal, freelance Heavenly Dragon Warrior." What would people say if they knew how they were helping with such a clean job? His brother said that in this way they would realize that their gang was on the path of correction. He slapped him on the neck and said that criminals are forced to be respectable, and that didn't make him angry. He rubbed his neck and said there was nothing to be done about it. They humiliated the princess, so we should beware of Prince Jung, and this guy is a favorite, so it's better to obey. Their leader turned to them and told them that they were talking too much. Yang Cho-guan wondered how Yong-ren could have hired criminals as escort soldiers. Chen-ren thanked the leader for his help, and he may not be comfortable working with them, but he said that everything was fine as long as they paid him money. But he wondered if these were all the people they had, because the main formation of the Dragon and Phoenix group was a squad of 5 warriors, and 2 more had disappeared. Chen-ren replied that he had heard that they had been wounded in a fight with that old man, and that they were probably healing their wounds somewhere else. The young master saw that the leader was thinking about something and asked him what was wrong, and he replied that they seemed to be sticking to their principles. In their place, the leader of the Western Lake Gang would have killed on the spot those who injured their comrades. On the way, the convoy was covered by a heavy downpour, and everyone ran to hide. Therefore, due to heavy rain, they spent the first day of the escort under a rock. Representatives of the Alliance guarded the chariots and the old master, while everyone else went on and monitored the situation. Tu So-bu led their group and reported every morning about today's destination. For some, the escorting mission was not easy, and their motivation to move forward was solid money. And some of the gang even thought about climbing into the cage with Mad Lu to give his legs a little rest. While talking about this, they looked at him and noticed that his feet were covered in blood. He quietly told him that he had heard from someone that Madhu had been tied to a horse and dragged to the agency, and that even if he was Madhu, would people do that? They looked at each other and did not know what they would have done in their place. But in the end, he wondered how he knew that he had been dragged all the way. But he replied that the head of the 17th Pavilion had told him about it. His fellow soldier said that maybe the head of the 17th would take them in if they proved themselves well, but that there was no place for people like them there. Chen-ren saw that they had taken the wrong road and told the commander about it. He also said that the port village of Manyang is ahead. So many people will notice their convoy. But Tu Bo indifferently told him that he would take his words to heart. Chen Ren asked if this meant that they would leave anyway, and the commander told him that they would. Chen Ren thought that the commander knew for sure that the base of the escort was the fastest and most secret way. If they go that way, they may meet those who want to take revenge and eliminate the old master. He was led to the agency barefoot and wondered why they were treating him so cruelly, and suddenly he remembered the words of the West Lake leader and immediately understood their motive. He asked Tu Bu if they wanted to take revenge on Mad in this way. Such decisions and actions are not typical of the students of the Depa school. Chen Ren began to shout at the commander, because what problems could they have with this old master? The commander did not listen to Chen Ren's words, so they arrived at the port village on his orders, where they immediately attracted a lot of attention. People in the village immediately noticed who the convoy was carrying. They said terrible things about him, that he was not a human being but an animal, that he had no place among them, and many shameful things about him. People not only insulted him with words, but also physically abused him by throwing stones at him. Chen Ren saw it all with his own eyes, and asked Tobuso if this sight was enough for him to finally calm down. He told me that if they didn't want to bring a soulless body, it was better to stop right now. Buso explained that if it had been enough, they would not have come here because his youngest, who was with him, had lost an arm and was only 23. He said that joining their group was his lifelong dream and that he trusted him a lot, but that everything that happened to him now was because of him. Chen Ren thought that if they had taken the second road, nothing would have happened to the old man. But the rules say that they must protect the prisoners. The feeling of guilt ate away at Tobuso from the inside out, and now he didn't hide what he was thinking and feeling. The old master heard their conversation and laughed out loud, saying that he now understood why they had brought him here. Madhu knew that his senseless thirst for revenge could help him escape. He shouted so loudly that everyone could hear that he would give anyone who saved him 500 yangs in gold. Chen Ren and Tubuso were puzzled by what this old madman was doing. Madhu was laughing and shouting so angrily that it was scary to look at him. The commander ordered Cho Guan to influence his demonic blood. He quickly turned to him and hit his points with his energy. Everything worked as it should, and the master calmed down and stopped shouting at people. But it was too late to do anything because some people were already moving to save him. It was hard to say how many people would now want to destroy the old man. But there will be 10 times as many people who will try to save it for the sake of reward. Chen Ren looked at the commander and thought it was the stupidest thing in history. The young master said that they would say goodbye at this place. So Buso did not understand why he had decided this so suddenly. Chen Ren explained that he had consulted with them for a reason. The order was to help escort them and protect the convoy. But they are not really interested in bringing Madhu into the alliance if their request was not feasible from the beginning, so they cannot continue to support them. Chen Ren will lend them chariots and horses, let them use them wisely, and return them to the nearest heavenly dragon point. So Buso tried to stop the young master, but he said he was saying goodbye to them. The leader of the Western Lake asked if he was really going to leave, and if he was satisfied, they would go with him. But the support fee should be higher because they did not expect this. Chen Ren explained that he had had enough and that if he continued to follow stupid people, he would drown in the mud. While they were walking and talking, Tan Gunbeck blocked the road. She just told me that the guy who lost his arm was called Leon Bo. He had a high fever all night, and when everyone was sleeping, he jumped into the lake. Chen Ren thought that if he was already finished with his life, revenge would not justify the destruction of the old man. Everything that happened was their fault. But now they really need help from him and his people. Chen Ren said that it should be a formal request to the Heavenly Dragon Agency for the Madhu Target Alliance Murima object, the price being 200 yangs in gold. If they agree, they will follow his orders throughout the journey. The students of the Depa school had some doubts about its conditions, but agreed. But 200 yangs was too much money for him to control. This is not a payment for accompanying the old master to the alliance, but for the safety of Gunbeck and Cho Guan. The leader of the gang quietly asked Chen Ren if he had already forgotten the words about the swamp, and he said that if they clear the road, they will be able to pass. The leader asked them to raise their fee by 50 yangs, or they would go back where they came from. He agreed and said that they were all starting from scratch, so they needed to regain the lost initiative. So he threw the cage with the old master right into the sea. So Bu So yelled at him what he was doing. Wouldn't he drown like that? And Chen Ren said that he thought they wanted to do it from the beginning. The cage finally sank, and everyone around him was worried about what would happen next. Tu So Bu looked at Chen Ren and wondered what goal he wanted to achieve. But it was not so easy for old Madu to drag himself and his cage to the shore. Thus he proved his strength and puzzled all those present, because he knew that the old man could not be destroyed so easily. His vision is very different from that of the Murim representatives if someone tries to save the old man and his life is in danger. Chen Ren will get rid of the cause of all the problems in the same minute as he did with Tiksho. They all need to understand that he is ready to go to extreme measures, so they need to be careful in their words and actions. Chen Ren hung the flag of the Heavenly Dragon Agency and said that it would be good if they spent the night on the other side of the river. At night, they left the port by boat for the other side of the river, and Thobu So thought about the fact that they had been told that the river could only be crossed in the morning. But he decided to sail now, having given the captain a horse and 2 chariots, which is experience or courage. A second unknown to them approached their ship. Chen Ren ordered them to be quiet, as if they had been ambushed by those who wanted to save the old master. Thanks to the skill, he overheard a conversation that the robbers had heard that there were representatives of a well-known school in the convoy and that they might have problems. From their dialogue, Zhong Ryong realized that the ambush was organized by someone named Noxan Guido, and he had brought a whole gang with him. He decided to ask the leader if he knew anyone with that name, and he had never heard of him before. Chen Ren also heard that a man overboard, a certain brother, Doc Sa, had fallen into the water. The robbers lit a fire to help the drowning man get back to the deck. Chen Ren noticed that there were quite a few enemies on the ship. Specifically, I saw 5 ships and more than 100 people on board. Someone's wet hand clung to their deck, but it was unclear who was making their way to them. The young man climbed out completely and coughed up the water, not noticing who exactly he was on the ship with. It seems that he could not understand who he was and who these people were around him. Chung Ren asked the leader how far they were from Noxan Gui's ships. He looked at him and said that they were far enough away. A young man noticed the cage and decided to ask if they were transporting Madu. But before he could finish, he was surrounded by armed crew members. Chung Ren told Tan Gun Beck that if he screamed to get poison from Tam Tung into him, she understood the order. The young man drew his sword and attacked them. But he could not do anything on his own, so he lay tied up and tied to the anchor. He said that he was one of the pirates of the House of the 3 Dragons, with whom Nox and Guido teamed up to eliminate his team on the river. It turns out that the House of the 3 Dragons betrayed the Heavenly Dragon Agency, and the young man began to make excuses that he was against the idea to the end. Chen Ren questioned him about who Noxan Guido was, and he explained that he was a mercenary who sailed the rivers with 3 wards. The young man begged Chen Ren to untie him. For some reason, Chen Ren immediately realized that he was facing a man nicknamed the Poisonous Snake, a well-known thief who is second to none in stealth and unnoticeable movement. Although he was considered the best in the House of the 3 Dragons, he was pushed down to 3rd place due to his constant drinking. The Poisonous Snake hoped that they would let him go after he told them everything he knew. But Chen Ren took the anchor in his hands and dryly told him that he would not let him go. He threw the anchor overboard and added that he would pay him back for what they wanted to do to his people. The rope was rapidly dragging the Poisonous Snake back into the water, and he was shouting to the young master that he had said he would save his life. Chen Ren said that it was, but the longer they talked, the angrier he got. The poisonous serpent begged for mercy from all those present and from the young master. Chen Ren pulled the rope and asked him to name at least one reason. The young master quickly replied that he knew a shortcut to the alliance. He knows about such roads, but the man assured him that the paths of escort soldiers and thieves are different, and he found this road himself. Chen Ren cut the rope, thus saving his life. The leader hinted to him that he had noticed that he was not going to eliminate him. Soon after, they crossed the river and arrived in Yogangcheon and then headed to the Table Range. The poisonous serpent accompanied them through the dense forests in the mountains. It seemed that people would not be able to get through, but he confidently showed them the way. For 4 days, they did not meet a single person, so the escort went smoothly. The poisonous snake said that they would spend the night in that cave tonight. Having lit a candle in the cave, they began to consider a place to spend the night. The leader noticed that the cave looked like a hidden shelter and that it could not be declassified like this. If he doesn't use it and loses his life because of it, it will be useless. The poisonous serpent climbed into the hiding place and said that it was important to have a supply of booze. Chen-ren asked him if he had traveled all this way just to get drunk, and he said that he couldn't spend a day without alcohol. He said this and turned the whole jug of drink into his mouth, and the young master tried to stop him because there might be poison in it. The poisonous serpent assured him that this was unlikely because he remembered how and where he had left the jug. After 10 years of aging, perhaps someone wishing to try the Westlake Trio resisted with all their might from such a temptation. But the urge was stronger than common sense, so they finally gave in and took the jug from his hands. Meidu said that he had heard that in the last years of his life, Conran Sin-tu had acquired a foolish disciple and that it was poisonous snake. He asked how he understood it, and the old man explained that he was using his techniques. But the difference in skill was heaven and earth. He was a student of the legendary thief Conran Sin-tu, who robbed expensive estates and made himself at home there. Madu remembered that he had even heard of this place, and that various martial artists had come here to find the treasures of the legendary thief. But now there are only empty broken clay pots here, while unknown people were waiting at the entrance to the cave as they spoke. Chen-ren shouted out, unable to believe that not only they but also a dozen other people knew about this secret place. The poisonous serpent said that only he knew this road, but that the cave could be reached by another way and that there was no tail behind them, so there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps they did not pursue them on the road, but ambushed them. People came to the cave and told the fourth young master of the Heavenly Dragon Agency that his head was working properly. At that moment, Chen-ren realized that things had gotten very bad. He fell to his knees and did not understand what had happened to him and his wards because their bodies were paralyzed at the moment. Everyone was suddenly nervous because the events had changed dramatically and their bodies were no longer under their control. The assassin explained that it was a paralytic poison that would make them fall asleep and cause a seizure if they moved suddenly, so it was better not to do so. Chen-ren said that No-san Gui-do is a bastard whom the Alliance will never leave alone. But he wanted to lie low himself after this incident. He was instructed to pick up only the old master. Madu laughed a lot at this, because his humiliation in the port was worth something, and he defeated them anyway. The old master asked if the pirate's name was really Noxan Guido, and ordered him to quickly remove the ropes from him. But he did not give him the best news because he was instructed not to save him, but to liquidate him. The customer was already on his way to see them because he wanted to personally see its liquidation, which was not too long away. Noxan Guido ordered his men to disarm everyone and replace the oil in the candlesticks with the rest. Chen-ren could not hear because the poison began to act on him. After a while, the young master regained consciousness. His head was splitting from the pain, and he did not immediately understand what was happening. Thanks to his inner energy, he was able to get back on his feet before anyone else. He stood there and watched his men regain consciousness one by one. To-buso exhaustedly asked how he managed to recover so quickly. Chen-ren realized all this thanks to the energy of the spirit and earth inside him, and was told that the method of controlling internal energy was effective against poison. Tan Gunbak blamed herself because poison was her specialty, and she was assured that she was too young to be ready for any attack. If it's a paralytic, it works through the nose and mouth, but it wasn't in the jug, so there must be a second source. Chen-ren looked around for the source, but he saw the candlestick and realized that the poison was in the burning oil. He asked Tan Gunbek how long it would take to neutralize him with internal energy, and she said more than 2 hours. But it won't be effective if it's still burning. Chen-ren thought about what to do with Madu's kidnappers, because he can't destroy them alone. Madu himself gave him the idea, saying that they should be attacked suddenly. Chen-ren was responsible for the escort, so he had to get him to the Alliance alive. But he told Madu that he had promised the other 500 yangs for saving his life. The old man said he would add more, but his condition was that he would accompany him to the Alliance. So Buso thought that if he added to his payment, it would be 1,200 yangs in gold. Chen-ren was a terrible miser. But the young master didn't stop and asked for 1,000 golden yangs and training in one skill. He turned his head and added that otherwise he would refuse. Madhu was angry at his insolence and said that it was the first time he had seen such a person. Chen-ren summarized that it looks like their agreement is coming into force. He asked Doc Sa if there was any new oil for the lamp. He replied that the red jug was inside the sarcophagus and he would find it there. Chen-ren had an idea that they thought would not be as difficult to implement as they thought. Noxan Guidu and his men entered the cave to check on their prisoners and report that the customer had already arrived. But he saw only the still sleeping people from Madhu's escort. A customer was carried into the cave on a stretcher, in whom Madhu recognized his master. But he eliminated it 10 years ago, and now it's right in front of him. The master told the old man that he had told him many times to separate the head if he wanted to destroy the enemy forever. Thanks to Madhu, he is now in this form. He ordered his men to say hello, because this is their big older brother. Although he taught him a unique magic technique, he was unable to harden his character and destroy people, so he did not succeed. Chen-ren realized that the gossip about the old man was distorted. He tried to destroy the master in order to disobey the order to eliminate other people. Meiser said that it was better to say goodbye to life here than to rot in an alliance prison. He had many traveling companions, and the road to the next world would not be so lonely. Noxan Guido held his sword warily and asked if the master was going to eliminate them as well. The master looked at him with crazy eyes and said that this would definitely happen and ordered his men not to leave anyone alive. Chung-ren waited for the right moment and launched an attack. He neutralized the people who were closest to the master and took him hostage, ordering no one to move or even come close. He shouted to his men that they could now get up and act according to the plan. They quickly got up from the ground and ran to the door to the cave. They have neutralized the poison with their inner energy, but they still cannot fight, so it is better for him to act alone. Chen-ren, holding the master, ordered his men to quickly close the door behind him. Then he turned to Noxan Guido, asking if he could hear him. Isn't the enemy of his enemy his friend? He suggested that they join forces. If he wants to take a risk, he should turn off the lights and protect Madhu. Noxan Guido ordered his men to immediately break the candlesticks. The master asked Chen-ren not to do this. He wanted to make a deal with both of them. But the young master threw it on the ground like some kind of garbage. In the darkness, his men thought he had already eliminated their master, so they rushed to attack. But they didn't know who they were up against. Chen-ren, using his speed advantage, quickly neutralized the attackers with his sword. In the darkness, the master's soldiers mistook each other for the enemy and struck indiscriminately. Noxan Guido was guarding Madhu and didn't see anything, but judging by the sounds, the situation was not good. Chen-ren dealt with every warrior who threatened his people and his work. The members of the escort heard his signal and hurried to open the door for him. At the exit, the young master stood unharmed. The team looked at him as if he were not standing there but something essentially horrible. Unable to resist the fatigue on his legs, Chen-ren simply fell to the floor in a heap. He was alive but exhausted, so Buso examined him and said that he was bleeding and needed urgent treatment. Chen-ren intercepted his hand and said it was not his blood. Noxan Guidu and his men protected Madhu and brought him out of the cave unharmed. The young master turned to Buso and told him that his money was not wasted. Chen-ren got to his feet and straightened his clothes, thinking about the right thing he had done when he put on the dragon scale armor before leaving. Noxan Guido warned him that the rumors had already spread, so people more dangerous than them might come here, so they had better be prepared. Chen-ren said that they almost destroyed them, but he saved their lives, but for some reason he has not yet been paid for it. Noxan Guidu asked what he wanted as payment. The young master asked them to become part of the escort convoy. Everyone shook their heads and said it was nonsense. He hastened to tell everyone that they were moving on, so this time he would lead them again. The convoy had already been detected, so there was no point in following the trail. They went down into the mountains and took the main road. Now there were 12 people in the escort, so they were not disturbed in crowded places. There were small gangs on the road who did not understand the situation and could be dealt with even without taking out a weapon. After a few fights, the group of hired craftsmen left them on the 15th day of the Heavenly Dragon's mission, which finally ended at the final destination of the Murima Alliance. People on the square noticed that the convoy was carrying a gray-haired old man. They discussed among themselves that he had been caught by the Dragon and Phoenix group. After all, they are the ones who do this. But the fourth son of the Heavenly Dragon Agency was responsible for the safe escort. At the entrance to the alliance, they were greeted by the leader and kindly invited to go inside. The students of the Dapa school greeted the head of the alliance with respect. To Buso thanked Chenren for making their escort successful. But it was time for them to say goodbye, and the young master apologized to him for anything that was wrong and for his excessive rudeness. Madhu watched them and thought that Chen Ren had finally achieved his goals. Using the transmission of vibrations, he asked him if he had hidden the card he had given him yesterday. The gold will be in the marked place. Chen Ren said that he would try to fully master the skill Madhu had taught him. After their telepathic conversation, the police took the old master to prison. The Westlake trio informed Chen Ren that it was time for them to leave as well. They will pick up their payment in Hangzhou when the young master returns there. Yang Choguan ran out to the allies and asked them to wait a minute. The dragon and Phoenix thanked them for getting here safely thanks to them. People were discussing among themselves whether it was the Westlake trio of dogs and why the alliance representatives were bowing to criminals. The poisonous serpent suggested that they go together, but he asked why they would want to be friends. He waved to Chen Ren and said that they would meet soon. Did they leave because they were afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the alliance representatives? Yang Choguan called Zhang Ryong to go inside the alliance. Muram's people asked him if he was okay, wanted to talk to him and ask him everything that happened to them during the mission. They asked the young master if he wanted to get closer to the dragon and the phoenix, but he had no problem with that. Suddenly he spotted his closest friend, Namgun Soso, in the crowd. They went for a walk and talked, and he did not expect to meet her here, and she was asked to bring the body of Onbobo to Kifa. Chenren thought that Namgun Soso might be a member of the Dragon and Phoenix group. His incredible looks one of the criteria for their selection. Walking on, Chenren noticed many convoys under different flags and asked her why it was so crowded. Namgun Soso heard that the alliance had some very serious business. She didn't know the details, but if the items were extremely valuable, she said, it would require the help of 3 experienced agencies. Chenren took both her hands and gently looked at Soso, calling her a beautiful lady. At first, she was confused by this, and then outraged that he had taken the girl's hand so suddenly. But Chenren corrected himself with crazy eyes and said it was better to say that she was a freelance warrior for the agency. It seems that Namgun Soso should have been disappointed in him long ago, but he never ceased to surprise and annoy her. She said she would take 10 golden yangs for it, and it seems he earned quite a bit on his last job. Namgun Soso was proud of herself for getting at least some benefit from helping the young master. She asked if he had any other soldiers because they could not go alone. Chenren said that this was a good idea, so he went in search of at least someone. Namgun Soso asked him who he was going to look for and where he was going, but he just waved and ran on. He had to find a trio of dogs, i.e. freelance warriors, and found only the poisonous snake, who had fallen asleep, and they had left him. Chenren was upset because he was in such a hurry to find them. He also asked why the poisonous serpent did not return to the house of the 3 dragons, and he said that he would be killed for treason. He offered the young master a drink if he had time, but Chenren asked where he got the money for drinks every time. The poisonous serpent showed him a bag of gold coins and told him that there was no point in worrying about them as long as there were people with wallets nearby. Chenren rushed to check his pockets, hoping that he had not gotten the bag from him. Young master said that such behavior was not acceptable for a freelance warrior of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. The poisonous snake shone at his words and asked if he was really being hired by the agency, and Chenren explained that it was a temporary measure. The poisonous serpent was still under the influence of alcohol, so the young master wondered if he could trust him at all. On Sunday, Murim's alliance began announcing the task to 35 representatives of escort agencies. There were only 2 places left if we excluded Meteor Agency, which had already been selected in advance from the list. Other agencies sent soldiers with more than 10 years of experience, and their agency nominated only 3 soldiers, and they are new to the force. Chenren's ears itched from their gossip because they were talking about how they were going to cope with the 3 of them and why Namgun Soso was with them. The young master decided to remind the poisonous serpent that he would not forgive him if he stole something from the alliance, and he had already appropriated something for himself. Chenren scolded him for going crazy, to which he made excuses that it was his habit and nothing could be done about it. Namgun Soso asked what they were whispering about, and the oxen just smiled mysteriously as if nothing had happened. Chen-ren quickly took his seat when he heard that the ceremony was about to begin. The Alliance's chief strategist, Marima Sama-oki, thanked everyone who responded to their request for help with 100 gold yangs for the mission. Chen-ren had heard that the Alliance would send famous martial artists, a small amount considering that the agencies would only share their experience. First, they will check their experience as objectively as possible by asking them to introduce themselves and their escort soldiers. Yobulgan from the Golden Eye Agency has 15 years of experience, and his soldiers have been working with him for at least 10 years. Ok himself said that they indicated that they went through 199 tasks. How many of them were failures? Yobulgan replied that there were only 17 failed missions and 126 successful battles. So asked if the large number of clashes was bad or not. Chen-ren said that they lacked flexibility and were rather complicated. But only 17 mistakes means that they can cover character flaws with their skills. They were all many times better than them because they had a lot of experience. Chen-ren said that without the ability to fly or something like that, they would hardly be chosen. Yap Cheong-moon from the Dragon Gate Agency has 20 years of experience. 297 assignments were received in the number of battles, and 3 missions were unsuccessful. Anonymous transportation was carried out more than 50 times. Poisonous Snake asked Chen-ren what anonymous transportation was, and he explained that he was not told what he would be transporting. It was dangerous, but the payment was solid. They were asked if there were any failures among them, and Yap Cheong-moon answered with a clear no. Namgun Soso asked the young master if he was sure they had a chance, and he said he wouldn't leave until he tried. Okay asked the 22nd representative to introduce himself. He began by saying that his name is Li Chen-ren from the Heavenly Dragon Agency, with 1 year of experience and 9 missions. The rest of the agencies were laughing incredibly hard, telling everyone to look at these cute newcomers. It was quite unpleasant, but it was expected, as Soso covered her face in shame and said that she knew it. After the ceremony, Chen-ren was upset and blamed himself for not being well prepared. He did not have the strengths of other experienced escort soldiers. Seol Intak approached him and asked him directly if it was worth it. Who would have thought that he would meet one of the 4 respected escort soldiers here? He had heard about the work the young master was doing and asked him not to be so impatient. Not even a tiger can defeat an experienced wolf until it grows its canines. Chen-ren didn't understand what he was getting at, but without explanation, Seol Intak left him. The young master told his warriors that this would not work, and that they would be laughed at, and that Soso might know where they were hiding the object they were about to transport. She said that there was a courtroom in the warehouse, and he was going to steal it. And he said that this would be enough to shake things up a bit. Namgun Soso held his head and said that sometimes he does crazy things. Poison Snake and Namgun Soso came to the courtroom where they were allowed inside without any questions. The ceremony is about to start again, so Chen-ren can't leave, so they will sneak into the secret vault and leave the stolen money there. The poisonous serpent said that if you only need to do that, it will be enough to find a crack and throw them in, and you don't have to go into the hall. He jumped to the roof of the hall in one bound and told Soso that he would be back soon. He was well aware that the room should have a window or door or something similar for ventilation. Noticing a small window, he threw a couple of bags of gold through it. But they discovered him and used a paralyzing technique against him, so he was unable to escape. And downstairs, the policemen were waiting for him with their weapons drawn. Their plan failed, so they all ended up in an alliance prison. Chen-ren was the last to be brought in, so he asked what had happened, and Namgun Soso said they had been caught red-handed and asked what they would do next. The young master told her not to worry because he expected something like this from the plan. He would have confessed even if they hadn't been caught because they needed to prove that they were capable of stealing their valuables. Namgun Soso knew she was dealing with a psycho, but he exceeded all her expectations. He thanked her and put his hands in front of him and asked her to calm down. She shouted that they were in prison, and not just there, but in the courtroom of the Alliance, from which no one had ever left alive. Having almost destroyed his hearing capabilities, she noticed that people were heading to them. The chief strategist said that they were looking for suitable escort soldiers and instead found a gang of thieves, and the Alliance was lucky to be detected so early. Chen Ren was ready to receive any punishment because it was the only way to prove to the Alliance that they were well-versed in fraudulent methods. This was their plan, but they were caught. But they managed to show that their security system had many nuances. They say that even 10 guards cannot stop one thief, but one thief can stop another, and they have one. He introduced himself as Han Jong-do, also known as the Poisonous Serpent, who was taught by the disembodied thief and currently works as a freelance warrior for the Heavenly Dragon Agency. He asked if he was the man who had robbed the secret vault of the Shaolin Temple. After dealing with the men, he turned to Namgun Soso, saying that he understood their motivation, but why the young lady went through with it. She humbly said that she would accept any necessary punishment for her actions. It seems they had no idea how brutal it would be. The chief strategist reported to the leader of the Alliance and said that he had no excuse. The leader of the Alliance said that these thugs had disgraced them in front of other agencies. Chan Chui-pung, the current leader of the Alliance, laughed and said that he was disgraced for the same reason. OK said that he would punish them as an example to others who want to do something similar. They had no stolen items and did not break into the premises. The leader asked him what he thought of Chen Ren, and he said that he had seen many smart and talented warriors, but this was the first time he had seen such courage and audacity. Chan Cho-pung asked what Storm Sword Escort thought about this. Perhaps the young master would be useful on this mission. He said that it is not easy to understand the mindset of thieves, but that this guy has skills that they may need during the mission. If he asks which of the two agencies he would choose, it will be the Dragon Gate and the Heavenly Dragon. That's what they'll do. Lee Chung-ren and his group will receive 20 strokes for humiliating the Alliance. The punishment will take effect at the end of the escort mission. Meanwhile, in prison, Chen Ren told his friends that they could trust him because everything was under control, and Soso told him to pray that it would be. Chen Ren said that participating in the Alliance's missions is nerve-wracking. Namgun Soso said she could not believe that they would be beaten after the mission. They have no idea how seriously the Alliance takes punishment. Chen Ren apologized to them and said that it was not him who had not finished his thought before. They were met by a gang of bandits who did not look friendly. Namgun Soso asked if they were bandits, and Chen Ren said that it was the first time he had seen them. Maybe they were vagrants. The leader said that they probably knew what they wanted from them. He told them to give them all their money and to get out while they could, and let them also leave the woman with a younger life that is more important than hers, because you can always find a new wife. Chen Ren said that he would not go along with this. First, he would tell them who they were, the precious granddaughter of the head of the Namgong clan. At the moment, they are fulfilling the tasks of the Murima Alliance, and he is Li Chen Ren from the Heavenly Dragon Agency. But there was no one in front of him. The bandits turned tail and fled. In addition to the escort soldiers hired for the mission, the chief strategist Sama Ok and 70 martial artists of the Blood Sword group are traveling with them. But the 10 stars of the Alliance, if you add them together with the people of the agencies, you will get about 100 people. No one would dare to attack such a group, especially when everyone is riding. When it was time to spend the night, they discussed how they could carry such valuable things. They interrogated Namgun Sioso, but she didn't know either, and it seems they didn't even talk to Tobu Seo, even though he's closer to the Alliance than they are. Chen Ren began to think logically. If they didn't bring a chariot, then the object must be small. He continued to ask questions about whether any of them knew at least their final destination, and the poisonous snake said he wanted to ask him the same thing. The thief also said that the chief strategist told him to try to steal the item they were delivering. Perhaps in order to find security gaps, they need to try harder, and then their reputation will rise a little bit. The poisonous serpent said that he could definitely steal it, because he said that whoever did so would be released from punishment. Chen Ren asked him if he was sure he could do it, and he explained that there is no object in this world that cannot be stolen. Chung Rin and Namgun Soso now had a great hope that they now had a great chance that they would not be beaten. They asked him if he needed their help, and he explained that if a real thief appeared and stole the item before him, he might need it. Namgun Soso asked Chen Ren if he hadn't talked about the headaches of the mission, and he said that these issues were not related. They began to take care of him a little more than usual, emphasizing their skills and best qualities so that he could share this victory with them. It was bedtime, so while everyone was sleeping, Chen Ren developed new skills. He decided that now was the time to try out the new technique Madhu had taught him. Called the sound vibration grid, it allows you to collect information about the enemy's energy core through the reflection of sound vibrations from the body. Madhu read his core and said that he was only 22 years old and had enough energy for all 60, and he guessed that he had found some amazing remedy. Chen Ren was shocked at how accurately he saw everything, and the grid of sound vibrations helped him do so. If he has time, he will be able to collect information not only about people, but also about the environment, although he cannot guarantee that he will reach this level. Chen Ren decided to try to do everything the way he had taught him. But he noticed that the poisonous snake had disappeared, leaving So-So alone. Chen Ren knew he would abandon them to avoid punishment himself. If he is able to steal the object, he will steal it from him, and then he will not be punished. But while he was hiding from the poisonous snake, he saw a crocodile heading for the tents, looking for something. But suddenly, in a second, he disappeared from the place where he had been before, and the young master realized that it was an advanced disguise technique. While he was wondering who it could be, their number increased, and it became immediately clear that the convoy was being attacked. But in addition to massaging into crocodiles, he noticed another interesting detail. Namgun So-So was also there, trying to move unnoticed toward the same goal as the boys, and not noticing the danger she was putting herself in. The enemy was about to attack her from the back, but he was prevented by Seol-In-Tak, who protected her, flying up to the enemy with lightning speed and repelling his attack. Chen Ren, meanwhile, dealt with his companions without leaving them a chance to escape. The enemy was surrounded by 3 strong and experienced warriors with naked daggers. The rest were also caught and taken prisoner because they were accompanied by many craftsmen. Chen Ren breathed a sigh of relief because they had quickly sorted everything out. He asked if Namgun So-So was okay. She said yes, but didn't understand what had happened. The enemies who were captured knelt before the elders of the Alliance. These people were enemies who broke into the camp and managed to get through the patrolling soldiers using advanced disguise techniques. But while he was saying this, Chen Ren ran and knocked him to the ground. Seol-In-Tak knocked the torch out of the hands of one of the soldiers with his sword. The escort soldiers surrounded Yong-Ryong and Seol-In-Tak, and Peng Moon-Ryong asked them how they should understand it. Seol-In-Tak ordered him to look at the boulder behind his left shoulder. The leader of the blood sword did as he said and saw that an arrow was stuck in the boulder. He approached and realized that it was a silent critical bolt used by the divine cult of the heavenly demon. They were ordered to put down their swords and let them go because they were curious about how they had predicted the incident. Chen Ren explained that if you point a torch at a defense target in the middle of the night, you can make it an easy target, which is one of the rules taught in escort agencies. Seol-In-Tak said that for the last 3 days they had been followed by a suspicious group that kept a half-day distance. It looks like there is a spy among them, judging by what just happened. He thinks that the culprit is the one who pointed the torch at the chief strategist. Peng Mong-Ren began to justify him by saying that they had been working with him for 10 years, and he said that it did not matter, that innocence must be proven. The chief strategist ordered to do as Seol-In says, so if they don't deal with it now, they may face problems in the future. It is said that members of this cult have a special tattoo by which they recognize each other. They took off his clothes, but that was not enough. They had to cut his hair. Ban decided to do it personally, no matter how morally difficult it was. He approached and tried to overcome himself, because if they didn't find the mark on him, the commander could simply disgrace him in front of many people. After shaving his hair, they saw that he still had the same tattoo on his head, which clarified the situation. Namgun So-So recognized the mark of the heavenly demon cult, as if they hadn't been destroyed long ago. Among them were members of the fallen sect, and it turns out that the item they were transporting was somehow connected to the cult of the heavenly demon. The patrolling soldiers told the chief strategist that the enemy was approaching them, about 300 men strong. He ordered to gather absolutely everyone present, including patrol officers, because they needed to get ready. Chen Ren and Namgun So-So were discussing where the poisonous serpent might have gone in preparation for the fight. The young craftsman said he had no idea, but he would not have stolen an object in the middle of such chaos. They noticed that the enemy had already approached them. Chen Ren asked her to stay close to him, and she asked him the same. The Red Bear of the Black Mountain asked if they liked the gift he had prepared. The strategist had heard rumors that the cult's followers were growing stronger, but he could not have imagined that they would attack the Alliance so openly. They simply could not stand aside when they heard about the transportation of a relic of their cult. The chief strategist did not understand how they differed from other demonic sects that wanted to take everything for themselves. It seems that his gift was not delivered, so now it is difficult for them to come to an agreement, but he was still forced to take the relic. The chief strategist said that he didn't seem to understand him, and he sent a signal to the leader of the Alliance. 500 craftsmen will soon be here to install a net from which it is impossible to escape. He asked how he would like such a gift in return. The man on the stretcher said that they had prepared so well, as if they knew this would happen. Ak herself recognized it as the Triple Mind, but it should have been eliminated long ago. The Triple Mind told him that he could hardly sleep when he learned the news that they were redirecting their relic. OK himself said that it was a surprise for him to see a man who should already be in the ground. The Triple Mind said it would be nice to talk to him about old times, but he had to get the relic before it was too late. He waved his hand and ordered his men to open the mystical gate. They started ringing bells and muttering a mantra, and Chen Ren realized that this was the announcement of a great battle. The strategist ordered the convoy to stop them immediately, and everyone rushed to the attack. The sky and everything around them glowed red, and they found themselves in the grip of a mystical gate, and they had to hold their ground. Chen Ren looked around and said that this place looked like a big canyon, and Nam Gun Soso caught his attention to look there. Where a large and swift water stream was moving toward them, Chen Ren wanted to tell Soso something ahead of time. With a sharp movement, he pushed the girl off the cliff and straight to the bottom of the canyon. Nam Gun Soso was falling down in confusion because she did not expect her friend to do this, and she was falling and screaming that he was a psychopath. The water flow softened their fall, so they remained unharmed. However, the second wave covered them completely, so Chen Ren covered Nam Gun Soso with himself. They were a little embarrassed about this, so Chen Ren changed the subject to the fact that he had survived thanks to the dragon's armor and asked if it was intact, and Soso said yes, thanks to him. It seems they were not in the camp. The landscape is similar, but different in some ways. Nam Gun Soso thought it was the effect of the mystical gate. The illusion seemed very real. She had never heard of such a powerful spell. Chen Ren asked if they would be able to get out when the leader of the Alliance arrived. Soso explained that the enemy had 9 spellcasters, and even the leader would have problems. In the worst case, you will have to call the Alliance spellcasters, but by then the people trapped may not survive. Nam Gun Soso noticed the constellation of the Big Dipper in the sky and showed the young master. He asked if it was also some kind of magic, and Soso explained that the chief strategist had made a temporary gap in the gate, and if they went in that direction, they would be able to get out. Soso apologized to him for calling him a psychopath, and Chen Ren said it was okay because he understood how difficult it can be for her to trust him. On their way, Yaksha ghostly beasts appeared, walking around and destroying everyone who gets to the gate. Without hesitation, Chen Ren took Nam Gun Soso by the hand and ran away from those beasts. The Triple Mind ordered his men to make a passage in the mystical gate, and the spellcaster took out a talisman and threw it into the red fog. Almost immediately, the chief strategist and several soldiers of the Blood Sword group came out. Pyongyang Moon Ren shouted that he would destroy the Triple Mind, and the chief strategist said that he did not expect anything less. Did he plan this from the very beginning? He ordered him to give the relic back, otherwise he would destroy the path he had paved, because without it, the people in the belt would not last even half an hour. But wouldn't it be fair if he destroyed the gate first? The Triple Mind smiled and said that it needed prisoners. The chief strategist ordered Pyongyang Moon Ryong to hand over the item. He took a tube from his pocket and threw it into the hands of the Triple Mind. He unfolded the cloth and looked at it and told everyone that it was a real relic, but that it was missing a rope. OK explained that the object is more than 1,000 years old, it has simply dried up, and they tried to collect them, but after so many years they never realized their correct order. There were 18 bamboo planks in total, and whether or not this object is amazing or not, it now has only symbolic value because no one knows the correct order. The only good news was that the leader of the Alliance would arrive soon. The Triple Mind, having received the relic, ordered his people to return to Mount Tianzhong. OK himself said that he did not want to let them go so easily, but the lives of his people are more important than a lost relic. Meanwhile, inside the mystical gate, Namgun Soso told Chen Ren that if they kept running from the yaksha, they would simply become exhausted and fall. But the young master ordered them to run to the passage, and he would take care of it himself. But Namgun Soso refused, standing in front of him as if to protect him and asking him to stand behind her. He is a good swindler, but she is much stronger in martial arts, so the young lady pointed her sword directly at Yaksha's pack. Chen Ren said that he would not leave her alone. They would fight together. He survived even as a lame carrier, so he will not accept this end. His additional powers and skills awakened. Giving him strength, Chen Ren rushed at Yaksha, shouting for his destruction, and eliminated the first of them with a single blow. They looked at each other and did not understand how it happened so easily. Maybe it was Chen Ren's sword. The leader of the alliance arrived at the camp with additional soldiers and greeted him, wondering what had happened to the rest of the escort. The chief strategist explained that they were captured by a mystical gate and had to give the relic to the Triple Mind. Chang Cho-pung understood everything and decided to save the people first. The chief strategist explained that 9 stunned bases were used for the mystical gate. The name spoke for itself. If you destroy one of the bases, a passage will appear for about half an hour. It took about 180 years of internal energy, so they will have only one chance. Chan Cho-pung took out his sword and the butt of one of the gate's foundations and began to destroy it. The base was destroyed by his incredible power. The portal will be open for 30 minutes and then close again. They need to get out in time. Master Sul appeared from the portal, followed by many more escort soldiers. He counted only 42 people, and where are the rest of them? One of the warriors explained that the group split up when they started fighting against Yaksh, and they followed Master Sul. Peng Mong Ren was shouting that there were about 7 minutes left before the portal was closed, and the chief strategist was fighting the urge to personally go in and get them all out. But he will have to stand by and watch his wards walk on the edge of their lives. 37 Bloodsword warriors, 10 Alliance stars, and 3 more warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. 50 people were killed in that place, and even if they started to move the base of the gate, it would take a long time, and then they found only their bodies. Peng Mun Ren told the leader of the alliance that the martial artists they had brought with them had caught the remnants of the cult's forces in a net from which they could not escape. Master Sol was assigned to guard the camp along with other escort soldiers. The leader ordered the surviving soldiers to go to Mount Tianzhong to destroy the enemy. The chief strategist returned to the camp where Master Sol was waiting for them. It looks like the battle was well fought, with 100 killed and 1.5 captured, and reinforcement troops are looking for 50 who fled in a hurry. But they were not able to catch the Triple Mind, so it will be difficult to break the mystical gate. The leader of the alliance will go back as soon as the situation calms down a bit, and they have sent carrier pigeons to ask the spellcasters. The leader of the Bloodsword will go to wait for the leader along with the chief strategist, so their formation will have to be broken up. They were grateful to each other for their help. When the spellcasters arrive and take away the mystical gate, the bodies of the Heavenly Dragon warriors will be delivered to the agency. It is a tradition of escort agencies that soldiers help their colleagues return home if they find their bodies. Seol Intak sat by the fire and reflected on the fact that destruction follows the footsteps of the martial arts masters of Murim. Li Cheng-ren could have become someone great, so it's a shame Master Sol will take over the duties of the leader of the escort warriors and carry them to his very end. Suddenly, all those who had not rushed out of the mystical gate rushed right at him from the portal. After catching his breath, Chen Ren raised his hands to the mountain and shouted that 50 people had returned alive. Chan Cho-pung gathered everyone around him and praised them for their excellent work. The rest of the soldiers got out unharmed. The leader was told that without Chen Ren and Lady Namgun, nothing would have happened. Soso said that it may have looked like that from the outside, but they saw that the soldiers would not have survived, so they came to their aid. The leader of the alliance said that it was amazing. He was curious how they defeated the monsters and got out of the gate. Namgun Soso could not say with certainty, and it was the responsibility of the escort soldier, Li Cheng-ren. Everyone at the table stared at the young master with their big eyes. He began to recall the events of the first time he defeated Yaksh, how his heart was in his throat, how he realized that the bamboo book of the Tao Te Ching had a talisman. He didn't understand how it worked, but he destroyed the monster with it because there was no other explanation. And the armor of the scales of the Heavenly Dragon that he was wearing, he recalled Soso's words. Since it was worn by the leader of the Heavenly Dragon cult, they could not know what secret properties the cult objects had. Perhaps there was a talisman inside the armor, and it seems that the gate recognized him as a cult leader, so they will be allowed to return. Chen-Ren studied the structure of the 9 Spellcasters' Gate and the 9 summoning points. Namgun Soso thought that only the gates of the 9 stunned bases were suitable. Now everything became clear to her, so they ran to the end of the canyon where there were only stone walls, so they had no other way. Namgun Soso grabbed Chen-Ren's hand and dragged him along. They had to hurry to save the others. While the young master was thinking about how to justify his inner strength, he was lucky that a guard came to tell him that the chief strategist was wanted. They were visited by the poisonous serpent with the same tube with the relic. He was laying out the planks on the salt, wondering how he had managed to pull it off. Sama Oke examined the planks closer and was now completely sure that it was a stolen bamboo book. The poisonous serpent laughed and said that he had simply stolen a relic from a cult. All those present were shocked by his actions and asked for details. He told them that last night, when the attack took place, he hid and waited for the right moment. Helped by disguising himself and blending in with the demonic cult group when they returned later, the battle began again and the Triple Mind's burden fell. So he pretended to fall and stole the relic unnoticed. The leader of the Alliance praised him for his incredible work. Poisonous Snake asked about his punishment and was told that they were canceling it. Chen-Ren and Soso jumped up and also asked what would happen to them, and the leader said that they had saved the group from the mystical gate, so they were also forgiven. Most of the demonic cult was destroyed, and the lost relic was returned, so everything ended with an incredible success, with the 3 warriors making a great contribution. All this time, Chen-Ren had been thinking about why the cult's appearance did not come as a surprise to them, because they used the relic as a bait to destroy the enemy. This means that without them, the whole mission would have failed. Simply abolishing the punishment is not a sufficient reward. The leader of the Alliance explained that they had not yet completed the mission, but he could tell them what the object was. Oke took the initiative and told us that according to legend, these are ancient texts created personally by Confucius and contain instructions on how to manipulate the mystical. Although these techniques are now lost, the leaders of the cults used to perform many miracles, and in fact, these books became the foundation for the creation of some militant cults, and this book is one of them. But they could not understand in what order to put the boards, so they do not know the hidden power of the book. Chen-Ren was curious, so he asked to see the plaques. The leader of the Alliance asked if he really thought he could figure out where this confidence came from. But if you look closely, there are ink lines on each plank. Perhaps it's some kind of talisman. He thinks he saw a mention of it in an old book. The leader did not fully believe him, but asked if he had memorized the order. But it was still possible to try, so Chen-Ren was allowed to do so. The inscriptions were similar to those on his body if you remember how everything looked when they were visible. He moved several boards and finally managed to put them in the right order. The letters began to turn red right in front of my eyes. Something was clearly going on. After all, the young master's heart began to burn again, just like in those days. But suddenly the book on the table caught fire with a strong flame, confusing everyone. The chief strategist tried to put out the fire with a pillow. The fire did not go out, and Chen-Ren saw that the words written on the tablets seemed to be a talisman inside his body, absorbing the energy of the bamboo book. After that, the fire, which could not be extinguished, went out on its own, leaving only charred memories of the book. Chen-Ren was frightened and began to apologize profusely for the destruction of the relic. But the chief strategist told him not to worry because they had warned him about it. Now they will be able to find out what power was in that book, although it is a pity to lose the original texts of Confucius. Ak herself gave him a copy, and he made it so that he could study the decryption at any convenient moment, and perhaps the young master could repeat the order again. Chen-Ren felt much better when he admitted that they had made at least one copy of such an important thing. Chen-Ren had a small request for the chief strategist, and he was thinking of using the opportunity to make a serious deal. If in the next 10 years the Alliance needs to ship something to Sansing, they will use the services of the Heavenly Dragon Branch in Kaifeng. However, Chancho-Pung did not recall such a branch from their agency at all, and Chen-Ren explained that it did not exist yet, but with the support of the Alliance, it was possible. The leader of the Alliance agreed to fulfill the young master's request. Chen Ren couldn't believe his luck because everything worked out just the way he wanted it to. Upon his return, the leader was going to discuss with the chief strategist what reward to offer him and whether it was not limited to a pardon. A pardon is too small a thank you for a soldier who saved 47 people. With great motivation and speed, Chen Ren stacked and rearranged the planks to make them into a book. He did everything just right because he had already done it recently, so the text in the book came together perfectly. Chen Ren came out of the tent and thought about how the fire from the book was a surprise. Even for him, it could have ended badly. But as a result, he got something very useful and hoped that the leaders of the alliance would not condemn him for keeping silent about some things. Only a person with a talisman inside can absorb the power hidden in that bamboo book. The young master, who had been given the power of telekinesis, knew that he would need it very soon. Chen Ren came to his freelance soldiers and they asked him if the book was finished, and he replied that he hoped it was. Namgun Soso noticed that this was a rather vague answer, and the young master clarified that their mission of escorting them ended here. From the very beginning, they were sent to the Udan sect, which specialized in suppressing demonic energy, so they had to seal the book. Now that their task is done, it's time to part ways. Chen Ren plans to return to Hangzhou. Namgun Soso will go to Yangzhou to celebrate her grandfather's 80th birthday. Chen Ren was upset because it was their last night together. Namgun Soso does not know when they will be able to see each other again, so she asked him to take care of himself. Chen Ren wondered where the poisonous snake had gotten that boar, and he said that it was caught in a net from which he could not escape. The rest of his parts had already been dismantled, so he managed to take only his head. But it would have tasted much better with booze, which he had with him, which he had stolen from someone, of course. Soso took the bottle and joked that if he was stealing, he might as well take a bottle for each of them, and Poison Snake knew she would say that. So I took 2 more bottles with me especially for them. They remembered who they were dealing with and immediately started checking their pockets. They heard that someone was approaching them, so they quickly hid the bottles to avoid being punished again. But it was Huangbo Jungok of the Huangbo clan, accompanied by members of the Dragon and Phoenix group. Chen Ren approached them and asked what they wanted to talk to him about. He explained that he looked down on him because of the difference in the status of the families. But he could not ignore the fact that they had escaped from the mystical gate only because of him. And he asked me to send him this badge, and if he needed her help, he would help regardless of the reasons and circumstances. All the groups that Chen Ren helped thanked him by placing their badges in front of him and said they would never forget his help. The young master didn't even know how to react to this because he was pleased and embarrassed at the same time. The Huangbo clan of the Qing sect, Chen Diankang, the Shandong clan of the Tang clan of Sichuan, and others who would have thought that the stars of Murim would present him with plaques of gratitude. Chen Ren did what he had to do. They shouldn't pay him back with their own kind, and it was a small price to pay for their lives, so he wasn't given a chance to refuse. Now he had 10 potential freelance warriors. While everyone was sleeping, Li Chengren went to the lake to drink water. But Seol Intaik sneaked up on him, waving a pitcher. The bottle was already flying at the young master, so he performed the interception technique. Master Sol said that Chen Ren is very unusual. Sometimes he looks like a martial arts expert, and sometimes he is lost in basic things as if he had never studied. The young master apologized to him for these awkward moments. But his value as an escort warrior is undeniable, and he asked if he already had a title that people in the martial arts world could call him. Zhong Ryong said he didn't have a title like that yet, so Seol Intac decided to give him one. The Storm Dragon is Stormy from his own title, and a dragon for prosperity in the future, a name that symbolizes a person appearing right in the middle. Winds of Change. He reminded us of the path that an escort warrior should take. Chen Ren will honorably accept the title from one of the best escort warriors. The young master thanked Master Sol, and the latter was sincerely glad to meet him. In the morning, Chen Ren and Namgun Soso split up and went their separate ways. Chen Ren asked Poisonous Snake if he was going anywhere, and he reminded him that he had nowhere to go, so they went together. The day before returning to Hangzhou, they headed to the mountain Madu had indicated on the map. The poisonous serpent noticed what a huge cave they were in, so they agreed to quickly pay the money and move on and split up. But all they found in 2 hours of searching was a couple of silver yangs. Had the old man deceived them? There was a bed there, so he could hardly have said any place if he had. He was going to deceive them, but the poisonous serpent said that Lady Namgun had said so. Chen Ren was angry because he did not remember the moment when he told So-So about this place. The poisonous snake realized his mistake too late. He decided to apologize for it because she had brought a drink and was very persistent. Namgun So-So said that 10 yangs of every 1,000 would belong to her, and that's what she said. Chen Ren was finally angry with him because of this, so he took out his sword and began to threaten to destroy his tongue and then himself. The poisonous serpent ran away from the young master and shouted that he had apologized to him for this long ago. But Chen Ren picked up a stone and threw it at his head, causing the serpent to fall and inadvertently pushing aside the bed under which the hole had been there all along. Chen Ren noticed some light coming from the pit and decided to go over and check it out. And in the pit was hidden the money they had been searching for so long throughout the cave. The 17th pavilion will be able to stay afloat for a decade even if it becomes independent right now. When he noticed the box, he recalled Madu's words that he would find more than just money in the marked place and ordered him to dispose of all the things at his discretion. Chen Ren looked at the find with interest and wondered what it could be. In the middle were 2 needles called double lightning spears. Chen Ren took one of them in his hands and wondered why it was so heavy. Perhaps it was some kind of secret weapon. He decided to test in practice how they work, so he threw the needle into the cauldron with all his might. The needle pierced through the cauldron and ended up at the bottom, leaving only a hole. It turned out that these were not ordinary needles but some kind of legendary weapon, but the young master did not know how to use them properly. It is possible to use telekinesis. From a bamboo book. Chen Ren read a mantra, and the needle obeyed his energy, staying in the air. Feeling that the time had come, Chen Ren sent the needle with the help of telekinesis directly to the target. He was happy that he now had a new skill and a hidden secret weapon. Chen Ren returned to the Heavenly Dragon Agency pulling a cart and was very upset for some reason. People began to gossip that the young master had taken someone on a mission and that he had died there. Chan Sam Gabul and Zhong Lim Som were already waiting for him under the 17th pavilion. Chen Ren ordered the poisonous snake not to play the role of a dead man, but to introduce himself. The poisonous serpent did not want to scare them, but he had to lie down to hide something. In the cart was a whole pile of gold coins that now belonged to the 17th pavilion. Gabulem was the first to see the find, and Chen Ren explained that they needed to smuggle 1,000 yangs unnoticed. Zhong Lim Som had heard that Madu's escort mission was successful, but where did the money come from and who was this guy? The young master said he would explain everything to them later and asked if anything had happened while he was away. A guard came and said that the head of the agency had ordered Li Chen Ren to attend the meeting of the elders. The young master will explain everything that happened during the mission when he comes back from the meeting. There was a tense atmosphere at the meeting. Everyone was silent and looking at each other. Chen Ren thought that at this rate they would make a hole in him with their eyes. Li Zhongsang said that hearing the details of the mission was dangerous, but he handled it well. Chen Ren told him that he was just lucky, and he was thinking about the fact that he still hadn't received any news about the relic's escort. The king of the agency said that in 3 days they were leaving for the celebration of the 80th anniversary of the lightning sword, and asked Chen Ren to come along. The young master wondered why he had been called and had a bad feeling about it. Li Gabren and Li Yolren said they had a topic to discuss. Li Yolren said that they planned to open a branch in Yonam. Li Zhongsang asked what kind of branch and whether they had a plan. He and his brother will hire a few local escort soldiers and ride with them in the vanguard. The agency that will help them has long wanted to open a branch in Hangzhou, and if the king allows it, they could help them with this. Li Zhongsang said that this is a favorable deal for both parties, so they can proceed with its implementation. The king of the agency thought that for the first time in a long time, his sons were making a significant contribution. The general manager asked if they had discussed important matters they could have a few drinks. While they were having dinner, a servant brought the king a letter from the Murim Alliance from the chief strategist. Did Chen Ren take part in the escort of the relic? The young master said that he did. He also rescued 46 alliance members from the trap of a demonic cult. The chief strategist asks how Murimu Alliance can help with the opening of a branch in Kaifeng and asks to be informed if they need anything. Chen Ren said that they asked him what kind of reward he would like for saving the members of the alliance. That's why he asked for 10 years of support for the future branch in Kaifeng. His brothers were torn inside with anger at the younger master. And Chen Ren was having dinner as if nothing had happened and asked his brothers if they were going to eat. 3 days passed, and members of the Heavenly Dragon Agency arrived at the Namgong clan celebration. Song Chan asked the audience what was going on here. It seems that people from all over Jiang'an province brought gifts for the lightning sword. The chief manager asked the king of the agency what they should do. Maybe they should tell him that they had arrived, and he asked him to wait a little bit. Chenren heard a girl asking someone if lightning sword was that big of a person. She was told that it was true, but the Namgun clan is also known for its deeds for other people. It is only thanks to them that the Salt Merchants Union can safely conduct its business. The Salt Merchants Union is a small group of merchants who sell one product, but in 10 years it will become the most successful business in Jiang'an province. And the person who will play the main role in their success is Ying Yak Bin, the most brilliant and beautiful girl in Yangzhou. Chenren came over and apologized for staring at her for so long, but their conversation was very interesting. He apologized to Yin Yakbin for his stupid act, and she had no questions or complaints. The crowd parted in front of the white horse on which Namong Si-ok, the sword of the Azure Dragon, was riding. He noticed the people and greeted them and thanked them for the long journey to their residence. Namgun Siok also greeted Li Jong-un separately and asked him how he was doing. He thinks that their troublemaker So-So has caused the young master a lot of problems. After all, he had heard her insist on taking her on the last mission, and Chen Ren said that he had been scolded for saying that he had hired So-So at the meeting. As an escort warrior, it looks like she lied a lot to avoid making even more noise. Namgun Siok personally escorted them inside, and Zhong Ryong kept looking somewhere. He decided to meet the girl in the crowd anyway. She also extended her hand to him and told him her name, In Yakbin. Chenren said that he was a little older, but would she mind if they talked the next time they met? She said that he ran to catch up with his people from the agency without any problems. Soon they will get to know each other better, and the tasks of the Salt Merchants Union will become his. Namgun Si-ok led them through beautiful places, one of which was a bridge with many flowering trees. Chenren was so impressed that only now he understood why this trail is considered the most beautiful in the world. Suddenly, he was almost shackled by an unrealistic squeeze, the kind of aura that only one person in the Namgun clan can radiate. Grand Patriarch of the Namgun Lightning Sword clan, Namgun Yun-Yun. The Vice Patriarch of the Namgun clan, Chun-Bek, is here, and Chun-Bek's wife, Madame Lotus, is here, and even So-So's parents are here. Namgun So-So herself kept a little bit away, but she was proud. Chen-Ren noticed that So-So looked like a completely different person, not like an escort warrior, but like a beautiful girl. Li Zhongsang said hello from the lightning sword. They were once young and had long since become heads of their families, so he told them not to be shy. The king of the agency introduced his son, Li Chen-Ren, to the lightning sword, who also greeted the Namgong clan. Namgun Yun-Young told him that he was waiting for him no less than for his father. Chen-Ren felt a wave of energy and thought how dare this old man look at his core without permission. If he decided to behave like that, he had to deal with it. But the leader noticed that the young master had noticed the grid of sound waves. Namgun So-So addressed Chen-Ren through the energy vibration grid, saying that she did not think he would come. Chen-Ren replied that his father's only friend turned 80. How could he not celebrate? And she asked if he had gone to the place Madhu had indicated. He replied that she was asking him if he had forgotten about her fate, or maybe she had deliberately talked to the poisonous snake. These two were watching their silent spat and thought that the young people could not take their eyes off each other. It was such a beautiful sight for them. A servant came up to Lightning Sword and told him that the head of the house, Yang, and his eldest son had arrived. He turned to his guests and said that they were probably tired from the long journey, so why not rest and continue the conversation over dinner? The agency was sitting around a table discussing recent events, like the Spear King Yang Bulgung with his eldest son Chen Ren asked if there was a problem. His son, Yang Cho-chan, has already reached the top of the martial arts, and there are gossips about a possible wedding between him and Namgun So-So. The two matchmakers said to each other that if this happened, all their efforts would be for naught, and they could not let this happen. Chen-Ren heard everything perfectly well and wondered if these old men thought he could claim Namgun So-So's hand. The general manager hinted that tonight's dinner could turn into a life-or-death battle for the young master. Chen Ren did not fully understand what was going to happen and why he was being told about it. In terms of martial arts skills, Chen Ren was lagging behind, so they will try to turn everything into an intellectual struggle. Dinner began with the Namgong clan sitting at the head table, and their guests on their sides, and Chen Ren looking at the guests across the table. The head of the Yang family from Nanjing, Yang Bulgong, nicknamed the King of the Spear, clearly appeared for a reason. Then it must be Yang Cho-chan who was going to marry So-So. He was quite handsome. The lightning sword said that his guests were probably hungry, so why not start the meal? Yang Bulgong raised a toast to the health of the great master Namgun, known as the Lightning Sword, one of the pillars of Murim. Namgun So-So and Namgun Si-Ok also raised their glasses to their grandfather. The dinner continued, and they discussed their merits and who had heard what gossip about each other. Yang Bulgong said that people in Beijing are still talking about the genius who easily passed the provincial and capital exams late, but he congratulated Chen Ren. Li Zhongsang said that plum blossoms may be sour, but they won't matter to a farmer, and the same is true for craftsmen who take civil service exams. Yang Bulgun is still unable to call the Heavenly Dragon Agency part of Murim because they have rejected the offer many times. Chen Ren watched them and wondered why he had decided to attack them so suddenly. Li Zhongsang explained that they have not yet joined the alliance because they are worried about the harm that could be caused to some of their agency's guests. The general manager also joined the conversation, saying that Master Yang was exaggerating a bit. While some agencies run only for profit, Murima sects and clans sacrifice almost everything. Song Chan does not want to deny their sacrifice. But this does not mean that all the clans in Murim are fully committed to the same goal. Li Zhongsang said that today was not the right day for such topics. Yang Bulgun said that he seems to have created discomfort for some people, and he hopes that the Namgun clan and the Heavenly Dragon Agency will accept his apology. They looked at the lightning sword and waited for him to say something. But Mr. Namgun said that he did not expect anything else from the meeting of two strong people, so they should not apologize because he made everything more fun. Yang Bulgun thanked him for his kind words and suggested that he do something else. They will host representatives of the Yang family and the Heavenly Dragon Agency for a martial arts competition. Adults shouldn't organize such competitions for fun, but you can ask two rising stars to help with this. Chen Ren looked at the old men and was clearly angry. They had lied about an intellectual battle, and these old men were useless. The young master also realized that Yang Bulgun was provoking them for this very purpose. Judging by the fact that Lightning Sword was happy with everything, he also wanted to see it. Chen Ren exhaled and realized that he was left with no choice. They are trying to fill his day with happiness, so his family will respond in kind, so he told So-So to get ready as well. This is how their competition began, with them standing ready at the start. With the help of vibrations, Namgun So-So conveyed to Chen Ren the idea that he should give up before it was too late. After all, Yang Cho-chang is more skilled than him, and their guests are watching, so he wondered why she was worried about him and not her potential fiancé. So-So turned her head away from him and said that she had learned the news herself through gossip. If Yang Jo-chan wins, these two will definitely be able to get married, but what happens if Zhong Ren wins? The servant said that he had brought the master a bow and arrows. Lightning Sword took his bow and shot an arrow as far and as hard as he could. He also emphasized that there would be no other rules, and that the person who brought the arrow would receive gold equal to the weight of the pavilion. Chen Ren did not have to say many rules. Gold was enough to participate in this. He decided to be proactive, so while everyone was still standing, he jumped into the boat. He was glad that he had taken the only boat and wondered what his opponents would do now. Namgun So-So ran across the lotus leaves with quick and light movements. Chen Ren was shocked to think that he should pay more attention to the practice of Qigong. They were joined by Yang Cho-chan. While Chen Ren was moving on the boat, they quickly ran through the water and over the plants. The target was already so close that you could reach out and take the arrow Yang Cho-chan pulled ahead. Therefore, Namgun So-So decided to attack him to eliminate him as an enemy. Perhaps she was giving the young master a chance not to be disgraced, or perhaps it was her personal affairs with a potential groom. Chen Ren wasted no time and decided to take the chance to take the first arrow. The arrow was almost in his hands when, as a young master, he saw a green beam of light. It hit the boat in which Chen Ren was sitting and unexpectedly bounced off. It was Yang Cho-chan who attacked his boat and ordered him to surrender before he suffered even more disgrace. Chen Ren thought that he had definitely tried to destroy it just now. He decided to ask him if he was too cruel, to which Yang Cho-chan said that he would not cross the line, but would throw him into the water. Chen Ren noticed that his opponent was not even interested in the arrow, to which Yang Cho-chan said that he didn't care about the arrow because he would get it anyway. Chen Ren got into a hand-to-hand combat stance and felt some kind of danger behind him. And he was right. The islet was attacked by some unknown assassins armed with swords and other weapons. Zhong Ryong, Namgun Soso, and Yang Cho-chan teamed up and repelled the attack of the uninvited guests. A couple of assassins wanted to attack the young master, but he quickly ducked out of the way and wondered what was going on. No one knew where they came from, but they clearly wanted to eliminate them. Chen Ren and Yang Cho-chan had 2 opponents each, and what about the rest of them? He was beginning to realize that they were not hunting them after all, and were waiting for the right moment to get to the real target of Namgun Soso. Chen Ren rushed to her side and managed to deflect a critical blow in her direction, after which he asked if Ms. Soso was all right. At the same second, she shouted to him that a pair of assassins were behind him to attack the young master. But they did not succeed, as fast and accurate metal arrows hit them directly in the backs, destroying them as a fact of danger forever. They were released from the shore by Namgun Yunyong, ordering the attackers to stop immediately. The lightning sword can destroy them all at once, but he wants the young men to fight the assassins and suddenly sees that Soso is covered in blood. She told him not to dramatize, that she was not badly injured, so she would be fine. But they hit her in the right shoulder so she can't help him, so Chen Ren stepped forward to protect her. He watched Yang Cho-chan repel the attack and wondered if he could use his sword and small spears at the same time in battle. With the help of telekinesis, he pulled the small spear out of his sleeve. He had no choice, so he launched his spear straight into the assassin's leg and then destroyed him with his dagger. With a sword and a small spear, he dealt with all the uninvited assassins. Namgun Soso could not believe it because he had done it almost single-handedly. Chen Ren was receiving applause from the opposite bank when he suddenly remembered that no one had taken the arrow. The young master said in front of everyone present that he thought the arrow belonged to him now, so he would take it. After the battle, Yang Cho-do wondered if Chen Ren had been hiding his power all along. He said that he was just lucky, but only he knew that this strength was due to luck, not training. Yang Cho-chan indifferently pointed to the arrow and said that the 4th master could have it. Chen Ren took out an arrow and raised the treaties in victory so that everyone could see that he was the winner of this race. After returning to Chen Ren and Soso, doctors discovered that the attackers were the remnants of the bandit gang that Lightning Sword had destroyed. They planned to kidnap Namgun Soso and exchange him for their leader, who was imprisoned in the Namgun clan. Namgun Yunyen said that the martial art that the young master used today did not belong to the Heavenly Dragon organization that taught him this technique. Chen Ren wondered if the Lightning Sword could recognize the style of the king of the Northern Sea battle. While Chen Ren was hesitating, Li Zhongsang conveyed through vibrations that no matter what he wanted to say, he should speak openly. If the son was carrying a burden, the father would share it with him. The young master said that he had promised the master not to reveal it to him and would not say anything about it. Namgun Yunyen looked seriously and ominously at the young master and asked if he would not reveal this secret even to him, but Chen Ren did not say a word. Then Lightning Sword smiled and said that his master was actually his foster brother. He was happy to have such a good student and asked me to keep my promises in the future. He fell to his knees, saying that he was Li Cheng Ren, a disciple of the Hidden Shadow sect and an 11th-generation martial artist who greeted his martial arts uncle, Namgun Yunyen. Chen Ren was walking with Namgun Soso and asked her how she was feeling, and she replied that she was fine. Soso said that he was now popular, and Chen Ren indifferently said that popularity would not give him money. Among the crowd, he saw a little lady, In Yak Bin, who also noticed the young master and bowed to him. Namgun Soso also noticed this and decided to ask him who this beautiful girl was and if he knew her. He told them in their ear that he would introduce them someday and said that she would have nothing to lose by meeting her. As Soso watched her more closely, Chen Ren thought that connections with the Namgun clan don't come easy. so In Yakbin would still owe him a debt of gratitude. The young master noticed something in the crowd and decided to ask who it was. And these were beautiful women warriors from the Valley of Blooming Peaches. Namgun Soso recalled hearing that they had come to her grandfather for advice. It is clear that the owner of the Valley of Blooming Peaches has something very important to transport. The Valley of Blooming Peaches is called so because of the abundance of peach blossoms that bloom every spring. According to rumors, beautiful girls live alone in this valley. But the truth is that they learn the art of swordplay there. The Valley of Blooming Peaches was hidden from the world for 2 centuries, but they came to the wall because of the difficulties caused by the isolated life in the mountains, they decided. Moving to a big city and assigned a large reward for help, everyone knows that the martial arts of the Blooming Peach Valley are strong. It became obvious. 50 years ago, when a Peach Valley master defeated the lightning sword 3 times out of 5. Chenren sat down at the table at the general meeting and looked around at everyone present. 7 sextas and 7 agencies will work together. In front of him sat Huayang no Hengguan, owner of the escort agency, and Yu Chongmen, head of the Iron Mountain Order. And this woman looks like the master of Blooming Peaches, Yo Chongmei. Lightning Sword invited everyone present to share their ideas on how they can help the Valley of Blooming Peaches move to Sichuan. No Hengguan said that they prepared a month ago. Not only did they study the route, but also found a place where they could stay, and that place is Chengdu. Transporting an organization is like transporting an old tree. Even one small mistake can destroy it. So every step has to be planned. The whole trip will take a month. All the students of the Valley of Blooming Peaches are girls who have never gone beyond its borders. The path is planned so that they will constantly meet inns as well. They will give them a sufficient number of chariots of horses and soldiers to accompany them, so they can carry as many things as they need. Chenren thought that this was the most thoughtful plan he had ever seen, and at this rate, Huayang Agency would get the job. Yo Chongmei turned to the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Agency and asked if he also wanted to give some advice or had anything to add. Li Zhongsang started talking about how old trees should not be moved because it would destroy them. Sichuan has really fertile land, which is why its lands have long been divided. If such a large organization as the Valley of Blooming Peaches moves there, other sects will not sit idle. But Hengguan reminded us that they are only an escort agency, so they transport the object to the destination and then bear no responsibility. Li Zhongsang said that their agency also knows the rule of transportation, hinting that they are not ready to transport an entire organization yet. An agency that could only transport their belongings would be better, in his opinion. Instead of a whole tree, you should focus on its seeds, sell everything valuable and burn everything else, and take only a board instead of personal belongings. It will decorate the front door and texts on martial arts and carry a flag symbolizing the Valley of Blooming Peaches during the trip. For the seeds to take root, they will need to deal with members of other orders. In his past life, the Huayan Escort Agency had a mission that they failed, and it was impossible to fulfill that mission. Chenren approached Yo Chongmei with the idea of how a seed can take root and grow into a tree. Namgun Yun Young was sure that it was worth listening to the genius who had recently passed the provincial and capital exams. Yo Chongmei said she would be happy to listen to the young master's idea. Chengdu is guarded by the underground organization of the 9 Dragons of Sichuan, but people say they are essentially bandits. That's why they need to hit them in the name of the Valley of the Blossoming Peaches. Then they will be able to gain allies among those who did not like the 9 Dragons of Sichuan, and trade groups under their protection will go over to the winning side. Yo Chongmei thought about it and decided that she wanted to give this mission to the Namgun clan and the Heavenly Dragon Escort Agency, but she had one more condition. The warrior Li Chengren is to become part of the escorting convoy. He understood why the mission was given to his agency, but why he should also participate. It's only a matter of time before the 9 Dragons of Sichuan find out that they are planning to attack them. They will need informants to keep them informed about these bandits. The Heavenly Dragon will accompany the Master to the Valley of Blooming Peaches. Chen Ren Namgun Soso and Sop Buyong, a student from the Valley of Blooming Peaches, went to the beggars' sect together. Among the beautiful girls, Chen Ren had heard that men would like to meet them, and Soso from the Namgun clan was the most interesting. Under a large oak tree in its shade, a boy was lying down and resting. She introduced herself to him as Namgun Soso from the Namgun clan and came to tell him her grandfather's words. He is Yang Jochin, head of the Yangzhou branch of the Beggar's Order. Namgun Soso asked if they could receive a daily report on what the 9 dragons of Sichuan were doing, as Jochin said their clan thinks they can order a sect of beggars so easily. Soso offered him 200 silver yang, and he said that there was not much difference between 1 and 200. He will think about it if she adds another 0 to the sum. Chen Ren said that she would handle it herself, and that she had everything under control. Jan Jachin went back under the oak tree and said 500 silver yangs, or let them go to someone else. Chen Ren thought about the situation and realized that it was bad because they had no time. Suddenly, someone called his name, and he turned and saw a beautiful girl who said she was very happy to see him. Chen Ren looked at her curiously and tried to remember who she was, and Namgun Soso immediately realized who she was and silently burned a hole in him with her gaze. People in the square were gossiping about how Chen Ren knew Mi Yongcho from the waterfall pavilion. She said that in Hangzhou he called her the pavilion master when he called her that. Her heart was beating like when they first met 10 years ago. When he heard who they were, Yang Yoken said that if they were so close to Miss Mi Yoncho, they could go to a quiet place and drink a couple of cups of rice wine. Mi Yoncho asked if they wanted to taste the wine of the proud rainbow of the waterfall pavilion, all on her. Of course, ladies are welcome to join in. So Chen Ren was 12 years old and crying in the backyard of a brothel, and he asked her why she was so upset. Mi Yoncho told the little master that she was remembering her family, and Chen Ren asked her names and where her relatives were from, and he had a lot of questions. But 3 months after their conversation, the young master brought them 3 letters. It turned out that he had asked people passing by her hometown, delivering letters from her family, and then Chen Ren brought letters to other girls from the brothel. She always wanted to repay him for that. Mi Yoncho said it was so strange to see him again, but he hardly listened to her because he was thinking about his own. That Li Chengren constantly went to the brothel to help prostitutes. She heard that they needed reports on the 9 dragons of Sichuan while they were helping the Valley of Blooming Peaches move to Chengdu. She introduced herself as the 7th disciple of sect leader Hao Mei Yongcho, a gentle jade beauty. She asked them to take her talisman, and the members of the Hao sect would find them wherever they went. Chen Ren could not have imagined that the girl from the brothel was a student of the sect leader Hao, and she is also the youngest sect leader in the last 5 years. The young master will have a mascot tomorrow, and Mi Yoncho was incredibly happy to be able to help and repay his kind heart. The far eastern side of the Daba Mountains is beautifully lit by the sun. After meeting with Mi Yoncho, they went to the Valley of Blooming Peaches, and they were accompanied by very respectable freelance soldiers and bodyguards. The members of the Red Dragon Hall were about to arrive, and they must be careful not to disgrace the name of Namgun, an order for the secret swordsman unit. The day came when they set out on their journey. They took the things they needed and put everything in 20 chariots. Just as Li Zhongsang said, all the members of the Valley of Blossoming Peaches were dressed alike, and each packed their belongings in one bag. They left behind a fire that engulfed their entire past life, which was difficult for them to say goodbye to, and almost everyone could not hold back tears, even the soldiers of the escort. Yo Zhongme turned to her handmaiden and said that this was the last time they would see the Peach Valley. One of the students brought the tube and handed it to her mentor. Last Sunday, she climbed a hillside of blooming peaches and painted her last birthday last spring. Yo Jongmi opened the drawing and looked at it carefully, asking about all the details that interested her. She saw herself at a table where her girls, her students, were dancing and having fun, and peaches were blooming around them. Yo Jongmi asked if she had really painted all the masters and sisters, and the student bowed and said that she had painted them all without exception. She was also interested in how the student came up with the idea for this painting, and to tell the truth, she had almost thrown the paints into the river. But suddenly Chen Ren came and said it was a pity to throw away the paints like that. But he had a great idea. The young owner, Chen Ren, suggested that she think about her happiest moments and days and capture them in a painting. Soso noticed that he had been very busy for a few days and asked if that was true. Chen Ren replied that he was just doing his job. It was very hard for them to leave the valley, but she was so happy while she was painting. Yo Chome ordered the painting to be put in the first chariot upon their arrival and hung in the most prominent place in the ancestral hall. she shouted for all to hear. They were forced to leave the Valley of Blooming Peaches and go to the hometown of their founder, Chengdu in Sichuan province. 10 days later, they were on their way to Danyang, where the students of the valley lived in isolation and did not know how to ride horses. That's why most of the girls have never even seen the tent. As a result, the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Agency helped each student of the Valley of Blossoming Peaches to set up the camp. They also tracked down the location of the 9 Sichuan dragons with the help of Hao sect informants. But the real enemy was much closer to them. Recently, Chenren has been meeting more and more martial artists. But the informant said that these were probably scouts from different sects testing the skills of the students of the Peach Valley. There are also those who hunt for scrolls with secret techniques. Chenren realized that they attract the attention of all the local rats. Chenren paid for his services and asked him to continue to monitor the 9 dragons of Sichuan and other sects. In the new adventure camp, all the boats have disappeared, and their scouts said that all the boats in the nearest ports have also disappeared without a trace. Li Zhongsang suggested that they should cross Mount Fuma. On Mount Fuma is the Blackhead Mountain Hall, the center of the Green Forest Alliance. Elderly Maka had heard that the escort agency was on good terms with the Green Forest Alliance and wondered if there would be any difficulties in crossing Mount Fuma. Li Zhongsang says that on the territory of the Green Forests, they usually lower their flag and try to pass as quietly as possible, but this time, it is not possible. If they lower the flags, the people of Jiangsu will think that the Valley of Blooming Peaches has fallen in fear of the Green Forest Alliance. Then they won't be able to settle in Chengdu, and if Blackhead Mountain is behind this, they will go straight to the tiger's lair. In this case, the best solution is to cross the mountain, otherwise various small parasites will pounce on them. Yo Chonmei decided to go to Mount Fuma at dawn. On Mount Fuma, they were greeted by the leader of the Green Forest Alliance, the king of the Green Forest Blades, Baek Gunak. It seems to have been about 20 years since they had seen each other on Mount Bayun, a very long time ago. Li Zhongsang explained that they were forced to do so by the situation, but first he needed to introduce himself. The Green Forest Alliance and the Heavenly Dragon Agency have been on good terms for a long time, so he can't meet them empty-handed. Therefore, Baek Gunak invited guests to a generous table with various meats and drinks. Chenren thought that he had never seen warriors and bandits sitting at the same table, which was surprising given their relationship. Also to see 300 noble girls in the company of criminals. It's really surprising because they don't lose their vigilance. The girls haven't even touched the food. Li Zhongsang told Baek Gunak that it was time to move on and thanked him for the dinner. Chenren opened a chest in front of him that contained a large number of silver coins, but Baek Gunak pushed the chest away with his hand. I asked him to keep the face of an old friend instead, because they lower the flag every time they pass through the green forests. Li Zhongsang explained that they could not lower the flag when accompanying an entire sect, but if there is something they can do for them, let them say so. In this case, Baek Gunak asked to know the secret scroll of the Valley of Blooming Peaches with 1,000 golden winds. This was impossible because the scroll had already been promised to the Namgun clan, so there would be no problem making a copy for them. Yo Jongme shouted that this would never happen, and her students were already in a fighting stance. Baek Gunak said it was an unpleasant situation, and his men were ready to attack. After all, martial artists resolve conflicts in only one way. They want to organize a team match, a regular sparring match without serious casualties. Chenren recalled a conversation about how the Green Forest Alliance had never accepted them into its territory just for the sake of money, and they would threaten to beg for that scroll. Li Zhongsang thought that they could not avoid conflict, so he asked his son what he thought of the students of the Valley of Blooming Peaches. Chenren said, as he thought that they were obviously not familiar with the world around them, and he was worried about their skills. Li Zhongsang assured me that I should not worry because people in Jiangsu underestimate their martial arts because of the prejudice that they are only for women. For example, the Flying Sword of Blossoming Peaches, despite its elegant name, is a cold-blooded and most horrific and cruel technique. One of the members of the Green Forest took out his weapon and announced that they should send anyone to fight with him, no matter who they were, and let the battle begin. Perhaps it is not them who should be worried and preparing, but the Hall of the Black-Headed Mountain, because the Flying Sword of Blooming Peaches is used in the battle. Lee Jong-sung had already warned Jong Ryong about this trump card in the form of Sop Buyong and her perfect sword skills. This cold-blooded and brutal technique of Sop Bayon did not strain, but still hit critical parts of the body. She demanded the next opponent because she had already dealt with 6 people on her own, but the winner was still undecided. Moreover, her opponent, the Ghost of the Bloody Axe, is the one who killed more than 50 people with his axe. They began their seemingly unequal struggle. The enemy struck incredibly fast and heavy blows, and Sop Buyon skillfully repelled his attacks. The ghost tried with all its might to hurt her at least a little bit, using even forbidden techniques and tricks. This idiot was specifically aiming at her chest, but the fight continued, and Sop Bayon was unable to repel one of the attacks. Therefore, she was wounded in the left forearm, which meant that this round was over with her defeat. But the Bloody Axe had other plans for this fight. He shouted that it would be too sad if it ended so quickly, so he rushed at her with a new attack. Chen-ren couldn't let her get hurt, so he rushed to her aid, using his small, fast spears to get ahead of her. But only Namgun Seok was faster than the spear, repelling Sop Buyong's attack with lightning speed with his foot. Namgun Seok asked if Sop Buyong was injured, and if she had not been injured more seriously or critically because of him. Seok said that now was the time to teach him manners on behalf of the Namgun clan. The Valley's student decided to leave it to him once again, thanking him for saving her. The Ghost of the Bloody Axe emerged from the rubble, angry as hell, and asked if he wanted to try to fight him as well. Seok explained that the only goal of this battle was to find a winner, and that he attacked the enemy with the intention of destroying them, but what he would do with the consequences. For now, he said that he was the Ghost of the Blood Axe, and that he would sort out Namgun Seok's sock. He destroyed his face and the rest of his body because the blows were delivered quickly and accurately on target. After dealing with the ghost, he said that he was Namgun Seok from the Namgun clan in Yangzhou and asked who among the audience would show him the way to the Green Forest. Chen-ren stood there with his mouth open because he had knocked him down, and he was really as talented as they say. A man named Chong Chwak, the third master of the Black-Headed Serpent Hall, came to Namgun Seok. Seok asked why he was armed, and he replied that he couldn't go for the Azure Dragon Sword with his bare hands, and he was using his own technique. Chen-ren realized that this was bad, and Namgun Soso wondered why. If things continue like this, they won't have time to cross Mount Fuma today, as only the elders can be sent to the battle by Namgun Seok. 2 outstanding people endowed with great talent rushed to attack each other. Namgun Seok was able to destroy the enemy's sword thanks to one famous lightning technique. Chen-ren recognized a technique called the Thunder God's Anger at Nature, and Namgun Soso added that this is the strongest of the movements of the royal sword technique. Namgun Seok was curious why Jong Chwak created the sword technique, and he explained that he wanted it to be passed down from generation to generation in the Green Forest Alliance. Chen-ren had heard that Jong Chwak was trying to create what would become the basis of their alliance, and the women said that the bandits could not dream of such a thing, as if they were the Murim sect. He thanked Seok for a good fight and offered to fight on his hands. Namgun Soso said that the God of Thunder's anger at nature requires too much internal energy, and that her brother spent most of his energy on it. But he is not one to listen to others when it comes to battle. Chen-ren understood everything she said, weighed the pros and cons, and went to meet them. The young master bowed to them and asked them to give him this chance. Namgun Seok was curious about Jong Ryong's plans, and he continued. He might be from the Heavenly Dragon Agency, but he likes to fight with his fists more than with swords, and he would like to take the chance and learn from such a person. In addition, the third master of the hall is a friend of Seol In-tak, the respected warrior who gave Chen-ren his title, so he wants a chance to fight him. Namgun Seok realized that it was not all in his words, so he decided to give the job to a younger master. Chen-ren said that he was in a hurry, so he would start right away, and he thought that no one could imagine that he would defeat the third strongest Green Forest master. The battle began quite rapidly, with Chen-ren attacking and the enemy defending, and apparently, Chong Chuk's internal energy would last for a maximum of 30 years. In this case, the young master really had a chance to knock out his opponent with a direct punch to the beard. But it was not so simple because the fight had just begun. Chong Chuk looked directly at Chen-ren and noticed that his inner energy was impressive. The young master shrugged and said that he just ate everything in a row, so it happened. Chen Ren is sorry that they met like this, but he has no choice but to win. But Jong Chuk was not going to lose, so he took out a dagger from his pocket to use against the young master. Chen Ren jumped up and rushed like lightning to meet the enemy. Jong Chuk was fast, so he threw a dagger in front of him that almost hit Chen Ren. It was a very interesting fight between two very strong masters, endowed with speed and intelligence. But cunning in battle also played a role. Chen Ren noticed on the battlefield his small spear right under the enemy's feet. So I decided to let him know who would emerge victorious by launching a needle directly into Jong Chuk's foot. While the enemy was distracted by the pain in his leg, Chen Ren wasted no time in attacking him with a large number of blows all over his body. The young master chose a blow to the head as the final blow, which put a bold point in this fight. Everyone present, including Namgun Soso and Namgun Se-oke, opened their mouths at the sight. Chen Ren won the fight, but it will be difficult to fight with this shoulder. Yo Jongmei said that was the end of it, because he wanted to get the secrets of the martial arts of the Valley of Blooming Peaches. Stop bullying children and start measuring your strength with them. Li Jongsang suddenly shouted that it was not fair at all, that this was a battle between the Heavenly Dragon Agency and the Green Forest Alliance. Therefore, it would be right for him to come out to fight, because they have already suffered enough from each other. Why don't they resolve this conflict with a duel of managers? They stood opposite each other, and it reminded Baek Gunak of their first meeting. It was 40 years ago when they fought each other. Didn't he look at him with awe? Didn't Li Jongsang say that after that fight he couldn't use his left hand normally? Baek Gunak wanted to see how much better he had become since he attacked first 40 years ago. They reached an incredible speed in the fight, just like a hurricane, and it was impossible to understand who and where they were. Soso said that it looked strange because there were two people competing, but it looked like several people. Li Jongsan used the 10 swords technique of the Heavenly Dragon realm. 10 swords that appear when the 12th star is reached. In other words, the opponent feels the inner horror of a duel with 10 masters alone. This technique creates the illusion that he is about to destroy a real enemy, and that the enemy will attack behind him with incredible force. Li Jongsang was able to put his opponent in front of him no matter what with the cunning of skill and experience. After hiding his sword, he bowed to Baek Gunak and thanked him for the fight. Everyone in the escort convoy just burst into applause after the victory of the king of the agency. As word spread about them, more and more martial artists began to follow them from the shadows. But no one dared to stop the new heavenly dragon of the 10 swords. Therefore, the convoy continued to move calmly and without incident. Li Maka brought the same list that her eldest had mentioned. Yo Jongmi was surprised because she did it faster than she thought, and Maka had been harboring this idea for a long time, so it came out so quickly. The head of the valley thought that she decided to move because she hoped it would be a better life in the mountains. But the journey turned out to be much more complicated than she had imagined, and with the help of 3 wonderful people, she came closer to what she wanted. Yo Chongmei asked why the elder did not come down from the mountain. After all, if she wanted to, she could have left the city at a young age and lived a comfortable life like the rest of them. Li Maka was upset and said that all these girls were like her own daughters, even though she did not give birth to them. But she taught them and fed them, and raised them as if she could leave them and go away. Doesn't Yo Jongmei think the same way? Because she would never abandon her students, no matter what difficulties they faced. How Mundo came to report that they say that more than 1,000 martial artists have gathered at the moment. From the 5 sects of Black Mountain and many other different sects, when the young master heard the news of the Sichuan 9 Dragon sect, he did not change to stay put. Therefore, it was decided to arrive in Sando before the main force led by Chen Ren and lay the signs. Chen Ren wondered who he should do this with. His wards were exhausted and wanted to drink something good and eat. While they were talking about Chengdu and whether anyone had ever been there, a young girl saw a talisman hanging from a young master's sword. The girl asked if they were looking for a store. She invited them to her place. The warrior of the Western Lake grabbed the girl's grandfather by the hand and asked if he would take an order from them. Chung Rin and Namgun Soso were drinking tea and taking a break from the long journey. Chan Yingbo from Haomen Province came to the store and was ordered by his superiors to make their visit as comfortable as possible. Chen Ren asked what the situation was at home and what was being done after the situation in Sichuan with the explosion of the 9 dragons, and he said that he was already looking for martial arts masters. At the moment, they have gathered about 3,000 people from 17 sects. The Ne Chong Gab Elders Union united 9 defense groups known as the 9 Dragons of Sichuan. In other words, other groups may be less loyal to the alliance than they were when the alliance was flourishing. Recently, however, there have been misunderstandings between the alliance and the current faction leaders, with some parties' loyalty questioned. Chen Ren said that this was great news and asked to organize a meeting. And if he has information about how the owner has been embezzling money from the room over the past decade, let him inform the young master about it. Namgun Soso asked whether Chen Ren was really going to meet with him, and he replied that of course he was planning to do so. Soso was worried about the young master, so she warned him that it could be dangerous, and she didn't understand why he was so serious about it. Chen Ren only replied that he knew a lot of hidden information. Namgun Soso was again angry with the young master for hiding something important and interesting from her. Suoja wanted them to gather fighters to fight the 3 great sects and the 9 dragons of Sichuan. This is Li Jinlong, the 17th Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The head of the Sachon Kurenban, Bloody Sword or Cold Wind, said that he was a heavenly dragon, but daring to enter the enemy's lair was a remarkably brave guy. The Bloody Sword has long had some information about him and is ready to listen to his request. Li Jinlong asked if he was ready to become the head of the 9 dragons of Sichuan. The Bloody Sword was not satisfied with this request, so he ordered his aide to deal with the 2. It looks like the Alliance is trying to get rid of him, or he hasn't thought about accepting this offer. This booklet lists the ways and means by which the owner stole money over the past decades. The Bloody Sword wondered where he got it, but it didn't matter because the owner was using the book to get rid of him, and he would take it as a bonus. His favorite woman, the Bloody Sword, was finally enraged by these words. Did Li Jianmoon say that the Alliance had gathered 3,000 people against 400? So they were going to get rid of them? The Bloody Sword could no longer bear their words, so he ordered his assistant, the Poison Pair, to cut off their heads. But Li Jianmoon was skillful and fast, so instead of him, the Poison Vapor's head hit the table with great force. He said to the Bloody Sword that if he wanted to live, he could choose one or the other, but tonight he should take his concubines and quietly leave the city. Jianmoon asks for help to eliminate the chairman and become the new chairman. After the meeting, the 2 men discussed what had happened, and Li Jongmoon said that it was only his first operation, and his friend asked if there would be a second one, to which he replied, "No one knows whether everything will work out the first time, so you have to be ready for the next one." They came to a room, and the friend asked why they came here, and he said that they came for a silver plate that they had once received from a master. Near the Sagok River, Li Jongsong reflected on the fact that Chengdu Manor is only a day's journey away. But to do this, we still have to go through almost 3,000 troops. The king asked whether Chen Ren had succeeded in realizing his plan, and he replied that he had sown the seeds, but did not yet know whether they would yield any crops. Li Jongsang reminded us that the palace does not stand on a single column, and the emperor does not reach heights with the help of only one strategist, and he urged us not to blame ourselves for this. After all, the campaign is not over yet, so it's time to prepare for the big battle. The head of the 9 dragons of Sichuan, the immortal ancestor Nui Zhonggap, who was told that an old woman had come down from the mountain and was going to eliminate him. Li Jongsang said that there was a misunderstanding because they just wanted to plant a 200-year-old peach tree in Chengdu. Nui Zhonggap asked why the head of the Peach Valley did not show up in person. His soldiers hovered over them, and he continued to say that if she had been braver, she would not have sent the escort soldiers here first. The elder said that he was trying to play on their emotions and that they should not fall for his tricks. Li Jongsang said that their mission is still not over. Nui Zhonggap said that a group of bandits were on their way. Obviously, the agency would intervene. There are only 400 of them. Can they handle them? The invincible Tang clan joined the convoy, and now there are many more of them. The Tang clan of Sichuan and the Qingcheng sect came to the aid of the Heavenly Dragon Agency and the Peach Valley. Chen Ren was happy that the second part of the plan was going so well. With the Tang clan and the Qingcheng sect, there are 800 people. They were all in the red, but he is confident that they will manage. Nui Zhonggap raised his staff up the mountain. giving the order to kill anyone who stood on the road. Chen Ren and Poison Snake were preparing to attack, but something was not as usual. Of the 200 people in front, no one moved after his order. Nui Jonggap realized that this was the work of Lee Mokpun and that he wanted to take his place. He told him that his fighting skills were impressive but not enough to lead the 9 dragons of Sichuan. They will find a way to coexist with the Valley of Blooming Peaches. Nui Jonggap asked him if he was going against him for some old useless woman. They really should eliminate him, because if he gets out of this battle alive, he will tear out their eyes and leave them without limbs. Such threats made many of the soldiers feel uncomfortable, and they began to hesitate. Nui Zhonggang asked the king of the agency if he was going to stand there and do nothing. Chen Ren rejoiced in small victories again, because the situation had changed again. They had only 200 soldiers, which was a quarter of their number, and they had a chance to win. Yo Zhongmai turned to Li Zhongsang and told him that she and her girls would go on their own. She knew what the king wanted to say, but Chengdu was their final destination. Yo Chonmei thanked the agency for everything it has done for her valley. She is more than sure that many of her students will sacrifice themselves. But now martial artists from many sects and clans in Chengdu are looking at them. If they always rely on the help of others, the Valley of Blooming Peaches will never be able to settle down in a new place. The Heavenly Dragon Agency ends the mission here. From this point on, all warriors stop defending the target. Chen Ren did not expect such a turn of events. It was not part of his plans at all. Chen Ren went to the king of the agency and said that he would come up with a second solution, but just give him a little time, and asked him to change his mind. Li Zhongsang asked if he wanted him to take back what he said in front of all these people. The king of escorts, Li Zhongsang, has never failed a mission, but he will not stop now. He has never taken on cases for the sake of his name or reputation, and no matter what others say, this decision will not change him as a person. Chen Ren followed his father's every word and movement, realizing how wise and just he was. After all, Li Zhongsang decided to show people how independent the Valley of Blooming Peaches is, and ironically, the announcement of his failure meant the end of the mission. If Li Chengren were in his father's shoes, would he have been able to act as wisely? The poisonous serpent approached the young master and told him that something was wrong. It seems that Li Mokpun and his men were planning to do something. Chen Ren realized that they were going to ruin absolutely all plans. The young master decided to do something immediately, so he ran and borrowed a hat from one of the girls. The poisonous serpent was choking on his movements and could not understand what he was up to. Nui Zongkap raised his staff to the mountain and with a broad smile ordered the attack. Meanwhile, Li Chen-ren walked among the hostile crowd disguised as a vendor selling jerky, accidentally hitting one of the people. He was angry with him for hurting him and demanded that he apologize. Chen-ren said that he was really sorry for giving him some meat for free. It was his cunning plan to distract the soldiers with a tasty snack for himself, get closer to Li Mokpun and his men and eavesdrop on their conversation. The leader of the 3,000 dragons said that the return of Nui Zhopeng was only a matter of time before it happened, and that they would all be destroyed long ago. Li Mokpun explained that when the heavenly dragons enter the battle, the vast majority of people will be forced to participate along with everyone else. The leader of the 3 dragons asked if he was just dragging them into a conflict because of a woman. These words angered Li Mokpun, so a personal conflict arose between them and they reached for their swords. But suddenly a man appeared unexpectedly behind the leader. He wanted to destroy the enemy with a quick movement, but Chen Ren was more agile, so he was able to dodge the attack and strike back. It all ended when the young master took the leader of 3,000 dragons hostage and ordered everyone to leave the battlefield. Li Mokpun could not understand his motive and ultimate goal. Chen Ren explained that if he wanted to be eliminated along with Nui Zhonggap, he would fulfill his wish. Someone from the crowd ordered them to point their bows at the young master and let them shoot as soon as they could. But the leader of the West Lake gang did not let him finish by taking him prisoner. All the warriors followed Chen Ren's example, taking many people under their control. One of the West Lake gangs asked for a higher fee, and his friend fully agreed. Tusobu asked Wang Chengren if he still behaved the same way. Even Soso said that she always wondered where he was going so fiercely, but it turned out that he was just pretending to be cool. Tusobu said that if they moved even a little bit from their place, their leader's head would instantly fall. In this way, he left the dragons with the opportunity to enter the battle. Now all that remains is to destroy the great Nui Jiopeng. Something caught Chen Ren's attention, so he asked if So-So knew anything about it. But she had heard from her grandfather about it. It looked like a giant monster. He uses the double body technique. If someone tries to get in, they will be caught in the pasiku and cut to pieces. A technique from Tawagok. Chen Ren realized that it sounded like a martial art with a long history. Among the soldiers, Yo Jongmei analyzes the situation and quickly gives orders. The 5 elders strictly follow her orders as the head of the Valley of Blooming Peaches. 8 students stand firmly on the outer borders like the walls of a castle, protecting the weaker students. Chen Ren followed the battle closely and knew that the battle would soon be divided. From 1, it became 2, from 2, it became 4, swallowing up enemies from the inside. In the end, everyone runs away or dies because the craftsmen from the Valley of Blooming Peaches were strong in spirit and skill. Tang Gun Beck wondered why the Tawagok students did not fall down even when injured. Chen Ren also noticed this and said that this is why even when they change positions, no one falls. They also saw that the students were wearing protective armor. It was called protection of human life, or as it is also called vital potassium. It looked like the armor of a heavenly dragon, and Namgun So-So noticed that their elders seemed to have prepared in advance. However, it takes almost 2 months to produce a human life protection, and even the army does not have enough time to do this, even if you do not combine all units. Was it possible that orders were given to all units from the very beginning? It also means that Li Zhongsang had it figured out from the beginning. The course of events has changed, and there are few Tawagok students who have a defense of human life. Even if they are wounded, they receive treatment from sect members. It was the perfect tactic for the people of 3,000 dragons to be destroyed soon. Only the decisive battle between Yo Jongmei and Nui Jonggap remained. He threatened to tear her to pieces and emerge victorious. Their battle began rapidly and spectacularly, which meant that there was no turning back now. They could not believe that they were really seeing a fight between Nui Jonggap and Yo Jongmei. During this time, Chen Ren counted more than 800 blows. He also noticed that their weapons were hardly doing their job anymore, and it was all to no avail. Nui Jonggap laughed and shouted out, "Is this the first time he's had fun in a long time?" He again rushed to attack Yo Jongmei, who successfully deflected and dodged all his attacks. He saw her as vulnerable, and she, in turn, recognized his strength. It seems that Nui Jonggap was waiting for the moment when she could not show her trump card. He attacked the woman with all his strength and skill, recognizing that she was still a tough old woman. Nui Jonggap struck a very hard blow to Yo Jongma, and it looked like it was critical. But the woman is still on her feet, though not as confidently as she was at the beginning. He saw her moment of weakness, so he decided to attack with the aim of eliminating her. Yo Chonmei was able to repel this attack so effectively that Nui Jonggap flew to the other side of the river from the force of the blow. All those present who were watching the struggle between the 2 high-ranking people were amazed to see what they saw. Meanwhile, the elders came to Yo Jongmi's aid and covered her with their bodies. But she didn't want to, so she ordered everyone to leave, and the elder tried to convince her that she could handle it on her own. Yo Jongmei knew for sure and said that the elder would not be able to cope with such an opponent. The elder made Nui Jonggap angry with his action and shouted at her to get out of his way. He rushed into the attack, threatening to kill them like cursed dragonflies. Elder Li Maka held off the first attack by throwing the enemy away. However, she did not take into account how fast he could be. Nui Jonggap was already flying at her with his sword pointed at her. But as soon as the sword was about to reach its target, Yo Jongmei repelled it with great force, so it flew away. Nui Jonggap said that her end had already come, gathering her inner energy in the palm of his hand. He put it to Yo Jongmei's stomach, piercing her through with destructive inner energy. She managed to give the order to attack him in time, so Li Maka rushed to the attack at the same moment. With the help of Yo Jongmei, Li Maka took advantage of the moment of surprise and attacked Nui Jonggap from the air. With incredible strength, the elder struck the enemy with her fiery sword, dividing him into 2 parts and eliminating him forever. Li Chengren watched and could not believe that Li Maka was able to destroy him with a single blow of her sword. Nui Jonggap's people ran around his body and talked about his passing. After the battle, Yo Jongmei looked and felt very bad, and her girls came to her aid. Chen Ren said that she was too far away so he could not see what was happening to Ms. Yo Namgun Soso, also asked what happened to her during the battle. But if it was really attacked by a mystical energy critical strike, then its business is very bad. Lee Maka shouted so that everyone could hear her that the Towagok disciples would cross the Sagokshion River and enter the holy manor, and if there were any who opposed them, they should leave immediately. The battle was almost over, so there was no point in taking prisoners, so Chen Ren released one of them, and the rest of the soldiers followed suit. Li Mokpun approached Yo Chongmei with a bow and officially announced that, according to the rules, he was the new head of the 9 Dragons of Sichuan. On behalf of the Chengdu martial arts sects present here today, he would like to welcome the Towagoka sect. The Heavenly Dragon Agency warriors were happy that this battle had ended well, and Chen Ren was still dazed from such a powerful battle. A girl from Tokwagok got a chance for a new life in the Valley of Blooming Peaches, and everyone present was very happy. Namgun Soso said that everyone knows how dedicated Chen Ren is to this cause. The leader of the Westlake Trio told the young master that next time he might not ask them for help because it was too dangerous. Also, so that he does not forget about the special payment for their labor, it would also be possible to perform simpler tasks with less caution. Tusobu reminded Chen Ren that he had already used his gratitude voucher, but Tan Gunbek would be happy to help if the opportunity arose. This was the first time he had ever seen Gongbek trust someone so much, and he even envied Chen Ren. The young master thanked all those present for their help, because thanks to them, he was able to successfully complete the trip. On the western outskirts of Seongdo, 300 Towagok students found refuge in an old mansion built by an unknown person. Clean and fresh water reminiscent of the Towagok flowed through the center of the estate, a place of graceful beauty. But the Towagok students could not rejoice in this because among them were those who had never been healed from their injuries. Yo Jongme said that tonight will be a decisive moment. If her internal organs do not fully recover, there is nothing else to be done. Lee Jongsang and Namgun Seok appeared on her doorstep, and she personally called them. Lee Chung-ren and Namgun Soso also came on her orders and were hospitably invited to come in. The elder who took care of Yo Jongme introduced herself as Lee Maka. Namgun Seok took the promised secrets of Cheongjinpyeong out of his pocket. He asked me to tell his grandfather that the original was a treasure of Tokwagok in itself, and he had no choice but to make a copy. Namgun Seok calmly threw a copy of the secret book into the fire. He said that he would now quote the words of his grandfather to Ms. Gokju and some other elders. It is not enough for Namgun to only prevent Cheongjinpyeong from getting into other schools and ask her to succeed in Seondo. But if they don't get Cheongjinpyeong, Namgun will have to incur large expenses for the trip. But unfortunately, Namgun cannot cover the costs of this trip, because the ruler of the country, Cheonjong, stubbornly refused. Cheongyong has never received any reimbursement for suspended trips according to the standards. On the contrary, they should be held responsible for the failure. She shouted at the king of the agency that standards should not be violated just because he is the king. But it would be better for them to refrain from unnecessary discussions and words. Yo Jongme asked Jongryong and Namgun Soso to come closer to her together. She hurriedly pulled a long hairpin with a floral tip out of her hair. She handed it to Namgun Soso, saying that it was a small gift for her as a souvenir, but the young lady did not dare to take it. Yo Jongme insisted on accepting the gift because it would be nice to have Soso's braids pinned up when she got married. This touched Namgun Soso so much that she burst into tears and promised to do so. Namgun Soso bowed to Yo Jongma, still with tears in her eyes. But she also failed without the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Lee Chung-ren apologized for not being able to ensure her absolute safety. She heard that among the 300 students, there was not a single victim who they thought could guard better than they could. It is said that the king of the Heavenly Dragon Agency has many sons. But it is Lee Jong-ryong whom she wants to make Towagok's first student and her last follower. Her decision surprised the king of the agency and his son, who even thought that she was too favorable to his talentless son. He didn't even know how to behave in such a situation since she showed such mercy to his unworthy son. As Chen Ren stands there with a shocked face, Lee Jongsang ordered him to pay his respects to his teacher as soon as possible. She realizes that Chen Ren lacks technique but still wants to give the heavenly wind to him so that he can improve. Li Chengren was born on the Dongshan Peak in Hangzhou in the first month of the 7th year of the 7th lunar year welcomes his teacher. He swears to defend their honor as a representative of the 8th generation of the Taoist order. There is probably no happier old woman in the world today than her. Li Zhongsan Namgun Soso and Namgun Seoke bowed and said they were leaving. However, Yo Jongmei asked Zhongryong to stay for a short time because he was now her student Towagok. She doesn't have as much time as it seems, so she will teach him the heavenly wind technique right away. That's all she can teach him. The rest he can learn from the masters. He must always keep his eyes up and obey the elder. Yo Chongmei told a secret that shocked not only Li Jong-un but also the elder. Li Maka realized where the lady of the Valley of Blooming Peaches was leading her. After so many years of working together, they became almost like sisters, so it was hard for them to part with each other. After finishing all the work, Yo Chonmei said goodbye to everyone present and then fell into an eternal sleep. Meanwhile, in the store, the girl was having dinner with Chan Inbo and shouted at the old teacher that if he didn't come now, there would be nothing left on the table. He let me know that he heard them and asked me not to disturb him. The teacher stood in front of a large library and pondered that he needed to work on one important request. The gate of 1,000 demon snakes disguised as a temple on a mountainside on the western edge of Chengdu. The sword technique is hard and leaves no marks. In the last 10 years, 27 masters have been destroyed by the inspection of the 1,000 ghost demon on a mountain in Namsika. A footprint belonging to a 1,000-year-old ghost was found. If the disciple who escaped 30 years ago is alive, it means that the leader of the 10 Great Hayos was still alive. The descendants of the abandoned students returned to their ancestral estates. The gate of the heavenly demon that was once under lock and key has now become a martial arts sect. The teacher didn't know what was so special about a sect that holds 300 people, but now it will be impossible to imagine the world of martial arts without Towagok. 3 days later, Yo Chonmei was buried in the mountains near the estate. A memorial in her honor was erected in the newly built family hall. Li Maham became the new master of the Valley of Blossoming Peaches, just as Yo Jongmei wanted. Li Chengren, an 8th-generation student, expresses respect for his older martial sisters. Students of the 9th generation pay tribute to their elder brother in arms. The Westlake trio were watching this and discussing that it was a rather strange sight. Meanwhile, the poisonous serpent realized that he was happy to stay with the young master. The estate gradually quieted down, and the seeds they planted have already sprouted. They were all warmly escorted on their way to their permanent homes. When they returned to Hangzhou, people on the streets were discussing the events related to the Valley of Blooming Peaches and the Heavenly Dragon Agency. They talked about how Li Zhongsang defeated the Blade King of the Green Forest, Baek Gunak, and the fact that the mission was suspended and the entire city of Jiangsu recognized it. Li Zhongsang is the real mercenary king of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. It was the biggest breakthrough they've ever had, with requests for missions coming into the agency without end. Most of them require the 17th Pavilion, but most missions involve long journeys. And the main problem is that they don't have enough hired soldiers to fulfill all the missions. Chen Ren found 3 new warriors while transporting a white-haired orangutan. But insofar as they were new, they were the first new Van Deep warrior in the gray armband. The second new hired warrior, Wang Zhongpei, has a sweet smile on his face. Van Sopio's third new hired warrior is wearing a brown bandage. Because of the strong and hidden dragons recruited new members, and they are taking all the places it looks like Gab Ren and Yol Ren are getting some benefit from this situation. The loading manager said that he would convert one of the pavilions into a hall to cope with all incoming requests. Based on the current atmosphere and the order of seniority, he thinks that it is most likely that this will be the 7th Li Ben Ren Pavilion to be promoted. It was Li Chengren who made the agency thrive, but everyone else also plays a role. He seems to have a lot of different thoughts in his head right now, but if I were him, I would think the same way. Li Chengren asked what his farm looked like at the moment. The newcomers sat and thought about how the young master was trying not to show his sadness. Chenren noticed how everyone was looking at him and asked what had happened to make them stare at him so strangely. There is nothing new with the farm, but there are rumors that the big battle will last longer because horse prices have tripled. If you add up the 500 mares bred on the farm in Tianmu and the 2,500 they bought later, they can make a big profit. Chenren said this was great news and ordered them all to be sold. Zhong Lim Som asked for all 3,000 horses at once, but the price would be lower if they sold them in batches. Chen Ren was visibly angry at the unsolicited advice, so he repeated the order to sell all the horses at once. The young master also reminded himself that he and his father had a certain agreement about the independence of the 17th Pavilion. 6 months had passed since then, and Chen Ren knew that a conversation on this very topic might soon take place. But only if he manages to win that independence for himself. There are 3 secret techniques that he learned in the Valley of the Blooming Peaches, and he practiced them as soon as he had a free moment. The first famous transportation technique is called the 1,000 Golden Winds. The second is a stealth technique that allows it to go unnoticed. As for the latter technique, it is known as deceptive flight. The essence of stealth was to dissolve into the environment and to mislead people around because for others it will look like an ordinary part of the roof. The amount of his internal energy is comparable to that of Li Zhongsang, so it's a very easy technique for him. Suddenly, Chang Sam, who was passing by, asked what the young master was doing there. Chen Ren was too self-confident and thought that no one could see him. The new warrior Wang Depe greeted the young master. He said that it was so incredible that he was training from the very morning, and that what he was doing now was probably training his grip strength. Li Ben Ren, the third master of the agency, also asked what his brother was doing there. Chan Sam carefully informed me that the fourth master was very busy at the moment. Chen Ren wanted to jump off the roof in a spectacular way, but his leg gave out. Therefore, the famous warrior Li falls face first to the ground in front of his brother and his subordinates. Chen Ren dismissed all the negativity and asked why Li Ben Ren had come so early. The third master asked if Chen Ren remembered that there would be a meeting of the elders tonight. Ben Ren decided to warn his younger brother that this time there would be several important guests, but they will probably decide the fate of the 17th Pavilion. Very soon, Chen Ren realized what Li Ben Ren meant by the word honored guests. In front of him sat Li Zhongsang's first wife, Madame Orange Flower, as well as the second wife of Madame Purple Flower and the third wife of Madame Green Leaf. A proposal was made to divide the 17th Pavilion and distribute its members among the other groups. Chen Ren wondered why the hell he should do this. Madame Orange Flower emphasized that in order for the family to thrive, it is necessary to maintain hierarchy. They cannot allow the child of a servant to have more power than his older brothers. Gab Ren's and Yol Ren's positions will always be higher than Chen Ren's, and they do this for the benefit of the young master. The king explained that he and Chen Ren had already made a bet in the past, and he promised not to interfere in the affairs of the 17th Pavilion unless he could trace the money. She was angry and asked why such conditions were only for her youngest son. Li Zhongsang replied to his first wife that before considering her request, he needed to know who won the bet. Madame Purple Flower asked how they could be sure that he was not trying to play a cruel joke on them. Madame of the Green Leaf looked at the young master and told everyone that if he was hiding something, she would easily understand it. Chen Ren thought that Madame Green Leaf came from an estate of priceless finances, so it was obvious that she had a good eye and nose for money. Li Zhongsang wanted to summarize the results of the 17th Pavilion's spending of 100 gold coins to buy horses. And then we sold them over the last 2 Sundays and got 33 times more. All that money is currently in the Dragon's Wealth estate, and the king was curious how it happened. Chen Ren didn't understand how they knew all this information. Maybe it was Sok San who found out about it. Li Zhongsang knows everything in Hangzhou, so he couldn't help but know about the money that passes through his house. Madame Orange Flower said that she congratulates the king of the agency because it looks like he won the bet. The king's happy first wife asked if they could now discuss the fate of the 17th Pavilion. Chen Ren raised his hand to apologize, saying that he had won after all, because he had taken all the money from the Dragon Wealth estate and ordered 5 ships this morning. The young master did this for this very moment. Even with his information grid, he will never know what happened in the morning. Madame Purple Flower began to get visibly nervous and asked why he needed the ships. Chen Ren explained that ships are used to transport goods to the capital, such as grain as taxes, and that 1 ship replaces 100 chariots. Li Zhongren, thanks to his cunning and intelligence, received sole rights to the 17th Pavilion because Li Zhongsang lost in a bet to his youngest son. From today, the king appoints Chen Ren as the head of the 17th Pavilion, and as he promised, he will not interfere in the affairs of the pavilion. He cannot allow his third son to remain the pavilion master when the younger one is already managing the hall, so the seventh pavilion becomes the hall first. From that moment on, the seventh pavilion became the Ink Dragon Hall and the 17th pavilion the Flying Dragon Hall. The members of the Flying Dragon Hall were very happy to receive this news because they had made the right choice in joining Chen Ren. The new warriors said that they were now the Wang Flying Dragon Trio, which sounds very cool. Chan Sam is so worried about everything that he even cries because his young master is growing up before his eyes. Chen Ren interrupted their rejoicing by putting a bag of money on the table, saying that it was too early to rejoice because they had become a hall and needed to expand. In his estate, Lee Jong Sam was drinking tea, and the street was quite noisy because 1,000 people had gathered because the Chen Ren Hall was recruiting warriors and porters. The king of the agency smiled and said that they conduct interviews in an interesting way. By the way, wasn't it Sok-san who said that Chen Ren bought 7 ships? Seok-sang learned about the ships from the seller himself, but the cunning kid even hid their exact number. He described Chen Ren as very intelligent and insightful, unlike his father, and talented as a swindler. Lee Jong-song also liked the way his younger son was acting, so he asked Seok-sang to look after him. A confused and sad Madame Greenleaf came running to them. Chen Ren hung his head down again, confident that this time he would succeed no matter what. Poison Snake said that he had heard that the young master had recently been hanging on the roof and practicing his grip strength, and it seemed to be true. Chen Ren asked to pretend that he was not visible, but the poisonous serpent said that to hide the form, he had to remove it first. He demonstrated how to do it right by his own example. Jang Sam spotted Namgun Soso and hurried to greet her and ask her what brought her to them today. She explained that she had some business to attend to and asked where the hall master was now. Chen Ren watched and couldn't understand what she was doing here. It was as if Soso didn't notice him or the disguise worked. Jong Sam decided to play along with Soso and say that he really didn't know where he was. Chen Ren couldn't help but fly down again. Soso asked what he was doing there, and the servant pretended to see him for the first time. The young master said that he was practicing stealth techniques, and Soso came to congratulate him on becoming a master of the hall, and also to make sure that her money is safe and sound. Namagan Soso had no idea that all this time Chen Ren had been running the farm, and she had heard that he had even bought sailing ships. He was curious how she knew about all this, and she hinted that the viper in the bottle had told them. Namgun Soso asked who these women were walking right up to them. Chen Ren explained that they were new hired warriors. He had chosen them at the interview. Soso did not want to and did not understand how. The young master asked her what she was thinking about, and he was probably the only one who could make such a decision. He had also been skeptical about women in such a job before, but after meeting Soso, he realized that it was just unnecessary prejudice. Their conversation was interrupted by a breathless Ga Bu Lim, who was hurrying to the young master. He was still running down the road, shouting that they had a big problem. The third young master, Li Ben Ren, disappeared during the mission. He received an illegal reward and went on a mission with 10 mercenaries. The problem is that there was no news from them even when the date of their return had passed. So 3 days ago, the head of his hall tried to contact the king. But Ms. Zelenyi Leistock was afraid that it would damage the reputation of the third young master, so she forbade us to talk about it. Instead, she instructed her family, who had a wealth of money, to secretly deal with the problem. But realizing that the situation was becoming more serious, she decided to personally address the owner of the agency. After hearing this, Chen Ren said that she had made a big fool of herself and then turned to Namgun Soso, telling her that their meeting would have to be postponed. The young master ordered Chang Sam and the poisonous serpent to follow him, and the servant assured the master of the hall that it was just the two of them and no serpent. Chen Ren seriously said that a warrior who disobeys an order is immediately expelled from the Flying Dragon Hall. The poisonous serpent appeared out of nowhere, confusing everyone with its suddenness. All the elders, masters, and escort soldiers gathered in the main building of the agency. As Chen Ren expected, they were still discussing something with each other. Sun Chan said that now their main task is to find a client, and he put a portrait on the table drawn according to the witnesses. They believe he is a man in his 70s from the province of Fujian. They have already thoroughly searched all of Hangzhou, but to no avail. They can't sit idly by, so they need to expand the search radius, assemble a team to search Hanfei, and send them news by bird. If we can't find their people, we should at least find out who is behind it all. Li Gabrenta and Li Yol-ren understood the order and bowed to Li Jong-san. Chen Ren thought that the king still cared about his child, no matter how much of a bully he was. But as Li Chung-ren would have done in his place, he would have saved his brother for the sake of his father. But in any case, the decision has already been made. Chen Ren asked Chang Sam to walk around Hangzhou with an embroidery thread. Mok Li-guk responded to him, but is this man really the head of the house sect? Chen Ren was sure that he knew what was going to be discussed, and he replied that he had heard that the third Heavenly Dragon Master had disappeared, so they were all looking for him. The fact that he was in the know simplified the task many times over and saved them a lot of time. Chen Ren showed a portrait of the same client to his brother, so he asked him to find the person in the photo. Mok Li-guk looked at the customer's portrait for a long time and carefully, but finally said, "His skin is a redder shade than most, but his eyes are blue, and if so, this is the blue-eyed demon in the mask." Chen Ren thought, what kind of blue-eyed demon is this man? He must be a member of the Tunguska Sharks Association, but he is good at their techniques. Li Chengren looked at the portrait and analyzed the enemy and came up with a strategy while poison smog drained the bottle. Mok Li-guk said he could find out his whereabouts. Zhong Riyong thanked him for that and said they would take it from there. The poisonous snake asked if the young master wanted him to go with them, and Chen Ren sharply refused, ordering him to return because there were many other things to do. Li Chengren went in search of the customer, moving on the roofs using the artificial flight technique. He approached the same door behind which he heard the sounds of some kind of resistance. Chen Ren knocked and said he was looking for the blue-eyed demon. A huge man with no hair opened the door and asked who he was and why he had come here. Li Chengren immediately realized that he was facing the very customer he was looking for. The blue-eyed demon angrily asked again who was standing in front of him, who he was. The fourth young master introduced himself, and the demon asked what brought him here, and Chen Ren had some questions about his brother. He thought that he was facing a rather dangerous person, so he should not let his guard down. The blue-eyed demon asked Chen Ren to wait a few minutes so that he could put on some clothes. The young craftsman stayed to wait for him on the street outside the house. After a while, the house was engulfed in flames and the demon never came out. Chen Ren broke into the house and noticed a naked woman lying unconscious on the floor. The young master blushed at the sight of her, so he tried not to look. He quickly wrapped her in the bedspread, still trying to find the demon with his eyes. Chen Ren managed to carry the unconscious girl out of the burning house unharmed. The young master realized that the blue-eyed demon had escaped, but could not forgive him for setting fire to a house with people in it. While the demon was trying to escape, Chen Ren had already caught up with him, suddenly attacking him from the roof of the house. The first blow fell on his demonic nose, which made him lose his footing. The blue-eyed demon flew into the wall with great force, but Chen Ren was not finished with him yet. He kicked him by the collar and said that they would be able to talk only after the young master had beaten the crap out of him. After a while, the blue-eyed demon knelt down and asked why the master was doing this to him. Chen Ren asked him the first question why he was running away from him in the first place. He replied that he had done what he was told, that he did not know anything, so it was pointless to beat him, and after a series of additional blows, he decided to tell us. That 2 Sundays ago, an old man with a trumpet approached him and ordered him to entrust an illegal mission to the third master of the Ink Dragon Hall. Chen Ren asked who the old man was, and the blue-eyed demon said he remembered him entering the manor of priceless finances. Chen Ren realized that this was the estate of Li Ben-ren's mother's family. Are they the ones behind this to support Li Ben-ren? And then some unknown organization kidnapped him to steal the object that the third master was carrying. It was definitely something very important if they used an intermediary for the mission. Chen Ren doubted that the demon knew what he was delivering, for if he did, he would have stolen it himself, so he needed to visit the mansion to find out. But finally, he shouted at him that if he ever set fire to anything, Chen Ren would become his nightmare. Having warned the blue-eyed demon, the young master left him with a single jerk. He knew very well that there was a tea house of the Namgong clan near the estate of priceless finances where he could ask for help. At the time, Namgun Soso Tangun Baik and Namgun Seoke were sitting at the table in the tea house. Lee Chung-ren appeared unexpectedly and spectacularly under the cover of night right on the balcony of the tea house. Nam Gun-soso asked him frightened what he was doing here at such a late hour. Chen-ren apologized for disturbing them in the middle of the night, but he had one request. The young master arrived at a priceless financial estate. When he knocked on the door, a man opened the door and asked who was there. He introduced himself as Lee Chen-ren from the Heavenly Dragon Escort Agency. In response, they also greeted him and he apologized for the late visit, but as they could understand, the situation was serious. Chen-ren was asked if he came alone and replied that he was here alone. The door opened for the young master and he was asked to enter. But as soon as the gate closed behind them, Chen-ren was unexpectedly stabbed in the neck with a needle. The effect of the wind injection was instantaneous, and Lee Chen-ren felt that his body was becoming uncontrollable and his consciousness was beginning to leave him. From the mansion of priceless finances, the young master moved to a cell with the other two prisoners. Cho Yeon-young was glad that Jong Ryong had finally woken up. He hadn't expected to be here with his brother's fiancée. Chen-ren looked around him and realized that he was in a railroad car. In a wagon for the transportation of people and animals, they are taken to a place that was not yet known to them. The young master asked how the girl got here. She had gone to the Manor of Finance to find out something about Ben Ren's disappearance, and they stunned her. Chen-ren thought that this was a powerful organization because they took control of the estate to get hold of this object. He asked if Yan was okay, and she said she was fine. The young master wondered who was lying there. Perhaps he had also been kidnapped. The prisoner got up from the floor and saw a face. But Cho Yeon-young said it was his older brother. Chen-ren asked his brother why Lee Ben-ren was still in Hangzhou. He explained that as soon as they left the city, they were attacked by experienced martial artists. They were all captured before they could even resist, and they were beaten to death for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen-ren wondered what kind of object they were carrying. Lee Ben-ren said that it was a treasure map, or rather instructions on where to find it. Why didn't they just tell them where it was hidden to avoid being beaten up? Ben-ren said that if he had done so, they would have thought that such warriors were useless and destroyed them. It was good that Ben-ren understood the value of his soldiers, otherwise he could not have been called a human being. What the third master did not expect was that his younger brother would also be kidnapped. He called his brother an idiot who had gone to the estate for no reason and ended up here. Chen-ren said that he came to the estate for Ben-ren, but he was unlikely to be grateful for anyone. The young master did not expect much gratitude, so he decided to use a secret trick. In addition, no one kidnapped him. He just snuck in until the real idiot was killed, and a handkerchief with balls inside fell out of his ear. The young master approached one of the balls and bit it with his teeth. Everyone in the car complained about the terrible smell of them, and Chen-ren explained that it was the smell of traveling pills. On the way, he stopped by the Namgun clan for tea and asked them to look for him if he suddenly disappeared. Lee Ben-ren was delighted with his ingenuity, but did not understand how he knew he would be kidnapped. Chen-ren said that he was not a seer at all, but he considered different scenarios and was ready for each of them. And now the fourth master wanted to see who these brave kidnappers were. Lee Chung-ren shouted that he had to go to the bathroom immediately. Chen-ren sits with his back to the exit, saying that he can deceive them all whenever he wants. He didn't notice that behind him was a burly man with a misunderstanding on his face. The big man opened the door halfway, which was enough for Chen-ren. He looked at that guy in the mansion of priceless finances, which means they are acting in concert. But he was still curious about the girl, who she was, and whether she could be with them. In that split second, he looked at everyone accompanying them before the door closed right in front of him. But it wasn't that simple. Chen-ren kicked the unlocked door right into the man's beard. Jumping out of the chariot, he ran away into the forest with his hands tied, leaving everyone behind. His older brother and his fiancée stayed behind to wait for him and the reinforcements he would bring to rescue them. As Chen-ren ran through the forest, he realized that he had to think things through again. The coded message in the bamboo container of Lee Ben-ren pointed to the location of the treasure map. Despite 4 days of abuse by his captors, he did not say anything. Then the wagon headed southwest and traveled in that direction for the whole day. This means that the Heavenly Dragon Agency, which is heading to Hefei, will not be able to find them, and the kidnappers are already heading to the place indicated on the treasure map. If Jong Ryong and Cho Yeon-young were also taken prisoner, it is possible that the map was transferred through the estate of priceless finances. But where is the girl who chased him? Did he lose sight of her? But as soon as he thought of her, she stood before him on one of the branches of a large tree. Chen Ren quickly pushed off the tree with his feet and flew in the other direction, still running away from the cute kidnapper. She closed the distance between them, almost touching each other on the shoulder, and asked what his movement technique was called. Chen Ren didn't want to tell her his secrets, but the girl was very insistent, threatening him that if he didn't tell her, she would catch him. His technique was called the Golden Winds technique, and he asked her what her technique was, and she answered with a question, asking if he wanted to know who they were. She advised him not to waste time because they are ghosts. Their martial arts do not belong to this world. The young master asked why the ghosts were wandering around in broad daylight, but she said it was time for them to say goodbye. She pulled ahead, saying only that Chen Ren had remained in one of the trees until the meeting. The girl used needles with special poison against the young master. The needles attacked Li Chung Ren directly in the neck, sending poison straight into his veins. The young master immediately felt the familiar effect when the body stops obeying and the eyes close against his will. When he regained consciousness, he heard that Mount Nankun was the final destination, and Chen Ren said he could make sure they got there in 10 days. The girl asked him how he knew where they were going. He looked through her, and there were 2 energy nuclei the size of a goose egg, which is at least 100 years of accumulated internal energy. It seems she is their leader. Judging by the fact that the sun is breaking through the cracks in the chariot, they are moving to the southwest. There are 10 of them in total, and if they have enough food, the journey will take a month. But if the route goes through the southern regions, they will have to go through Mount Nankun. The girl praised the young master, saying that he was really as clever as they say, and she asked if you believe the map the path should. It will take 20 days. How is he going to manage in 10? Chen Ren would have told them. If it weren't for their beatings, she promised she would feed him 3 times a day. Also, let him out of the car whenever he needed to. Chen Ren thumbed his nose at him and agreed to such conditions, but he wanted to compete with this big monkey. She agreed, but if he lost, he would have to become her faithful dog for the duration of the trip. Chen Ren also made a condition that if he won, she would give him her name. Also, if he wins, she will appoint a big monkey as his servant throughout the journey. They agreed, and the battle was almost started. Chen Ren was thrown a sword so as not to look weak. But the young master smiled and said that to defeat the monkey, he did not need any weapons at all. The girl leader watched their fight and said that the young master was able to back up his words with actions. The leader's assistant wanted to intervene between them, but the leader asked if he was trying to humiliate her with his actions. He realized his mistake and quickly apologized to her in a bow. Meanwhile, Chen Ren had already dealt with the big monkey, saying that he was not at all impressed with his skills. After catching his breath, the young master approached the leader and asked her what her real name was. She honestly fulfilled the terms of the dispute, so this young beautiful girl's name was Yon Soge. Li Chung Ren broke into a smile and remarked that she had a very pretty name. As promised, Chen Ren became the guide on the 7th day they crossed the Wuyi Mountains, and he ordered the wagons to be left at the foot. And on the 9th morning, they met a group of familiar faces in a place where the Nanking Mountains were only a day's journey away. While still in the carriage, Chen Ren asked what kind of treasure it was. Li Ben Ren explained to him that 5 centuries ago, there was a great organization. The Absolute Radiant sect is a powerful demonic group that has split into 8 parts due to internal conflicts. 200 years later, one of them, the Heavenly Star sect, united and became known as the Divine Cult of the Heavenly Demon. The remaining 7, on the verge of extinction, hid their treasures around the world, waiting for better times, and were nicknamed the Seven-Headed Demonic Union. Many heavenly demons have searched for these treasures to gain recognition, but all attempts have been in vain, so they are looking for guides to help them. Chen Ren realized why this mission had become so burdensome and why he had met this familiar face again. He was the last strategist of the divine heavenly demon sect known as Triple Mind Nui Chongja. Chen Ren recalls the last time they met. He heard that he had survived and managed to escape, but he never thought that they would meet again here. But it seems that his people have become much more skilled since then. The skeleton demon adept greeted Elder Triple Mind. He chewed on the word elder and reminded her that he did not allow her to address him that way, and from now on she should address him as Nui's strategist. She can't call him that because they have decided not to recognize the cult of the heavenly demon Shawan Dashan, like a tree whose time has come to an end. So why doesn't he leave his arrogant desires behind and just leave? After her words, the guards revolted against her and the triple mind did not allow them to attack. Strategist Nui asked Chen Ren if he was the same storm dragon. If memory serves, they had met before. Chen Ren was visibly nervous about why he was speaking to him, as if he had long forgotten him, so he gave his name and told him what he was doing. The triple mind smiled. He asked if he had personally destroyed the 9-turnover technique and if he was going to activate the second one so that it could show its skills once again. Chen Ren asked them to stop and not to do anything because they were not even part of their team. As a proof, he raised his hands to the top so that everyone could see their shackles, and the young master shouted that they were being held as prisoners. But the triple mind did not want to hear their excuses, so it simply pointed at them with a smile and an index finger. At the same moment, his men jumped up and attacked, armed and very dangerous. They were also on their way to meet the heavenly cult, and Yeon Soge ordered them to stop before he used the technique. But the spellcasters were already working on opening the mystical gate. Lee Chung-ren had already seen something like this before, and he definitely did not want to participate a second time. Yeon Soge used a special technique of unconquerable demons against him. She fearlessly headed for the portal of the mystical gate. Lee Ben-ren came to his senses a bit and said that life is full of surprises. Who would have thought that their captors would end up in captivity with them? A verbal altercation broke out between Lee Ben-ren and a monkey from the second group. Chen Ren tried to come up with a new plan in this tense situation. Triple Mind praised Yeon Soge, saying that it looks like the demon skeleton has taught his student well. He said it was the end of her, but she said she remembered the treasure map and would show him the way if he let her people go. It doesn't matter how strong she is, she can't stand up to 300 people. Cho Yeon-yeon asked if now was not the right time to talk about who they are and what treasures they are hunting for and what their goal is. Chen Ren asked if they were followers of a demonic cult house. She is not obliged to answer them, but if the treasure falls into the hands of the triple mind, the whole of Murim will be shrouded in chaos. Chen Ren asked what would happen to the treasure if it fell into her hands. Yosoge said that unlike the demonic cult, she was going to destroy the treasure. She didn't care whether they believed her or not. But if she had planned to keep the treasure for herself, she would not have come here with a dozen people and no chariot. She seemed strange to Chen Ren. Did she really want to get rid of the treasures? It's all because of that idiot Lee Ben-ren that they're all in this mess. While Chen Ren was thinking about everything they had been through, a rather familiar head appeared from the hay. Chen Ren and Ben Ren screamed in surprise, and Poisonous Snake asked as if nothing had happened what the hell was going on in this crowded place. The poisonous serpent greeted his hall master, and the young master could not understand how he had ended up here. The poisonous snake explained everything to him about how he had sent his men on patrol and snuck in by putting several elders to sleep with the help of Miss Tan Gunbeck's potion. He also said that reinforcements would soon arrive with the help of vibrations. The snake asked why these people were with them, as they were very dangerous. Chen Ren realized why he had switched to the sound transmission technique. They are followers of the Li dualistic cult of Yun Yang. The guy with the scar on his eye is called Snow Leopard, and the other is Yaksha. And if this woman is with them, then she must be the very millennial witch rumored to be the adept of the demon and skeleton, the head of the Yin Yang clan. He had also never seen one of the houses of a demonic cult before, and that's all they had time to discuss with each other. After all, the poisonous serpent heard that someone was approaching them in a hurry. The footsteps were getting closer to the prisoner car, so it seemed like another moment and the door would open. Chen Ren ordered him to handcuff him and sit down next to them. An unknown man entered their car and addressed Yosoge. That the Triple Mind Squad had already headed to the place she had marked on the map. He released her from the shackles. It seems they wanted to check if her words were true. She insisted on getting there first. Chen Ren closely followed the situation and realized that this man was her spy. Yosoge lifted Ben Ren with her, explaining that if the map was real, he would be able to get home safely, and she guaranteed it. Lee Chung-ren said to her that she could surprise more than once. The threefold mind seeks wealth. It will not destroy it if it is not needed. If it behaves calmly, it will return home. She also thanked them for helping them to get here and told Chen Ren that they would be able to handle the rest. When everyone left the wagon, the poisonous serpent threw off his handcuffs in one easy movement, and the young master asked how he did it. The poisonous snake showed me a needle and said it was his specialty. He helped free Zhong Ryong and Cho Yong from their shackles, and she asked them what they should do now. But Chen Ren had a rather crazy idea, because he was going to look at the same glorified, cursed treasure. Yo Soj and her men approached the same treasure cave. She gave the order to move forward no matter what, because they had a clear goal. The Triple Mind declares that the seven-headed demonic alliance will definitely submit to them after that. Li Cheng-ren thought that today was a good day to ruin the lives of these non-humans from the demonic cult. The Triple Mind looked at Mount Gecko and thought, so this is where the divine relic and treasures of the yin-yang cult are hidden. Is this where the 1,000-year-old witch went? To which the Red Bear replied that this is exactly what the first one reported. Triple Mind wondered what had happened to Storm Dragon and his team, and was told that they had escaped, that their scouts had seen them looking for them, but seemed to have lost track. They don't seem to realize that their destination is here, but the strategist Nui said that the young master is not a fool. He knows that today or tomorrow he will find this place. But as soon as they walked toward the cave, they saw a whole gang of Night Moon coming at them. And on the other hand, the big Wedge gang, who could not allow them to take all the treasure for themselves. The Diving Hawk gang also joined in, shouting that these were their treasures. Red Bear wondered where they all came from. There were not only members of neighboring gangs, but also wandering martial artists, about 1,000 of them. It seems that the rumors spread overnight because there is no other explanation. While they were wondering who could have done this, Chen Ren and his men were already moving to the cave, led by guide dogs. In fact, it was like this last night. Doc Gowan and Chen Ren had a long discussion and finally figured out the location of the Demon Union. They asked the Hao sect to spread the word to neighboring towns and villages. In the Gecko Mountains, one of the houses of the seven-headed Demon Union is hiding, hunted by the Yin-Yang cult and the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. On their trail are mercenaries from the Heavenly Dragon Agency who have set up camp near the Bay River. Chen Ren has attracted martial artists from the underworld. In order to destroy the members of the demonic cult, this plan was impressive. And even more impressive was the way the young master pushed everyone head-on in his own interests, as if the master of the hall was leading these criminals into battle. Chen Ren turned to his soldiers and ordered them to be on the alert and very vigilant. He was sure that the condition was that whatever they found would be theirs. The Triple Mind moved from the stretcher to the trough carried by one of his servants, who also hurried to get there first. Everyone who ran to the cave shouted that they would be the first to get the treasures of the cult. Chen Ren raised his hand to the mountain and ordered everyone to stop immediately. Since the young master is once again responsible for the hired soldiers, he must remain cool. He shouted to his soldiers to remember that their goal was to save the master of the Ink Dragon Hall. Doc Gowan and Chen Ren walked among the mountain rocks with search dogs in search of Ben Ren, while the young master himself thought about what. He ordered Ben Ryong and Cho Yong to take the same travel-flavored pills in case they were caught by the Triple Mind. Chen Ren hoped to find them with the help of dogs, but it would take time to get on their trail because the scents were mixed. The young master understood and said that he would still rely on the dogs even if it took a lot of time. Namun Soso used vibrations to ask him why he was here, because it was dangerous, and he said that when would he ever have the opportunity to see the seven-headed Demon Union again. Soso asked what if he died, and he said that a fortune-teller from Hangzhou told him that he would live 10 years longer than her. He went to her, and he explained that he would not have gone on missions if the fortune-teller had told him about imminent events or great danger. Gun Soso said that today is the day when you shouldn't have left. While Chen Ren was pondering her words, one of the soldiers fell from the mountain right in front of them. The cave didn't want to let them go so easily, so it threw in various challenges that some people couldn't handle. They were bitten by snakes and knocked down by a powerful earthquake, and many of them began to panic, which reduced their chances of survival. Namgun Soso noticed that there were poison traps all around, but they failed to stop 3,000 people, so now they are dead. Chen Ren told So-So that it seems the creators of this place didn't even think that so many people would come here. They were one of the first to arrive at the entrance to the cave, and at the entrance to the cave, many jars filled with silver coins were waiting for them. This is the reward for completing the task of passing through the 6 gates of 5 poisons. If you are happy with what they give you, you can even get out alive. The young master realized that this was a way of asking them to stop, but who would do it? Ga-Bulam said that if they wanted to save the Ink Dragon Master, they had to move on. Chen Ren ordered everyone to stay in this place because he would go further himself. Ga-Bulam tried to stop him, warning him of the danger, but Chen Ren said it was an order, not a request. Before entering the cave, the young master said that from now on, Ga-Bulam was the head of the flying dragon. Chen Ren could not risk his soldiers for the sake of one bastard Li Ben Ren. The young master took this great risk only for Li Zhongsang. In the cave, he saw something very strange happening between the bandits, who were fighting with each other. Chen Ren suddenly clutched his heart, because he felt an incredible burning sensation in his body, and the heat from the inside was very intense. It was more like a burst of energy. He had never felt anything like it before. Chen Ren stood there for a while, overwhelmed with inner energy and complete peace. The reason for their belligerent behavior may be those talismans and stone towers. This structure inspires them to see demonic animals in each other and makes them fight to the end. But for some reason, the talisman's spell did not work on the young master. He took a large stone. He threw it with incredible force right at the talisman on the wall. The next stone flew into the stone towers, smashing them to pieces. The illusion was shattered, the weapons fell to the ground, and the bewildered people finally came to their senses, certain that they were definitely demons. Chen Ren looked around and realized that the 3 thunderbolts and the Yonso sect were not there, and he needed to go further into the depths. In the corner near the old things, he noticed a mask and some other things, and the young master decided to use this disguise. The guards from the heavenly cult saw a man approaching them, but they didn't take him seriously because one person can't do anything to them. Chen Ren ordered them to get out of his way immediately, drawing his sword. He waved it, throwing the guards in different directions with a powerful force. The other guards ordered him to be destroyed, and Chen Ren thought it was so strange. It seemed as if they had slowed down. He was disappointed in them. He also noticed that his power in this cave was clearly out of control. With a single wave of his hand, he hit the guard on the head, incapacitating him. Chen Ren switched to hand-to-hand combat and wondered if this was what the heavenly demons felt like 200 years ago when they ruled over the demon sects. With the help of talismans, telekinesis was also enhanced in many cases, so cult members rose to the top of his path. The people from the demonic cult did not look as brave as they did when they first met. Their eyes were full of fear of such incredible power. The last guards did not resist him, but simply put down their daggers. Chen Ren walked up to the large gate under which all those present had gathered. Namely, the cult of the heavenly demon with the captive Ben Ren and John Sog and his team. He saw that Ben Ren had become even more bloated since he had seen him, and he wondered if he had been beaten again. The triple mind asked the disciple of the sect who had blessed them with his presence which house of the heavenly demon sect he represented. Even though the chairman attached his name to Nui Chongjia, Chen Ren said he did not care. The triple mind said that everyone here is absolutely indifferent. However, he easily passed the 5 poisonous traps and the illusionary formation of demon blood so easily. It seems that they are facing another descendant of one of their roots. This means that only those who are the heirs of demonic sects can enter, but he passed through thanks to the talisman of the bamboo scroll. Without using it in the right way, he could have gotten into big trouble. Chen Ren wondered why they hadn't entered these sub-areas yet. Yon Soge said that only Ben Ren knows how to open the stone hall. When they persuaded him to open the door, those people appeared and a fight broke out. Aren't they descendants of the Yin-Yang sect? Then why don't they know how to open the last hall? She explained that this Yin-Yang sect was destroyed 200 years ago. Yaksha mocked Ben Ren again, beating him from all sides. Ben Ren turned to this man, begging him to drive these people away, and he would teach him how to open the door because he was the 3rd son of Li Zhongsang. Chen Ren felt sorry for his brother Li Beng Ren because he now looked as helpless as possible. He was happy to see him again, but he can't accept the fact that his disguise was revealed. Even though the third master told him that he could take as much treasure as he wanted and that he would keep what was left, Chen Ren gave him a good slap in the face. Ben Ren asked why he was doing this to him, and Chen Ren said that if he spoke to him again in a commanding tone, he would rip out his insides. The third master asked if he could really trust the stranger, and Chen Ren shouted that if he didn't want to be beaten again, he should open the door immediately. Ben Ren obeyed the order and reached out to open the door to the stone hall. The door creaked open, raising a wall of impenetrable dust. Finally, this is the place where the relics of the Yin-Yang sect and countless treasures are kept. Chen Ren grabbed Ben Ren by the forelock and dragged him along, while everyone else ran into the hall to get their wealth. Ben Ren fulfilled his task, so he was released from his chains. When they entered the hall, they saw an amazing picture of a large mountain of gold. They were even speechless from so much gold. But what did it matter how much gold there was when there were more than 2,000 greedy people around them, and there was no way to safely take away these treasures? As Chen Ren was thinking about this, Yon Soge began to act with quick movements and ran through the treasures straight to the pedestal, taking the thing she had come for. She stood in front of everyone and said that she would take only this thing and leave the treasure to them. Chen Ren looked it up and down, wondering what was so important about it. The young craftsman remembered that it was the same wooden box. People said that it contained a sacred relic of the Yin-Yang sect, but suddenly the pedestal under her feet began to move and shake. Yon Soge jumped off him just in time, because he fell into the ground a second later. After the pedestal disappeared, a strong earthquake began in the cave. Li Benrin noticed that stones began to fall from the ceiling directly on their heads. The door to the stone hall closed abruptly, separating the hall from the outside world. People started to panic. They did not understand why the cave was collapsing. In their haste, they tried to take as much gold as possible with them before the cave finally collapsed. Yan Soge stood with a sword in front of the triple mind, blocking his way. Li Benren also tried to enrich himself without noticing that it was dangerous to do so. Chen Ren took off his disguise and rushed to his brother's rescue. He didn't understand when his brother had come here, and he explained that he had come with people from the second sect of the Black Way. But Ben Ren said that he had gone through a lot to get here, so he could not leave empty-handed. Chen Ren thought that his brother was an idiot who wanted to stay alive in this cave when he heard his team calling him. The young master was angry with them because it was very dangerous here. Gabulam came to warn them that not only the cave but the whole canyon was collapsing, and they almost managed to hide in this cave to save their lives. Chen Ren asked the Ga warrior if there was anyone injured among them. Gabulam pointed at them and said that they were all still intact. Chen Ren thought of a plan in which the only way out was to find a tunnel leading to the street. But as soon as he wanted to tell everyone about it, water rose from all the entrances and exits. The thieves, who were still stuffing their hands and pockets with gold, screamed at the unexpected turn of events. People began to point fingers and say that it was the witch who caused all this to happen because she activated the mechanism. We also talked to Ben Ren, and we need to figure out how to deal with him, because from the very beginning he wanted to use him as bait. In such a situation, it will either be liquidated by the people of the Black Way, or it will simply drown. Chen Ren must immediately figure out how to get them out of here. He analyzed that the Yanso sect seems to have activated the mechanism when it rose to the pedestal. But if these treasures and relics had been intended for someone else, they would hardly have allowed them to go underwater. Chen Ren noticed that there was sunlight in the mountain, which meant that there was a way out, a vertical tunnel. The young master asked me to pay attention to him because he wanted to say something very important. He began to explain that this cave was designed like an ordinary flask. It rises, and the only way out is a hole in the ceiling, so when the water fills the cave, they can get out through a vertical passage. This means that they just have to wait until the water rises. Then they can all get out alive. Because who would have thought that they had made a passage in the ceiling? Chen Ren grabbed Ben Ren by the skin of his teeth and dragged him away from the treasure, while he grumbled to his brother that he was jealous of him. The young master ordered the members of the Ben Ren clan to climb to the top of the structure. Gabulam helped all his men climb onto the raft. The poisonous serpent also did not stand idle and helped Namgun Soso rise. Gabulam reported to Li Chengren that the entire Ben Ren clan had boarded the raft. He was asked what happened to the treasure and replied that the members of the Black Path sect had taken everything. If you go with the flow and just wait, you may not survive. but you cannot go with heavy treasures. But you can't hang on a cliff with them all day, so they can't bring the treasures outside on their own. One of the people said that if the master does not have his own gold, he does not need a raft, so why not share it with others? Chen Ren was ironically upset, because not long ago they were trying to destroy him, and now they are asking him to share. No matter how shamelessly people from the Black Path sect and other non-orthodox sects behaved, it was too much. He was angry that the young master did not want to share the raft because he himself could be left without life. Chen Ren said that he was from the Heavenly Dragon Agency, and if they wanted help from him, they should hire his services, paid in advance. He laughed and asked if he was offering them to use the raft. Chen Ren threw his hand away and said that there would be no treasures on the raft at all, so as not to take up too much space. The destination is any city outside the cave where you can see the sky. His job is to offer it and let everyone else decide how to survive. John Sog asked if she could use it as well. Chen Ren crossed his arms over his chest, asking if he still looked like a prisoner. She promised to fully repay him for his help by taking the box out of her pocket. Chen Ren bugged his eyes and asked if she was sure that such a valuable burden would be safe. The reputation of the Heavenly Dragon speaks for itself, especially if the Storm Dragon himself guarantees safety. While they were talking, the Triple Mind was swimming in its trough and watching them. Did they need protection from water and wolves, or were they not afraid of them? Chen Ren held out his hand to her, saying that the box would remain in her hands. As for the toll, she will pay it by inviting thieves and dark factions to loot their armed stockpiles. In return, they attack his brother, leaving him barely alive and swearing to defend the raft with his life. Many people followed the woman's example and, one by one, began to raise the gold to the mountain, entrusting their gold to the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Chen Ren was happy because it was a great success for him to turn things in his favor again. He ordered Gabulem to take control and responsibility for the situation. They quickly ran through all of them, collecting their treasures on a raft. Namgun Soso pushed the poisonous snake to collect and sort faster. Chen Ren watched his friends and noticed that they always had a keen sense of profit. They still managed to get out of the cave unharmed. Gabulem reported to Chen Ren that they had done well without losses, and that everyone had performed at their best. The young master asked Dak Go-wan if he knew where they were, and he said that it was probably the Valley of the 10 Merchants and where the waters of Jasper Mountain merged. With the tributaries of the Northern River, the river itself was a bit far away, about 10 li, but there is a waterfall on their way, so they can't go any further on the water. They were approached by those people who had recently entrusted them with their treasures. Li Cheng-ren ordered the raft to be brought up the mountain and securely fastened. So they made a raft with a huge pile of sacks of gold to moor up the mountain. Chen Ren and his team watched people approach them. San Guangyan, the eldest of the 7 Guangdong demonic blade assassins, said that thanks to them they got out of the cave safely. Chen Ren was only doing what he thought was right. The Storm Dragon's reputation is impressive, and today he saw it for himself. Now that they've reached the end point as far as weapons and treasure are concerned, Namgun Soso and Gabulem tensed at his angry silence. Li Cheng-ren ordered his men to return everything they had entrusted to them. The young master understood that rules and duties bound their mercenaries, but as for the new recruits, that's why he did what he did. Namgun Soso asked sadly if the young master was going to leave the treasures behind. Chen Ren stared silently at the floor, and Soso realized that he was serious. Li Cheng-ren looked at her and asked if she was disappointed in him. Namgun Soso pouted her lips in frustration and said that she was not at all. Cheng-ren ordered Gabulem to call the owners by name on the bags and distribute them one by one. The warrior Gabulem did an excellent job on his assignment. Their clients would leave them 1 sack of gold each for their help and support. Chen Ren was grateful for this, and Song Guangyong admitted that at first he thought the young master would argue. But in their situation, quarreling would only make them more exhausted. It was a wise decision, according to the assassin. Chen Ren will go far with this kind of thinking. But of all these treasures, what did they manage to take out of the cave? And even of what the robbers left behind, only this is all that remains. Chen Rong asked how they plan to leave the gorge. They will climb the rocks with vines to help them. How is it possible that 522 people left the castle with treasures, he remembers, because he himself collected the duty with them, while 2,000 left empty-handed? If Chen Ren were one of them, he would shoot arrows at the backs of those who run away with the treasure. 522 people took the treasures because they were more agile and stronger. Others risked their lives but received nothing. Song Guangyong understood what the young master was talking about. He shook Chen Ren, asking if he really wanted to destroy them all, why he needed their weapons. The young master smiled at Assassin and stood his ground, for he had already told him everything. But Chen Ren has another way out of this unfortunate situation. The triple mind came to them saying that there were about 50 more bags left on the raft. If they are divided equally, everyone will receive at least 10 yangs. Chen Ren warned that the counterattack would be fierce, asking what they planned to gain from it. The triple mind said that the benefit for him was that the warriors of the heavenly dragon would remain disarmed, and their final destination is a wooden box for both them and their companions. Losing is not the end of the world. No one wins, that's life. Chen Ren noticed that armed men were approaching him. If necessary, they will share, but in return, he asks them to bring him the severed ears of all the survivors of the heavenly demon sect. These words angered the triple mind because they sounded like a challenge. The tide of the game changed, and now the swords were pointed not at the heavenly dragon, but at the cursed cult. Chen Ren asked him not to worry, reminding him of his own words that no one wins, and that's life. People from the heavenly demon cult, armed with swords and strong techniques, began to attack people from the Black Path sect. Red Bear advised Triple Mind to step back for now. At the witch's command, Yaksha activated his inner energy and directed it at the Triple Mind and its attendants. Yaksha struck them blow after blow, and all the enemies could see was his crazy face and frantic eyes. Chen Ren and Namgun Soso could only hold their breath and watch the battle. The sectarian struck with his axes, but Yaksha skillfully dodged them. The cultists from the Black Mountains are strong, but their power is no match for the Yaksha army. During the battle, Yaksha struck a critical blow to the head of his opponent, thus ending the battle with his victory. Thanks to Yaksha, even those who used to hesitate are now going on the attack. 200 against 2,000, the Triple Mind has no chance. More than half of his men had already been killed, and they were cornered. The Triple Mind said that there was a rather interesting turn of events. He added that if they wanted revenge, they could come to him at any time. It was a fair fight, so it's unlikely that it will come to that, but he feels that they will definitely meet again soon. Chen Ren bowed to him and ordered the wounded to be loaded onto a raft, and warned him that there was a waterfall about 100 meters downstream. Li Chen Ren looked at the raft being carried by the current and thought to himself. Finally, they figured them out. They were the largest group that hunted for the box with the relic. But the battle is between 500 people with bags of treasure. But between the 2,000 who still don't have it, it continues. Chen Ren asked Gabulem if they had distributed all the treasure bags, and he replied that they had. The young master ordered everyone to climb up the vines to the rock because their work was done. First, Li Chen Ren climbed the vines as the head of the escort. They were followed by Li Ben Ren and Gabulem, and it is clear that the third master is not doing it easily. It was the turn of the girls Namgun Soso and Tan Gun Bek to climb, accompanied by Poisonous Snake. Chen Ren looked back and saw people looking sadly and confusedly after them. Since they had given away all the treasures, there was no point in staying and holding anyone back. Chen Ren turned to Gabulem, who was waiting for his instructions. The young master ordered the stones to be prepared for transportation and to wait for his further orders. Following their example, those people who already had a bag of treasures began to rise. However, the young master warned them that no one could climb the mountain with a bag of money and that everyone would be caught by an arrow, just like this poor man. Downstairs, there were people shouting that Feng Yunfei had warned them, saying that he would shoot anyone who climbed the cliff with the treasure. The people who were already climbing the vines caught up with the arrows as they had warned the bodies that fell back down, leaving them floating in the water and taking the bags of wealth for themselves. The struggle between them continued, with people with bags defending themselves against those without. But their showdown was interrupted by stones falling on their heads, which were dropped by the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Chen Ren shouted that he had a proposal for them, especially for those who had gold. With the current situation, they will not be able to save their lives or gold. They can help with this. First, they will lift the bags up the mountain and the agency will guard them from above and below. As soon as all the bags are safe, they will cover them while they are being lifted. Why should they trust him? What will prevent them from simply running away with their bags? Chen Ren assured them that they could trust them because mercenaries from the Heavenly Dragon Agency never steal the cargo they protect. Song Guanyon didn't understand what they meant by the word goods. Chen Ren explained that their goal is to reach the top of the cliff and payment is made up front. In case of failure, the agency will compensate everything in double amount. The people downstairs raised a storm of discontent about how one could try to run a business in such a situation. They said that the master had definitely lost his mind. One interested man asked how much money they wanted for it. With the exception of the 55 bags of treasure they gave away at the very end, they will take half of what was stolen earlier as payment. This amount made Sun Guangyong so angry that his eyes turned red. For a couple of minutes, Namgun Soso even lost the ability to speak out of shock. She remarked that it was as if Zhuge Liang himself had appeared before them. Chen Ren assured her that desperation gives rise to the most extraordinary ideas. Soso asked if he always panics at the sight of money. Chen Ren hinted that she was not in a position to say that. Wasn't it money that brought her here? She said that he was quite right. But why is he so sure that people downstairs will agree? Chen Ren said he played on the trust between the gangsters. But it might not work. Soso thinks they will succeed. After all, dark clouds were gathering in the sky, and they would not dare to be washed away by the river after a downpour, and that's exactly what happened. And 500 bandits accepted their offer of help. While the Saks were climbing the cliff, 2,000 people held back the enemies from below. Ha Bulim reported to Chen Ren that the last bag of gold was already on the cliff. The young master asked if they had secured their share, and was told that out of 500 bags, their share was 330. Following the bags, the captains began to climb the vines. So far, they are all for the same thing, but no one knows how they will behave at the top of the cliff. Gabulam and the recruits brought 30 bags, as he had asked them to. Chen Ren looked at the contents of the bag while they asked him what he was going to do with them. People who stayed downstairs thought that stones were falling on their heads again, but when they looked closer, they saw treasures falling straight down to them. Gabulam and the poisonous serpent threw all the treasures down, while 2,000 people below were desperately trying to get at least one piece of gold. Meanwhile, 500 bandits climbed the mountain without any problems and without any obstacles. When Chen Ren finished with the bags, he said it was time for them to leave. Before the captains reached the top, the agency had already left. Chen Ren checked to make sure they had done everything right, leaving the promised 170 bags untouched. They all crossed the bridge very quickly to get away from a possible chase. After all, the bandits are probably already chasing them, so Chen Ren cut the ropes that held the bridge, and now it will take half a day to cross the river. They managed to move far away from the cave exit. The team caught their breath and even had time to rejoice that they had succeeded, and even a little more. Li Bungren came to and thanked his brother. Chen Ren was confused, because it was the first time he had heard something like that from him. Bungren said that he honestly did not expect that. His younger brother will come to his rescue. Recently, Chairman Su Yangmun came to him and asked him not to talk about his engagement to Cho Yun-young anymore. I thought it was due to his sudden success. So I also wanted to prove my importance, even though he would never recognize Chen Ren, but promised more. He would not be bullied, Chen Ren thought, because if people listened from the outside, they would think he had done something terrible to deserve such abuse. John Sego said it was an amazing experience, but they had to go. Chen Ren gave her a reward for her help in carrying the bags, and she remarked that it was quite generous for half a day's work. He explained that he had always been a spendthrift, and if she needed help, she could turn to him, because she already knew that he did not distinguish between good and evil. Yan Sego said that the young master is really fearless, just as they say. Chen Ren wondered how old she was because he had no idea, because judging by her bravery and ability to hide, she must be in her 40s. Yan Sego said she was born in the year of the water rabbit in July. She said this and left without further explanation, but the young master tried. He calculated how old she was and came up with 78, and Soso scolded him for adding an extra 60 years, but she could be younger. Then, according to the new calculations, it turns out that she is only 18 years old. They were both shocked because the rumored centenarian witch was only 18 years old. Since yesterday, Namgun Soso has been wondering why he changed his clothes to another one. Chen Ren said that it was a long story and he just saw a convoy approaching them. This was the flag of the Heavenly Dragon Organization with reinforcements under the command of Chairman Huang and the Suyang Moon escort soldiers. They made it home safely. There they said goodbye to Namgun Soso and Tangun Bek, who were leaving for Yangzhou. Zhang Ryong headed the Ben Ren faction and entered the Cheongryong Peguk. They delivered there 298 bags of treasure. They were greeted by Li Zhongsang and his wife, Madame Green Leaf, who was crying with joy. Li Bangren, Li Chengren, and Li Yolren bowed to them to show their respect. The third master approached Li Zhongsang and apologized for all the inconvenience he had caused the agency. The king told him that as the head of the hall, he should first of all think about the harm to the bureau, and if he fails to fulfill his duties, he should simply leave. Li Benren did not expect such rudeness, and Madame Greenleaf had never seen him treat his children so cruelly. Benren wanted to object to his father, but he shouted where he saw his father because he was now speaking as the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Agency. Chenren stood next to him and thought about the serious punishment his brother had received. Li Zhongsang had dealt with his eldest son, so it was the turn of his youngest son. The king of the agency praised Chenren, saying that he was good, but he should think about his reckless actions that he committed without consulting anyone. The young master was surprised because he thought that his father would be more cruel, since he rewards and punishes. Li Zhongsang now addressed both sons, saying that they may not get along in the family, but outside of it they should stand up for each other. This is what it means to be brothers. They stood with their heads down and thought that they had gotten off very lightly. Li Zhongsang seemed to have said everything he needed to say and returned to the residence with Huang, and Ben Ren suggested that Zhang Ryong go out and have a drink. The treasures that were on the 5 chariots remained unattended. The chief accountant approached Chen Ren and asked if the bags contained only gold or if there was also silver. With a thoughtful look, he asked the young master to show him the treasures that the demon clan had hidden. Chen Ren was about to leave, but a request stopped him, so he asked if he was going to look at the treasures here on the street. Crowds gathered near the chariots and looked at the master and his booty with interest. The manager said directly that they were all here not to look at his beautiful face, but at what was in the bags. Chen Ren apologized. In front of everyone, he said that he would show them next time, asked to take the gold to their hall, and the manager suggested keeping it in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. But Chen Ren was grateful for the offer and had to decline, as the Flying Dragon Hall has an experienced appraiser. The chief accountant was furious that the case had escaped his grasp. Suddenly, a dagger hit the wheel of the chariot, destroying the fasteners. As a result, the wheel finally collapsed, the chariot turned over, and all the bags of gold fell over, scattering all over the area. Li Gabren and Li Yolren's eyes gaped at what they saw. People wondered if it was all real or if the rest of the bags had the same gold in them, and they said that this year the Flying Dragon Hall would be the leader in sales. That same night, Li Zhongsang gathered the elders for a serious conversation. But for some reason, the king of the agency asked if what he heard was true. Seok Sang said that Poisonous Snake told him everything about how they received the assignment, even from an underground cave and rock. On the way here, a man named Doxa told me absolutely everything in detail. Li Zhongsang asked the manager if he had been able to see the treasures with his own eyes. He replied that it was because of them that he arrived so late to the meeting. They were so persistent that he had to throw his dagger and break the chariot to see and steal some lost treasures. The manager put a golden cup on the table and said that such high-quality treasures are not often found, even if they weigh exactly 80 taels. Li Zhongsang looked at himself through the gold and thought that if he put all their gold in one pile, he would get a large sum. After 3 days of sorting, the price turned out to be shocking, about 300,000 taels in gold. Chung Ren asked why there was so much of it, and Zhong Lim Som explained that it was not ordinary gold, but antiques. Some things are worth more than their weight in gold or silver. The young master never thought that the day of such good fortune would come. Suddenly it dawned on him that if antiques are worth more, it means that they are worth more. What if we weighed these treasures to pay tribute to the king's residence? So if you divide the treasures by weight and take only antiques, and pay half as data, then they can get part of the money twice or even 3 times more than they offered. To prevent problems, you need to appease the boss and the appraiser by giving them a gold belt and a cup. Chen Ren also wanted to reward all the team members who participated in this unplanned mission. Due to rumors that the Flying Dragon Hall treats its employees well, matchmakers began to visit there frequently. They even set up a room there to help people find love. Chen Ren visited his teacher Hek Bansi, who said that everything seemed to be going well, even gaining a little weight. But the teacher interrupted him and asked him to just give him the money for this month. Madame Green Leaf came to the hall and brought him a 300-year-old ginseng from Mount Changbai and gave it to him as a thank you for saving Ben Ren. Chen Ren was very grateful for their gift, but knew that it was just an excuse to visit him. She heard that the young master would sell treasures brought from the southern regions. If the hall entrusts her treasures to the Mangum Trading House, they will help them with the sale, because they need a good trading house. Chen Ren knew that she had come for a reason, but he hadn't expected such an offer. She said that part of the profits would go to the trading house, a great benefit for both parties. The young master could not stand her persistence. She also says it as if he has something to thank her for, but when he has heard this from 10 different trading houses in the last 10 days, and one of them is his. It's hard to say no, but Chen Ren smiled and said that he fully understood her intentions. Since there are so many treasures, he needs to think carefully before giving an answer. The last stop was the pavilion where the guest Tan Gun Beck lived. Chung Ren handed them a bag of gold, and Namgun Soso asked if it was all because, without General Beck from the cavalry, half of the soldiers died of poison. Chen Ren joked that not half, but only 5 Sosos yelled at him that if 5 people were poisoned, then everything would be fine and under control. The young master put the 2 bags on the table and said that she was unbearable, so she would definitely do great things. Soso quickly picked up her gold and reminded the young master of her fraction of the profits from the Flying Dragon Hall. She also asked him for help with General Beck. Tan Gook Bak was a little shy about asking them for anything at all. Chen Ren immediately guessed that it would be about the clinic, and it was, but Soso explained what it was. Hangzhou doctors refused to rent the premises to them, but General Beck said they don't have to. Tan Gun Beck was now thinking that they didn't necessarily need a room. She would start by seeing patients on the streets of Hangzhou, and the thought of doing so made her happy. Li Chengren smiled and said it was a good approach and a great idea. Soso asked him, since he made so much money, if he would like to buy his younger ones a drink, and he said he would love to, but he left his wallet at home. 3 days later, the people of the Flying Dragon Hall began preparing for the trip. An alarmed Namgun Soso ran to Chen Ren and begged for help. The young master asked what had happened to the young lady again. Soso said that it would be a disaster if her brother found out and drove her out of the house. The girl brought the young master to a jewelry store. It turned out that the catastrophe she was talking about was a broken hairpin. Soso explained that it was her brother's, that is, a pin worn by his girlfriend with whom he had fallen in love 10 years ago, but why she was wearing it. She said that this pin was so beautiful that she just wanted to try it on. The jeweler examined the pin from different angles and said that it would take only half a day to repair it. Chen Ren asked if he could carve a magnolia instead of a phoenix on the pin, made of buffalo horn, which was luxurious and one of a kind. The jeweler said that if he paid him enough, anything was possible. Chen Ren did not hesitate to throw a bag of gold on the table in front of him. The jeweler beamed with joy and asked for 3 days, but he would try to do it in 2 days. Namgun Soso was embarrassed and asked why he needed a pin, and Chen Ren, not knowing how to answer, came up with the idea that the pin was for her aunt, because she likes things like that. But their uncomfortable conversation was interrupted by Ga Bulam, who was in a hurry to see Chen Ren, shouting that doctors from the Tang clan had been kidnapped. He was informed that doctors from the Tang clan who were treating on the street had disappeared without a reason. The chairman of Yanhua Hall called for Ms. Tan Gun Bak, so the soldiers took her there. All the warriors of the Flying Dragon Hall must urgently go in search of the criminals who kidnapped the doctors. And Li Jong-un needs to meet urgently with a senior guest from Hao Mun. Mok Rigek said that neither doctors nor suspected criminals can be found using Hao Mun. Chen Ren thought that even if Hao Mun didn't know, it was serious enough. Mok Rigek explained that the lack of an answer is a blow to their reputation, so they offer other useful information instead. She wanted to tell them about the Mankim Hall, and they might be interested to hear it. The Westlake trio complained that when the target was hard to reach and poorly paid warriors, he tried to call them, but as soon as the price was high, he abandoned them. By the way, they also wanted to see the treasures they had found, and Chen Ren reminded them that he always takes good care of them. The leader of the gang, while drinking tea, asked them all to shut their mouths. His people investigated all day, but found nothing suspicious. Chen Ren wondered who could possibly have escaped both Hao Mun and the West Lake gang, perhaps someone from outside the area. A place in Hangzhou where assassins can stay with elders without attracting attention, but having access to housing where such a place can be found. This place turned out to be Western Lake, and they found the boats and the skipper and went in search of them. So asked if they had found out anything. Chen Ren said that if it was in West Lake, the skippers saw an unfamiliar boat appear 3 days ago. The head of the West Lake gang, Old No, said they had found him. They are not martial artists, so they can only take them so far. So let them swim on their own in the direction he showed them. Chen Ren gave him gold and said he would never forget his help. Now only the team of the Flying Dragon Hall was able to overcome this path on their own. Li Zhongren and Namgun Soso sailed together in a boat in the center. The Tang clan warriors and Tang Gongbek herself will be sailing in the boat behind. And the Flying Dragon warriors led by Ga Bulam will cover all the blacks. Their crew sailed to the same enemy ship in the middle of the night. Chen Ren shouted to them who they were, so the chief came out and asked them who they were, gathering here at night with such boats. The young master heard the incredible strength in his voice and realized that he was facing a real expert in combat. The ship's captain was beginning to get visibly angry that Chen Ren would not tell him the names of his crew. Nevertheless, the young master introduced himself to him as Li Cheng Ren and the fourth son of the king of the agency. The pirate was getting angrier and angrier, looking like he was about to lose control and attack. The archers on the ship pointed their bows at them and began to shoot at the captain's command. Chen Ren hurried to the ship and Namgun Soso to the rest of their group. The young master used his speed in flight to intercept all the arrows fired at them. Pushing off from the deck, he shot at the archers with their own arrows in a second flight. Chen Ren descended from the sky to the ship like a bolt from the blue. He dodged any attack, thus confusing his enemies. Using this, he quickly inflicted severe and almost fatal wounds on them. He alone could handle a whole team of pirates, and they realized this when they saw their comrades fall at his hands without a chance for life. However, they had to obey the captain's order, so they ran into the attack with eyes full of fear. Chen Ren was more than ever overwhelmed with power and motivation, and he destroyed the milestones on his way. The young master eliminated man after man, clearing his way to their captain. Now it was their turn to fight, and the captain hurriedly attacked him, saying that he would destroy him like a bug. Li Chengren shouted with frantic eyes that once his heart stopped beating, but he was still here, so the pirate had little chance. Their weapons met each other, as did their eyes. So there was no turning back, only the strongest would come out of this fight alive. The pirate's weapon was stronger than Chen Ren's sword, so he remained disarmed. The young master had a little secret, namely a meteorite dagger. The battle continued again. This time Chen Ren warned that he would never break this weapon. The pirate saw it himself, as their resistance sparked sparks. The young master easily managed to disable the pirate's weapon. Therefore, Chen Ren did not stop there and began to attack him with a meteorite dagger in the arm, leaving deep marks to remember. Leaving the dagger in his hand, he switched to hand-to-hand combat, knocking all the nonsense out of him. The young master gathered a clot of his own accumulated energy in his palms. But in flight, I put my hand to his stomach and pierced it with my own energy. From this flow of energy and accumulated force, the captain of the ship flew into the net and remained unconscious. Chen Ren shouted to the girls that enough was enough and to let the pirates go. Tang Gunbek found the abducted doctors and asked if they were injured. Namgun Soso asked when the young master had managed to improve his martial skills so much. Chen Ren shook his head, thinking that it seemed she could even hear his thoughts. First, she had to find out who was behind it all, and from that point on, she had to think carefully before answering. But he was interrupted by Tan Gun Beck, who threw a dagger at one of the pirates and said that she would only pardon one. She was very serious, even a little hostile, saying that whoever wants to live should stand up in silence. Chen Ren tried to stop her and calm her down, asking her not to destroy them. But the rule of the Tang clan is to repay mercy twice and revenge 10 times as much as a member of the clan, and she will follow this rule. She will never forget the mercy he has shown them, but asks them to interrupt their task here. She kept shouting at the pirates, blackmailing them that she would spare only those who would reveal the identity of their leader. One of the pirates agreed to tell everything about his master and asked to spare his soul. A couple of days later, rumors began to spread around Hangzhou that a mysterious group had kidnapped famous doctors from the Tang clan and that those 30 thieves had all been killed. The doctors were safe, but those bandits were killed by poisoning techniques. But instead of condemning the perpetrators, people gossiped about the cruelty of the Tang clan. The Divine Ark arrived at the square and stopped right in front of the doctors. Tangun Beck immediately greeted Elder No in a bow. He is a doctor, so he has never had any dealings with martial artists passionate about destroying people like her. He ordered her to leave Hangzhou before he reported her to the higher-ups. Tangun Beck never committed any brutal liquidations. One of the pirates of that ship shouted that he had seen everything with his own eyes. He was a witness. He is Nyan Chol, the younger brother of Nyan Chol Yang of the Windbreaker Sword Clan, whose life they lost that night on West Lake. He pointed at the girl and said that they had killed 28 pirates together with his brother. I also saw his comrades wheezing as they were stabbed or poisoned in cold blood, and he was the only one who barely survived. The crowd heard an order to disperse because the carriages flying the flag of the Heavenly Dragon Agency were coming. The carriage door was swiftly opened by the man's foot. One of the pirates grabbed him by the collar and shouted that Nyan Chol was a bastard who hid the fact that the people who were kidnapped were doctors from the Tan clan and deceived them. Out of fear, he tried to justify that it was not like that they were talking nonsense. The pirate kept shaking him because they knew that he had hoped that they would not return alive, and that could have been the case if Tangun Beck had not cured them. The crowd was once again buzzing. They did not expect that she had healed them, not destroyed them. People said that she was able to heal such serious wounds, and said that the Tang clan doctors were really talented and they wanted to visit them. Meanwhile, Chen Ren and Namgun Soso were having lunch at a restaurant near the square. To avoid further attacks, she used their own methods against them. Tangun Beck was not looking for the real customer because she had to destroy him, so she came up with a second plan. Thanks to this, Tangun Beck was able to establish her own clinic in Hangzhou, and Chen Ren invested money from the treasure he received from Mok Riguk in the Feilong Bank. Everything was going great, and they were back in the jewelry store. Chen Ren's order was ready, and the Phoenix pin was like new with a magnolia pin next to it. Namgun Soso was pleased with the result and asked how much she should pay for his work. Chen Ren pushed a magnolia pin closer to her and said that he had paid for everything last time, and that these pins belonged to her alone. She asked why she needed it. Didn't he say it was for her aunt? But Chen Ren just said that because he didn't know whether she would like the pin or not. Soso was shy, but still asked if they could become a couple in love in the field. Everything was really going great, but for some reason, Chen Ren stood there staring at her. He held onto his heart and the table to keep his balance. Namgun Soso was afraid for him and asked if he was okay. After catching his breath, Chen Ren explained that he was just very surprised and probably heard him wrong. Soso explained that if their feelings do not disappear because of the places, they will continue, and if they do, they will just remain friends. Chen Ren started waving his hands and making excuses that it wasn't that he wasn't interested in her, but that the age difference made him feel like a pervert. She asked me directly if it meant that he really liked her. Chen Ren realized that he had nowhere to go, so he had to tell the truth, and the truth was obvious, and he was also in love with her. Soso said that although she was the first to admit it, they would agree that he was the first to fall in love. Having said all that, she said that she still had things to do, so she had to go. Chen Ren came out of his daze and ran after her. Still feeling mixed feelings of joy, he put his hand in his pocket. He put a big sack of gold on the table without even looking at how much gold was there. He just told him that it was gold for keeping his mouth shut, and the old jeweler just smiled because this was the most wonderful time in their lives. The path passed through the beautiful green mountain of Gubek, which had dense green forests and sharp rocks. On the way back to Hangzhou after another escort mission, Soso said that the trip was intense. They accompanied the new bride all the way to Gongyang, and she thanked them at least 100 times. I even gave them a few more silver coins as a token of gratitude so they could spend the night at the guest house tonight. Sleeping on the street is the essence of the escort mission, but Soso's back will be covered in calluses. Chen Ren says that they will become real warriors for it. So said he was a stingy beggar. The other members of the escort group watched their strange flirtation. They also noticed that they had become the center of attention for many people. They were approached by the Blackwater Escort Agency. This is an escort service run by black market gangsters from the underworld. The hostess asked the group what they wanted. The leader pointed and said that they were eating the same thing as those nice ladies. Chen Ren kept his eyes on the leader and ordered his men to get ready because they were leaving. The leader of the Blackwater Agency ordered the cloth to be removed from the chariot, and they were given water. The fabric was removed, and under it were imprisoned destitute people whose fate is not fully known. The Heavenly Dragon Agency did not expect to see such a picture, so they just stood there staring for a while. Namgun Soso asked if those bandits wanted to sell these people as slaves. Chen Ren did not know for sure, but it was a possibility. Soso thought that they shouldn't interfere in every bad thing, but it's not right to ignore it either. Chen Ren thought that they would show up soon. And Soso asked why he thought so, and the master did not expect her to read his mind and said that the bandits of the Green Forest would soon appear. And so it happened. His premonition did not disappoint him. They were here. The leader of the Green Forest gang wanted to get straight to the point and ordered everyone to put their jewelry on the table. Chen Ren thought they were acting cruelly in their previous life, and their shop closed in 3 years because of poor management. The young master took out a large handful of strange silver coins. The bandits laughed that they were just silver coins, but so be it. The second the bandit's mouth closed, the same handful of silver coins flew past his face halfway into the tree. The leader quickly realized that he had said that today was the anniversary of his father's death, and that it was their good fortune. As his son, he will not shed blood today, so he will go away quietly. But Chen Ren ordered him to stop because he didn't say he could leave. The young master said that he had encountered banditry so many times that it was a habit for him, so he could teach them a few tricks. Having dealt with the bandits of the Green Forest, they attracted them to their side. An unknown gang stood opposite them and greeted them in Japanese. He also greeted him, and Soso noticed that he also spoke their language, and she thought that slavery was a vile thing that pirates like them did. This spring, they paved the way for the escort service carts and vendors to move more easily, so he should show them respect. She pointed behind her where the archer stood. The leader of the Blackwater immediately took the hint and told his assistant to get a bag of money. But as soon as the assistant showed him the money, the archer inadvertently sneezed, and the arrow he had ready flew out of his hands, right into the hand of the assistant, who did not expect such a turn of events. The archer made excuses that his hand had slipped off because of the sniffles, and Chen Ren listened to the opposing side say that the leader and his aides were clumsy idiots. The leader of the Blackwater ordered them all to be destroyed. Chen Ren recognized the Huan weapon in his hands. He knew that it was quite unpredictable, but with his capabilities, he was not afraid of it. You can't fool Chen Ren with that, because he is skilled in many techniques and is familiar with different weapons. The young master used martial arts instead of weapons, and enhanced it with his ability to accelerate. Chen Ren struck after strike, and the Blackwater leader begged him to stop because he was admitting defeat. The young master got the taste and said that he would not stop, because this was just the beginning. After dealing with the leader, he went to his assistant. Chen Ren found the place where the attendants were hiding the money, and with one movement of his hand, he unearthed the stash, scattering all the coins on the ground. The young master liked this technique of telekinesis with gold.